good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it out, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
Hit me up, dark brown with body McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric ready, you ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid, I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, top power party, big fly. The future's back to Orient style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, put metal to the pedal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Still want my MTV. The city lights a neon aglow. We are stars covered in gold. Covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams. We will shine, only believe. Only believe. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight. Ain't no stopping us now. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Burning desire. We go higher and higher, and we never come down. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Taking down liquor and juice. Come alive, nothing to lose. Starting something, what comes rushing, rushing. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Yeah, just let it go. Wanna let it out, wanna shake it out. Gotta let it out, wanna shake it out. Yeah. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight. Ain't no stopping us now, no stopping. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Whoa, burning desire. We go higher and higher, and we never come down. Ooh, we just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire.
The morning light, it hits my eye. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets, no regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see a pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I won't let go of you. No regrets, no regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see a pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 Let's show the world what we're made of. The fire in our bones never faded. We cannot hold it any longer. 'Cause every day the feeling's getting stronger. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see a pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah.
this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. Out on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
DreamLeague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello and good morning. The candle maker is in action, meaning we got a candle. Meaning we could go down the cave. They didn't let me use fire to light the candle, but believe that there was a fire, and we lit the candle, and we went into the cave, and we are gonna be getting patch notes today. That's right, there's Dota as well. But we're gonna talk about the patch notes first, and I'm excited about that, so let's get started. You're watching DreamLeague Season 23, and yes, there will be Dota today. We'll be playing the last day of group stages, so it's very exciting to see who's going to move forward, who's going to get eliminated, and potentially we're locking some teams in also for Riyadh. But we want to talk about the patch. I'm here with Fogged, ODPixel, and Selection Slacks.
Hello.
Do you have some invisible sound in your head that you're jamming to, like, or that we can't hear?
I like your voice. It's very rhythmic. Like iambic-tameter, you know? It's got a good flow. I loved your intro.
No,
Imagine waking up and you did not check Reddit, you didn't check Dota, and then Shiver's just going, the candle maker is here, the lights are on, I've seen the future. Like, what the hell? If you didn't know what was going on in Dota in the last day, it actually seemed like you had a stroke. It was the funniest intro I've ever seen. Thank you.
Well, we got the candle. Okay, Owen, can you shine some actual light on why I opened that way with the candle?
I don't know. I think I have no idea what's going on.
What's wrong with you?
Okay? I mean,
No.
What's going on?
I know someone who can help me, and he's sitting at the PC on that side. So we should check in with Purge, because he's sitting at laptop, and he knows.
Yeah, Shiver, I think the best thing we can do is start at the very beginning of this entire lore path, and then we'll spend about 5 minutes.
Hell yeah, let's go, Purge!
Does anyone know what's going on with Skriok?
Yeah, boy!
Slacks, can you explain it to me? No, I'm just kidding. We'll do that later. I got this accomplished already, but there's this candle maker on the upper right of the map. He's been gone this whole time until now. I click, and he's finally here. Look.
Oh.
Slacks, do you wanna do the voices?
Don't read that line. Slacks.
I'm coming!
Slacks.
I'm coming!
Slacks.
Hold on!
I'm gonna take the candle. Thank you.
No! You skipped lore, you idiot!
What?
Yeah, you could press the button, on the top. Oh!
Well,
You had
redo
one
it?
job, it's gone!
thanks. Well, cool. We got the candle. Oh, look. What's this?
Ooh, everybody goes into the cave.
What did you get? Let's see.
Do I
do that one,
press
Shiver.
X?
No.
No.
Down it, that one.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, do ODPixel. That's great voices.
Okay, go Owen.
There, the candle is lit. No,
No!
don't do the X. I think I can see something.
We know what
It looks
this
like a
guy's
crumbling stone tablet. Can you get the candle any closer? This is as far as my arm will reach. What can you see?
You can click X now.
There we go. No, don't click the X. I think
That's what you get to see,
That's what
Purge.
you get to see.
Top
Bert.
left.
You have to drag it. You got nothing.
Wait, you actually got
No,
one letter.
He got W.
There's a W. W.
There's a
Big
W.
W.
It
There
says
we go.
whenever
Okay, we see it
and
better.
reveal.
Wow.
Whenever here and reveal. Let's go.
Whenever.
Let's explore the rest of it.
Is that
can't.
I think that's
You guys
the
read
sun one
anything?
that I saw, right?
No, just
Yep.
fear darkness.
That's
Yep.
it. That's all you're getting.
Okay.
That's your
Fire!
That's it.
Maybe the candle makers. They. Oh.
no,
Okay.
No more.
We missed
Alright.
that lore.
Yeah.
Well.
All right.
Hopefully you enjoyed the lore.
But like we got a tiny bit of the puzzle,
That's
and
burning-
actually
that's burning fast.
everybody in the Dota community, they got a little bit of a different tiny bit. So everybody's been trying to combine all the little bits, nice one,
Fire!
into learning what we can about the patch notes. It does say patch will be released tomorrow, which was yesterday, so it's today. Fog, what did you read? What did you see?
I have it open. I didn't get to actually read which one it was.
Mike.
I didn't get to read what I had. I have it open over
Oh,
there.
no, but what did you read from people puzzling
what-
stuff
what-
together?
I went through like all the ones that people combined. I saw
Yes.
like some base armor maybe for bristleback people were assuming. Then I saw like either Alchemist or Lone Druid can use items from backpack. Some people said Phoenix when he ults, the map gets revealed for 5
Dude,
seconds.
I reckon that's got to be Dawnbreaker, don't you?
You think it's
I
Dawn?
don't think it's I think it's Dawnbreaker. It's just
Dawnbreaker,
whenever the sun comes up. I mean, they're not going to write
I
when
think
it goes to daytime light that.
Well, when the
That means
sun comes up is
Dawnbreaker.
when the egg
I think it's
kinda...
a general. Every time it switches to day,
Everybody sees
Or that.
everyone
everything?
sees
Nah,
everything.
It's got to
No
be
way.
a hero thing.
What was the other one?
Wards are
And
no longer
someone
needed.
starts with 0 ability points, level 1.
Yes.
I think that's got to be like the Alchemists and the Medusas because
Medusa,
they already
I would
have an
think.
ability
Oh,
point,
yeah.
right? That's
Yeah.
my sort of theory. that
Skipping the most important one. Silencer cannot be silenced.
We don't know if
No,
it's
I think that's too obvious.
It's
I don't think it's going to be that.
game-changing. It's
not.
game changing.
I thought that's what it would be too. I thought it would be that, and then the lifestealer gains lifesteal per creep killed. I think was the other one people said that they saw.
Yeah, something. He gains something per creep kill.
Yeah. So
So,
I think there's a couple others. I can't remember off the top of my head.
but
There was a
the
lot.
Quite a bit.
There was a lot,
news is
yeah.
Patch today, which means tomorrow our playoffs start
On the new patch.
fresh patch. So I'm
Yeah.
incredibly excited for that. But of course, not everybody will make it to playoffs. But there's a couple teams that have already secured playoffs, and with that, I think it's about time to let you guys know it is Tundra that has secured
Oh.
their Rehab Masters
Well
at
done.
the Esports World Cup spot, as they do make it to the upper bracket because their scoreline was just very good in Group B. So they're guaranteed through to Rehab Masters, and this is the path they've chosen. Obviously, we don't know exactly what they get out of this Dream League, but their minimal guaranteed amount of points puts them in the top 8. Which is very good.
Welcome.
And they did it with a Thompson mid faceless void
They
coming
did
to
it
your
mid void.
pubs. And I
Yeah.
don't remember the second game, but still.
Yeah, well, we have nothing to say did it first, right? Faces Void mid. Yeah, against
No, but I
Keeper
think
of the Light.
Thompson did it.
I think
before
Thompson
him.
did it a couple. I mean, they've all been doing it versus the Coddles.
Well,
either
yeah,
way,
people are
so.
doing it against this Cole, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
But
it seems to work. It can
congratulations
work,
to them.
right?
can work.
It's not bad.
But they made it.
They made it.
I'm not gonna take any faceless avoid advice from you, Owen. Don't you build 4 Battle Furies on that hero?
No, not on Void. That's on Bloodseeker. I mean, come on, get it right. And it's 5, thank you. Anyway,
so
the
Anyway.
leaderboard.
There's only 2 teams that are still to lock their spot for Rehab Masters at the Esports World Cup. And at the moment, OG and Spirit are taking those 2 spots, but obviously they're not here.
Ooh.
So you look towards Heroic, Shopify Rebellion, Aurora, and Azure Ray. You need to come top 2 if you want to knock them out of the top 8. So those 2 teams are going to be very
Ooh.
invested in the results of this Dream League.
Azure needs. Well, they'll knock out one of the 2, right? They get first. I guess no, they push either one. They push the same one.
No, but you're right. They
So,
just
yeah,
got to be
yeah,
top
yeah.
2, right?
They just got to be top 2.
Top 2.
They're going to be top 2.
Yeah. gotta be top
Easy.
2.
They didn't
Wow.
want to before, but now they're actually motivated. You know, knock one of those out. Who doesn't want to knock out one of those teams?
Yeah.
Be pretty funny.
It would be pretty fun. I mean, for Team Spirit, it's the scariest, right? Because they're 8th right now. They're the first team to get knocked out if someone surpasses the top 2. That being said, it is a tough job because there's a lot of good teams here.
For sure.
For sure. And we can take a look at the 12 teams that we've got here. In case you've forgotten, for now, this is the 12 teams. And I say for now because at the end of the day, we'll say goodbye to 4 of them. Better yet, we have already said goodbye
Sorry,
to one of them. They'll still play today, but it has not been going too well for Quest, for example. And I think, when we said at the start, the very start 2 days ago, we said we had high expectations from Quest. They didn't really deliver.
Yeah, I expected a bit more from them.
Yeah.
I didn't think they'd struggle as much as they did here. You know, we've seen in the past, you know, Quest have turned up to events and they've looked really hot. They've come in with great results, but yeah, definitely a poor showing from them. I think they're going to feel a bit rough about this one, and I mean, I hope they can kind of pull things together, and we'll still see this team come back in the future with the same lineup, because I think they can do a lot better.
Yeah.
This was just for whatever reason, just a really rough few days for them.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just sick and tired of the patch. You know, they just want
They
this
can
new
say
patch
that.
as well. They're like, who cares?
Yeah, well, they at least get something to take home here from the prize pool.
Yeah.
And one thing that is also good for them, obviously, there will also be qualifiers for Rehab Masters. So
Yeah.
there's going to be one team from each region, and then another 5 slots distributed based on how the regions are doing. So there's a total of...
Go ahead.
So they should be pretty safe. So you're within their region. They should be pretty safe, right? Like Quest should get the spot right.
I'm like, how many regions are we?
maybe.
There's now 7, no?
The thing is that these kind of
I
lost
don't know,
can
man.
hurt, right?
There's 7 regions.
7
And
regions.
then 5 slots.
You can do it.
12. So we will have 20 teams total.
That's a lot of teams.
Yes.
Good
But I
job.
think the
yeah.
12 teams go to the play-ins.
Yeah, they
There's
go
like
to the
a-
second step.
There's a whole like tiered structure at Riyadh Masters. So 12 teams qualify. We got there in the end, Slack.
Yeah, we sure
Definitely
did.
we.
Yes, I helped a lot.
Yeah,
I
you
looked
really
at you
did.
and then put you on the spot.
All right, let's see what happened yesterday because we had a lot of games going on. As these are the games that went on the Storm stream. We had Na'Vi taking a 2-0 over Azure Ray, and that means that the Group B is still very much undecided on the bottom half of things. But we want to talk about the results on the Ember stream a little bit more in a second, because there were a lot of 1-1s on this one. And let's take a quick look at the mainstream results as well before we dive deeper into those. Obviously, we started the day off with Team Liquid versus Extreme, but the rest was all 2-0s. I think point of mention, BetBoom did not win a single game yesterday, and it looked so rough for them.
Yeah.
It looked like they rage quit one of the games.
Yeah.
They looked broken.
Yeah.
What?
Completely broken, yeah.
Really?
Toronto Tokyo GG, and there was like an instant DC. I think they were still like, it wasn't even like mid-fight or something like that. It was, oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was a pretty rough one. But we're focusing our attention a little bit more on Liquid versus Extreme in the second game in particular.
Yeah!
Because that was a good one.
Yeah, that was literally nail biter. We had a 22-0 Mickey on Wind Ranger at some point. He dies once, and Jin Q somehow has like 22 deaths. I think he was 12-22 in this game, and they bring it back. I mean, this was a crazy game. You could say a lot of things, you know, Liquid maybe having some misplays and stuff like that, but either way, it was Extreme hanging on until the late game, getting some crazy catches, crazy spells, and Ame able to stand his ground.
And I mean, I'm sure Slack said it yesterday, but he's got to be happy with this, right? A Wind Ranger with this
Absolutely.
level of KDA and the Wind Ranger loses. I mean,
Yeah.
that's got to
What
say
else
something
can
for
you
the
give
hero.
her? What more do you need?
I mean,
Truly, we saw the superior Ranger, Drow holding that high ground so well, with Nyx just killing himself over and over for it, but it was cool. It was just a really high skill game, I thought, especially from Ame, who's had a really rough kind of tournament. He hasn't had a chance to really shine carrying, and this one is basically on his back. Great position. He played flawlessly, so really, really cool game if you're a carry.
Good old, seeing the 5th item purchase of a Wind Waker instead of getting a damage item. I think that
absolutely.
said a whole lot of everything about the high ground patch. You know?
Yeah, I think maybe today when the patch drops, Wind Waker definitely is gonna get either. Well, some people say removed, some people say
I think they're going to move it to a tier 1 neutral.
That'd be hype.
Let's take a closer look at the game that we mentioned earlier, because Falcons dropped their first game yesterday and it was against Shopify Rebellion. And I want to focus more on the Shopify Rebellion side of things. Because Slacks, they looked very good in this one.
Yeah, they did. And you know what? I would have to say that Shopify is a team that a lot of people love to hate on. And, it's kind of fun to flame them because it's funny. But they beat who many would consider one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world right now, Falcons. So it was a really cool series to see, don't give up. Never surrender. Pick Hood Stink, and then you can actually win games. So there you go.
They all leveled up in this series. It felt like, honestly, Scam found his ground on the Bane. So many different saves. Yeah, the second game didn't end up going their way, but you could see like they were playing very well. The games were incredibly contested.
I mean, this game looked like it should have been going their way, right? This was one of those rough games where it felt like they should have had it in the bag, and then they didn't.
Amari just took over. He's just invulnerable at some point. It felt like this fight in particular, I think, was when it started really full turning.
Yeah, it was exciting games for sure. And even though the second game did go the way of Falcons, it was a good fought one. Let's take a look at what all the games are doing to our standings, though, because Group A has 2 teams already set, as in 1 team eliminated with a 1-7, and Gaming Gladiators, Slacks, they move on straight away to the upper.
They do move on, man. That Team Liquid one really makes me sad. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, that is something else. But a hard group.
Yeah.
Hard group.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and you've got as you were saying earlier, the two teams in the middle there, Heroic and Aurora, who they're going to be battling pretty hard today because they need to make it through. They need to get to that first, the top 2 spots in this tournament to get that ticket over to the Esports World Cup.
And they've both been doing some pretty cool stuff of like just turning games that look lost, right? We've had like a 20K swing from Heroic. I'm pretty sure I saw a 20K swing from Aurora with 23 playing Void. So there's definitely possibilities from both to beat pretty much any of the teams. So.
Yep. And we got Group B here in front of you as well. The 2 upper bracket slots already taken. Of course, you already knew Tundra was taking one because that's the reason why they've guaranteed the right amount of points for making it to Riyadh. But other than that, the rest is, I think BetBoom Lois is probably the biggest surprise there. But at the same time, everything's still possible.
Yeah, everything's still kind of up in the air, but I am really, really excited to see Heroic.
Yeah.
We only got to see them, I think, once on the main stream.
And it was a bad series.
Yeah,
and
it was not good.
They got pooped on. So I'm very excited to see, because they've been doing really well. Maybe they're just shy. Maybe they got, you were watching Shiver and they're like, oh no.
They got just nervous.
Nervous.
And
I mean, it was the first series of the whole tournament, on the mainstream. And it wasn't
pressure got to them.
They changed the way that, from what I've seen, those 2 games they drafted in a weird way. Hector wanted Wraith King and TB, and those games were really, really rough for those here, but they lost super quick. They haven't done that since. They've completely gone back to normal.
This was the Wraith King that you called.
I did call it. Just because I call it doesn't mean it's a good idea. In fact, it probably means it's a really bad idea.
Let's take a look at the schedule for today, because today we have got 2 series guaranteed coming your way.
Yo!
1 in Group A, 1 in Group B. There are 3 streams going at the same time, so I guess 3 series per group. This is the Storm stream, so we got Tundra and Azure Ray going head-to-head. Again, very important for Azure Ray. PSG and Quest. For Quest, it doesn't matter. For Team Liquid, it matters for everything. On the side of the Ember stream, we got Na'Vi versus Falcons. And very important for, of course, Na'Vi Aurora as well. I mean, there's a lot of important series. That's what you get at the end of group stages. But let's take a look at the mainstream. We got ourselves BetBoom versus Shopify Rebellion. That could be elimination series right there for either of the teams. And Heroic versus Extreme. Now, these are only 2 series, but if there's tiebreakers, they will be played right after that as well. So we might have a very long day of Dota 2.
I think we will as well. I reckon we're going to get some tiebreakers by the looks of it. It's close, and we're starting to get the 1-1s between teams. We're going to get tiebreakers. There's going to be a lot of fun today.
I hope so.
I hope so. I mean, look at these series. We got R-Tour versus Nightfall. BetBoom on the decline. Shopify maybe on the rise a little.
I mean, taking a game off Falcons, I think definitely means they're on a rise. Yeah, they're going up.
I mean, I'm pretty. Come on.
All right, one game versus Falcons, but okay, sure, they're on the rise.
They looked good in the other game.
You just sang their praises. You said they are able to take a game of the best team in the world, and now you're trying to lower their achievements?
I'm lowering expectations. That's how I live my life. You can only be happily surprised if you're always expecting the worst. So, when you're an RTZ fan, you always expect the worst. Sorry. I love you. You can do it this time, Arthur. Please. But no, I wish the best for Shopify. Again, I feel like they got a lot of flack, unneeded flack. So I'd love to see them dumpster. And BetBoom look a little weak right now. It looks like they might just want to crawl back to the airport.
Looks like BetBoom, at least many people have figured them out or something like that. Not sure. Something just seems very off for them, so.
Go for it.
I mean, we've seen them go pretty deep in a lot of tournaments, right? So there's been a lot of games to study. A lot of people have played them, and then, we're seeing these, some of the matchups, right? Meeting up against Falcons time and time again, and Falcons, they clearly know what to do. Yeah. So there's a lot of kind of material for teams to take from and say, okay, this is how you deal with BetBoom. And I think a lot of teams have just sort of mastered that right now. BetBoom, they might need to change up. And hey, if they can get through this group stage, maybe BetBoom's the kind of team that a big new patch comes in and do them a few favors.
Yeah. I was just thinking that. What an ironic day for us to have our last group stage. Like, you get figured out, you're completely, everyone knows, and then in like 6 hours, everything's going to change. You might be the best in the world. Just hold on.
Hold on for one more day.
I think all those teams that have been losing to Falcons are like one more day before all of Malreen's heroes get nerfed.
Probably.
Good luck nerfing all of them, though.
Well, if they nerf tanky heroes, that covers a lot of them already.
Very true.
Sure. Easy. So, I'm looking forward to this, and we are going to start with Extreme versus Heroic. Owen and Fog, thank you very much for joining us on the couch.
Thank you.
We need to blow out this candle before we walk over, otherwise might light the studio on fire. That's
blow it out. Make a wish.
So it's like,
Wish, Sheever.
Go for it.
Do your
you wish
fingers.
something for the patch. Wish something.
Ah!
thought you were gonna eat it.
That was hoodwink.
Yeah, this series is gonna be a good one. Although we are, of course, hoping with that Heroic is gonna be in the right. They are gonna have a good day, because sometimes if Heroic has a bad day, we saw that a couple days ago, and that was not as good. So I'm hoping for a good one, and I've got 2 good ones here too. Great.
You turned on your gaming computer. That was distracting.
I just turned it on. It's a very powerful device. Thank you for sponsoring.
I was wondering what that sound was.
They turned on. It was cool.
That was even better.
Powering up.
All right, how are you doing, Fear, today?
I mean, I was doing okay until,
Oh dear,
you know. But
Okay.
other than that, we'll survive.
Unnecessary.
that's amazing. Are you excited for the patch?
Yes.
But
No, I actually am. I have to
Okay.
think about for a second. Like, overall, like, you know that puzzle where they're like, you know, silencer cannot be blank. Like,
Yes.
there's a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
question marks on like where
Yeah.
we're going with everything. Lifesteal game's permanent, like whatever. I'm nervous for the patch, I guess,
Okay.
more than anything, but excited at the same time.
Now,
That sounds
meta
about right.
question is: right when patch drop, a good time to play Dota, or is it a bad time? Like,
Great time.
if you're looking for MMR,
Oh no.
do you go in dirty where no one knows what they're doing, but you're like, I got my plan, you know, and you just play Warlock for 4 days or something?
Well, it depends. Like, if you actually are smart at the game and can find something broken before someone else, you'll probably profit. But if you just go in blindly, or you have a bad idea, you're probably going to lose a lot of MMR.
Yeah.
I find the first couple days are the most fun because
yeah.
almost nobody knows what they're doing. So you actually get to experiment. Everyone builds bad items. It isn't until like good players solidify what the best item builds are, what the best heroes are, that it becomes more solidified. So the first day or two is the best for sure.
But you can double down on a new patch coming up in ranked. Think about it. No one knows what they're doing. So you go wild, man.
yeah, but that's
Sounds
literally
fun. Yeah.
like 50-50 then. Because you don't, it's not like you're gonna, you know for sure that you have a better idea about the patch than someone else.
Well, okay. You know the strat, though? You pick a hero that has not been touched.
Yeah, that's
You know?
fair. I believe that.
Go in there, pick Elder Titan when the new patch comes in. There's nothing on the patch notes for him. You know his stuff. Just get in there. Do your thing. Play your level
strategy,
30s.
I mean, honestly, in my bracket, what they do is they actually just play the old patch on the new patch just to see if it's still good.
Yeah. I think
Every single time.
I think there's a chance we might see that tomorrow morning as well in our matches. We'll see how much will actually change. But for now, we're still playing on the old patch, so we're getting ready for Heroic versus Extreme. And with that, Purge, I wonder what you got for us about this series.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic has been up and down this tournament, especially the past tournaments as well. They've been up and down. And I want to look at a couple of their drafts, just 2 of them that we had earlier in the tournament. They had a last pick Pudge game yesterday, I believe. That was really exciting for them. They did this against PSG Quest, who did get eliminated, but they ended up, it was the last pick Pudge, and they did great. He ended up not dying at all the entire game. This was Analog playing at mid against the Primal Beast. Primal Beast charges in, he hooks him, which stops the charge damage, and then he just, you know, does rot stuff. They had a Bane for setup. It was really cool. So they've got some really good things going for them sometimes. Other times, things get a little weird. They first picked a Leshrac overall, despite not doing it the whole tournament, and then they ended up putting it off lane because they pivoted with the Coddle later to Coddle mid, and then their opponent's last pick Storm, and then they just dumpstered them because by like 16 minutes, Coddle and Chen had a combined like 13 deaths. So this is, or I'm sorry, not Coddle, Marcy and Chen, excuse me. So what I want to focus on is probably their KDAs, because there are some there's some high death numbers over here on Schofield, and we were talking about them a little bit this morning. How his playstyle is very chaotic and their drafting has been a little chaotic, and King Jungle's death numbers are, this is like a more normal support KDA, I would say.
Yeah.
But I know Schofield's a good player, but sometimes watching him, I'm like, what's going on, man? You just died a 3rd time to Storm Spirit when it's clear you don't have a way to get away from him. When you find him in the jungle, that chaos, like, I feel like it puts him in these games where it feels like games are in some ways unlosable for a while, But when you have sloppy deaths like that, and I think Heroic does have sloppy deaths like that sometimes from their supports, it makes those games that could draw out to 30 minutes become like the 16-minute GGs that they have sometimes. So they've had good games, but they've also had stomps that were stomps because they played a little sloppy, and their team does play sloppy sometimes.
Yeah, I do think maybe, you know, I think Scofield's going to be quite happy that the average deaths for support just got a lot higher because Q died 22 times that one game.
That's right.
So his
But
support
one.
doesn't look half as bad.
That's
But
how
one.
I passed college. I was on the bell curve because some guy got really flunked that class. So shout out to the bell curve.
Oh, you guys do scores like that. It's so
That's
Sometimes.
American education
Sometimes.
right there.
yeah.
C's get degrees.
It's,
baby.
it's more like how
True.
you do against
Yeah.
the rest rather than how you actually do.
Okay.
Which
yeah.
is-
Well, what if the teacher makes the class extremely hard and they don't care? Then does everyone? Well, let's say.
Then you should get better teachers. What are you talking
well,
about?
let's say we can't afford that shit. let's say I'm a hard ass and I make this class really hard. I'm like, you know, if you're not passing the test, you're too stupid. Some teachers like think that's the case, right?
Yeah, well, I will not talk
You gotta pass
politics,
at least
guys.
half of them to
Let's,
make
it
money.
easy,
let's
Purge.
focus on
Settle down, young man.
on the game. And
Really important.
I would like to look at the wisdom room from the U.S. Air Force because talking about average deaths, we also should talk about, you know, kill participation. How active are they around the map? Let's not look at how they died, how many times, but let's look at how many people they killed or were involved with killing.
That's all
this
super
is
cool, bro.
the top of DreamLeague, and XM and Analog Fear, they're quite high here.
Yeah, they are here, and we're getting a nice mixture of like supports and mid laners mainly from this one. Usually what's going to be most active here, but yeah, Analog really well played here, most highest, I guess, in this one. And XM, he's also pretty close, so we can expect both mid laners to be making a lot of rotations in this matchup for sure.
Could there be something that they're maybe relying too much on their mids to do this versus, let's say, like your supports winning the lane and then going to get wisdom runes without needing backup? That because I noticed a lot of the teams there were maybe not the best teams in the tournament.
Right, maybe a lot of teams do rely sometimes, especially if you're not one of the best on your mid to do a lot, of course, and that makes up for like support rotations. But it's hard to say, but like kill participation regardless is still good, and I'm surprised I didn't see more supports up there because I feel like in this patch, support should be always doing something, right? When it comes to kill participation, either stacking, of course, or running around the map and making things happen.
Yeah, and of course it's very easy to get a very high kill participation percentage if your team only gets like 5 kills and you're involved in all 5 of them. Then you know you get 100%, so that might skew it if you have lower kills than average. And the teams that have higher kills on average have lower kill participation because the kills happen on all the lanes rather than maybe just one lane that you're winning.
And spread out in a game. That's a really good point, because if Heroic has some games where they get super stomped, it's like, okay, yeah, you've been in all the kills, but the game ended at
yes,
20, 25 minutes.
Yeah, that is the case. It happens that way, but we'll see how active our mid laners are for this upcoming game. And with Extreme versus Heroic, I also feel like it's important for you guys to know exactly who Heroic is and how they got to be. And for that, we have video.
Okay, hear me out here, guys. We combine last year's Beast Coast and Keed Stars, roll them into a Scandinavian esports organization, and sprinkle some Belgian chocolate on top of that. Follow this recipe and you'll get Heroic's first Dota team, consisting of K1, Analog, Devi Llama, Schofield, and KJ. With the unique and perfectly chaotic South American style of Dota, this unstable concoction of a team has already proven to be the dark horse of the Dota landscape today. Considered by many, pros included, to be one of the biggest underdogs in the scene and a team to always be afraid of. After an incredible group stage in Birmingham, expectations on the team skyrocketed. Sadly, these expectations quickly turned to disappointment after failing to deliver the same magic on stage. Still a bit shell-shocked from the beating they received, their performance at PGL Wallachia was nothing to write home about either. However, now they've had some time to regroup and recover. Time to meditate with Mongolian throat singing from Belgium. Time to come up with some unhinged South American strategies, and now it's time to upset some teams at DreamLeague Season 23.
Yeah, it's been a while since Devi Llama actually did some throat singing on stream until yesterday.
Oh,
Stormstormer made him do it, and it was pretty good. It was nice, and they did win. They went tied with 1-1 with Aurora. I want to talk a little bit about Heroic because I feel like they're coming in here as the underdog. We can talk a lot about Extreme, but I kind of feel like we're going to see Extreme quite a bit, Flax. So why not focus on heroic?
I agree with you. Again, the only time that we saw this team is when they had that really bad series on the mainstream. The first series that we saw, and they have really been improving throughout the tournament. They had some draft issues where they were kind of pseudo not confident, pseudo like trying to deny pick. Now they're kind of getting into their own. I did have a question for you smarties, though. What's that with Marcy? Going into this tournament, I was told that Marcy was like this god tier kind of character support by my friend.
Who's your friend?
My friend in Archon.
How much MMR did your friend?
Well, people were picking Marcy.
I mean, they probably just saw Jin Q play.
I was going to say, Extreme pick Marcy all the time, so you might see her in this one.
Right.
So is that like people trying to copy Xin Q and not doing well, or is that she's just not as good?
I mean, Ari played it a little bit at Birmingham, and then Zinq said like, "Oh, that looks fun," so he started playing it, and then he started buying Daedaluses and having like carry items, and that just looks exciting from afar. So I think that's why it looks influential, because you're like, "Oh, that could be me. I'm impacting.
I could be the carry.
I'm a support," but then you buy damage items.
That could be me.
But Marcy's a little bit difficult because you have to find these like little moments where you're like, "Okay, I found the carry without a stun. I can jump on him and solo kill him."
Yeah.
And those moments are amazing if you make them happen, but you need to play Marcy a little bit to get those skills.
But I've been noticing in this tournament, like, that is one of the most feast or famine kind of supporting heroes that we've been seeing. Like, last time Schofield went 13 deaths, 0 kills on a Marcy, like, giga worthless.
Yeah, that was that Storm Spirit game.
Yeah. Horrific.
I mean, Schofield is not that type of player, though, right? Like, there's two different types of support players. There's the ones that like to get a lot of items and have impact, and there's the type that want to actually support their team, right?
Oh.
And Schofield fits more under he wants to support his team, make sure K1's the real carry of the game. Whereas Jin Q, he's that special type of player where he doesn't really care how Ame's doing. He just wants to have his own good game, and he really excels at playing heroes like that. He even said in an interview, he said Ari play it. He saw other people do it, but he thought their build was wrong, going Solar Crest. He's like, no, you just go BKB and bash your Daedalus. Like, this is how you play it. And it worked out for him.
And that's another interesting thing about Schofield, actually, is when I was looking at the stats, prepping the segment, I noticed his average last hits were basically the same as King Jungle's. King Jungle actually farms a little bit more than Fives do typically, and Schofield spends more time looking for kills. Like, that's his whole playstyle. He's roaming the map, trying to find heroes, let them see him, and then he tries to get in their head and be like, am I ganking you? Am I not ganking you? That's his whole playstyle. And then sometimes it leads to him dying.
That actually threw me off so hard with the King Jungle. Then I realized KJ. I mean, King Jungle, huh?
King Jungle.
King
Jungle.
Yeah.
King of the jungle.
Yeah.
That's definitely a name that sends shivers down your spine when you're in a queue and your guy is
who is
named
King
King
Jungle? I've never heard of this guy before.
Oh, no.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's like carry only.
I mean, that's like history right there.
Yeah, and it's good to say King Jungle sometimes, because otherwise you have K1 and KJ, and it can be very confusing.
True. Just like the other team, too many X's.
It's a lot of X's, actually.
Remember when everybody was named Ice? It was like Ice. Yeah, that was
3 Ice.
Stupid. Names are important, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, good thing they all
What
retired,
happened to
right?
the strong, solid names? Why is nobody called, like, David?
I mean, in C,
Cut that one.
No. In C, there's a player called Bob.
Yeah, I love
Yeah.
that.
Bob, that's a good
I
one.
love Bob.
Yeah,
But that's like
no, true.
that's like a funny first name.
Why?
I'm trying to make fun of him. An
What's
American.
wrong? There's a Bob right there.
I'm
You
sorry.
Literally in the top 10
Sorry, Bob. That's just your name. No.
That's a terrible
Look,
name.
in America,
Anyone named Bob is stupid.
Bob is now an aged name. It's no longer popular.
I think
Sorry,
Bob's
Bob.
very cool. All right, let's talk about some draft stuff. What is going on over there? My
He's in the
man's
zone.
it.
He's in the zone.
Hell yeah.
He's prepping his jukes, dude.
That's cool. All right, so Grimstroke banned out first. Is that
Thanks for your contribution, Slacks. But they ended up picking Bane the first pick here because I think they're willing to give away the Marcy. And Bane is a hero that can stop the Marcy, right? Marcy likes to go pretty deep into the fights, end up killing heroes, and you'll just sit there and you'll grip Marcy, single target lockdown. We saw it was who was it? Falcons played against the Marcy recently as well from Extreme. Their answer was to pick an Enigma because you realize Marcy will always be in that backline by himself, pressing Unleash, trying to kill supports. Having that BKB lockdown is very important.
That's actually so insane of a statistic there. 100% on Disruptor.
Yeah.
That's wild.
The reason they banned Grimstroke is because it's one of the supporty type heroes that Jin Q has been playing. He plays basically Grimstroke, or he plays some like Marcy type hero, or some like Ricky, or some 4 that gets stuff done. So it's a common dispel if you want to pick Bane to set up to protect against a Grimstroke on top of the Marcy reasons, then giving him that hard dispel would not be fun. So they ban it.
I see. right, we've been seeing a lot of Enchantress this tournament. A lot of Chen, a lot of Enchantress, you know. Good laner. Good micro. Good brainwasher. Very good.
Good frontliner.
Good frontliner. Good at...
Good
Pushes towers.
backliner, good everything.
Yeah.
Good carry.
Yeah.
Does everything.
Very nice.
Except for stun. No stuns there.
Well, I mean, if you get the ags, you can root them, I guess.
That's true.
Little friends?
Little friends.
Have you guys been little friended yet?
I have.
There was like one game someone got.
I was really
like,
confused.
Yeah, me too. I was like, what? Why can't I move? What's going on?
Like, they don't have any root heroes on their team. Why am I rooted?
Yeah.
I really like the noise it makes. Like,
That's pretty close, yeah.
like little animals. That's beautiful. So, yeah. How do you guys think chances are, just by the way, from skill level of these teams? You think Heroic has a chance here? Because Extreme's been kind of killing it.
Sometimes. I mean, last tournament especially. I think Heroic has it's boom or bust. They can just about beat any team if the other team plays a little bit weak, but I don't really see them reliably beating a team like Falcons, who's super, super consistent. But when Extreme Gaming is like off the rocker just a little bit, after playing support Naga Siren in the last tournament, I kind of broke them, I think. And when that happens, then Heroic has a chance to win for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think Heroic is back because it was at Wallahia. They lost every Series 0-3. They didn't win a single game. They went in, they faced Liquid day one here at DreamLeague, absolutely crushed. And at that point, you're kind of like, all right, this team's done. But then their saviors, PSG Quest, they played them, 2-0'd them. And when you're at rock bottom like that, getting a win can revitalize your team. And since then, they've either been tying, they've tied all their series since then, and that's been pretty good for them. So I think they've gotten past that wall of just losing and feeling like you can't win. I think Beppoon's struggling with that, and now they're going to be a much harder opponent, I think.
Yeah, and one of the teams they tied was, of course, Gaming Gladiators. That's the only game that Gaming has lost so far. And Gaming 2-0'd Extreme Gaming. So Extreme did not take a game off of Gaming. And Heroic did.
Yeah.
So maybe Heroic is just better.
Well, I already like the start of their draft a lot better. No Wisp, no crazy stuff. Oh! Ye old Clinks! Tell me about this, Smarties.
Well, it's a very meta carry. And he played as support. Yeah, I mean, Jinkyu did play it, and he did win with it at this tournament, but it didn't look super impressive. They looked okay, but yeah, I mean, I'm just very surprised that Extreme Gaming, I'm not sure if they're just trying to add additional heroes for Jinkyu. They're like, you know, we're in an okay spot right now. Marcy's in the pool. We know this works. Maybe we don't run it out of desperation here. Maybe they're really just trying to find another hero because this Marcy's getting banned a lot for some, and they're losing a lot when it is banned. So I wonder if this will actually be their position 4, and they're just trying to find something new for Jinkyu to play.
Yeah, one of the only teams I think we're seeing that big flex, and there's a weird little hero though. I mean, that one is again kind of feast or famine when it comes to Mr. Bone Man.
I mean, it can be a little spooky for sure. You have to worry about getting ran at. Primal Beast is really good for that. Primal's good against Enchantress as well. He's one of the classic counters because she doesn't have a stun. So he just kind of runs at her and tramples her. I would say Clinks has got to worry about that too, especially in the early game. A possible mid-primal rotation from Analog is definitely scary.
And at the moment, you would think that the Primal goes mid because obviously it can...
I would assume so, but it could be Devi. I mean, there's a lot of games for Heroic where they kind of put Devi in actually bad situations. They'll like leave his lane, do a tri-lane somewhere else, and you're like, okay, Devi, you're gonna have a really shitty lane, but you're only gonna die maybe once because he's a good player. So not a lot of teams do that. Almost all teams will say like, okay, we want all of our lanes to go at least decent, even if it's disadvantageous matchups.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I think that's a Schofield effect for the most part. Like, he is very, you can't read this guy and when he's in the game, and it's kind of his strength at the same time too. He doesn't like to sit in lane. He likes to walk around, kill couriers, run at the mid lane, take the portal, go do a tri-lane situation, and who suffers from that? The offlaner, almost always, but he can potentially make a lot of map pressure elsewhere.
Very excited to see that clockwork. You know, Schofield, 65% win rate in his pubs on his sweet little clockwork. Signature hero potentially coming out here.
Yeah.
So excited to see. Is that a good hero though? The old clock in this current patch.
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah. Clock is good.
What about Force Staff? That exists still. The easy counter.
Easy counter.
If you have to build a Force Staff, you cannot build a Wind Waker yet. You have to wait.
Sure you can, Steven. You can always build a Wind Waker.
Longer, you know? I mean, first build a Force Staff.
First of all, there's a few things about Clock that's really good.
Okay.
1, laning stage is pretty strong. 2, yeah, Force Staff is great, but there's counterplays to that. Like, you can hook them, walk in front of them, and call them backwards. You don't have to cog them inside. Hardly any good clock players do that. And of course, the rocket flare, especially when you get Ags, it is so annoying in the late game. Like, you're sitting at Roshan, and you're always under vision, right? And that can be super annoying.
And the other place that it's really good, and that a lot of pros really utilize it, is that there's always that moment where you're smoking against the enemy team, and there's that, like, who's going to initiate first thing. Clock almost always guarantees your lockdown begins in a way that you guys want to, because he can hook and cog pushback, and at that point, someone's going to get the stun follow-up. And not all heroes are that clean. If you have to rely on, like, a Centaur blink stun or something, pro players are going to Manta or BKB that, or blink. So it gets a little bit harder.
We do see the Marcy coming out for Extreme Gaming. Very exciting. One of the only teams that can make this hero work, it seems to me.
Yeah, they like it. I think G2IG was the other team of Evoca who played it a lot.
Yeah.
It seems like China prefers this, or not prefers it, but they're the only ones winning with it. Let's put it that way.
Right.
And this is like the master himself playing the Marcy. Potentially, unless they do something strange, but they figured, if you're going to leave the Marcy this far in the pool, might as well take it. Does get out of cogs pretty easily as well, so there's always that.
Interesting stuff. Can she man up very well in this game, though? You got, like, Bane interrupting you, Primal Beast running at you, Clockwork potentially stopping initiation.
If Bane is throwing spells at you instead of your cores, that's kind of a mission accomplished as well, so it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Great point. Yeah.
You can also toss Clockwork out of his own cogs sometimes, so there's, like, some upsides. You could potentially rebound out. I'm not sure if you can dodge the battery cell when doing this, but I assume you can get out if you have an ally nearby.
With the two last picks from the team so far, we have the Primal Beast now set as the position 3, and we have the Clinks now set as the position 1, so as the carry.
It could be mid-Clinks as well, it's possible, but it's much more common for Clinks to be 1 lately.
Yeah. What about the old Chinese carry Marcy? That was a few patches ago.
I don't
I've been making a resurgence.
I don't see anybody do that unless there's an IO, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It's mainly just that plagues pubs right now, but it seems the pro teams have figured it out. But yeah, IO Marcy's very strong in pubs.
It is still in the pool. I was just saying.
Yeah, but I mean, technically you could, but I think they already. I don't know. It seems a little strange. I feel like they already have their supports, but they could do some type of weird pivot in that regard. But more than likely, they want a mid laner that's good versus Zeus. You can't really crush Zeus very hard. I suppose you can in some ways, like TA is pretty good. If you really want to go Viper route, you can kind of stand on his high ground. Same thing with the Huskar, but oftentimes you don't want to commit that heavily just to countering a Zeus, because he can jungle pretty easily and still, even those situations, farm pretty quickly with that lightning.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of last ban Vipers coming out this tournament. I always think that's pretty funny. Everybody's kind of got their idea done, and they're like, all right, what hero just pisses us off? Viper. Nobody wants to play against that.
It just really changes a lot of your lanes. Like, if you have to all of a sudden deal with an offlane Viper, it kills the tempo of your carry at times and, like, completely changes your game's timing. So that's it's hard to play against.
Yeah. I mean, I think we saw yesterday Quinn was playing Lesh, and Nisha just last picked Viper into him and just ruined his laning stage and his game, which can be big. Laning stage has been big in Dota for a very long time now, so especially if your mid hero doesn't get that advantage, it can be a little bit rough. We're not seeing a lot of the Huskar anymore because we've shifted the mid lane pool to like these ranged heroes right now. So then Viper's been one of those heroes that can actually punish ranged heroes.
For sure. All right, last band coming out here from Heroic. Anything sticking out to you guys in particular? Looking nasty? I mean, what are they lacking on Extreme right now? Lots of damage.
Mid, usually, so.
Well, thank you, Fear.
A stun would be nice.
Yeah, a stun would be pretty cool.
That's why they got rid of the Storm Spirit here, so I think they are lacking a little bit of control, but more than anything, they're just going to protect the Zeus's laning stage, so they feel like that could be worse. And TA, she does have a little bit of control, right? The traps all over the map, you upgrade the shard pretty early, that silence can be very annoying.
Could be some, like, sniper clinks thing, like what Gladiators runs that Extreme goes for.
Sniper's still in the pool. Where's our boy Sniper Bristleback, huh?
I mean, Bristle is still in the pool, which, I mean, you could play it on Heroic. It is a strength hero. Hector is good on all strength heroes. It was written.
He's actually been playing, I think, a different hero every single game so far this tournament. So you got to check to see if he's played it yet.
What's a strength hero that hasn't been played? There you go. Pro Warlord, not a strength hero, but...
I mean, it's pretty good against support Marcy.
Hero, though.
For example. He doesn't have to worry about manning up against her because he's got blind. He's probably just going to get doomed almost every fight.
That's
but,
what I was thinking, like, trolling to doom, that seems...
But that means Zeus is not going to get doomed.
Sure. The Zeus is already going to be in the back, I feel like. But I don't think it's necessarily a bad pick. Like, it's fine. He's going to do a lot of damage. They needed a tower hitter.
There's the Viper.
The last pick Viper. That's why you last banned him. Oh, no.
It's XM, I'm sure. Yeah, that's one of his signature heroes.
Oh, boy.
I thought he was Sniper still in the pool?
Yep.
It was, right? I thought he was going to go for that, but this is the more aggressive route. But it's also high risk, high reward, because if it doesn't work, it can go bad really fast. Whereas Sniper, we've seen, no matter what, he kind of scales throughout the game. But this is how you destroy mid. You pick Viper last pick into a hero that just has all magic damage, and you just sit on his high ground, and the game gets really difficult to play. So a lot is going to come down to, I think, the supports making rotations, especially Schofield, see if they can shut down this Viper. If not, I don't know. I feel like this draft, they really picked most of their heroes to counter Jin Q's Marcy, which is going to give Ame a free game and potentially the Viper.
I like that Viper pick too. I think that's really good, but at the same time, I think they have on Heroic a lot of ways to deal with that draft too. Like a lot of ways to kill Clinks in particular. Having Zeus is always nice with a little bit of reveal on there. I'm kind of feeling Heroics on this one. I'm not going to go against the TI winner Fear Darkness on this one.
You just did.
I think he's an idiot. He did.
I mean, at least they can, if they can get on top of Ame, they have good kill potential there, because there aren't really any saves on his team other than movement speed from Marcy or like defensive backups type stuff. So if they can get like Hector with the troll, and they can get Schofield with the clock, and they throw in the Primal Beast there, and Zeus is in the back plinking away, like they could kill some heroes for sure.
They could kill some heroes, that's lovely, but can they win the game? I think that's the biggest question, and of course it is a little bit of an uphill battle for Heroic based on team rankings, but we're gonna find out, can they take down Extreme? We're heading over to OD Pixel and Fog to find out together with the Puck Jam Pandas.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting into game one between Extreme Gaming and Heroic. I'm OD Pixel here with Fogged, and very much looking forward to the action we're going to be getting out of this one. Fogged, initial thoughts on the draft here? Who's come out on top? Who are you scared for?
Ooh, XG, they got the last pick Viper. They've got Doom and Marcy as well, too. It is looking very well-rounded, and they're into a Troll. They picked the Troll into the Doom. We'll see if Hector's going to be able to have that success, but seen a lot of struggles from this hero on most people, and yeah, not being able to heal during battle trance could be some problems if he does get doomed up.
It's going to be so, I feel like it's going to be so tough to fight. I mean, this Troll turns up, even if he doesn't get doomed and he gets caught by a Viper Strike, that's pretty much all of his offensive potential gone. You know, he's not going to be able to build up those Favor stacks. It's not an easy game for K1, so eyes on the Troll to see what he can pull off this match.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm going to be looking at how Divine Llama's game goes, because honestly, his is pretty good. Like, looking at the lane he's playing against, he's versus an Ench Clinks. Yes, the harassment is hard, but they have nothing to stop his charge unless they time the enchant perfectly during that onslaught.
Okay. And might have a chance to do something here. They've got the Nightmare set up. See if they're able to get the first spot over to Wards.
Give it to Hector.
I say give it to Divine. And okay, give it to the carry. K1 will be happy with that when he gets it. They get first blood, but on the other side of things, Extreme Gaming will be able to get 3 of the 4 bounty roots.
Let's see how they play this bottom lane at the start. They're just going to kill off the range creeper, at least attempt to, it looks like, so they can have that advantage here. And yeah, they should get it. So nicely done. Very good preparation. So coming into this one with a absolute game plan with the way that their heroes work.
And you say as well, you know, Devi on the Primal, you'd say this is one of his better heroes that we've seen from him, right? He can have games where he pops off on this.
I think it's his best.
Yeah.
Honestly. Like the game that they had versus Gaming Gladiators is coming to mind for me from yesterday, I believe it was, where he really did pop off. He was just jumping on top of Quinn. He had an excellent game, and yeah, let's see how this lane in particular ends up going.
For sure, because in regards to what we've seen from these two, you know, the other game that we got to witness from these on the mainstream was the, unfortunately for Heroic, the Liquid versus Heroic series. And both of those games, Schofield and Divide, they had a rough lane.
They didn't even get to play Dota, it felt like. And the reason I'm highlighting their lane so much also is because it feels like, it's one of those lanes that ideally has to go well, because the mid lane eventually is going to become very difficult for the Zeus versus this Viper. So they need to have one of these other lanes go well for Hector to be able to make early moves. Wondering how this top lane is going to go. Even though it is a Bane Troll, which is an incredibly strong lane, and they get the first blood on the Troll, I've just seen Jin Q and XXS work magic when they're playing these double melees. Pull behind the tower. Schofield will be able to get it down bottom, so Divine Llama will be able to reset lane, but now the Clinks does the same. Can DY get away?
Decent damage with the trample. I mean, at the same time, top. Great jump forward for Xingqiu. He's actually able to get in onto the two of them. They should be able to bring K1 down. They do.
Right,
So this is what you're saying, right? These two, Xingqiu and XXS, they make it work. They make it happen in scenarios where you might not expect it when you look at the heroes.
Xingqiu has just proven to, him and Ari for me are just the best Marcies. They seem to know how to abuse the laning so much, and yeah, right away they catch him off guard. He took a ton of damage from XXS's Scorched Earth.
Denied. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As you're saying as well, down the line, there's going to be a lot of nice synergy between Xingqiu and Arme.
Oh, I can't wait to see the Burning Barrage with the sidekick. Just the insane amount of lifesteal that you get if you line these heroes up. One of the ones that we don't see anymore because it got switched to the Shard, where at some points it, of course, was a normal ability. I feel like we haven't seen too many of those sidekick combos. Like, we used to see the Pango a lot too, right? The Swashbuckle heal. Aggression up top, but XXS has... He's brought 6 more Tangos to be able to stay laning up here.
I mean, starting towards KJ on this one.
XXS dropping low, though.
He is pretty low himself. Jump will hold back K1, and it gives the space for XXS to keep at a distance. Xingqiu's got to be careful, though, himself. Doesn't mean that Heroic, they'll be able to secure the Lotus here for KJ.
Yeah, reestablishing that lane power between the two of them. But it is pushing into XXS, so they'll be able to get some good experience. But they're both low, so probably can't get aggressive for the next few moments on top on XG.
Hustling down bottom. I mean, so far, Arme is pretty much getting all the CS.
Getting them all.
Not a lot of Zenai's being able to come in from Divide. So Arme getting pretty much free farm down here.
I like that he did the early boot rush, too. Bit interesting to see, but he's playing versus Clockwork and Primal, so his whole plan is just distance himself, make sure that he can get those CS, and so far, so good for Klinkson. We're seeing the problem, the Viper versus Zeus. Schofield.
It's got to be a bit careful. Arme was looking to see if there was a chance to join DY in an effort to fight back against the clock. And Divide.
Just got the slow on him.
Feeling pretty strong now. Happily able to try cutting these creeps and keep the pressure on Arme, make it a little harder for him to get the last hits under the tower.
Arme is very focused on the CS today. 27-1. I think he's only missed like 2 so far under the tower. If that.
Yeah, so this mid lane, at a point now where it's not going to get much easier for Analog.
No. He's level 5. This is the absolute hardest point it is for that Zeus. Up top.
Exposed back onto K1. They'll be able to get a lot of damage onto the troll here. They've got the Blood Grenade as well. Nightmare to hold back XXS, but it will be quickly taken off by Xingqiu. XXS has to be a bit careful, but he's still going to be happy with this one. They forced K1 out of the lane.
KJ's going down.
And indeed, another dispose. And another slam down with the blade of XXS. He's got a brain sap. But the tick damage, actually not enough, doesn't matter.
Oh, he went for her. Oh, he got K1.
I mean, yeah, indeed. They know with DY there, they can leave DY to finish off the job on KJ, and then the rest of the two of them, they can just go back for K1. They even get his courier as well. So this top lane continuing to be pretty painful here for Heroic.
What a heads-up play with the Alpha Wolf. Look at that. Very pretty. Nice rotation. I mean, bottom, they haven't been able to touch Ame whatsoever. He's got his Arcane Boots finished up already, and now they're sandwiching a bit onto mid.
KJ's going to come in time, give a refuel here on the bottle for Analog. But yeah, this top lane and the mid lane starting to struggle a bit for Heroic.
Right. The Clockwork just unable to get anything done. We saw it in the draft too, and Schofield does love to play it, but it does make it that double melee bottom that they haven't been able to even put any pressure on. I mean, 41 last hits.
It's tough.
He's not missing anything.
And we're sort of, where can he go? Because he doesn't want to try and make a move on this mid, right? Because the Viper's just going to turn and start spitting on him.
I feel like he has to, though, but he's level 2. Yeah, he's incredibly low level, so they don't have good damage to burst a Viper, even if they do catch him. It's already 2k lead, just off of the first 5 minutes.
It's going to start getting a lot harder for K1 to get farm out of the lane now.
They're all over him.
I mean, they're straight in on top of him.
He's level 3. The Doom is level 5, Owen.
Definitely very concerning early signs here already for Heroic.
This is devastating. Yeah, Success is going to have... He's going to be 6 pretty much when the Troll comes back. You could just doom him. It's a level 3 Troll.
Is it literally going to be level 6 against level 3? I mean, he needs, about one more wave XXS, but he's getting close to it.
I mean, they're giving him the XP. Look, they're playing away from it. They're bringing 4 heroes.
They've got to do something about this Doom. Get XXS out of the game. I mean, they have the 3 of them looking towards him, but none of them can get in on top of him.
Oh, this is sloppy. This is a mess right now for poor Heroic.
I mean, where do they make the moves? What do they do?
They're
mid lane is lost, top lane is lost.
This is reminiscent of the game that Schofield had that we saw from versus Liquid. He's level 2. Devi, he's going to have to try to salvage
see
something.
if they can get something in mid. Getting over towards XM. He's able to get the Viper Strike off though onto Devi, but the big control with that ult from
There we
Devi
go.
Llama will make sure that Heroic get the 2 of them. They needed that.
The early game is entirely going to be up to how much Devi can get. This
Nice
is
stuff from
nice, too.
KJ as well. Able to grab the Wisdom Rune away from XXS.
Ame will take the other one, it looks like, though, on the right side, so they'll get at least a 1-for-1 exchange. But yeah, Devi, he's got his work cut out for him to make these early moves to bring their team back together.
And XXS might not have been able to get his Wisdom Rune, but he will get the kill, and that will give him the level 6. The top lane, big kill potential now for Extreme Gaming. K1's got to be careful.
Heal is up. Schofield might be
Ame's coming in from the side. And indeed, DY with some body blocks here. Should be able to set this up for Ame to take the kill, and he will. Ame, not only the free farm, but getting some easy kills here presented to him by the supports.
I think Ame's I think I've seen one other player do this, but with the Arcane Boots, it's really interesting because you're able to be so active. You always have mana to join in. You don't really need too much attack speed from what I've seen. He plays around the barrage a lot, so he's getting so much XP bottom, they're just leaving him alone. K1 is starting to catch back up, though, at least in farm, but his levels are still pretty far behind.
Middle tower is under attack.
We'll see how his road to recovery goes in the jungle.
See how much rotations end up going on. But yeah, I'm going to be watching most of these early moves. Devi Llama has to be there. And Devi shows himself bottom. Could be in trouble.
I mean, they're considering going on him. He's going to try and grab the creep, but indeed Jinkyu just jumps in straight away on top of him. Further TP's coming in to back him up, and that'll allow them to keep Devi Llama safe as Extreme Gaming won't manage to dive on for him. Analog turns up and scares them away.
Mid tower, getting some pressure. XM immediately starts going for it. They have a haste on Analog. He looks like he's calling for friends, but can't do much to a Viper yet.
And I like this rush as well from Ame. This should be a very quick deso this game.
I love it. Oh, he tried for it.
He was tempted, I mean, because they had DY coming in as well with wraparound beyond the tier 1 tower. As it was, Schofield able to keep them at distance. And that's the backup now from KJ. More TP's coming in. This is a good chance for Heroic to get some kills. They'll take out Jinkyu. They're closing the gap in over towards DY. Devi Llama's in with the grab. They should be able to get both supports out of this. So Heroic starting to make some good responses here to the moves, and it goes exactly where they'd hope it to. K1 the one to pick up both kills from that play.
Needs anything he can get. Like you said, his farm, it's still pretty solid. It's just the levels that are lacking a little bit here, but that'll catch up quickly with his Maelstrom pretty much already done. Some nice rotations coming out. As we said, Devi, eyes on him to be able to do those. Ame, though, is that his Deso finished?
Still about 600 gold.
Oh, okay, 600 away.
Just use that second Mithril Hammer, but it's going to be quick regardless. Probably about this 11-minute Deso or such.
And there's,
this rate.
In particular, like the Zeus is very fragile. Ame could even kill him fast enough for him before he can react with the jump and stuff like that, if he's able to sneak behind him.
Yeah, the real test in the team fights is going to be, is there any way Heroic can keep alive whichever hero gets caught by the Dooms and the Viper Strikes? Because each of those ults thrown down on a target, and Ame's able to get a few hits in with his Deso, it's going to be very easy for Extreme Gaming to get quick kills in the team fights.
Absolutely.
So Heroic, we'll see how they respond and see if they can continue to get this space for K1. Sat at the top still. Good pace of farm here on the Troll. As we say, though, it's not an easy Troll game.
Doom and Viper, baby.
Schofield trying to pick up some XP here in the mid, get his 6.
Yeah, the support's all a little bit lacking on the XP. Bane does get it now. A little bit of a slowdown for a moment here.
I mean, for Heroic, how proactive do you think they feel that they're going to need to be this game? Like, can they afford to sit back and sort of just rest on the fact that K1, as long as he's getting farm, if he gets himself, 5-6 slotted, the Troll can carry this against the threat?
I mean, they do have a very hard scaling lineup. I've just seen these Jinkyu playing Marcy eventually.
Sure.
This, if it gets to really later stages, you're playing versus Doom, Marcy, crazy scaling, but they have Zeus too, so they do have great scaling. It's just, I feel like XG's just got perhaps just a little bit more. So far, getting that advantage as well too. They can get these towers just quite a bit easier than Heroic. They can naturally just push them forward. Now that the Deso on Clinks, they also have the Enchantress. see Heroic responding toward top with, I mean, they've rotated like 5 heroes up there.
They did. They brought the whole team up, but Extreme's already out of there after they take the tower.
Yeah, they're chilling. Now Clinks to the Ancients. We'll get them started. And they're probably going to get a lot of stacks going now on the side of XG since he's got that early Deso. When he's able to pick up that shard, he'll be able to speed up the farm.
River Schofield. Caught by the Viper Strike. Arme seeing if he can maybe get in to get that final bit of damage in on towards him, but doesn't want to take the risk of going up there with Dabai Lama standing by Schofield's side, so Schofield kept safe.
So close. One more hit. Push commencing. All 3 cores actually setting up for this one. Ame.
Yeah, with this Deso can really start to get the siege going down the mid lane. Schofield's watching from the side, still very low.
He cannot go in. He's thinking about it, though. I mean, Schofield is crazy.
I mean, getting them off this tower. They're going to try. They'll get the deny. Dabai Lama tries to close in, but won't be able to get in on top of them. And Ame still watching from the sidelines. He's ready to fight if Heroic dive in on this, and Heroic they won't. They'll hold back.
I mean, again, though, Heroic, they bring, what, 3-4 heroes to the tower, and they can't really protect it. Well, XG, they're just farming in the meantime.
I'm seeing the 2 supports right. They're both
chilling.
picking up the farm here.
And they both scale. They are both these pretty damn good scaling supports. Well, I would say on Heroic, they have the Bane who can get that type of scaling in a different type of manner, but Clockwork, not in the same type of scaling in comparison to a Marcy and a...
Should have a good shot of getting Xingqiu here.
Jump in 2.
See if he's got any way to get out of this in time. He does not. It's a clean kill from Heroic.
Nice move. Can't turn it into a tower, though, so it's just a support kill while they go back and farm. The issue with their lineup is always going to be hitting these towers early.
Very close to the blink on XXS.
And he's got the stomp already prepared to look for the aggression right after it, too.
So the lack of saves, I mean, the only sort of defensive maneuver being that nightmare in these fights. If XXS finds his target, he should be able to bring them out, regardless of what goes on outside of it.
There's the blink. Wisdom runes coming up. I can continue those stacks going, and yeah, he can buy the shard in a minute if he'd like to, or he can finish up the Dragon Lance. Start the engine slowly.
K1, that Maelstrom.
I mean, he's
still keeping that top spot. You know, the troll's going to be farmed. K1 is going to have the items. We'll see what sort of build he does at the moment. Looks like nothing too crazy, just a Manta, BKB, Miona, and then probably into... I mean, is that ultimate? Is it going to be like a Skadi, or do you think it's going to be the Lincolns?
Oh, that's way down the line. I mean, he's going to need a lot, but yeah, maybe eventually that Lincolns will be necessary. See if we get there. Because it does feel like for them, I do feel like I want to see them make a little bit more moves. Just watching what feels like 4 to 5 cores. Really just getting that free farm on the side of XG, but... XG.
I mean, they're ready to go with a blink from XXS. See what they can find. KJ and K1 up in the high ground. They'll settle for the Bane.
At least it's just the Bane for Heroic, so... Good little tank of the gank there. Very close for K1 to get caught. But they'll farm that triangle, deny that farm away from the troll. Look at the items Xingqiu's got queued up. He is not worried about the troll if he does end up going for that. So wants an Eternal Shroud if possible. I mean, we'll see if he does actually commit for it.
That's a big old item to get here first on the support.
I mean,
indeed, you know, outside of the troll, nobody else is going to be killing him if he has that shroud.
Yep. It would be pretty strange, though, because it's usually just, yeah, BKB, and you go from there afterwards, but...
like a good bauble.
And there's the shard. So now he can really start to pump up that farm on Ame. Yeah.
Heroic. Looks like next item's up on the list of Ilam, about 1,500 towards his blink.
They got to catch...
3-man smoke here.
I feel like they got to catch at least Ame once to slow him down a bit.
And KJ closed the gap on him. They're going to see him at the same time in the mid. A TP out for Davai Lama, and indeed they'll set up and get the kill onto the Klings.
Very nice. Rotation swinging over. Can't get him, and Davai lives. No, he survives the gank. The Doom.
Yeah, was able to TP away.
Very big.
Xingqiu. Got XXS here watching from the mid. They'll go for the jump in. The cogs will block off the rest of them from being able to get up there, but Xingqiu, he's ready to jump up. Jumps up the cliff, sets up for them to take down KJ.
But just KJ going down. So, all right, Heroic. Nice, a really nice movement. So it gives It's got to give that separation a bit to the troll now, that downtime.
K1's farming perfectly.
Yep.
You know, it's just top tier movements here for the carry. He's not getting caught. He's getting the free farm. He's got pretty much what the full Manta style, I believe, now done. He's doing what he can here, K1.
Keeping up that pace. His team, yeah, it's a really good move if they can just slow down Ame a couple of times to make sure that this troll does stay ahead. As we said, there's a lot of cores on XG, but killing that top net worth Pinata Clinks is always excellent. Still positioned up top, playing around XM, Devi.
He might want to go again. A ward down there, have the information.
He's very strong right now on this Primal Beast. Soon level 12 as well, so he's gonna have level 2 Pulverize. Some limited ways really for them to break that Pulverize, so.
Radiant's bottom tower
Not happy
is
with
under attack.
the chances that they saw there. Heroic, they didn't see
Radiant structures
an opportunity
are
to make a
fortified.
move, so they'll hold back. Continue to just try and get the next item done on Devi. Looks like he's changed his mind out. He did have the Blink Dagger queued up earlier, but he's holding on to 2,600 gold. Might just go for the straight BKB.
Fine with that, you know, just be that super tanky force. Sure, it doesn't feel great for his Viper as, oh, Schofield.
That should be an easy one. He's got the hook shot over, but he ain't getting away from Ame and the Skeletons.
There's the Deso. That first charge acquired. It takes him some time to get it, but... Oh, we find a stack as well, too. That's lovely.
Dire are scanning.
Got KJ with the grip back up. Analog is around as well. Still not quite able to find as much action as maybe Heroic would like to outside of the troll. And with the four of them looking for kill potential.
Analog. Ooh, the lightning actually bounces to XXS. That would have been a troublesome position there.
Did have a bit of backup.
Yeah.
KJ was around, Schofield as well.
Might just get doomed with the Veil though, and there's a Whispers of the Dreads. Ton of damage, but yeah, maybe could have gotten some return kills, but a good little bounce there. Both teams content with farming.
Illusion.
K1 just continuing to be completely undisturbed.
Level 15, look at that. From the lowest level to the highest level. It's been, I mean, him just AFK farming, but he has done the recovery perfectly with his team's movements.
And I think, yeah, realistically, he's just going to have no interest in getting involved in the fights until all these items that he has queued up are done.
I think so, yeah.
Mjolnir, Lincolns, then he'll be interested in fighting. But at the moment, the game plan for Heroic, just let K1 get all these items done so that he has got that chance to turn up and just not get immediately countered by some of these ultimates from XG.
XG's looking to make a move themselves now, though. Is it going to be KJ again?
Might have to settle for the Bane.
If he just tanks it again, I mean, that's fine for him. Get Ame the Deso stack. Oh. Maybe not wanting to show himself anyway.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's tanking these ganks, though. That's
really,
5
a lot of these deaths, it is just indeed the support.
Yeah, yep. Sure, you're pretty all right with that if you're RKJ. They've got their Spirit Vessel now finished up on Schofield, too, and he's got a charge.
And they'll actually lose the courier there for XXS, so that will be the Shiva's Guard off the map for 2 minutes.
Oh, was it? Oh, my
the
goodness.
recipe.
Yeah, you're right, the recipe. Ouch. That might slow things down for them a little bit.
It's just giving K1 time. It's going to be able to take the Tormentor. Who gets this one? It's going to be KJ.
Always a nice one to get for that farm.
And now we're seeing on Xingqiu. So it actually looks like
he is committing.
Yeah, both supports.
Both supports. Yep.
Both supports.
I mean, it is like the best item in the game. I should just say best item in the game kind of period, but best item in the game versus these spellcasters versus Zeus in particular, right? Wisdom. Xingqiu will get it. Soon level 12.
Get that Tormentor.
Who gets it? DY. Both of them are, yeah, both of these support ones are very nice. Oh, you see that lifesteal, by the way? We just got to see the Burning Barrage with the sidekick. Xingqiu and Ame both insta-heal to full when he uses it, so we'll have to keep tabs on that one inside of the fight.
And especially with the damage step up that Arme's going to have with his next item, going for the Daedalus next after the Deso.
Could we bring the stat up? Terrible words by me, but it feels like for them they've a lot more on the side of Radiant, so they're just really making sure that Ame gets enabled a little bit more than K1.
Yeah, I think it's like 18 against the 12.
Yeah.
In total, on each side.
And he clears them just, in one barrage, pretty much. So it clears them super fast. Not to say the Troll doesn't, but some timing's being hit for Heroic. BKB finished on Divide. K1 also having BKB and the Vestal and whatnot that we mentioned from earlier. So let's see if they can find a battle.
I mean, it does indeed seem like, they're willing to sort of try and get a fight going with K1 involved with this BKB.
And if they can get on the Clinks, it's always going to be fantastic. That's always just going to be the question, though, if they can get on him. With the BKBs, it should be possible. Let's see who gets the jump.
I mean, XG, it's just the 4 of them down here. They don't have Arme with them.
He's starting to swing over.
Dire's top tower.
I mean, they know what's going on. They've got full vision here. KJ.
Secondary smoke.
I mean, they're going to see that smoke up as well. KJ was under the creep wave. He's going to head over towards DY, but a quick jump back will keep DY at a distance.
And DY broke the smoke on the Bane there for a second, too. Heroic trying to get a big flank run, but Ame scouting. He gets grabbed,
though. Get grabbed immediately, and KJ's going to be in position to follow up with a grip. There's the grip. They'll try and slide him to safety, but Ame's gone. Taking a huge risk there as he tries to scout out the fight, and this is going to set it up for a beautiful start for Heroic. They take out the double. K1 with the BKB is ready to head over for more. They're in on top of the 2 of them as he surrounds XM. The Viper's gone. Heroic. They'll take an easy fight off the back of that one. As Ame getting quite a rude awakening there, walking into the hands of Davai Lama.
Ooh, huge swing, and it's right next to the Roshan, so an easy access into that one. I mean, he just walks right into him.
I mean, there's such a risky move to make. They know that Heroic's playing around this area. They know that they're smoked up, highly likely to have the vision set up, especially because they're against the Clinks. And Ame caught at the start, and after that, it just completely falls apart for Extreme Gaming, and it's a beautiful fight for Heroic.
They just waltz right through them after that. They need Ame to stay alive a lot longer. Yeah, he cannot be the first one to waltz in like that. And now to Roche. And now they're in a very comfortable position on Heroic.
They certainly are. They take a fight like that. They've eliminated the entirety of the lead that XG's had for the most part of this game. K1's now got his Aegis, and he's well on the way to getting that Lincoln Sphere as his next item pickup.
They actually were missing so much in this fight too, right? They walked in with Ame, so he dies instantly. The Shivas is still dead on the Courier, so yeah, Heroic take full advantage of that one.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's
I don't think we're going to see Ame being the one to scout things out or initiate anytime soon in the next fight, so at least you'd hope so.
But a big gold injection, all of Heroic getting massive amount of items just from that one fight.
It's Schofield. He's got the setup here. DY trying to get the heels up, but the Vestal's upon him. He's able to jump down to the low ground, but Davai Lama's ready to chase. Oh! Not able to get that final punch in, though. DY, he'll survive that effort.
It's a bit too tanky. All right, for XG, feels like the name of the game now is just chill back, a little bit of farm, get these items picked up. While for Heroic, feels like they could just fight them now continuously with this Aegis. K1, absolutely massive. Could look to go for that Lincoln's next, and that will protect him. I mean, could protect them pretty much every single time versus either that Doom or versus the Viper Strike. It's a very value game for the Lincolns.
I think in this game, as the Troll, there was going to be a window potentially where, maybe K1 turns up too early, has a tough time, but he's really sort of kept his head down, focused on getting his items online. And at this point, especially when the Lincolns is done, this Troll is in a pretty primed position to carry this game.
And I like this pickup from Divide. Gets a Halberd. I feel like I've been wanting to see more Halberds and people not purchasing them. This is so good when you're playing versus these range carries. Yeah, he can Burning Barrage and whatnot, but yeah, it still is very valuable. Very cool. Manta for XM, XG. Perhaps looking for some type of pickup. They do have their Shivas up on XXS.
Let's see what they can get. The way things have gone, it's probably just going to be a Bane. KJ, indeed, is going to be the one to tank this. Heroic again, all going to plan.
He's owning, honestly. This is peak gameplay from Bane right now. Every single time ensuring that Hector is able to just waltz away.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen a chance from XG to honestly make a move around XXS's Doom, right? We haven't sort of seen that smoke up and then finding the chance to get the Blink Doom in onto one of the cores of Heroic. It's just not happened.
every time it's just, I guess like for Heroic, they're reading the move, right? And they just have a support set up there to tank that gank. Yeah, 6 deaths on the Bane, 3 on the Clockwork. It's only been 2 on the cores. Or sorry, 3 on K1. Those were way early on, though.
Radiant's
Not one in a very long time.
Under attack.
Let's stop, yeah, positioned again, waiting for the opportunity. If DY shows himself, they could look to make the move again.
Zeus ult, scout out the situation. I mean, it's going to give them the great info that DY is pretty much on his own.
Very nice.
So they can absolutely commit for the kill here. He's definitely make them work for it. But sort of stuck in a corner, there's not going to be a chance for him to get out. As Heroic will slowly but surely take out the Enchantress. Get themselves another kill.
That took
them now on the killing spree.
Hey, that took them a long time, to be honest with you. It actually ends up being pretty okay for XG. They can get probably more than 1,000 net worth out of that time that it took them to kill them. Is that the Lincoln's finished for K1? It is. BKB, Manta, Lincoln's, and a damage item on top of all of it. So a defensive build, but also has that aggressive damage. Devi?
He's hard to go on though.
Yeah, he's got BKB halberd. Should be fine.
And yeah, there it is. The Lincoln's in the hands of K1. He's ready to play super aggressive, especially with this Aegis as well. In fact, he's going to start things over towards XM. Jinkyu's in with the jump. They'll turn with the Viper Strike. He's actually going to put the BKB first here, K1. He'll look to try and step over towards Arme.
Awkward.
He's getting very low. I mean, of course, he's got the Aegis, but the BKB used, he's not going to have it for the second life.
They have a chain lightning to break the Lincolns.
See if he's able to get away from this. There's the Lincoln's broken.
They've got the blink.
Try and chase him down. He's speedy enough though, and in fact, he's going to get the chance to run away.
Doom on Devi.
He's going to settle for Devi. Drops the Doom down upon him. They'll kill off KJ. See if they can chase him down.
He's dead.
Ooh.
I mean, this was a big overextension from Heroic. Honestly, Hector putting them in a pretty dangerous
It was a risky move. Honestly, he's lucky that he got out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, the chain lightning was put, but I think something stopped XXS's blink. I didn't see exactly what it was, but something tapped him. Otherwise, potentially the troll goes down too. I mean, you have to be careful diving under these tier 2s and stuff like that. They didn't even hit the tower.
Yeah. What about a neutral deny here? Could it happen?
Maybe, but I don't think so. He looks pretty dead.
Try with a deny. Hesitation, doesn't get it, and XXS, he does get the kill.
And XXS picks up, and probably the better one to be able to dispel, or to break the Lincolns, the Purge creep instead of the Chain Lightning. Also just better creep in general. As XG strike back, and they strike back hard. That was the Aegis advantage play that Heroic tried to play with, and...
Yeah, first BKB as well.
That's a rough one. Rough one for that move. Definitely not what you want to be happening once you get that momentum.
Dire's top tower is under
XG, as
attack.
we've seen, for the most part in, this tournament and even some of the other ones, they are a bit of a, slower team to ramp up, but they love to play for these later stages of the game. They love to scale.
Double damage.
Well, they certainly got the heroes to do it here.
Yep.
Supports in particular. Xingqiu also going to try and grab himself a halberd to help deal with the troll. Cause more issues for K1.
I like it. I know they get just to sit back and do what they were doing before. Farm. They farm just a bit faster, and they now have the space to be able to, not worry about that next fight that comes up, because they will have that next item to be able to deal with these BKBs, perhaps. Even a Lincoln's now for the Clinks. He's got that protection, at least versus the grabs, either the Fiend's Grip or the Pulverize in particular.
Dire are scanning.
And he did hit level 20, right, on the Clinks? Yeah.
21 now.
Yep.
Just getting back to grounding up nicely on the XP. Same level as K1. 2 carries right now. Schofield. Scouting up the situation. Not able to get in, but Heroic setting up to potentially look to finish the tier 2 top with K1 stepping up.
Breaking the Lincolns, though. K1, be careful.
They're not going to let Heroic get away with that easily.
I don't know, that tower looks like suicide again. Going for these towers does seem pretty scary for the side of Heroic still. They need to get a catch.
They really want to fight, though. They feel strong right now. Schofield and Tava, if they can get the initiation, they should get some quick kills. They're going to try for the Enchantress, but DY is able to force all the way back to safety. They're still in on top of him, though. They've got the Pulverize. They'll take him down.
Oh, two-man stun.
Jump forward and able to take out the Link and drop down the Doom, but the BKB was there in time. K1's in trouble.
K1's in
He's got
trouble.
to run. He's going to tick down solo. He's absolutely going to be going down here. He'll try and put the Manta to survive, but the Doom damage should finish him off as K1's gone. Heroic, they lose 3.
Oh, Xingqiu gets right on him. Two-man stun allows XXS to just pick and choose the Doom target. Ame on the chase. Nice headband.
He's got the leap as well, so Analog should be safe, but yeah, indeed, we're seeing sort of the struggles of the Troll as a hero in these matchups, as, yeah, the Lincolns proc perfectly with the Purge creep from the Doom. He gets the Doom down, and XM gets enough damage in to make sure that K1, he's not walking out of this fight alive.
And this is how those fights are, you know, XG for the ideal is look at Ame. He shows up right towards like the end of it, just able to get the cleanup, right clicks from the left side. And yeah, perfect connection again. Getting baited by the Enchantress, it feels like, going for DY there. I mean, had to use quite a bit to kill him.
Is there anything sort of Heroic can do as a team in terms of builds that can make this a bit easier for the Troll to play out the fights in a 5v5 situation? Like, how do you save K1?
Probably just need to catch, look for the Doom, right? I think they have to either catch Ame or the Doom.
If you stop XXS from getting in on top of K1, K1 can have good fights.
Maybe. I mean, it's still difficult versus the Viper as well too, but definitely possibilities. XG definitely fixed up the issue of, you know, not having Ame run in first, though. Lead now up to 7. Any of that downtime we see, yeah, they farm so fast. Maybe for Heroic, they have to just wait for that Roche. They do have 20 seconds, but it's already XG making the move down there, and Doom is going to be back up literally as that Roche spawns.
Would you like to, I mean, XM is considering the defusal into Disperser on Viper.
That'll be pretty cool, just to kite, and then they can just reset position. If they can just get away from the Troll initially, that Troll's screwed. So, okay, that could be pretty cool. Yeah, they're ready to fight. Doom is back up.
Let's see what they got here. Down by Llama. It's going to try and poke in on them.
Q.
Not easy for Heroic to go for the fight like this. They're considering, though. I mean, K1's trying to get back in. He's going to jump in. He's got the BKB.
The Doom again.
It's straight down upon him. He may be able to bring down XXS with him as he'll chase down the Doom.
But he's dead.
I mean, XXS indeed will survive. K1's gone. It's just so hard to be the Troll Warlord in these team fights against the tools that XG have. I mean, I just don't see how this plays out any differently in these team fights. Like how on earth does K1, despite the fact that he's got fantastic farm, he's in a great position, but at the end of the day, he's a Troll Warlord against some pretty hard counters, Fog.
Yeah, it's the thing that we, you know, kind of talked about at the beginning just keeps happening. He just gets doomed and he can't play. He just cannot play at all. They had that one successful fight because Ame ran in and kind of suicided. But besides that, now it's just every single fight XG crushing it. And they kill the Roche with just 2 heroes while also taking a tier 2, and they'll take more Mentor. Yeah, the game is now become quite impossible for poor Hector. There's always ways to break that Lincoln's. Even if you're BKB'd, you know, that's the issue. Issue with the item now these days. That's why Doom is just still so good. Yeah, you got Lincoln's, whatever. I break it through your BKB and Doom you anyway.
I mean, it's as you say, they've really got to do whatever they can to make sure XXS can't press his buttons. But that's not easy to do. This Doom is very stacked, very farmed. And XXS, one of the best on it. So odds are he's always going to get you.
And they got vision down in that fight too, right? They de-warded the ward. They saw everything with the obs ward that they'd placed, so then they can just pick and choose the targets that they go for. Yeah, besides that one real slip up from Ame, it's just been cruising here for now.
It really has, and yeah, Ame's farm hasn't taken a hit from that mess up earlier. Still fantastic. 360 plus CS here, 35 minutes in. Nullifier is going to be round the corner, so just something else they can also throw down onto K1 in the fights and sort of cause him to have no chance of survival.
Poor K1. Oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Patch!
Oh god, can you
New
imagine?
patch, let's
Can't
go.
reconnect, sorry.
Let's go, let's just somebody check is the update out.
Can you imagine? I'll check real quick.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Sure not yet.
Let's see, but yeah, as you can see, a lot of head scratching on the side of Heroic. Very much a what can you do kind of situation now.
Yeah, because it's even...
They're just trying to work out, trying to talk through how they can approach these fights that may, in a way that might give them a chance for K1 to actually survive and get kills.
I'm like looking at Schofield, you know, he's got his like Ags and stuff queued up. Buy another Lincolns, just throw stack Lincolns or something onto him. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It just feels like there's like not really many items that they can do to solve this versus the Doom. I see some, maybe, I saw Lotus queued up for a second there, but I think that was for Divide Llama. But either way, I mean, he's still gonna get doomed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Very comfortable spot now for Extreme. 17k lead.
Picking up their Yules,
and
getting ready for the Wind Wakers.
And very much getting to the point where the supports are becoming the additional cores, the farm that they have.
And the Viper, of course, can ever grow. He's level 22, he's almost got Butterfly. If he can get to 25, we know how broken it is. Smooth sailing. Heroic still looking to set up vision, looking to try to get that type of advantage play where they can not allow this Doom to happen. But XG, they're just waltzing down top now. Believe a Nullifier finished up for Ame. And he's level 25 already. So these towers, they drop quick.
Now what can they do?
Just gotta watch.
XG, they can swing around and look to take the mid, maybe even just go for the mega creeps. We'll see if they feel there's any need to sort of back off. They're so strong right now.
Still got 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Ame walks up.
Divide Llama.
He could die here.
I mean, he certainly can. He's very, very dead by the looks of it. The BKB, will it save him? It won't. The physical's enough from Ame. I'll try again with the hook shot forward. Buyback comes out. They'll give it one final shot here, but K1, as soon as he's into the fight, he has to back off. He has to BKB and run. Divide Llama's in with the pulverize, but they're not getting any kills.
They didn't even Doom yet. They didn't even have to throw it down. K1 can't fight.
He just had to run. As they're onto the tier 4s here, Extreme. And almost certainly onto the Ancient. And indeed, the game, it's absolutely over. GG is called. Extreme Gaming will take this game 1. And I think for Heroic, yeah, sort of back to the drawing board with the draft on this.
Yep.
Definitely, you know, from what we witnessed, it didn't seem like Chol was the hero this one time, especially when you consider he had great farm. He had all the items that he would ever want. To try and go for in this situation, it doesn't matter. It's not enough. How does he ever turn up to a team fight?
Exactly. Also, Analog never died in this game, Owen. He's 3-0 and 10 on the Zeus, and it doesn't matter.
Well.
So they're trying their best to be able to fight versus this, but at some point, it's just, it's the matchups. It's the way that XG plays. They just had to wait for that one moment that, you know, not suiciding in, let their team cast their spells, let them cover for him, and from there, they just dominated the next 3 fights.
They really did. They really did. They kept it clean when they got that advantage once again under their wings and just did not let Heroic have any chance of breaking them down. There was never sort of scenarios where Heroic might have been able to find like pickoffs on their own, maybe get K1 involved in some action that didn't involve the whole of Extreme getting on top of him.
You can't make these type of mistakes versus XG. And I mean, they're you know, top 1, top 2 team in the world right now. If you get an Aegis and you go for like this tier 2 kind of pressure and stuff like that, and you end up giving multiple kills, you lose your Aegis, the momentum just completely stops. And then from there, XG, we saw how they play. They can farm on all 5 heroes, and then they just get the jump onto the Troll. So, Heroic, back to the drawing board a bit, but also just need to play cleaner. You can't give up these type of opportunities to XG when you have a Roche.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I mean, I imagine in this game too, as we said, sure, on this stream, something about this main stream has not been going well really for Heroic. They obviously had a tough series against Liquid the other day, but in the other games they've played, they've looked pretty hot. So I think they can come in with better. I think this was a situation where they sort of maybe drafted themselves into a corner where they got this Troll as the last pick. Didn't work out. We know K1's got a lot of flexibility. He's been playing a lot of carries. We'll see something different from him probably next game, Fogged, and probably coming in with a better try.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, we'll see. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1, Extreme Gaming. They'll take the first victory here.
Thank you very much, Odipix and Fogged. It is Extreme that win game 1, but I will say this game was a lot closer than I think some of us were expecting. I've got a quote from Kezu in the green room. He said, "I have zero confidence in Heroic's draft." Kezu, explain yourself.
Just from watching the game, like seeing the draft play out, like I have a last pick Troll into a Doom, who's also countered by Viper, while the Viper is laning against Zeus. I feel like at some point in this game, there's gonna be a single fight where Troll gets doomed, he can't do anything, there's not gonna be enough damage to kill the Viper, and they're just at some point going to win because this will happen. I will say that Heroic played pretty well. I think KJ had impeccable positioning throughout the game to break these smoke ganks. But even if Heroic are up 10k or 15k gold at the 40-minute mark, which I feel like they shouldn't be, but they played well, at some point they will lose because the game is too damn hard to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this game was really sad to watch because like they weren't playing very bad or anything. Things were looking okay, but you knew no matter what happened in the end, if Troll ever got doomed, you just lose the game. And that's always a really bad spot to be in. And you know, this wasn't even a first pick Doom. And we see most of the top teams right now, they ban Doom.
Yeah.
Because if your answer to Doom is Troll, go home, I guess, because like that's not good enough.
No, I agree.
It's really, really bad, and you need to find a way to be able to deal with this hero. And most teams don't have an answer, so they ban it. So just ban it.
Well, so why did they pick Troll though?
Oh, just stop.
I'm just legitimately asking.
No, it has to be like something about them wanting to play fast or like tempo with the clock lane. But even then, when you play against Doom, I see it similar to like Bad Rider. If I'm K1, I want a hero that will either live through Doom, so like Medusa or whatever, or I'm picking a hero that I have the ability that I can jump him. So when I have the vision, I can be like, well, screw you, Doom, I'm gonna kill you before you do me. But I'm Troll. So I'm gonna be in full vision every time. It's like, woohoo, Doom! Oh, I'm dead, guys.
He was the top of net worth for a very long time.
For what?
Yeah, that's the
what?
problem,
For
right?
what? Sorry.
Sad. But this is a recurring problem. This happened in day one too. Their answer to Doom was Wraith King. That didn't work out at all.
At least it makes sense.
Yeah.
That's like the
Two
difference,
lives.
right?
It does make sense.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like he picked the Troll, and he just looked at every hero but Doom in the draft, and it seemed okay. And we'll deal with the Doom later, you know, like, we'll pretend it doesn't exist.
Oh no.
And on the other side, Extreme Gaming played very clean. They were never really too pressured.
Yeah.
You know, they had a strong game, a strong showing here. Game one, number one, they take the point. We're also going to find out which players Purge would like to highlight for his Acer Predator head-to-head.
Get this, Sheever. We're gonna focus on the Troll getting doomed. That for the head-to-head, those are the most impactful players. I thought Ame's Clinks did very good, and for the majority of the game, K1's Troll did very good too. Their KDAs didn't look so great at the end of the game though, because of the impact of being doomed. The hero damage was there's your difference. K1's damage that would have been much better if he managed. If he would have had the option of pressing his ulti, basically. You know, he's pressing his BKB to reduce the damage. He was running for the hills to try to get away. But yeah, getting doomed as Troll just kind of takes your whole play away because you just can't utilize your ulti. In this case, he pressed his BKB effectively, but he didn't ulti here because he knew that, oh, well, I definitely die then. But in hindsight, maybe he should have just pressed him. Maybe he kills one more hero or something before things break. But yeah, they had nobody else to go in other than Divine Llama, the Clockwork, and himself as the Troll. And in these whole moments, Clink's just sitting there plinking away with arrows, like not as many threats back to him. I feel like the only way these fights go good is if they jump in and kill Doom first, which they didn't have the chain stuns for, unless they could get like a full grip off, or block steal with Lincolns, which isn't going to happen against some of the best teams in the world. It's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate, but then we're focusing a lot on Troll. Is it literally if they would have had any other carry or, you know, a good carry that's not Troll, would they have had a better shot? Like, was that the main problem according to you?
It just kind of made fights a non-starter past the mid game. It was the problem. Troll probably solved a lot of things they wanted. They needed somebody that could hit buildings. They didn't have that prior to the Troll pick. They wanted somebody that was going to be good against Marcy, and it's good against Marcy. It's just when you can't heal, your ultimate becomes useless. So you'd either need to have really high HP to just fight through it. You need a way to disengage once you do get doomed. So something like a Centaur on your team could have hypothetically worked. Obviously, you already had the Primal Beast, and the Primal Beast played great.
Yeah.
So it's like the team fights would have to start in a way where you get doomed, you disengage, and you re-engage, or you get doomed and you can fight because you're still winning already. But it's a little difficult for Heroic to set that up because they're more chaotic. So they don't necessarily get these like formulaic, oh, we're doing it the perfect way type thing. So it just looks rough.
Yeah. So for the next game, we're kind of seeing if they have a more easy to execute lineup for themselves. Well, let's see if they can get that, because we're heading to game number 2 after Raid.
A DHLR cutting-edge 3D printing technology allows us to create anything we could possibly need to ensure uninterrupted operations. Sweet baby. Oh my. Finally. Even if we don't deserve it. If you think you have better ideas on how to use this tech in the world's largest logistics company, then sign up now.
Captain from here to show my Dota knowledge of all teams.
Hey, what's up? Analog here to not help at all with my Dota knowledge from all teams. I'm bad at it.
Okay, first one is easy.
Yeah, this one I know. This one I know. Eternal Envy. Yeah, it's easy.
Evil Genesis and Cloud9. I don't remember that many Cloud9 players. We are new generation. We are not old.
Yeah. Did PPG play in Cloud9?
I have only one shot, so.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry.
Miss. Go to forward game. Forward game is like Queen and the guy that likes the enemy. The post 4. What was the MSS? So I think we can try an MSS.
Okay, go for it. I don't know the same.
Easy, papa. Team Secret OG, Sumeio. Sumeio played Team Secret, right? Or he didn't?
Sumeio played in OG? Yeah, he played.
No, in Team Secret.
Team Secret? No, no Tail.
No, Tail never played Team Secret. That's for S4 played Team Secret.
Yeah, he played.
He played?
No, not sure.
Oh my god, it's so hard. Okay, EG, OG, it's easy, right? Fly. Evil Genius, Cloud9. I don't remember anyone for Cloud9.
No, Cloud9 was. Eternal Envy.
Paradise?
Eternal Envy.
I think it's Paradise. Paradise. Can I try? Even if we miss, we miss?
Yeah, go.
PPP. Oh no, man.
Secret OG is easy, man. Let's go. Let's think about OG.
S4 played in Secret, think. I remember seeing S4 next to Purple. Or no?
But OG played. S4 played in OG. You're sure he played on OG? Because Team Secret, I know. I remember his face.
He played in OG with Fly. No, and then he go to Evil Genesis. Didn't he leave with Fly?
Oh yeah, right? That's it. Easy.
Easy, papa.
You're so easy, man.
Now OG and forward game. Forward game is Quincy Crew. Forward game.
It's Quincy Crew.
It's Quincy Crew when they got an org.
It's a support player because his carry always was Yawar. His offlane was Lelis.
If we don't know, he's bad.
Yeah.
Saxa maybe? No, Saxa no.
Yeah, I'm down, man. Like, Saxa was a ranked player, you know?
PvP.
Oh my.
Easy. Okay, coach from Team Secret is him. I think he was coach for Team Secret after some.
Yeah, this guy. Go for
And
it.
coach for forward game is a bait. There's no coach. He told me there's one actually. I think it's SVG because he became a coach after he left, didn't he? Became coach or he just went like became a caster.
I think that's a good try.
I'm gonna try SVG. This is gonna be easier. Complex and Fnatic. Eternal Envy.
Yeah, Eternal Envy is a good one. I think the easier one is Blacklist and Talon. I think it can be Jabs. It's a good try. I don't think Abed played in Talon. He played in Fnatic. Abed played in Fnatic.
Sorry.
Wait. Fnatic and Blacklist is Abed.
I did the easy one, sorry.
Okay, can I do Abed here?
It's up to you.
Yeah, man. Easy. I know this one. It's Gabby. Gabby's carry, right?
Yeah. Is it teams?
The support,
Not try teams. Think about carry player. Fear. Maybe Fear plays carry for complexity.
Yeah, it was a good try.
Bro, no way they put like Eternal Wave again. I think Fnatic is like Eternal Wave again.
Oh yeah, that's a good try. Nice.
I think here we should try Shield 1 in both of them.
In both of them? What do you mean?
One of them we're gonna get right.
Yeah, that's a good try. Okay, I do in the Talon. You do in the middle. Go.
Ooh, let's go!
Okay.
Easy, papa, man.
This game is so easy. Okay, go next. This game is so easy.
Complexity, I don't give a fuck about this
Yeah,
guy, man.
Shield 1. Go Shield 1.
Shield 1 savage. I think it's Eternal Wave. Whenever you don't know, it's Eternal Wave, you know?
Man, it has to be Eternal Wave again. I'm down. No, we missed it.
Okay, we got a lot. I think we got a lot. We're gonna be above the standards. That was our interview. KJ Analog, we're from Brazil, and we are way better at Dota than at remembering all the teams. But in 10 years, you will remember us from here. See you guys.
I think they did really well with that quiz, actually. I thought that they were quite on point there, Analog and KJ. The question is, will they be on point in game number 2? Because that's why we're here. We're game number 2 here versus Extreme Gaming for them. In the first game, wasn't the best.
Hey, they were even for quite some time.
Yes, but you heard our analysts say there was never any chance because everybody knew how it was going to end. At some point, there was going to be a big fight, and then they would lose, and then it would lose everything.
That's a typical analyst behavior right there. You know, oh, the stats, guys. Look at the stats. It's all a lie, bro.
I think they needed to get Hector like really far ahead, so the stats just didn't matter. Like if he's like an item ahead, then him getting doomed is not as big of a deal because maybe he has like a Sanj Yasha on top of it, and then the doom lasts less. He's got more raw HP to tank it, something like that, and then the doom issue is less there. But Heroic isn't, unless they like blow out the lanes. I don't really feel like they're a team that gets stupidly far ahead right away in a lot of cases.
I don't. Well, they did that earlier in the tournament. Who did they beat? They did that with. I think they did it with Quest. They were crushing them.
Well,
but
Quest.
Yeah, Quest is eliminated. So draw your own conclusions there. You don't need an analyst for that one.
They didn't play versus Doom though.
Did they ban it out?
Did they ban it out? Yes, they did. Okay. And yeah, it was banned that series.
That's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, and that's what we're hoping for this series as well, right? Because it seems like they just have trouble going against Doom. And you know what? We're the last day of the patch. This is not the time to see if they can beat it because
that's true.
You know, just ban it, guys. It's almost done. They don't ban it actually. Heroic ban out 4 heroes, of which Doom is none. But
no!
And they don't have first pick either. So they ban out Bane, Slardar, Bristol, and Clinks. And we got Shadow Demon, Primal, and
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean that's a disruptor, but that means Chen is still in.
And Doom.
Who cares?
And
Look,
Doom.
just pick a carry that isn't so countered by losing lifesteal. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic is actually very famous for playing against Chen. They can play it themselves too, but this is a hero that they typically, maybe they wanted to trade Chen for Disruptor, but that's not going to happen.
Well, then he should have listened to the DY interview yesterday because he said he prefers Disruptor and he doesn't really play too much Chen, or rather, it's not one of his best heroes, whereas Disruptor is.
Lex, do you think this guy looks like James Holden, the captain of the Rocinante?
Absolutely no. Yes, actually, yes. That's an Expanse reference, nerds. Very true. Very true. Okay, great. Thanks,
Anyone
Perch.
else? No one else watch the show? Okay. All right.
No, I was gonna Google a picture.
You should.
Okay.
James
James
Holden is King
I like how
Jungle.
you used his
James?
rank correctly.
Did you say Olden or?
Holden, H-O-L-D-E-N.
Yo, okay,
the
first
main
pick
character
Pango.
of The Expanse.
The memes are back once more.
Looks like.
Oh, I get it.
He looks like King
I
Jungle.
see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another very highly contested hero is Pangolier, but is it worth to contest?
I mean, I'm hoping in the new patch, Pango gets a couple buffs because he's been missing for a little while.
Yeah, I mean,
He got ignored previous game, didn't
Yeah.
he didn't.
Yeah. Oh no, he
win.
was only second phase banned. That's not good.
It's not good enough. He needs to
No.
be first picked with a 60% win rate, or he's not being dealt justice.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Did you know we're live?
Yeah, we are definitely live right now. You might want to change
We
your
are?
conversation.
Well, we
wanna
can
talk about
change
the
our
Expanse?
conversation more towards what's coming our way because we know that Extreme doesn't really want the Chen anymore. Is that something that KJ plays?
Definitely does.
Okay.
They played it at least once so far this tournament. And they play confidently for sure. It's some early pressure hero. It definitely fits with some of what they want to do.
Oh, never
unless they're
mind.
against a Doom, then it's not going to feel so
And
good.
it's banned because Extreme knows it's the hero that they play, so they ban it anyway. We still have to Doom though.
Purge, by the way, I talked to the PogChamp Pandas. They said that they would do theme songs for heroes. So if you can think of a theme song for Pangolier, they'll play it every time. A cover. So
Something
think
in French.
something He's not
French?
French.
Isn't he?
He's Spanish.
He's a Spaniard.
Whoops.
The Three Musketeers weren't French, bro.
Does Zorro have a theme?
I don't think so. Indiana Jones has
Probably.
a theme. We can get
Probably
that's
has a movie
pretty
theme.
close.
You want to
I'm
give the
clueless with music. Can't help.
you want to give him the Indiana Jones theme?
Yeah, just give him Indiana Jones theme, PogChamp.
Well, how does
Pandas.
that go
You guys
again?
know that? Dun 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 dun.
Da, 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 da,
Stop. You're ruining their music, guys.
Shut up! I'm trying to help them.
I think they got it. the first 3 notes. You don't have to play the whole song.
Bro. All right. Anyway, Pangolier picked up. Now, talk about Pangolier counters. Disruptor, massive.
Oh yeah, that's a
counter.
big one, right?
You can
Well, how would you do?
press R when he's rolling up, insta stop it. After he's done.
As
But
he's rolling
you mean
up.
before it's
You mean
finished.
before?
Yeah, before he does it.
Before he
Of course.
does.
When
As he's rolling up.
As he's rolling
Because he
up.
usually does that right in front of Disruptor's ulti cast range.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when he's done rolling, towards the end, you can start glimpsing, and if you time it just right, as soon as he's out of the roll, you will be glimpsed back with nothing else to do. It's a
And
high
these
skill
are
maneuver.
pro teams, so DY's gonna do it.
That's
I
correct.
really have a counter for him because
What if you cast roll up?
yeah, you buy the shard and it disjoints.
Can't do that.
That's just like not in. It's in the tournament rules. You can't buy shard on
You
Pango.
can't buy-
Before 15 minutes, you
Can't do that. Also, the Q can follow
Fail-proof.
Pango. Pango's very good at rolling and escaping. So you,
True.
with the BKB changes, very recent change, you can Q him while he's rolling.
Well, in Heroic's defense, I think Pangolier is actually one of the better heroes versus Disruptor. That's why they picked it. Having that magic immunity is very nice. Getting on top of the Disruptor, also very nice to have. And random fact as well, like Analog last game, they got kind of, I would say they got super owned, but he didn't even die last game as that series. That was kind of impressive as well. He'll most likely be picking up the Pango, but I know Devi Llama does play this Pango as well, so it's a bit of a flex, and Sniper's been one of those heroes we see a lot versus the Pango, because the laning stage is very tough for Pango. And outside of that, yeah, you're rolling around, but if you're not rolling on the Sniper, he's just going to click you down from a million range and kill your Rolling Thunder there. So that makes a lot of sense in Extreme Gaming. If there's a Marcy in the pool, they'll never first pick it, but if you leave it in the second phase, they'll almost always take it.
I will say, I feel like Extreme Gaming is being pretty arrogant. Like, you want
Holden.
yourself a double Doom? Sure. You can take it. You know, they got the Grimstroke already. They could get a double Doom if they could get Doom.
That's
Still.
true. They still could, Sheever. That is true.
The one thing about Heroic playing Pango as well is that typically it gets first phase banned against them because it's one of Analog's best heroes. So, because I mean, there's one game I watched him where he just had like 6 side lane rotations that were all successful before 10 minutes, and then you're like, oh my god, your side lanes are going to be completely fine now. So, a lot of cases he gets Coddle and Pango banned against him in the first phase. So, I'm sure they're pretty happy with what they've got.
Well, and they don't want Doom, apparently. They go for the Timbersaw, so that's Devi Llama's hero for this one. So there's no flex potential left.
Yeah, which is a little weird. Normally when you see this Pango and you are a team that can flex either a Pango or whatever it might be, you try to flex it, but instead, They're gonna give Hector overall last pick, as a lot of Hector teams are. You just do everything for this guy. You get last pick, you get all the farm, we make all the space for you, and we're gonna make our whole lineup about your hero here. However, you could pick Doom here, and then you're in a situation yet again where what is that hero pool for Hector? And it leaves you, I think the thing that I dislike the most is if you're heroic, giving Doom away is because you're putting all your net worth typically on Hector. He's farming a lot, and a lot of net worth is going on him, and Doom just counteracts that completely. It makes one core useless. And it doesn't really work really well for that type of strategy, but we'll see what Extreme wants to do here. They do have options. Maybe they don't want to play it again.
Maybe they don't. Where do you want to see Grimstroke and Pugna go? Like, which one do you want to have as a 4 or 5? I don't really know which one would suit Schofield's style more, because the way we've been talking
He
about
plays
him...
Grim.
Yeah, but he can't be as active as he can be in some of the others.
He tries.
He'll find a way.
He tries.
Okay.
It might sound weird. You're like, hey, you're a guy that can't really defend himself while doing aggressive things. And you know what? He still runs in there.
All right, for better, for worse.
Probably going to be him. It's usually him.
Okay.
I don't really like... It's vulnerable, right? If Marcy gets on top of him, he's almost always going to die.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. It's like he's always the guy in the front, but he's now this squishier hero that can't defend. Oh my god, get that out of there.
Oh, get him out!
Oh, he's cute.
He got in the vents! He's clawing out, he can't breathe in there!
Poor guy.
Anyway.
I'm a little bit more unsure about the Pugna. Laning-wise, the hero's fantastic, so it kind of solidifies the lane, and if Marcy catches and tosses somebody back, decrepifying them, basically guarantees that the gank is shut down, but I feel like the Netherward's going to die really easy against Sniper and now against Weaver.
Yeah, and Marcy.
Doesn't do that much against Disruptor. I mean, not against Marcy. I mean, you can decrypt the ward, I guess, but I'm a little unsure about the Pugna.
Are you sure about the Weaver? That's the question.
Yes.
Yes, you're very happy with that, Fear.
I mean, what lockdown do they have?
Yeah, I mean, Weaver, typically speaking, is if you don't have a lot of stuns, Weaver's good. And in this game, you don't have a lot of stuns. Lane versus the Timbersaw. Grimstroke in some ways can be annoying because you have the bug, but you can kill pretty easily on Weaver because you are a bug yourself. And then, of course, the Pangolier. Very hard to hit Rolling Thunder on a hero that can just, in any moment, either use Time Lapse or use the W. So, yeah.
Thank you for that cowbell. Very needed at the moment. Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, what lockdown they have? It seems like they have no way to get this Weaver right now. They need to solve that issue. Now they banned Doom last pick, so thank goodness. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And Extreme ban out the Faceless Void because that would be a carry that could still take care of that Weaver. Are there any other carries that could do that? Sorry for tripping over my words there, gee.
For Weaver?
Yeah, which carries does Weaver not want to play against?
I mean, the big ones are Bloodseeker and Faceless Void. Those are like the big
both
stuns.
are out.
Yeah, both are gone, so you typically don't have that. Yeah, you're not, as Weaver, it's usually not the carry-to-carry matchup you really care about. It's mainly the supports and sometimes the mid laner if you're playing versus a puck like that.
Yeah.
And that's why they picked it there, because it was like a perfect opportunity for it. There is going to be no singular carry that's going to make it unplayable, especially from what Hector plays.
10 seconds remaining.
Void was probably the only one, so.
Yeah, that's the biggest one on Dota buff by far. The next closest is Bristleback at 2.2.
Also banned.
Yeah.
Dire team pick.
Well, Instant Brew coming out.
Brewmaster.
Hey, I like Extreme Gaming's draft a lot. They have a lot of control, a lot of damage, a lot of ways to, get in, get out of fights, start fights, high ground. This is pretty good.
Yeah, and if Brew just splits, he doesn't have to worry about the Timbersaw counter. I mean, there's a silence that you'll have to deal with.
Oh no.
But
Grimstroke's wife.
His wife is trying to get away from him as much as possible.
Yeah, been there. And our last pick out from Heroic.
Their carry? Is it going to be a new carry is the question. He's played 9 different carries.
Probably going to play like Sven or something, I imagine.
He has played Sven already, though, so that's off the table.
Oh, it's off the table.
God,
He can't play that.
Play different carries every time.
Has he played Gyro yet?
He has played Gyro.
Unlucky. Luna?
That one I'm not sure, but safe bet, yes. Just gander through here.
No, but a burst
I'm not
damage
seeing
would
a
be good.
Luna. So it's probably Luna then.
Yeah, but
Hector's played Razor, Terrorblade, Alchemist, Bristleback, Faceless Void,
You're
Raise
right.
Bing.
It's got to be a
surely
Luna.
but is Luna good in this?
Doesn't matter, Shiver. It's
So
all
how
that's
about a
got left.
Juggernaut? Did he
That's
play-
also new. Okay, you're right. You're right. Another new hero. Hasn't played Jug yet.
Is that good for you?
I mean, I think Jug in general is just not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just generically speaking, this hero is in a very bad spot, and he's on my wish list for the new patch for sure. Again, I love this hero, but I can't play it because it's so terrible right now.
Does it feel like Hector is like consistently picking his hero, so he's like so that their early game heroes aren't good against us, and that like no matter what, I'm gonna get to the mid game with some farm, even if the matchups late are bad, because it feels like he's like, I just don't want to die to Disruptor no matter what, and Jug is one of the safest carries for that. So
I mean, they banned the Lifestealer too, so this is like, to me, this is like, you know, Lifestealer game, and then a Jug game. And they're like similar type of heroes where they have the magic immunity. It's very difficult. I really don't like the fact that Hector's not willing to play his hero earlier, because it feels like he's never finding that perfect pick on last pick, but we'll see how it goes.
And that's part of the reason that he's played so many different heroes, because half the time the ones that he might want are banned. So he's just like, all right, we'll just dig deep into the grab basket and like, oh, I guess I'm playing this hero this game, you know? And last game it was not so good.
No, I mean, the situation where they're at, it's not been good in general, you know? They've only taken... Actually, you know what? They've taken 4 wins. It's not terrible.
Yeah, no, the situation's fine, but in this series specifically, like, it can work. The problem with Jug is you're very squishy, not good versus Weaver whatsoever. So you already have a bad matchup. You're not helping with the Weaver problem, so good luck, I guess.
Good luck,
Another Disruptor hard counter. You can press the R button on Juggernaut before he spins.
When he's channeling his ulti. Just hit him with that ulti back silence.
Got him. Got him.
Hard counter.
Definitely. Disruptor apparently on the winning squad again, but maybe this time Heroic has got a better answer to it. I mean, they're both Pango and Juggernaut might be able to deal with that, but let's see how game 2 is going to play itself out. We're heading over to Odie Pixel and Fog.
Between Extreme Gaming and Heroic. Fog, we're coming in with some fresh drafts here, some fresh picks. I mean, in terms of the carries, as we're seeing, K1, he kind of wants to play a bit of everything, this time coming in on his Juggernaut. But I got to say, the thing that stands out for me, first I was kind of looking at Heroic's lineup and feeling they don't have a lot of stuns, but to be fair, neither does Extreme Gaming. Not a lot of kind of instant catch from either team. What does this sort of say to you, and who do you think is going to have the easier time?
XG's draft looks very nice. Very, very nice. Very well-rounded, very difficult for this Weaver to get caught. Brewmaster, very big team fight winner. Yeah, this looks difficult. I don't know, K1 just looks like he wants to play like the hardest carry heroes possible in all these games or something. I don't know.
Jug as a hero and as a carry right now, I mean, what's your impressions been from sort of the Jug games that we do occasionally see? You know, what's up with this guy right now?
He just feels very weak. I don't know. He needs so much time, but it doesn't feel like time favors you because Omni Slash is very underwhelming. I've seen the level 25 talent, the Healing Ward thing did come into play one game. I think it was Ame actually playing it, but he was super farmed this game, and it takes forever to get there. So we'll have to see. I have my doubts, but we'll have to see if Heroic can actually make some crazy stuff happen. I'm worried about the bottom lane in particular. The last game, they had a pretty okay lane, but they put 0 pressure onto Ame. He had absolute free farm, and I mean, this does feel like it could be a similar or way worse one where they could just feed kills down here. This is a very strong lane that XG does have set up versus Pango.
Overall, though, I mean, you don't feel like Schofield should he be able to do a bit more this game on the Grimstroke, or is it still not easy on this hero with the heroes he's against?
I would say he can do more because I mean, I really did not like the Clockwork pick in the last game. It felt like it didn't really have a purpose.
Top lane, gonna try and stand their grounds for the kill here, and Extreme Gaming, they'll get first blood.
God, spin at level 1 is so bad now.
It's gonna be that 1-for-1 trade there. Both KJ and XXS going down, but Extreme Gaming, they were the ones to get the kill first. Get that bonus.
See what route Hector goes down. It looks like it's just going to be the Phase Maelstrom build. So other issue thing about this hero is I've seen so many times people playing Jug, playing Lifestealer and stuff versus Disruptor, right? You see him spinning, TPing, etc. like that. The times have changed. There's always going to be extra forms of catch, extra forms of being able to prevent this hero from getting his, you know, save/protection off. So
bottom lane, level 2 is going to be hit. I feel like, yeah, Heroic, they've got to be careful.
They got 2 now as well, though, at least.
Top lane.
Spin is used.
Q's hit the 2, but of course with XXS dying earlier being out of the lane, he's not quite got it. Now he has.
Yeah, his farm is definitely getting slowed down because of that. They'll get the jump back.
They're going to try for the setup. So Can punish K1 during this.
Got the
They're able to
ward.
jump forward, take out the healing ward.
Oh, that's devastating,
Should
actually.
be fine, but it's still a lot of damage that K1's having to suffer through that.
He actually has trouble now stepping up to the wave. This hero is very fragile in comparison to a lot of other carries, too. Losing healing ward is something that almost can't happen. I see some people even get 2 points in it early nowadays. Or even level 1 if they get the healing ward just to be able to sustain.
I guess that's the thing in this lane, yeah. With the jump forward from Xingqiu, he's going to be able to take out that healing ward pretty much any time.
Every time, yeah.
It's dropped down in any sort of altercation.
K1 getting good farm, though, at least in these first few waves because of the kill, so XXS is slowed down. Taking a look at other lanes, I mean, mid, I don't think we need to look at too much. I think this is, sometimes we do get this, when it's just a bit of a more boring lane.
That should be free farm for both XM.
XM maybe just getting those extra bit of denies.
Should be able
to.
to.
Secure them with the shrapnel. So he might pull out a little bit ahead, actually. Yeah, I feel like this is just another game where Ame is just going to get absolute free farm, and as we mentioned, there's no stuns for him. There's literally the Pango roll, which is pretty easy to play around with Shikuchi.
I mean, and on this top lane, you know, Heroic, once they've got kind of a few points in the Blade Fury, can they look for kills against these two, or is it unlikely?
Very unlikely.
Bottom lane, trying to finish off Ame. I mean, they'll get him with the swashbuckle.
Very nice.
See if DY can do anything in return.
Is he gonna
he's
get
got
them both?
one. I mean, he may just.
He's got a blood grenade.
10-1 charges on Divide.
Okay. I was going to say, oh
The
my
Divide
god.
knows. In fact, he's turning around, starting to play a bit more aggressive.
All right, support's getting blessed. I think XG always loves that. Getting aggro.
And that's the Blade Fury used.
Very difficult
throwback
to use aggro Blade Furies up here.
Might cost him his life. He's got the healing wall, but now it's taken out. He'll live, but again, taking quite the beating here from the two of them. Each time K1 tries to play and go for that aggressive maneuver with the Blade Fury.
Just feels like it never has the kill threat it used to have. Just like the old Jug Spin always would threaten early on because it was such crazy damage, but it's gotten so much weaker, and they both have ways to play around it. Brew being incredibly tanky, but then Marcy just being able to jump away.
Blade Fury again, but
so tanky.
It's just not enough to get the kills early.
But I mean, they're slowing down the farm of the Brew at least, and Jug is getting good farm, so there is that. And Ame has died the once, which I did not expect to happen on him.
XXS momentarily zoned out, but the two braces now, he should be in a good spot to start to catch back up with the farm that he's be able to find in the lane. Bottom, they're going to look for the setup here on towards Schofield. Jump forward from Xingqiu, look at the bugs in upon him, and Schofield, he'll be gone. Ame, he'll get the last touch on it.
A snag in your timeline.
Early time, they did the same exact thing last game, right? They broke the lanes quite early. They sent the Enchantress top instead. This one, it's Xingqiu looking to make the move around. Maybe look to pressure mid, set up for taking these runes as well too. Probably expecting that XXS is just fine up top, right? It is a Brewmaster versus a Jug, which can't really kill threat, and it's a Pugna, so no real stuns that comes out from Pugna to threaten him. So let's see what Xingqiu looks to do with these next few moments, since he has boots. He can just roam around the map.
Indeed, seeing in the mid lane, that's a slight edge that XM's now able to get.
Yep. And let's see what I want to see KJ also do a similar thing as Xingqiu's doing. I want to see him moving around. If they're just going to leave a 1v1 of a Brewmaster versus Jug, I want to see the Pugna look to follow suit, follow the Marcy's movements.
6-minute power in.
A gift from the Tempest of Battle.
Oh, and Analog gets a good one.
Probably wasn't going to die anyway in this mid, but now definitely not going to die to any sort of rotation if XG even bothered to bring it over towards him.
It's a pretty big differential in gold around mid, actually. It's 800 gold difference between him and the Sniper now at this point. These extra bit of last hits that XM's and Denies has been able to get really are adding up. Healing Ward gone again. He killed all of them, right? That's 3 or 4 that
I think so. Each time it's out. Xingqiu straight on it.
Yeah. And that adds up. It's not 0 gold. It's 75 still, right? So. Rotation's happening. So Pugna, who's moving where? They're gonna send the Grim top with the Pugna. They do have that combo, you know, the Deep Crep plus the Phantom to be able to just keep people chain silenced and look to try to be able to set up some kills perhaps. See if they can maybe try to threaten the Brewmaster. Still feels hard, but let's see.
See if I can get him.
Should be a pretty dead brew here. I don't think there's many ways for XXX to get out of this. He hasn't quite hit the 6, and even if he had, wouldn't have had a chance to pop it. They may lose some heroes in return, though, with the rotation of Q and XM, as KJ will get left behind, so one to be found. They won't quite close the gap in on towards K1, so K1's okay. Bottom lane, DY and Arme will try and punish the fact that heroes are top, but TPs are still at the ready, and they'll come in straight away to make sure that they can't get to Vailama. Ooh, Analog off the mark with the Chakram. DY's in with the Jukes. He's definitely going to make them work for this a little bit harder than they may have hoped for initially. Should still be dead.
Look at him juking.
I mean, he's dodging these Chakram left, right, and center. Nearly does manage to bring down the courier. They'll finally get him, but he makes them work for it.
Many rotations happening. They keep slowing down the brew, though, so it looks like they're going to actually just give XXS the mid lane so he can finish up that 6 here quickly. Gives Q top. Now he's got split. Yeah, killing this brew now twice. Not bad. Good rotations from the supports. How are those wisdom runes exchanged, by the way? So it was a 1-for-1. Goodbye.
Still got the Rolling Thunder if he feels threatened. Right. But by his side as well.
No glimpse up for 10. He's okay.
Yeah, 6 is up for both of them here. Top now, XXS and K1.
Now he shouldn't die on the brew. K1 has actually changed the build. He's queuing up the Battle Fury.
Oh, I mean, you're against the Brewlings.
Yeah.
Can be nice.
Attack speed just feels really good, though. I don't know. I've lately been...
I mean, it's...
But it's jug, it's jug.
It's the hero. It's like, you get Battle Fury, you get Maelstrom, you're still going to have games where it just feels rough playing this hero as the carry. So.
Absolutely.
Let's go for what you fancy in the moment.
Sure.
Battle Fury, it's a classic.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Good old XM Sniper. The one who was dominating on it for a lot during this patch. Top of net worth, level 8 Dragonlance already finished up. Mid tower now under some threat if they do move away from it again. Analog is invis though. Might be able to set up onto XM here.
We'll see how quickly TP's coming if he does reveal himself and try and go for the aggressive player, because I'm sure XG will be ready to back XM up. He's stepping up a little bit.
Q is right next to him.
Analog's going to try and start things. See if they've got enough between the two of them. Good body blocks here from Analog, keeping XM held in the Chakram. They'll get the stun with the Inkswell, but XM still able to walk away. They weren't able to fully commit in and take down the sniper as XM survives.
Quite a tanky sniper, to be honest with you, with the Treads Dragonlance already. 1300 HP when he's on that Strength Treads. 3 heroes rotated to try to defend it. They will at least get bottom tower at the same time. Devi able to push forward for it. His farm is quite good. Just a bit better than that Brewmaster, so he's going to have good timing on the Diffusal Blade, which... It's a pretty good Diffusal game. Some limited mana pools on a lot of these heroes, at least in the early game. 4-4. Ooh, XM, he's got the Mask of Madness queued up. This tower, just setting up.
Hard to hold this here for Heroic.
Might be suicide to set up for it too. The Brew's already wrapping.
They're going to just go straight onto Schofield. Quick combo. Should be the tower as well. They've got the fortification and they do have a couple around, but coming over to this mid-tier one doesn't seem to be an option right now for Heroic, so they'll have to let it go. XG take the tower.
Middle tower has fallen.
K1.
Just
very safe spot up at the top. Yeah, not a bad timing on this Battle Fury.
Not by any means. Getting that kill, of course, on top definitely really helped him. And they got that, honestly, the tower bottom that I did not expect for them to get either this early on. That'll help him a decent chunk. DY.
And Davalama. Let's see if he can set something up here. He's got the backup of Schofield coming in. DY, again, doing his best with the Jukes. Will be able to dodge one connection at the Rolling Thunder, but will not be able to get away from the Inkswell or the follow-up there from Devise. They'll get the kill.
Can they get away?
XM and XXS, though, they're ready to punish the two of them. They've killed off Schofield. They're going straight for Devilama as well. Analog's coming in to attempt to help out. The Decrepify from KJ. We'll give Devilama a bit of a chance to get out of this. Another shield crash and the heals coming in. Devilama, he's able to walk away. Now they just turn straight over towards XM, but a TP is going to go a long way here this game because the lockdown, the stuns, are just not there for Heroic in this draft.
It's really just the Rolling Thunder early on, especially if Grimm's dead. Inksoul's used. He's dead. He's gone now too. Very heads up playing. Very nice micro from XXS getting that lift up. He's got an amp damage.
He's going for it here with the amp damage.
I mean, Analog might be dead.
He's probably going to have it. A couple more punches. Not quite. But that's the power of the Master with an amplified damage rune early on with that ultimate. He nearly takes down the mid-timber.
Holy moly. Thank God that he had his Pugna near him, too. That was very close.
Want some pointers?
Bruce Split on cooldown. Do they want to try to make... the lane's not really in a great position to be able to look to make any moves, so it looks like it should be some downtime for farm.
A golden thread.
And Radiant's getting closer and closer for XXS, which will bring their whole team lineup together a whole lot stronger. Analog needs this blink. I feel like this is going to be another big timing for him just to be able to try to blow up that sniper in the back lines. He has to be able to just pass through this Marcy, pass through this Primal, pass through this Brewmaster to be able to get to him. Not the easiest of tasks. And in the meanwhile, too, Ame, you know, they do have that double range core that is farming up very fast. And Ame, very difficult to kill this game versus the limited stuns.
Yeah, you can feel very free to farm in the lanes here, even with the knowledge that Heroic are nearby.
And they probably always just feel content because they have that greater scaling, and they are playing, you know, versus Jug. They have a great scaling lineup on the side of XG. Smoke coming out, Heroic. Bruce Split, 10 seconds.
Can they get XM?
Looks like a pretty good opportunity, too.
This should be a pretty dead sniper. XM, they get on top of him, they get the kill.
Good move. I want to see them keep doing that set of plays. Go for the tower, perhaps, too. Just keep looking for these plays, because you know it's a little more greedy from the side of XG having a sniper and a Weaver together.
Well, DY is going to be able to make sure that XG get both the wisdoms, though.
Get this push going, KJ with the max blast. GQ is looking to defend. There is a ward behind the tower. Devi considering the jump.
And he's ready to start going for it. Right over towards Jingqiu. Further TPs are coming in, but Jingqiu is caught by the silence. The Static Storm will drop down by DY, but it's not going to catch anyone. Splits there from XXS. He'll look for KJ first. They're going to block off his escape. Assassinate hit comes in. They'll take out the Pugna. They'll take out Schofield, with Ame chasing down the Grim at the side of the fight.
Finish off the tower. They lose the supports, but you'll take that if you're on the side of Heroic. All in the meanwhile, Hector is able to just get free farm. He doesn't show up for the push at all, so that feels pretty okay for them.
It really does sort of the same question is there as in game one.
It is.
It's like if
It is.
K1, game one, sure he gets all the farm in the world on the Troll, but can he carry the game as a Troll Warlord? This game he can get all the farm in the world on a Juggernaut, but can he carry this game as a Juggernaut?
Exactly. Versus two cores that are pretty damn good versus him of being able to
And mid-Divine Llama, he'll die for that. Ame the one to get the kill as well, so more gold going into the hands of Ame's carry Weaver. 3-1 and 2. First Deso stack up for him off the back of that.
They're charging forward too. KJ.
See if DY can get the grab. The glimpse back on Schofield.
Nice, Jinq's got him.
I mean, K1's trying to maybe charge in and look for an opportunity to get him with an Omni Slash, but it's not easy. He's going to try for the TP out. They've got a lot of physical damage, and it's enough.
He's dead.
He's dead. I think they're sort of dying to a final headshot on the way out there from XM, as XM's the one to pick up the 2 kills.
Oh no, Hector.
I think sort of similar signs, similar story as maybe as we saw play out in game one. It might happen again here in game 2.
No, absolutely. They just charged right at them, and yeah, it's the last hit. It is all amped up, of course, from the Deso, so it is a lot of damage that Sniper's able to dish out.
12-7, 3K lead now. XM and Ame in a fantastic spot.
That's type of mistakes, that's type of stuff that you can't have happen on Heroic when you're playing versus this type of draft, versus this team. Shard now picked up for Ame, very similar, not exactly the same as Eclipse, but similar concept of being able to boost up that farm that he's already at the top of.
How does K1 ever get an Omni Slash off? I mean, all three of these cores, right? Ame and XM, they're playing at a distance as these 2 ranged carries. And then XXS, he's just popping Primal Split if you jump him. It's so hard for the Jug to get the job done.
And even if you do get the Omni Slash on Weaver, he just clicks Invis, clicks Time Lapse. He has a million different ways to play around it. Just trying to get a wrap around here to find something. Can they get at least Jingqiu? Getting Ame, as we said, it like almost requires a misplay from Ame.
And they seem to know exactly this. They have that ward that was placed. I'm not sure if they saw them with it because they were smoked, but both able to sneak away.
Very difficult for Heroic to make the moves now that those last few plays haven't gone their way.
And it feels like, you know, they're in the point where they have to make moves, right? They don't want to play versus this type of scaling thing. It almost feels like they have to with this blink onto Vailama get some very big
DY might be able to cut off his escape, and yeah, quick stuff there for DY. Immediate static storm into the kinetic field to trap the Pango.
XM dominating.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Super farmed. He's actually going to have BKB. So the concerns of the sniper is them getting on top of him with an early blink timber and a Pango. He's just going to be able to pop BKB and stand his ground in the next upcoming fight. So more and more problems kicking in for Heroic.
I mean, and they're looking at Ame around the mid, but Ame kind of knows himself. He's like, what are you going to do about it? I could just start 1v3. And Heroic, they've got no answers really against this. Analog's going to get glimpsed back, stuck in the river, caught in the kinetic field. A few more right clicks from Ame will bring him down. XXS to get the last touch on him. It's looking rough. This game too, already starting to feel a whole much more painful than that of game one, honestly, for Heroic. This is not easy.
This is going to just be the Ame show, it feels like, from now on forward. Now that he's got his farm, he's playing versus no catch whatsoever. He just charged right through them.
It's tough.
It's tough. It's real hard.
And honestly, it does feel like a lot of the sort of struggles from Heroic are coming out from the draft portion. It's the same as we saw from them on the mainstream back when they played against Liquid, right? A few games where at the end of the hero picks, it didn't feel like an easy one.
No. Draft picks plus just like 1 or 2 mistakes when you're playing versus a team like XG, that's going to compound massively.
Full Hurricane Pike now on Ame.
Huge. I mean, they've got all their core items.
Yeah,
the big ones at least.
Nearly got his bots on top of the Radiance, 19 minutes.
A BKB on the Sniper. Marcy approaching BKB as well. And Disruptors has Shard, which is like all he needs until way later stages of the Ags. Control of the map, definitely going to be very difficult for Heroic. They're going to try to smoke to look for a fight. It needs to be successful. It's a BKB Sniper, though.
See if XM's quick enough. He's going to get caught by the initial Rolling Thunder, and in fact, they've got the chain stun. Very smoothly executed.
That ward that was placed from way earlier, the one that killed him earlier, still going to be able to get that catch off.
And they're going to hit the scan. They know that XG's in the pit.
Can they make it in time?
They're popping the smoke to try and get her as quickly as they can.
Doesn't look like they'll make it in time.
I mean, DY is also ready in position to send those back that he wants to. He's going to get caught by the silence, but the Roshan's already taken the Aegis as well. XG, they can look to try and take this fight 4 versus 5. They're going to jump over towards Schofield. The static storm's down.
K1.
It's going to give chance to Xingqiu to back away. Ame's ready to try and wrap around from the side. Schofield get caught by the split, but the healing ward is out.
Oh my god.
Heal the back up, but Ame
two-shotted.
Just tears through KJ. He's able to turn over towards Analog, take down another. Davai Lama also to fall. It's 4 dead. Only K1, who's maybe not even going to get the chance to get out. He's still got the Blade Fury, so can hold on to that if he gets caught by the glimpse. There it is.
Ame wants him, though.
I mean, they might still catch him.
Xingqiu's got the jump off him.
And he's got another set of the bugs in a second, Ame.
Not gonna chase.
He won't dive. I mean, they don't need to. 4 kills is enough. They get the Roshan, they get the Aegis, they take down 4 heroes. Ame and XM continue to steamroll ahead.
Did you see the Pugna? He died instantly. The sidekick bonus damage with the Deso, it is crazy how he already hits. Look at poor KJ.
On the right.
That feels bad. Even Analog is
even
squishy.
this Timber at this stage, it's easy work for Ame.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Brutal. Brutal stuff. They'll settle to try to get their Tormentor, but I mean, try to get the Tormentor's the right answer.
They might mess
here.
This. Yeah, Extreme's around.
XG might just fight them on top of it.
Yeah, Heroic. They can't take the Tormentor right now.
Hector has to TP. And now they'll lose their Tormentor as well. Schofield?
He's going to try for the nuke, but he won't get it. Goes the way of XXS, goes the way of Extreme. They'll take the tier 2 as well.
Rough stuff, rough stuff.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
High ground time. Why not? They've got great siegers, they've got the Deso.
Dire's structures are fortified.
We'll get glyphed. They have another wave coming in. Do they want to continue poking or go farm? They'll go farm. Got some wisdom runes and stuff to grab. K1.
Radiant's top tower.
He's not got a TP.
Oh my god, he's just solo killed.
It's painful. As I say, much more painful than that of game one, and game one was pretty rough. Not really a situation where
Radiant's top
Jug,
tower is under attack.
as a hero, it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to carry this.
Honestly, it feels like Ame could charge into almost 5 heroes at this point and probably get out while killing a couple of them. Yeah, K1. As you said, he got the Battle Fury, but showing up those mistakes are massive. You make them when you are getting that type of farm. Showing up to the bottom fight, dying the way that he died, and then afterwards. This already was a very difficult game for them, but they made it even more difficult with those type of mistakes. And now you can, I mean, look at the way they're probably like, where do we go from here? The two supports sticking together, trying to find something. Devi as well too, but the game is truly broken at this point.
A 17k lead here, just 23 minutes in.
It's too early for this type of lead.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
BKB finished up on Jin-Q, a Daedalus now for Ame, who was already two-shotting heroes. Honestly, Sidekick Weaver is absurdly busted because you get the double hit too, so yeah, you have plus 48, but you essentially have way more than that every single time. Like watching it coming into play now in this game is looking like a really potent combo, which I already liked Weaver a lot in this patch. This duo is real strong. Analog.
Gonna have the glimpse.
Goodbye, my friend.
And they've certainly got the damage. That's the Timber Sword gone in 2-3 hits from Ame.
Nowhere to go. Wards placed everywhere. They're versus the Disruptor. I mean, playing versus Disruptor when you're behind like this is also pretty miserable.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They could go for the push. Heroic. They've not really got a lot to stop them with.
Dire's middle tower.
I love that too. The combo that he can do with the shard, with the sidekick as well. He full heals off the creep wave every time. Yeah, just more and more cool combos we're seeing.
Dire's middle barracks.
And they can't touch him. Bruce splits up. Disruptor ults up.
About 400 gold away from having the full AC on XXS, so that's going to help speed things up even more for XG on this push.
Now, Hector's going to turn up just because he has to, because this game is over any moment now. Just got to try for one last fight.
He'll probably die as quickly as Analog did on his Timber.
XXS scouting on the side with his Wind Panda. Jin-Q wants blood.
Okay, one. Let's see if we at least get to see one on these Slash before the end of the game. So I don't think we've seen one yet, have we?
Nope. It's gonna be after the 2 sets of racks drop at least. Oh, nice little play there.
They're gonna try and go in onto XM, but they won't catch him. And XM just turns. Oh, there's Dion. Oh.
Oh no.
Well, that
high
was
fives are out.
Unimpressive to say the least, that Omni Slash.
Well, that's that.
And that's the GG. Okay, well, tough day today here for Heroic. They won't be able to get any of these games against Extreme Gaming. Extreme Gaming, they'll take this series 2-0. And it looked very convincing. Game 1 was one thing, but this game 2, even more demoralizing, I feel, for Heroic. This one, Fogged.
Yeah, this is a walk in the park, really, for XG. Yeah. They died a couple times on the Brood top, but that was literally it, right? He had the 2 deaths, then everybody else is just cruising, free farming, killing heroes in 2 hits. Ame there's no contest in this game. There's no stuns, no disables for a Weaver. Bottom, the one opportunity that they maybe have when XM is getting ramped on, they can't even stun him. He just TPs out in their faces. So, yeah, just a tough one for Heroic today.
And as I say, we're seeing Heroic on this mainstream. They just never seem to be able to do it here. But, you know, this team, they are coming out with some good performances elsewhere, right, Fogged, in this group stage. They've looked good in the other games.
Not that I've gotten to see, unfortunately. You know, I tuned in a little bit when they had the Pudge game the other day, and they were kind of doing some cool stuff. But yeah, from what we've seen on ours, it's been some difficult carry picks, to say the least, but you can't just blame K1. I mean, the rest of the draft definitely has its issues as well, and XG...
The draft is yeah.
Just knows exactly, you know, they always seem to have solid drafts. They play careful for the most part, except for Ame running in and dying on the Clinks the one time, but yeah. Back to the drawing board for Heroic, for sure.
Yeah,
on this stream.
XG just looking very, very good right now, and very much making sure that their position on the group is pretty solid, getting these 2 wins secured. Extreme Gaming, they'll take this series 2-0 against Heroic.
easy upper bracket start in the playoffs. So that's where Extreme's gonna go, because that's where you're headed when you have a top tier scoreline. For Heroic, before we get into this game, just know that they do not know their fate, because it all depends on if Liquid's able to get a win off of Quest, and they're still playing right now. So this game, though, we were told by the commentary duo that we could not blame Hector by himself, not blame K1 by himself. So, Kaz, who you want to blame?
Who do I want to blame?
That's not K1.
Whoever is calling the shots, I think, on the draft.
Okay.
Sure, we can forgive him for the Juggernaut, but I feel like all in all, this game is very hard for them to play. I feel like in this game they need to heavily outperform Extreme, at least in terms of how I view it. Like, you have this Pango, he's ending against a Weaver. That's not really amazing. I don't think Timber really pressures Sniper that much. Mr. Fear Darkness, do you have any objection?
No objection, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Flag back to you.
Objection! Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know why Heroic is so allergic to the mainstream, but it's sad. It's Shiver fear, I guess. I mean, they just can't perform in this bracket. It makes me sad.
What are you even saying right now?
I've heard so many good things about Heroics. I've only seen sadness come out of them, man.
Yeah, I mean,
they're rough.
This series for me is, yeah, it's very sad to watch because it was just a clear outdraft in both games. It feels like no matter how well you play, how things go, you're going to eventually lose. And I really don't like to see that. They need to really step up their drafting capabilities here and really figure out what they have to do to move forward. Obviously, there's a new patch, blah, 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 but it doesn't really matter. Like, you have to have the right mindset going into these drafts. You have to be able to adapt and do the things that the other teams are doing that are winning. They weren't showing it here. 2 heavy out drafts right after one after another, and that's pretty rough.
It is pretty rough. We cannot only be saying, oh, too bad Heroic outdrafted, though, because I do want to also credit Extreme Gaming.
Yeah,
they
we're outdrafting them.
No, Extreme are obviously very good. I love the way that they pick their heroes, the way they're playing around the map. You know, they have correct item builds. You have XM who's going like Mask of Madness, Pike, BKB. He can stand his ground with the sidekick from the Marcy. They go the Weaver with Desolator. Deso seems like a really good meta item. I will also use the phrase I said backstage. When you play against them and they have Schofield, he feeds a lot. You buy Deso, you get more charges. You can keep playing faster. Seems like a double win.
Double win. But yeah, drafts win games. You know, it also wins games. Wards win games. Everything of its purse to find out about the vision.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, the Kadia Ward of the game was usually the moment in the game where Hector finally gets online in these fights, because what happened in this game was this Ward spotted his first impact in the fight. Here's Heroic invading the Radiant side of the jungle. This all gets spotted by Extreme Gaming, and this gives them the ability to choose when these fights start, because they see everything going on. They glimpse back the Grimstroke, they kill him at the start of the fight, and now this gives them the ability to run down and chase Hector, and his TP comes just a moment too late. He ends up dying. That's his first impact in the game, despite the net worth being close prior to that moment. That Ward that Heroic ran into without smoke just read them like a book and allowed Extreme Gaming to take a giant lead and then take their matchup advantage and compound it on it even more. So definitely the Katia Ward of the game.
Thank you very much, Purge. With...
Woo!
Purge!
Wow.
Yeah, baby! Woo!
Thank you.
Wow!
Please stop.
That's the Ward of the game!
No, appreciate it.
I'm pumped now, actually. Let's go.
That was the adrenaline boost that we needed for this game. I mean, it was just Extreme winning. You know, we were kind of expecting them to do better anyway, but I think the way that they won was kind of maybe a little bit uninspiring from Heroic. But it doesn't matter too much because, again, as I said, they might just be moving on anyway, because it's Team Liquid that's playing up against Quest, and they have Quest won game 1. And I will just give a quick update. And at the moment, Liquid is a little bit ahead in game 2. That's not spoiler, by the way, because I'm just looking.
That doesn't mean anything for Team Liquid.
True.
Doesn't mean anything for anyone.
But that does mean that there is a chance for ties, because if Liquid win game 2, there will be a tie. Also, depending on how Aurora is doing, though, because they can either join the tie or be out of the tie. Aurora did lose game 1 against Gaiman, and they're in game 2, and I have no idea how that goes. So there's still a lot to be decided with this group. One thing that we do know, though, is that if you are lower bracket going into tomorrow, I think actually, no, let me ask this to our smarties right here, because
go ahead.
Upper bracket is tomorrow. Lower bracket is Friday. There is a new patch tonight.
Ooh.
Do you want to play straight away into chaos, into mayhem, or do you want to sit back and wait and see what other people are doing?
Well, I'd rather watch, especially if I'm in the loser bracket, because I don't have a second life. I don't want to play right away, play some weird shit. Turns out my coach is a dumbass, tells me to play some stupid heroes, and I lose.
Well, if I think I'm the worst team going into it, I want to play right away.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
Loser mentality, I don't like that.
What?
No, but if I'm the better team, I want to wait.
Yes.
So the way it's set up, because we have our upper bracket tomorrow, you're like, well, the upper bracket probably is not happy with that.
Yeah, probably not. And especially, well, it depends. Like, if you feel like one team's hot right now, or they're a bad matchup for you, it's perfect time to play, because all of a sudden, you know, anything can happen.
No, in fact, Ice Frog specifically has targeted the good heroes, which means the good teams. So if you're like a less good team, you want to be up against Falcons tomorrow, because all their heroes just got dumped on.
But the problem is they have IQ 2000. He will figure out the fastest shit within one night.
That is true. That is rough.
Counterpoint.
But I will say skill issue.
Yep, that sounds good. Don't let him elaborate.
All right, if you're a good Dota player, you're going to do good in the new patch. But if you're a smart Dota player, you'll do good later.
Yep.
I'm going to ask the opinion of an actual...
Where are you going?
I'm going here. I would like to talk to Ame. I'm hoping that he has some light to shine. And of course, Ame, we're also joined by Jin, who will translate for us. And first of all, hello. How are you doing?
首先 ，Hello 阿妹，萧瑟就想问你，你现在感觉怎么样呢？
感觉还行。
I feel fine right now.
Great. Okay, so I think, Ame, you know what we're gonna ask about, because it has to be about the patch. Obviously, also congratulations on the series and on the upper bracket. But we want to hear your wish list. What do you want out of the next patch?
首先，萧瑟就是恭喜你们已经成功的晋级进那个胜者组。然后现在最想知道就是，你因为我们现在众所周知，就是那个新的版本可能明天就出来了嘛。然后你对新版本有什么愿望呢？
我希望就在后期打掉肉山之后，可以给全体加一个 buff。
I hope that late game, when we defeat Roshan, it might hopefully provide like a team-wide buff.
Ooh, yeah, that's cool. That's very League of Legends-y, I believe. They do that as well. And actually, there's a lot of different MOBAs that do that. What you guys? Please. But yeah, that would be cool. Okay. How about any heroes? Do you want to see any buffs on specific heroes that you didn't get to play too much over the last 6 months?
首先就是说前面你给的建议呢，有点像某个隔壁另外一个游戏嘛。然后第二就是想问你，那对有没有对英雄方面的愿望呢？因为也知道这半年里面好像可能你们反反复复打同样那些英雄已经打得有点烦了吧？
英雄没什么太大期望吧，就希望能把米波这个英雄删除掉。
把米波的英雄什么？
删除。
In terms of heroes, I don't really have any wishes right now, except for Ice Frog to delete Meepo from the game.
Okay, don't think that will happen. But that is, if you only go for one quest, you can ask a big one, I guess. I also want to know, because Extreme now in the upper bracket means they have to play tomorrow, assuming that the patch is going to drop between now and tomorrow, which we're at the moment expecting. How, Ame, are you going to prepare with your team to come in tomorrow and crush it on the new patch?
首先就是因为你们现在XG已经成功晋级进胜者组嘛，那就代表明天就会要继续打比赛了，就是明天也会有一场 BO3。然后，但是现在就是说新的版本可能就今天晚上就会出来。那想问你们XG有想好怎么个为明天的比赛来做准备呢？怎么样明天能胜券在握呢？
这肯定没有想好啊，等大家最近晚看一下改动，我们再做准备吧。
We have no idea right now. It really depends on what the patch has in store for us. So we'll see how the patch or what kind of changes will happen during the patch, and then we'll discuss from there.
And is it indeed like a lot of reading and discussing, or are you diving straight into the games? Like, what's the strategy to deal with whatever patch will come?
就如果比方说这个新的版本变更很多的话，非常大规模的一个改动的话，你是觉得你们团队会先坐下来把所有的版本更新的信息全部给仔细读一遍呢，还是什么都不看，直接就投入游戏里面，直接开一个新的天梯去尝试了呢？
这个一般都会先看那个更新日志吧，看完然后再说嘛。
We usually would go through the patch notes first. We'll see what kind of changes, and then we'll before we make any sub decisions or any judgments about the patch.
Okay, well, looking forward to that. I also have Purge who would love to ask you a question as well.
Hey, Ame, at the start of the tournament, almost every carry was buying Gleipnir on a lot of heroes, especially Weaver and Clinks, but you've been buying Desolator, and it seems it's more popular now. Can you explain why the change happened?
小色就是想问，就是在这个目前现在这个版本呢，当时刚开始的时候，很多C 位英雄，很多1号位英雄都在买复灵锁这个装备，比方说克林克斯还有那个这编织者，但是现在就是接近这个版本末端的时候呢，却看到你现在已经开始选择买暗面，不买那个复灵锁了，就想问一下，了解一下为什么你会做出这样的一个决定呢？
我个人感觉就复灵锁，它的伤害实在是太低了，就打人一点都不掉血，然后就有点类似于辅助装吧。一般大哥我觉得出复灵锁不太好。
I think that is because Gleipnir just simply does too little damage. It feels like whenever I buy Gleipnir, I end up just kind of like tickling the other heroes. I just don't do enough damage to be a threat. So I feel like Gleipnir is more suited as a support item, and I would be buying this later on like the core heroes.
Okay, and I have one other quick question. Do you get jealous when Jingq gets to buy Daedaluses in some games and you don't?
就想最后问一个问题，就是有时候看到金 Q 哥他都能出大炮，但是你自己却出不了这个装备。当这种情况发生的时候，你会嫉妒吗？
大炮嘛，大炮看英雄吧，有的英雄能出，有的英雄不用出啊。
Well, it depends because not every hero wants to buy Daedalus anyway, so some heroes want it, some heroes doesn't.
Okay, thanks so much.
All right, thank you very much, Ame, and of course Jin as well. Good luck in the upper bracket tomorrow, and good luck with the new patch. And we are gonna be moving over to see what we are gonna be expecting. I don't know, actually, are you gonna talk about the new patch, Kezu? What's up over here?
Yeah, maybe. I feel like I probably pissed off someone to be in this position. Maybe I said some bad things to my producers putting me here. But we will look at what happened last night. 1:27 a.m. Some tweets started popping up. So Alexis, pull up the computer.
1:27.
1:27, I get a phone message. The Wikram sauce posts a picture. It's a candle. Like,
it's a candle.
What's going on? 3 minutes later, Alexis, please roll up the next picture. Go light some candles. You never know what is hidden in the dark. I'm still like, what's actually going on here? So Alexis, please, moving on. So, he starts quoting like "Stand by me," with some different lyrics. And then we have someone who's asking the real question. Who can see in the dark? So asking what's actually going on. Alexis, please, next picture. So now finally, we're getting some clues.
You know what is so funny? He might have tweeted it at first, and it's like, nobody's clicked on the candle maker. Like, we gotta make someone realize.
He doesn't understand how low IQ we are. But anyway, so now finally, fourth picture, and he starts dropping what's going on. People have to go to the cavern, unlock the candle.
Make it more obvious.
Exactly. He's like, how can I make it the most obvious possible? So we need to combine and unite. The only way you can unite the Dota community is with a patch, because we all hate it.
Of course.
Alexis, next picture. Let's see. So we've done some investigating. Some people can use items from their backpack. Some people get more base health. Understood. The Dota community is coming together. Alexis, next picture, please. How do we rate this little picture here? We have, the Dota patch intern, hopefully hoping that Lord Gaben himself will appreciate and not smite his ass with God's hand. And then lastly, I had a couple questions, like what did people get in their cavern? Because mine looked very suspicious. I didn't really know what to expect. So Alexis, please, last picture. Yeah, this was what was actually in my cavern. So,
was it?
Yeah, so I would like to know, you know, to all the viewers and all the people watching.
What does it mean?
What is in there? What does this mean? And show us what you have in, you know, whatever the EFG email,
There's an email
down
right
here,
down here.
Alexis. We'll put it there later because there's so much mysterious things about this patch, Cheever, that we just don't know about.
We just don't know. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, me neither. Very
Do you know
cryptic,
what
of
it
course, but I think Lord Gaben, I think he knows.
He knows?
He knows. He knows the.
Did you hear that some people think that the Candlemaker was actually Lord Gaben?
It's very true.
Yeah.
There's something about $2 and Gaben and Candle, you know, in all the comics. Yeah, I definitely read all of them.
Yeah? Do you
Yeah, I love reading.
do you subscribe to the
Yeah, I'm subscribed to all the things.
all the theories?
Yeah.
All my you like anime? Why don't you read the comics?
I mean, I like watching anime. I don't read the mangas.
You can't read.
Yeah, I can't read. You weren't supposed to say that live, Flax.
You look at the pictures.
I like
I didn't
pictures.
read the comic either. That's all.
What the hell, guys?
Sorry,
well,
man.
It came out when I was busy and I was gonna postpone it to do it another time, and then I never had the time. And
Not
now
like
it's
the
too
girl
late.
I asked
Now
out
it's
to
no longer
prom.
hit,
I was
you
busy.
know?
Yeah, now it's just not cool.
You know, I read the first comic.
Yeah, who asked? Anyway, moving on. Where are we going next, Cheever?
Well, I was hoping, because the next series won't start for a little bit, I was hoping we could introduce to Sir Action Slacks, who hasn't done this before, some packet loss.
Packet loss. Very cool.
I have not done that either.
Fair.
I haven't done it either, by the way.
What is that?
Never mind.
No, never. Not
This
here.
is an alarm. Can someone press the button, please?
Go, Fear.
I see it. It's over there.
It's on the fireplace.
Press that button.
Please.
Take your time.
Yes. Thank you, Fear.
Oh, and I'm full.
Oh, this is perfect. Two veterans.
Where are you going?
Hello, everyone.
Come
Where
here,
are you
guys. Come to the
going?
middle.
You're over there. I don't know. There's so many places. There's
You're
people
not
over
in the
there,
shot.
over there, over here. I'll just give it the cool guy.
As long as you're into the camera view.
Owen,
like
can
you
you
guys were
explain
gonna
it?
fight.
You're the expert of packet
No,
loss.
Fog's got this. He's with you.
Me?
Yeah.
Wait, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
Whatever.
We're doing the thing, guys.
All right.
will
Do you
have-
want me? Do you want me to explain it?
You got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
how does this work?
So what we're doing is we are getting a text prompt about how to start. It is a action, and you have to act it out silently, like charades. And then no one else gets to watch it. And then one at a time, you show one person what you do. Then they have to pick the next person that they show that one person. And by the end, the last person is comprehending some translated version
And
of
we're
the
doing
original
it
thing.
here. As in, this is where we
charade.
stand.
We have to move.
I'll come over when you're ready.
Ready? I have the papers.
Who wants to go first?
This is a
I
very
think we should
physical
do
game.
a new person first, and then sprinkle in some.
Yeah, yes.
We
Fear.
have like three. Kazu, you've
I've
done
not
a couple?
done it.
So Kazu, Fear, and Slacks.
All right.
Okay, Kazu, you're right here.
Okay.
This
nice.
is coming
Maybe we
first.
should have
We
an
got-
experienced person
Spoilers.
go to draw and
Okay, we
do
have
the initial.
four prompts.
How about I'll go first, and then someone new can
Kazu?
follow me.
Don't look at the
So
spoilers.
I'll draw one, and I'll go first.
Okay.
And then I'll pick somebody.
Don't look.
Kazu,
So,
he's
I mean,
gonna.
we imitate what the person
Yes,
in front
but
of us does.
Do I
everybody
show the
else.
camera or no?
No.
Okay.
Everybody
looks.
else, do not look.
Who's the looker?
Look away.
You look away.
We've all got to look here.
Kazu, I think, is the one looking.
And
right?
Wait,
whoever,
why is Kezu looking? No, nobody looks, right?
whoever Purge taps on the
Oh,
shoulder.
he taps and that person.
And that person, yeah, so we're just all looking away. What a great camera shot.
Do not look
Nobody
left,
look.
guys. 'cause
Yeah,
you can
don't
see
look
it all
there. You
left
see
as well.
stuff on the-
Yeah, just don't
Zach,
look
Can you,
at
can you
the...
raise
Look
your
at the
hand
wall.
if you're new?
I'm new.
I'm new.
Raise your hand if you're new. He is
Screw
not
you,
new.
Owen.
I'm gonna do. We're gonna start off a little mild. I'm gonna
Mild.
pick Kazu first.
Kazu is mild.
Thank you, sir.
Someone can sit on the
Reread
seat
this.
if you want.
We're gonna go here in front of the like in the
seat.
We're need
Please
to-
don't make
Do I
them
spin
too
this
full
whole
game,
lot?
guys.
Remember.
Down,
Jesus.
Okay.
And listen to the sounds. Maybe the sounds have clues.
That's
You're gonna have to-
cheating.
You can't make.
I do it
sorry.
right with you.
Close your
Yeah,
ears.
yeah. I'll just let me just figure this.
Tell me when you
I
start.
need a minute, just an inch of space. Like,
Jesus Christ.
sorry,
Actually,
2.54
got a black
centimeters of
wall.
space. My bad.
2.45.
Isn't it 5.4?
Whatever. Keep going.
What
You're
the
doing
hell?
great.
This is the game.
This is great.
Jeeves, stop cheating.
I'm not cheating. Keeper's cheating.
Looking.
What the heck? What is happening?
Oh, and you got nice shoes.
You got them clapping over there.
Okay, and that's the end.
All right, so now I tap someone.
Yeah.
Yep, and you got to show the next person.
How do I take a new one too, or what?
You can choose whoever you want.
Choose whoever you want.
Fear darkness, baby.
Okay.
Yeah, baby.
I'm out.
Okay.
All right.
You ready, dog?
Do I have to imitate what you do to someone
So
else?
you come next to me and you imitate it with me, and then you
With you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I think so.
Okay. Okay. Now choose the next one.
Okay. I'm gonna choose black.
Get out of there.
All
Okay.
the
Alright.
newbies at the start.
Okay.
Oh god, at least Jenkins isn't here to mess things up. And now
What do you got, bud?
All right. You know how to play?
No. No, I'm new.
All right. You just imitate me, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Do your thing.
You have to do it at the same time. You don't know how to do it.
What? No. What? What? Oh, I get it. What? Oh, I don't get it.
No
don't
way
get
I
it.
did. Okay.
Okay.
That was half right.
Okay.
Okay.
Who are you picking?
I'm picking Chiefs.
All right, Chief.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Whoever's going last is owned. They can't.
I got a really good one for you, Chiefs.
Don't ruin it. No spoiling,
I know how to
Kazu.
play right. Do it with me. Hey, ready?
I am ready.
Forget most of it.
All right, Chief.
Was that it?
Who do you want the last person to be before the last person
Oh, we're
gets?
going for Owen.
Owen's next? Okay.
Oh no.
Good
Why
luck.
is it always me guessing? Oh god.
Wait a second, I'm a little dizzy.
Dizzy. All right, writing that down.
You don't have a microphone. No, your talking doesn't work.
Where's his mic?
Just
His mic's
mime it.
He has a handhold. He won't
right
be
here.
able to hold
Oh,
it.
just give it to me. I'll give it to him when he's done.
Yeah, I can't look, so.
When you're
Ready?
done, I'll give it to you.
Good job, Zach.
What do you mean?
I feel like I always have Owen last that I have to guess from also, who makes it goofy.
All right, you go on if you'd like to talk.
Okay, right, Fogg, you ready? I'll show you what it is.
I'm not ready.
You gotta
I'm
get
not
something
feeling
pretty
too
easy.
confident. I'm hearing the giggles and the chuckles and the Kezu giving the hint a little bit, saying, I don't think you got this. So
Can he ask the first person to redo it?
Yeah, if he has
Okay.
truly
it's
no
going to be
clue, I'll
impossible,
redo
probably,
it.
so let's say. I got you, baby.
I did not do that.
That's exactly what you did.
That's not what I did.
This guy's got the moves.
It's a sexy miner. He's mining and looking around and dancing.
All right, that's yeah.
Dude, what the hell? He was literally picking something with an axe and being all like,
Okay, what was
cute
it?
and stuff.
Should be easy to guess.
Yeah, that was very easy.
I legitimately don't have a guess.
You have no guess?
You dug at something like a hole and then you danced around it. That's what I.
All right, you guys want to see the original one?
Yeah.
I probably need to. I guess I have.
What? Oh, I know! I know! I know it's not my job. Oh. What? There was no dancing?
Are you like grave robbing or something like that? And someone's
He got
catching
it.
you?
That's it, everybody.
Wait, actually,
No.
Wait, I'm
This was the
digging
easiest
for
one.
buried treasure.
No, he's in a boat,
No,
and it's like
he's sailing a boat,
Yeah.
a kayak, and then he
and it
gets leaks, and
overflowed.
then he has to plug them, and he has
And
to
he
get the
jumps out.
water out, and then he has to swim to the side.
That's exactly
It looks
correct,
like he was
Cheever.
digging at something.
Wow. Well done. I thought we were
I wouldn't have
guessing
gotten
a hero. I was going to say Punta.
That's lore accurate, yeah.
Better, yeah.
All right, you guys want to do another
All right, next one.
One more?
Okay.
I'll go first.
Sure. I don't
If
think I was gonna
nobody
guess that
else,
ever.
does it?
Cheever.
So is it any category? I thought
Yeah,
we were
it
just
could be-
it could be
No, it's
anything.
whatever. It can be
Anything.
anything.
I don't want to guess.
That's very hard.
You don't have to look away yet, do we?
I'm looking away.
Yeah,
I don't like looking at shit.
Oh,
To the
this one
wall.
definitely needs an active beat. It's like they knew. All right. Purge.
Okay.
Yeah, he's good.
Heard you a good guesser.
Yeah, well, this is a tough one, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
Kezu, did you laugh because I said sexy minor, by the way?
I think I chuckled a little bit.
That's not what I meant.
I can see them writing down sexy minor.
Owen can make anything sexy.
Damn. Owen, where'd you learn those thrusts?
Those thrusts.
How'd you know that? What are you guys doing over there? This is taking a really long time.
I don't know how else to do it.
I think we're screwed from the beginning there.
Owen, I'd like to choose Owen.
Some type of dance.
Oh. It's got some rhythm to it.
Good stall, guys. Keep it up.
That's it.
That's it.
1 minute later.
Yeah. Well,
All right.
I had that in.
It's taking so long.
Showing promise already.
Okay.
This sounds so unpromising. Every single person's like, what the hell?
All right, let's go. Fogged.
All right, let's go.
All right, go Fog.
Ready? Okay. All right, that's it. Good luck.
No.
All right.
No.
When you don't want to be picked.
I like how the tempo slowed down for fear. Good job, PogChamp Pandas.
All right, Slacks.
All right, you guys ready?
You get to watch.
You're ready?
All right,
Come stand over here.
All right, here we go. All
What you got, bud?
right, let's go.
Lifting a box. Moving the box. Oh, he falls down from the box. Okay, cleans it up. He gets another box. Yeah. Oh no.
Oh,
He dropped
no.
another box. Cleans it up. What the hell? You guys.
Honestly, it's
insane?
not that different from the original.
Okay.
We got there.
There's some differences.
Moving a bunch of fine china from grandma's house after she died, and then they broke, and they put it back in the box.
Well, I was loading them into a van, which is why I stopped halfway rather than going down to the floor.
I could have.
But there was definitely no china in the box.
What was in the box?
Bouncing balls.
Bouncing balls.
And that got lost. I was running all over the place grabbing my balls.
Could have been anything, really.
on,
You didn't
can
look
you,
at them bounce to the ceiling, didn't bounce off your
Can you give
forehead.
me one of these? Say that again.
I thought we were lifting a heavy rock or something.
All right, one more.
Last one. Someone else start with the first one. Fear,
Okay,
Kezu?
I'll start.
All right.
I know one look.
No, we're turning around.
Wow.
Get away from me.
Anyone that can
Bouncing
read, don't look.
balls.
Shut Shut up.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you.
Oh, yeah?
Why are you always so defensive?
I'm very defensive. I like winning. It's not a win.
That was a fine try.
How would you do bouncing balls?
I don't know.
That is hard.
Mr. Slacks.
Okay, what do we got, pal?
Follow me, dog.
You got it.
Oh, you can read the back of our cool ESL merch now while we all stand here.
From deep in the shadows lie those waiting to shine.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, we're just gonna do the same one.
That's it.
Oh, this one's actually easy. Well done, Kazoo. Well done. All right. We'll make sure we don't screw this one up. I'll go with Purge. Purge, come over here.
Bad choice.
All right, bud.
JK, he's good.
Oh, what do you say? Can't screw it up?
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's about it.
Okay.
Processing.
Yeah, processing. It's easy.
Owen, merp, meet merp, process.
It's very easy.
Owen, you're my lieutenant, please.
Oh yeah, there we go. They got it.
There we go.
They got it.
What?
What?
Did you do that?
No.
You kissed your bicep?
No, he's adding in some spice shit. I don't know what he's doing. He's ruining it. Why is he adding that? He's just adding things.
This guy's ruining.
This guy's creeping. Unnecessary. I'm not saying anything. Owen's kind of clutching.
He is clutching.
I feel like he's fixing Purge's weird additions. Yeah, I don't know why. Easy. Easy
next?
enough.
Who are you gonna make guess?
Let's a guesser. Make the host guess.
Anyone want to guess?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Fear darkness. Fear darkness.
He's asleep.
Yeah, sorry.
Wake up, dog.
His eyes are closed.
Again? I'm like that kid gets last picked in dodgeball every game.
No, I didn't get picked yet, Fear. No complaining.
We'll have to do it twice so I can complain.
All right.
Wait, restart. Okay, ready.
Yes. Good. What? No, Fogged!
No, it's getting lost now, isn't
God damn it, we were just so good, Fogged! What are you doing out there, bud?
All right, Cheever.
Can I?
What the hell just happened?
We've got some S tier griefers in
It
this
was
game.
perfect.
I don't know
what
do my
happened.
own interpretation of this.
Okay.
All right, you got it, bud.
He's writing something. after he broke something, and then he's praying, writing something.
What the?
What? Typing something in, grabbing something, throwing it away.
What?
Catching it. What the? Doing the numbers, doing the calculations.
All right, call it.
Oh, just over.
And
It's over. What are you doing?
Shiva, this one's really obvious.
You're doing the calculations so you can throw proper baseball.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
We had it. You creeped us, Fog. You
Ready?
confused me.
Yeah, Fog, what the
Okay.
hell?
All right.
You messed it up.
Reading a book, reading. Next page, reading. All right. And he's stroking a pet. There's an animal involved. And he's trying to teach a dog how to play fetch. And at the moment, it's not yet working. And every time he's like, oh, good boy. And now, go catch my ball.
What do you mean? I thought that's what it was. I was the same.
What is the reveal?
Okay, the reveal is you're trying to focus on reading a book while a puppy is trying to get your attention to play.
Oh!
You really screwed that one.
I'm sorry.
I feel like I got really close there. Guys, slight update. There's guaranteed tiebreakers in Group A because Liquid was able to win Game 2. They won Game 2 against Quest. But if it's a two-way tie or a three-way tie, we don't know yet because Aurora is still playing against Gaming Gladiators. If they win, they'll avoid joining those tiebreakers. But if they lose, they'll join them, and it's a three-way tie. But of course, we have no idea yet what Group B is going to do because they haven't played any games yet. They'll do so, though, very soon because we're heading to a break. And when we're back, it's time for Group B. And for us, it means it's time for BetBoom versus Shopify. So we'll see you after the break.
DreamLeague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Thank you very much, Pugchan Pandas, for opening our show so musically. We have got ourselves a series on our hands in Group B here. We're watching DreamLeague. It's the last day of group stages, and Group A has almost closed out. We know for a fact there's going to be tiebreakers. We'll wait and see in what capacity exactly, but all those will happen today. And Group A has tiebreakers, but will Group B have tiebreakers? We're yet to find out, and our upcoming series has something to say about that one, because we're going to watch BetBoom versus Shopify Rebellion and talk about it. Now here is Kezu, Slacks, and Fear. As I think Fear, we're all ready for some new Dota 2 action here.
Some new Dota 2 action. Yeah, something fresh. I mean, the last series left a lot to be desired, right? It definitely did. Unfortunately, it's a bit of an outclass there. This one should be a little bit closer, so we hope.
A little bit closer. So, Kezu, going into this, what should we know?
So what we should know is that we need to look at the recent matchups of these teams and how they have been doing. So, Alexis, if we could queue up my little graphic here, we have BetBoom.
Who is Alexis?
It's Alexa.
I know, but it's a meme from Instagram. You guys probably don't know about it. Anyway, moving on. Thank you for ruining my segment. So here, BetBoom. Let's have a look at their performances. So they won against Na'Vi. Yeah, anyone can beat them. But then 0-2, 0-2, and 0-2 again. They are looking garbage. So moving forward, they need to do better today because they are playing to not be eliminated. On the other hand, Shopify Rebellion, look at their scores. 0-2 against Tundra, okay, can happen. 1-1 against Na'Vi, all right. 1-1 against Azure, not too bad. 1-1 against Falcons in a series where they could have won 2-0, so they're actually looking pretty good. And as a tech analyst, there's another person that's very smart on this table, Mr. Fear Darkness, who spotted something about Arteezy's Luna. So Fear, take it away.
Yeah, so basically, I was watching last night. I was like, damn, when is the last time Arteezy won on Luna? That's what I was thinking. I see him pick this hero a lot, and it's been a long time since he's won with this hero.
Is this an actual death animation? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Luna died. And BetBoom picked this hero the other day, and I critiqued the Luna as well when they picked it, and it also lost in a similar fashion. And I feel like this is the bane for Shopify Rebellion right now. They have a good game one. Arteezy, he's active. He's playing Weaver. He's getting things done on the map. Game number 2, it's like, oh, he picked Luna again. He's going to go farm. Game's going to end. He actually did pretty well that game, but ended up losing anyway. Regardless of that point, they sometimes default to this Luna in very important times, and it does not do well for them every single time. So I feel like this is a situation where if it's, Arteezy win game 1, going into game 2, they can't go for the best pick. I just want to see him stay away from this hero, play something more active, because he's a damn good carry player when he's active. Play these Weavers, play these more meta things, but this farming Luna has not been working for Rebellion, and I just don't want to see it.
Yeah, get him out. Like, I feel like on that note, you have this Luna, it's always very safe. I think Fear's mentioning nicely when he's playing these Weavers, he's doing very well, going around. Like, why not pick up Klings or like man up a little bit more, go for some more spice? Because this Luna, as we could see, it's just not the one. 1-9 scoreline, like over 10 matches. Whew, that's bad.
It's pretty bad. Slacks, what do you want to see out of this series?
I want to see Luna.
Okay,
that's the gambler's fallacy to not think that he's done 9 losses. Now this is a win.
It's got to be a win, right?
It's a win. Keep rolling on black one more time. Cassandra or whoever you were quoting
Alexis.
from whatever.
Alexis, yeah, no.
Cassandra.
We'll see. I don't even know where Cassandra from. We'll see if Luna will be a hero that gets picked up here. I know there's a lot of people that are wondering, like, wait a second, Shopify Rebellion, didn't they play with Sumail? Where's GH? They were stand-ins, and they have got an update to their roster, so they're renewed. But if you're wondering about the entire road of Shopify so far and how they got to this point roster-wise, let's take a look at this.
Shopify Rebellion, the pride of NA, which in Europe means a top 10 team on any good day. Consistently struggling since its inception early last year, Shopify has not managed to find their footing. While they've had moments of brilliance, they still struggle to make top 10 at any of the big events. And after another disappointing result at ESL 1 Birmingham, they had to swap out the Olacor for Skem. I guess Yopash didn't want to be the only Pinoy on the team. Together with the rest of the boys, Arteezy, Saberlight, Kittrack, and of course Bulba, we have Shopify Rebellion. Why is it so hard for them to make it far in events and show what they have? Do they not pick enough Storm Spirit? Do they not have enough Americans? Maybe some more salt is exactly what they need to spice up their gameplay. It would be nice to see America flourish as a powerful region in Dota, and Shopify Rebellion is one of the last hopes remaining. Will DreamLeague 23 be the start of their long journey to become a real threat to the top teams? Maybe, just maybe there's a chance.
Shopify Rebellion, they came 7th, previous DreamLeague. Top 12 at ESL1 Birmingham, by the way. I believe there were only 12 teams, so, you know, there's that. And they came 9th, 11th in Wallachia, so, you know, top 10 secured, some could say, twice out of the 3 tournaments. Very good.
But they do somehow, I feel like, do better at DreamLeague. I remember they were in the finals. I know that is last year, and like even now from what you said, top 7 was I think their best, which was also a DreamLeague. So, you know, high hopes for them. Where, I mean, I will just focus on Bedboom a little bit. Shopify are doing good, but I feel like Bedboom, this is the worst I have ever seen them play for like the last 2 years.
Wow.
They have not ever looked this defeated.
Be fair.
What do you think the issue is? Depression?
I don't know.
Fear?
Maybe
not
it's
him.
fear, yeah.
It's me.
Fear,
I'm
but-
sabotaging.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for admitting it, my friend. But
There's one thing that Bedboom does really well, and we could take a
Lose?
look.
Oh.
We could take a look at our use efforts wisdom rune here, because they pick up the most wisdom runes.
Oh, that's well. Now I know what's not important to do in a game. Thank you, Taylor.
Fox is just going in.
I shouldn't have started. I mean, wisdom runes are very important, but then why don't they use this to win games more? Fear
Great
Darkness.
question.
All right, so my theory that has nothing to do with wisdom runes is the fact that Bedboom team, they're going through multiple identities right now. I think one of them is the fact that they were picking in Wahia a lot of AoE team fight, a lot of Faceless Void, a lot of Enigma going into the late game. That wasn't really working. Then they started playing like these Beastmasters, like who the hell plays that hero anymore? Apparently Miro does. They're trying to really make these zoo heroes work. Not really working out for them, and they're just not being able to find a strat that really works for them. I feel like in the other iteration where Bedboom was so solid with Pure, it's like, hey, Pure, you're gonna play Legion Commander, you're gonna play Axe, and that's it, right? And that's the end of the strategy, where they're trying to branch out, be more universal team, and not really working out.
They could just be waiting for the patch. You're saying they've got all these identities and they don't really know what to do?
No,
it's like they're literally waiting for the patch. This is a team that we know is qualified for Riyadh. And with the amount of high placements they have had, the chances that they're getting invited for TI also pretty high.
I call this the Great Gambit. All right, I've been telling people about this for years. Okay, if you're a really good team, the worst thing you can do before a big tournament is win. You want to not win. You want to hide those strats. You want people walking in there having no idea what your play
You
style
want to be
is.
the underdog.
That's right. I told that to Cyborg, Matt, and Puppy a few years ago.
That
one did not work out.
No, they're playing the long con.
That's a long ass con. No, but then seriously though, when a big tournament is coming, you feel like you guys are gonna win. You're very good. Just hide out. Go into the ether, Thompson, or
Lean back.
Turn into Anna. Lean it back.
Because if you win, they will nerf your heroes.
Exactly. So you
But
want
they've played this patch for like a year. How do you just suck the last 2 weeks of it? You've
You
played
pretend. I'm not going to be this
They're
guy.
pretending.
Valve has
I
a
can
very
follow
lucrative remembering system, you know? 2 weeks. For them, that's like 2 years almost. So they might not even know what to nerf on Bedboom anymore.
So they're pretending. I like that. I can follow this theory, Fear Darkness.
They're pretending.
Fear is not convinced.
Are they pretending or are they actually serious?
I think it's more likely that they're in physical confrontation with each other.
What? You think we got a Gabby situation? Pow! Just right in the face?
I mean, to be fair, Toronto has all chatted that he will, I don't know who it was at, but watch out for your face, I'll do it in real life. But I would like to say to him, he should do it in the game first and then in real life.
Yes.
Because he's not, like, let your Dota do the talking. Win first and then punch.
Then punch.
Yeah, exactly.
Great message there.
Sure.
No, but I think in general, like, I think this team more than likely either doing Slack's strategy, which, you know, you take that as you will, or they're just trying to, they're like having internal issues. They're not agreeing on how to play the game, and they're getting disputes, and they haven't hashed it out yet.
Yeah, there's one thing that I will say during Wallachia, obviously they didn't do too well, but they also were a team that did not have their coach. And that changes things. That also means that you're going to discuss more theories without a coach, meaning I don't know what type of role Bulk really plays in terms of the team chemistry, but that means you're going to have discussions without a referee, you know? So things might have gotten out of control, and those issues that were created in their time without coach might be seeping into this, and this is still Bulk trying to, you know, get the reins back, basically.
And I think so. I think it's a good point, because I've watched some of like their vlogs where it seems like he has a big role on the team, like he does the drafting, but also like after the game, guys, you shouldn't be discussing this. What actually happened in this game was this timing, and this timing we need to do it better next time. I don't know if he's here right now with them at this tournament, because obviously it's not working out. So maybe what happened at PJ Wallachia is like bleeding into everything that's going on here. But whoever needs to step up, I don't know who it is, but someone needs to do it. Because they've lost their last 6 matches in very bad fashion.
Yeah, I think Bulk is with them, but only online for this one. But I am not sure. Well, because they were obviously they're still playing from the same location as where they played Wallachia. So, what are you thinking, Slags? Because you seem very pensive here.
I was just thinking about when Fear was on EG. If someone tried to punch him in the face, what he would do? Would you knock him out?
Depends how hard they hit me. If they knocked me out first, what can you do, right?
Well, you said like they have to work out their issues.
I mean, these are like gaming nerds. Nobody's gonna hit anyone, right? Like
they're gonna say they will, but they won't.
No, but like what did you do back in the day when you guys were like losing all the time? You're like, my career's over. I'm F. I hate my teammates.
I mean, the thing is, like, there are players who talk a lot, right? And I've seen confrontation where people just yell at each other. And what do you do in those situations? You pull them apart.
Yeah.
Who pulls them apart?
It could be the coach, or it could be. I oftentimes would take that role and be like, "Hey, you go, guys, chill, right?
Yeah,
this is not good." But the problem is, like, it's not easy to get over that type of stuff. Most of the time, there's like grudges held, or like things have gotten really bad. I mean, we're obviously conspiracy theories here.
No, we're not.
Like, what's happening with
this is real.
But, like,
I think this is great. It's like a little talk show.
You just like kind of like move them apart, and you're like, okay, like chill, take a breather, and then come back, and then talk like actual adults.
Yeah.
And a lot of these Dota players, like technically they're adults, but they're still young.
Okay, hold.
Nightfall 22, GPK 22, Miero 20, Save 22, Toronto Tokyo 27.
But he's the one that wants to punch everyone.
Yeah. Jesus.
And Bulk is 32, so he's
he's the old man. He's the dad.
He needs to pull them together. I mean, we all know how good they can be because we say this phrase every single time that they're at a tournament. But this time it seems more than just a little tilt, because that usually happens towards the end of the tournament.
Yeah.
We're very early, and they are fighting for like staying in the tournament.
Yeah, we're having a draft up in a second because there were slight delays, but they're on now, so all good. But I did, before we talk about the draft, want to say that I think maybe this is a good timing for something like that to happen. This is a team that is already qualified, so there's no way, fingers crossed, that they're gonna, you know, implode and basically everybody go in their own ways. They're gonna try to make it work, which means that by the time that they show up, Re-Up Masters, they're gonna be A-okay. And this eventually should make them stronger in terms of being able to know how to communicate their frustrations a little bit better next time. If this is indeed an issue,
that's
which
a
we're
good
all
theory. It's all conjecture. but I think if they lose game 1, pow! Right in the face. Somebody's going down.
All right, we're gonna keep a close eye on those player cams.
Watch the player cam, guys. Watch the player cam.
Watch the player cams.
Who's getting hit first? That's the real question.
Be the hype.
I will, by the way, recap what Kessa said at the very start. Shopify Rebellion is 3 and 5. BetBoom is 2 and 6 here in the group stages, and this group is incredibly mid-heavy.
Incredibly
mid-heavy. That's what my wife used to say to me. You're like mid-heavy. You need to go to the gym.
It's like the middle of the pack. They're like, there's a lot of teams that are 3 and 5. And so they need, either team needs to win.
Guys, Bulba, I was gonna make
either
sure.
Either team needs to win. There you go. That's my point. They need to move on.
First pick. There we go. Yeah. Me likey, although they did lose their last Hood Sync game.
Yeah. We didn't really cover this very much, but I found it a little strange, right?
Yeah.
You bring in Skim, and you put him at POS 5, right?
Yeah.
Ooh. And you have Kidrak, who now is POS 4, which when I think of Kidrak throw, he's a 5. So in my eyes, they kind of have like 2 5s, and this is going to be like a journey for Kidrak to play 4 when he typically doesn't probably play it a lot, or he doesn't focus on it, right? And it's going to be interesting to see because, like, if I look at it as like you have 2 5s, which means you're going to be playing more like Gaming Gladiator style, like Tofu, more supportive, and you're not going to see these hoodwinks with like Daedalus' Jin Q style. And I think you have to consider that in your drafts a little bit too. And the synergy as well for the offlane has switched too. So there's a lot of changing happening for Shopify Rebellion. Of course, they are going versus BetBoom. They're going through some issues, but we don't know about BetBoom. Like, can they just like overnight just flip a switch and go back to their mode we're used to seeing? We'll have to see this series, but I did find it very interesting. They're bringing in 2 5s to this edition of Shopify Rebellion.
I think, Kezu, I know I've heard you talk during Wallachia that you were not happy with Skem as the Kitrak as a position 4 because Hoodwink is basically the only 4 that he plays in his kit, and it's not like don't get me wrong, it's a solid Hoodwink, but he like does not hold a candle to, for example, Crit's Hoodwink.
Yeah, I mean, I think to add on to Fear's point, like post 4 and 5 they're very different. Like, yeah, it's support, quote unquote, but they play so differently in terms of what you need to lane, what you need to do, what timings you have. But I would say so far at DreamLeague, Kitrak's Hoodwink has looked a lot better than at Wallachia. So of course he has used this time to like get better. So all in all, we need to give him a little bit of the the benefit of the doubt and the time. Because for now, yeah, honestly, it's looked pretty good.
Well, I better enjoy it for this day because Hoodwink can get nerfed.
Yeah,
you don't know that.
Oh, I think
maybe
I
they
can
should
guess.
start pretending so Hoodstink doesn't get nerfed. Like
Yeah,
Zach
the
said.
Squaz will live forever. They need to pretend. But I'm mostly interested in my boy Japoy. This guy is real good. My idol, my everything. Mr. Number 2 over here. I have not seen him really pop off on Shopify too hard yet, comparatively to old performances. How do you think he is on this team?
I feel like he's had some pretty good performances, or I at least like him. I think he's like, a lot of the times teams love to look at the SCA mids, like even back in the day, you know, like some mid ones and Abids. I feel like they always slot in very well. I feel like they're maybe a bit easier to work with, like also for a coach like Bulba, I feel like to kind of shape them into what you want. But I feel like he's very good.
Yeah, I mean, he already proved himself recently. Here's what happened. I don't know if you guys caught the Shopify Rebellion Falcons game.
Yeah.
Oh, pre-game, he tips Malorine.
Okay,
right?
good start. Yeah.
And then Malorine opens up his keyboard, of course, because he's on Foul Clowns, and he's like, nice, tip from rank 100 mid laner, smiley face, right? And then he proceeds to destroy Malorine in that mid lane. It wasn't even close. Basis? No. He was playing PK versus Pango.
Nice try.
He just slapped him.
Hell yeah.
And then he won the game.
That's based.
Yeah, so he's already based department for me.
That's fantastic.
But anyway, about the game. I really like the Lifestealer pick here because A, it's not Luna, and B, you see Centaur, and it's a really good lane matchup already. And Centaur, it can be flexed, but normally when you flex the Centaur, you lose. So it's probably your offlaner. Meta carry right now, we talked about the biggest problem with Lifestealer right now. Does he have a bad lane? Against Centaur, almost never. So do like this pick a lot.
Especially with the bans they've gone for, right? Like, look, first phase, there's Doom and Enigma out. 2 heroes Lifestealer I would hate to play against. Now you banned out the SD Bane. Very nice.
Muerta! Mami muerto!
Mami muerta. I've never heard those 2 words together.
Sorry, she's here. This is an interesting pick. I'm sorry to interrupt. You were saying something.
No, I was done actually. Keep going, please. Mami muerta, I would love to know more.
Yo, this is a cool hero. We've seen this a couple times, not to too much success yet, but has been kind of a great answer to some of these like low.
Lifestealer?
Lifestealer?
Is it a good answer?
No, that's a problem.
Oh, okay.
No, Lifestealer is kind of a counter Muerta. He jumps in when she ults, right, Fear? That's a problem.
He jumps in when she ults?
Well, he moves with the Aghanim.
Like a scary dog, like,
But this is a position 4 Muerta?
Most likely, yeah.
For now, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I don't see the appeal of picking Muerta carry versus Lifestealer carry because like you're magic
not
damage.
A carry,
right?
Fear. I'm not stupid. It's just
Of course not. Like, just glimpse the Pango back as he's rolling, you know? He's got all the good strategies.
I said when he ends the roll, if you time it right. At any rate. That's a BetBoom special right there, but I like that hero, especially against techies. Like, you can just dunk that hero.
What if you run into a mine on full agi and you're dead?
And Hoodstink does a massive amount of break damage and huge AoE.
Well,
I mean, that's...
But guess what? If you turn into the Lifestealer, you get a free BKB.
Yeah, you can pretend to be a real hero
for
a small amount of time.
Well, for Shopify Rebellion, there's a couple heroes I would like here on the closing pick. Potentially a Watermelon Man, aka the Tidehunter. I think it's great against Mr. Centaur when you anchor their ass. Stampede doesn't work, 100 move speed, joke's on you.
Hell yeah.
Lane well against Morph, you give your team fight. What else is there? Some casual Mars. Is there some mid heroes you guys are looking at for Mr. Yopaj that...
I mean, Zeus first morph is always a banger.
That is a banger.
Yeah, he's always low HP somewhere, and it's like you can't play on full agility. Yep. Super annoying, but this is what we saw Yopaj play before, but it's a flex, right? You don't know where it's going here. It could be played on Saberlight too. So it's pretty solid. It's almost never I'm gonna say it's never a bad DK game nowadays. Like,
I agree.
Even in the mid lane, like there's no bad matchups for him. I haven't seen one yet. Maybe Dazzle's the worst I've seen, but these Razors, these other matchups, he does fine every single time.
Yeah, especially if you pair it up with supports that you can just go with after the laning stage, because like you're saying, he doesn't really ever like falter in lane. So you just get a 10-minute blink, you go with your little hoodwink, your techies, you throw some spells, someone dies. Woo, I'm happy.
And I think they definitely needed a blink initiator, because I think one really important aspect of Lifestealer is that you can use the infest bombs. If you don't have that in a draft and you have to walk in every time with Lifestealer, that's how you get countered. When you can just go in and blow up a hero right away, it feels like all your counters don't matter anymore, but if you can't do that, it's a problem. So they think it's going to be mid DK2, and they're going to ban out some of the popular offlaners. I could see that Tide getting banned too. He made a really good point.
I wonder now if, like, what do Shopify want to pick out of phase? Let's say Mars Tide gets banned, they need 3 options. Like, what would you...
Underlord.
The Underman.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, it's good for Morph and lane, and it is definitely some control for the Stampede.
Yeah, a nice root, if you will. Whatever happened to Necrophos? Remember that hero? That was a cool guy.
Yeah, I don't know. He got nerfed too hard, I think.
Yeah,
like 800 times.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. Every single patch, all the good heroes get nerfed, and all the bad heroes get buffed.
Oh, fair.
That's how it goes every time,
This guy's
right?
good.
This guy's aiming for
It's not that Pango's gonna get reworked again and be the most OP hero again.
There's no way that will happen.
Ain't
right?
no way.
Ain't no way.
All right. So looking at... Oh, can I ask a question about Mirana? What are your Smarties opinions on that hero?
It's just in general?
I mean, just like how she is right now. Because she used to be this dominator, you know, of lanes, and now, I don't know.
I mean, I think she is very specific for BetBoom. I think this hero in laning is like, it's not really amazing, but Toronto Tokyo, probably his best hero, I want to say.
Yeah.
Like, his Mirana is super good, and they always hit the arrows, they always have good setup for it. So I think for a BetBoom team, I don't mind seeing Mirana, but for most other teams, I do mind seeing Mirana.
Yeah.
So this hero is like in the middle of the pack as far as like strength. Definitely not super strong right now, but if you have a good player for it, it's still pretty annoying.
Yeah, I feel like the heroes just it lanes okay. It can build good meta items. Like you can buy Greaves, you can buy Force. You have like mid game movement with the Moonlight Shadow. The 15 talent, I always like to sometimes mention it. 20% evasion is no joke in the mid game. You give it to everyone, so that's nice.
Well, you called it. That's Tidehunter last ban, and the classic Viper last ban of this tournament. Seeing it more and more. People just don't like that guy. I get it though. Annoying and strong.
Yeah.
As Kezu said, best 25 in the game. You agree with that? Fear?
For which hero?
Universal talent on Viper.
Universal.
Oh, I
That's
mean,
pretty good.
It's up there.
Yeah.
My favorite level 25 talent is PL's damage talent. You've been in
That's
all
a very
game
weird talent to
praying
like.
to God that he finally does something, and then it just gives you hope. There we go, Underlord. Well done.
Wow.
Fear
Wow.
Darkness.
Whoa.
It's almost as if this is my job.
Wow. That's great, bud.
Okay.
Competency.
What's the... we need a GP Keck hero here. GP Keck going mid against Dragon Knight. Would be nice if your supports can play with you.
I want the Dazzle.
You want
I
Dazzle?
think I do, yeah.
Okay.
Dizzler?
I'm down for the Dizzle, man.
I haven't seen DK lose a lane except for against Dazzle.
I could see...
Keeper of the Light's also still in.
He got banned first phase.
Keeper of the Light is banned out.
I could see a Pango for the game, but I don't like the lane so much against DK. Yeah.
That's really bad.
Yeah, it's
I
kinda,
mean, the one thing I saw was like, when you breathe fire the Pango, ooh, if you use Swashbuckle, it reduces the damage too.
Yeah, right.
But either way, this matchup, it used to be considered incredibly good versus big tanky boys. Still is, but it's not as good because it's not percentage-based damage anymore. I don't see this hero win games though. That's my problem. Like, it does well, and you just kind of like run around the map. It doesn't play the map very well. It is one of those heroes that want to just group up and kind of go high ground at some point. Doesn't really do that anymore, so we'll have to see. It's more going to be up tempo. Maybe they're trying to just get Nightfall to that late game. It is definitely always a good morph game in the late game here, but it doesn't give me like it's going to destroy DK vibes at all.
Yeah, I do feel like DP is pretty good in the game. Like Lifestealer wants to play prolonged fights, or like kind of nowadays with what you want to do. I feel like DP does it very well. You can tank through it. Your Exo can kind of own Lifestealer in his rage as well, so you've got that going for yourselves. I feel like BetBoom have stepped up their draft, and I'm not really sure, honestly, which team to lean on. So I feel like if BetBoom just shows up in this game, they have a good chance of winning. But if, you know, Shopify just play their draft well, they rotate mid to their boy, Idle Yopaj, it should be good to go. Mr. Slacks?
The Double Dead Lady strat has come to pubs a lot of times, the Muerta Death Prophet, but unfortunately, though, Morphling versus Techies and Hood
Unplayable.
Unplayable.
He's going to run into a mine.
A lot of damage. You can catch him out surprised. I'm going to be going with Shopify for this one.
Yeah, I mean, according to my calculations, I think Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, they got the Techies versus the Morphling, so
Don't repeat what I say. I'm trying to make you sound smarter.
I'll go with BetBoom because they're stupid.
Okay, great. Shiver?
That's great. Thank you for your analysis. This was amazing to listen to. I'm sure everybody at home agrees and they know exactly what to expect from this first game of this 2-game series. Again, both teams, and especially BetBoom in this one, really, really, really want to win. But let's see who takes the first game of the series with ODPixel and Fog.
Gentlemen, it's time to get into game one here of BetBoom versus Shopify Rebellion. Fog, what do you make of this one? We're getting some fun stuff coming out, some heroes that we don't really see too much. I mean, in particular, the Death Prophet is this last pick for BetBoom. It's just not really been a patch where a lot of people have been playing up.
No, it's a hero that can be pretty difficult to get to, to scale all the way to the later stage and stuff like that, but I'm glad to see it picked. You know, it was rising in popularity when Eternal Shroud first got added. Then people just realized, oh my god, I can't break high ground even with something like DP, but it can be a tempo setter, right? So trying to match the pace of something like DK, and even though the lane might not be as good as it once was for the DP versus DK, you can take towers, right? Their draft definitely can look to seize those objectives with this, so yeah, it's all pretty interesting.
And on the side of Shopify Rebellion, we sort of come in later in the draft. We get Saberlight getting the Underlord, a hero that not every team has really been interested in playing around with. Do you think this is kind of what the plan was all along for Shopify, or do you think they sort of got into a corner in the draft where there wasn't really too much left that they wanted in that position?
Most got banned, right? The Mars was taken out, so were pretty much all the other ones that he would ideally want. It still fits the archetype that I think that he would want. And also, it can do some fun stuff of picking and choosing fights. Let's say DP ults. You just Fiend's Gate out elsewhere or something like that, or you Fiend's Gate and Ganker with multiple extra heroes. So definitely some cool possibility. I think this hero is still kind of underrated, to be honest.
Okay. And what do you reckon sort of about, BetBoom, obviously, with this as a support duo, kind of the trick shot supports, right? You know, the skill shots, but you're looking at a Mirana and Muerta. You know, this is some sort of high-level execution support duo, right? These guys, they've got to hit their spells.
Yeah, it's pretty common for them to do these two heroes, though, right? They do love their Muerta on save. Toronto Tokyo, as they said on panel, it's his favorite hero on the Mirana, so very comfort kind of stuff. This will be interesting to see how these lanes all end up going down. I'm going to be watching bottom in particular, too, because this one I feel like the Morph could be under some difficulties just in last hitting versus Underlord. Just the Atrophy Aura is a bit annoying, and that high base damage. Well, I feel like Arteezy in particular, he's got a pretty free lane up top, right? He's got the Lifestealer versus the Centaur. Should be able to have a quite good time just getting that free farm with the techies behind him. So I would say I like Shopify's lanes a little bit more.
Sure. So even in sort of that mid matchup, I mean, I think as the panel was saying, in the past, right, the Death Prophet could cause some issue. Bottom lane, Toronto Tokyo, he's standing his ground, the arrow. With the Ferret Fire, Kitrak, he's going to come out on top.
There you go.
As they were both fighting to the death there, and indeed at the end of it all, I think Toronto Tokyo just not accounting for the fact that Kitrak had that Ferret Fire ready to go.
And he has the pull open. So Kitrak, he gets the kill, has that big camp pull, so he's already going to be able to reset lane position as well too. So very good start for them bottom. Yeah, mid, I feel like DK just does good in every matchup. Sure. He either wins or just does, good.
So I feel like Yopaj, very experienced, should be able to do just fine. Didn't need to use that Breathe the Fire, but Breathe Fire, whatever, GPK gets
Top lane. Some good body blocks here from Miro is going to leave no opportunity for Scam to escape. Bet Boom, they get themselves a kill on the board.
It's a very strong lane here also for Bet Boom. Arteezy shouldn't be under too much pressure, I would say, but Scam definitely can die constantly.
Sure, he's got to be careful.
I mean, I say that, but, you know, they do have, like, the silence and the stuff. They do have quite a bit of burst if R2 is not too careful. He does kill the Rage at level 2, so, I mean, he should be fine in theory.
Yeah, I guess sort of the risk lies in whether there's situations where maybe Scam sort of baits Arteezy into, like, an aggressive play, and then
like that.
suddenly Bet Boom's able to get the turnaround, silence into stun. So, yeah, gotta just play it chill, hit the creeps, and so far on the CS on that top lane, we're 7 and 3 on Arteezy. As Miro has got 8 and 6. So pretty even between the two of them. Miro getting quite a fair few denies in already.
Yeah, I mean, the base damage advantage, right? Centaur, this is why people really like to play him right now, and have always kind of liked to play him. Great animation, and you have like 80 base damage, and now he's going to have 2 bracers too, so tough to push out a lane, even though Lifestealer also a difficult one to push out. So yeah, let's see. Mid, 15-4, 12-2 right now. GPK slightly ahead, but looking at bottom, a big win for Saberlane right now.
Be able to get the Lotus as well. The lane's going to continue to get easier and easier here for Saberlight on his Underlord.
Yep, he's got the 2 points in Atrophy now, so 14% versus something like Morphling is very nice.
Yeah, really good damage trading here by GPK.
Yeah, he's doing excellent here.
Radiant structures are
Ooh, late glyph. I think that must have been GPK's glyph, right? I think he wanted to stop Yopaj from getting those 2 CS with Breathe Fire, but he gets him anyway. Didn't look like it was from any of the other lanes.
Still just the moment.
Back to even.
This will be the slowest start for Arteezy up top.
Yeah.
12 and 4, 12 and 5. But as you say, it shouldn't die. But yeah, getting the last hit secured against Miro's Centaur, not proven to be too easy on these first few waves.
Oh, and Saberlight. Okay, so adaptation to be made also since he's playing versus Morphling. An item you don't see too often. He's got a Corrosion on the Underlord. So pretty cool that heal negation versus Morph if he's able to get hits off. They could pose kill threats, even with like the Root if he'd like to get an early point in it too. That's cool. That's cool. I haven't seen it in particular versus on an Underlord versus a Morph, right?
Sure. It still feels kind of tricky, right? It's one of those lanes where the Morph sort of has to make a mistake, right, to ever be caught in a position for these two heroes to kill him.
But can see the reason why he'd want it also versus a Death Prophet, right? So now they have a Corrosion at least from that lane, even though we usually see the Lifestealer get it. I guess it's going to be the Underlord who's going to try to get some extra right clicks in. See if it works out for him.
Nice try.
They're going to get to go try to put some pressure onto Miero.
See what they can do. I mean, yeah, Arteezy's not going to overcommit. Wants to make sure that he continues to focus on getting those CS under the tower.
Making Arteezy commits his rage just to be able to stop a sentry, but could get himself killed with this.
He's caught in the silence, and indeed, I think he's gone.
Okay, I mean, if we can get a camera on up top to see what he did there.
What happened there?
So he went to kill the sentry that was blocking Hardcap. He rage committed for it, and then they just killed him. I mean, that's a big blunder there from Artur.
Because honestly, I mean, the lane actually wasn't going too bad for him.
I mean, he killed that point. He straight up killed himself.
He was catching up with the CS. He was taking over and getting a fair few denies actually back against Miro. So an unfortunate death there for him to have.
Must have thought that he'd be able to survive the burst, but yeah, he literally ran in, rage, killed a sentry, and yeah, put himself in a position to die. He's still gonna go Corrosion. It's still such a good item versus the Morph and DP, but yeah, a death that could have definitely been avoided by him.
Bing bong.
Bing bong. Always on the pause.
We've got Kit Rat obviously making this move over towards the mid. He's able to get that ward down.
Power Rune, yeah, trying to secure that one.
I mean, I guess it's very hard to make a move onto GPK, right, when he's got these 3 points in Siphon. You're not going to burst him. He's going to get a Siphon off, so...
They have Catapult advantage, though, and Yopaj is 6. So could at least get some tower pressure here and force some stuff out of GPK. Looks like we should be able to get back into the game.
Well, they will have Toronto Tokyo heading over towards the mid as well to help out.
Oh, maybe he just arrows the Catapult. Right, he could just send one over there toward that siege.
It's going to be the 6-minute power, and GPK immediately with the exorcism. It'll be the jump forward from Scam, see if they can burst through this TP. They can't, and GPK is able to turn and get the kill on Kiprak.
Good arrow. Catching him to stun it off. Exorcism has been used. It's going to be just to farm a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely worth it, though. It means that Shopify Rebellion can't commit in towards him, and he's got the damage to get the kill like that. Catapult popping it as soon as he knows he's going for the power in.
Yep, Catapult's still alive mid. I want to see if Toronto Tokyo does arrow that one, just so it stops any pressure onto the tower here. But he's actually just leaving it.
Swing back bottom.
Yeah, he's just going back bottom. So let's see what Yopaj. Yopaj is going to take advantage of that. Exo down, and he has a siege creep in mid. He's going to get a lot of tower damage here. I feel like Tokyo should have arrowed it, but oh well.
See how quickly GPK is able to take this pressure off. I mean, the fortification coming in, as you say, Yopaj going all in on doing as much as he can.
He's going to keep it alive.
I mean, it's already half the health of the tower here with his first use of Dragon Form. Very good pressure here from Yopaj. And even if that's the most of it, that'll be something that Yopaj is more than happy with. Next Dragon Form, that tower's going down.
Absolutely. And they could have prevented a bit of that there, but wanted to go back to the lane. Guess Nightfall was probably telling him, please come back to my lane and help me. So he's able to go back down there. Nightfall, good separation between Min and Arteezy now. 500 gold difference.
And about 500, yeah, as you said, yeah. I mean, I guess just the sort of difference in that death that Arteezy had up top.
Miro under tower. There's backup coming from Toronto Tokyo.
I mean, TP's going to be coming in, of course, here for Shopify Rebellion. They don't want to allow BetBoom to get away with this sort of move. Kiprak's got the setup onto Miro, but not going to be able to commit him with anything else. I mean, Scam does have blast off if he feels that he can try for this, but now feels that the damage is just not going to be there if he jumps forward, and especially with save from Toronto Tokyo by Miro's side. Shopify Rebellion won't be able to get anything out of this, other than, of course, just keeping Arteezy safe from the potential dive.
Save can always do the play also where if Scam does go for the blast off, he can bounce him out of range in midair, right, with Deadshot, if he's able to get the angle. Power Rune top, Kidtrek will deny that one away from GPK. Ooh, what a Deadshot!
Very nice angle there from Save.
That was sick.
And that'll get the job done. Beautiful shot.
Wow. That requires practice for sure. It's a nice one.
Early days here. 4-1. Gold difference. Very, very, very even.
But Arteezy slowed down.
So if you get the chance to mess around with him again, I mean, both supports for BetBoom, Save and Toronto Tokyo continuing to stay up on this top lane. I very much feel that Nightfall can be left on his own, and of course down bottom Nightfall, unless Scam can find some sort of surprise move, but it's tricky. Nightfall, of course, yet to be caught off guard down here.
He's got the level 3 blast off, so it is a high amount of burst damage, but yeah, Nightfall. He's hiding himself away. I'm going to keep watching Scam at least.
I mean, there's definitely a chance that he gets caught, but he's playing it smooth so far here on the Mortho. Hit him with the scan. They know that he's farming this area.
Oh, is Scam going to find the angle? Meanwhile, Yopaj mid is taking that tower.
And they're also bringing in both supports here from Shopify Rebellion to try for a jump on Nightfall. There's the blast off.
He gets him. He was shifting down.
He was shifting further into the Agi when that happened, so a guaranteed kill there. No problem for Shopify Rebellion.
Nice angle. Slax was right.
They're going to get some good pressure onto this tier 1 tower bottom. The tier 1 mid does still stand. Didn't manage to get that heavy of a push as he may have hoped for, Yopaj, with that second Dragon Form. But tower's being taken nonetheless. The tier 1 bottom, it's gone.
I was going to say, I like this build from GPK. They are lacking a little bit of setup. They have the Centaur, of course, but lacking some for the Mirana and the Muerta. So this could be cool to allow him to be that extra catch as Arteezy. He's got Infest.
They got Backup coming in as well here with the Fiend's Gate.
Nice
trying to keep Arteezy fine. They've got the Bushwhack onto Miro. Still got the remainder of the Stampede to create the distance between them. Should be enough to keep Miro alive, so they get out, but again, Shopify making these moves to make sure that Arteezy doesn't die.
And it's a quick, easy one for Saberlight. He's directly back bottom right after they take the tower. Yopaj gets himself an Arcane, gets extra hits on the tower. It's down to 200 now in mid. But GPK is holding on to his all the way up to this 10-minute mark now. And that 8 toast is finished, and he's got his ult, so he could look to force mid tower himself now with the catapult wave.
Let's see if he wants to pop it. Going to try and get some info first. Top lane, Arteezy. Caught by the two of them. It's a lot of burst if he gets caught in that silence and stun.
And now he's struggling after that first death.
I mean, with sort of this sort of setup now that BetBoom have
and sort of how easily they're able to kill him, it's getting to the point where it's kind of tough for him to come back to this top lane. I mean, the 2 times that he has been up here, to get the chance to hit some creep waves, he's kind of needed the entirety of Shopify Rebellion to come up and try and keep him safe. As soon as he gets left on his own, it's absolute potential for BetBoom to kill him.
Absolutely. Nightfall is he's struggling in a similar kind of department also, right? Like 300 ahead of him in net worth. So yeah, both these cores really under pressure this game. And now we see Saberlight also, he's queuing up the Atos. So both sides trying to find more forms of catch. Of course, this item is fantastic on Underlord with the pit.
Yeah, they've got the Blink Dagger on Yopaj, so Shopify, they can look for plays with the sort of setup and follow-up of Kitrak. And of course, Skem. Both supports offering fantastic burst.
Oh, this could be a nice move if they can finish off Saberlight with GPK.
It's a good arrow.
Ooh!
Actually, no, it's not a good arrow. He's actually able to dodge it.
The death shot!
Oh, he doesn't miss, though. But the skill shots that Toronto Tokyo doesn't hit, save certainly will.
Perfect time to rotate. Saberlight was going to live. A great move, and they don't even have to commit Exo, so now they can actually use Moonlight Shadow. Look to collapse onto mid, perhaps. Haste runes top. Yopaj will get lucky for that one.
Maybe they'll settle for Kitrak, they will. And this time, Toronto Tokyo, he'll hit the arrow. Not going to be long enough to, again, these dead shots, they never miss from save. Doesn't matter, too deep behind the tier 1, Kitrak's fine. And in fact, Shopify, they're trying to turn and take a kill in return. They go for Toronto Tokyo. Yopaj, not quite enough damage to kill the Mirana. So he'll also have to retreat as well with the haste ring.
Arteezy TP's mid to try to help boys out, just slowing his farm down more and more. Nightfall is now starting to recover, getting that farm up under no pressure, and Arteezy moving around.
Yeah, I mean, difficult for Arteezy to really have impact turning up anyway. Of course, going straight for the Radiance Rush, no sort of armlet on the way. So just all about trying to make sure that this Radiance timing doesn't come out too slowly.
He doesn't have that, fantastic core-to-core matchup by any means.
Set up in the mid, and that's the blink reveal from Mira. Easy follow-up to the Atos of GPK. Kitrak's gone, the ghosts are out, and BetBoom, they'll look to take the tier 1.
They can really start to set tempo now. Mira with blink. GPK able to always set up for these towers. Toronto Tokyo also looking for a flank, setting up around Ancients, maybe some vision.
Dire's structures are fortified.
The fortification here, Shopify. Stampede, I mean, Miro wants to kind of dive deep. Same to be said for save. They were seeing if they could get back in behind the tower and get a jump.
Quick blink. Still get a
now
tower.
BetBoom now with a 2K lead.
And they can always pose kill threat on Arteezy with the silence from save, with the blink dagger on Miro so early up. Arteezy gonna TP bottom, a smoke coming out. Looks like
Let's see what they can do themselves. They have got great burst, post supports. They're post level 6 now.
Hey, both sides, right? They definitely always have that kill threat. Atos at the ready on Saberlight. They see GPK.
They can absolutely burst him. Dragon Tail into the blast off. Bushwhack and a sharpshooter coming in. He's gone.
They got to cancel TP. Yeah, tower. It will fall. Very similar movements, it feels like, coming out. Very close game here in these first 14 minutes. 7-3. Both carries at least struggling in a similar department.
It is indeed just a question of who's going to be able to recover the best this game. Yep. Arteezy on the Lifestealer or Nightfall on the Morph.
It's close to his Manta, so Nightfall at least will have some ways to protect himself a bit, but Pit is pretty good. Pit's always going to be very useful versus this as well. Same thing for that Techies.
Back in action around the mid. GPK.
Excellent.
Still down for 45. It's a race to get those Eternal Shrouds online for him. And by the looks of it, also for Miro.
Super valuable, of course, on the Death Prophet. There's good amount of,
they've got their eyes on Arteezy.
Good amount of magic damage. Artur has to be cautious.
And if Miro gets the jump, it's still kind of hard to burst him, and he does have Kitrak by his side. Miro's going to see if he can get in.
He should have time to get the rage.
It's difficult now.
Things back to near even. Miro showing himself for a second. Kitrak wanting to set up. They have the global threat of Fiend's Gate if they catch the initial stun. Can't quite get it. If they get the first stun, Fiend's Gate comes in, Pit plus Atos. Even if there's a Stampede, they will have kill threat onto most of these heroes. So always have to watch out for that global threat.
At the least, Arteezy
catching up.
Should be able to get the space to get that first hurdle covered and get the relic picked up. Just a couple of 100 gold away from it.
The Nightfall just a little bit faster on his timings, though.
How's DP doing? Level 11 still. DK level 12. Mage Slayer near online. So another, more reasons why we don't see Death Prophet as well too. Mage Slayer, very good item versus DP. So we'll see how they end up dealing with that one if GPK does constantly get hit from Yopaj.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, both teams absolutely able to try and push for the next tower objective that they'd hoped for.
Similar kind of styles from the drafts, right? So the DK versus DP, even though we don't see it as often anymore, they have a similar archetype in the early game, at least. Of course, later DK gets pretty crazy with the Manta and whatnot, but...
Shopify.
Well, this looks like it could be a big clash. Saberlight can always join in as well. Boom, they have an amp damage on GPK, who's also now hit level 12.
Dire are scanning.
Really want to find something here, Shopify. Yopaj has already popped the Dragon Form for this smoke play. It's already through half of it.
Yeah, they really want to utilize that Fiend's Gate, try to get at least some type of pick off here, because they do have some timings here with the Mage Slayers we were mentioning before as well. Is Miro going to show on the wave? Clears it very quickly and backs away.
Not quite able to get the catch that they'd hoped for there, Shopify.
Yopaj, stop blowing up the bombs. He just blew up 3 of his
just
homies' bombs.
the
Yeah, aggroed them onto the bombs. The worst nightmare when you're playing techies. Your own teammates killing your minds. Does Saberlight actually almost have it finished? Oh my god, he does. He's gonna have a pipe pretty soon. Oh, Nightfall, he's spotted under a ward here.
Oh, he's playing safe though.
What's coming out on his courier? Clarity.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that was scary for a second there.
He's good. He's fine. Shopify, they're very much feeling to be the more aggressive ones right now. Trying to find these sort of jumps. BetBoom continue to stay hovered around GPK in the mid. Kind of looking to use him as a bit of a bait, potentially.
They see Yopaj there for a second.
The amplified damage rune popped on GPK. If he wants to fight with the Exorcism, he's going to be super strong. Yopaj can show himself in the mid. They'll look to just jump the DK straight away, and Yopaj, he does not stand a chance.
Instant dead. Can't even Fiend's Gate him.
I mean, yeah, it's too dangerous to go through that to join the fight right now as BetBoom in a very solid position pushing down the mid lane. With this Exorcism already saving Miro, trying to wrap around from the side. They get the opening with a Who Stomp. They've got the burst and control to take down Kitrak as well. Save with the double. Popping off here on the support Moya. It's a 2-0-5.
They know they can't finish the tower off, so GPK is just going to go bottom to get as much as possible out of the XO. Arteezy does have his Radiance. Be careful how you step up there. They actually know he's here.
And they're kind of sort of surrounding him for the side if they want to go for this. I mean, save.
He's been pretty insane with his silences and dead shots, but looks like Artur should be okay. Yopaj, that was a DK form. He blinked, showed himself in the wave, and then they just had free go on him.
They just went straight away.
He's got to be a little more careful. They always will have damage, especially if he's not able to get any hits off to reduce any of that magic. He got fully controlled.
I mean, if they're able to sort of keep this level of calm in the game, I mean, how does sort of the rate of farm compare between a Morphling and a Lifestealer with the Radiance? Like, will the Morphling always stay ahead, or can you catch back up with this Radiance?
You can, depending on what happens in fights and stuff like that. Morph usually stays a little ahead. Then you will always be able to turn into the Lifestealer and stuff like that inside the team fight. So you always have that core-to-core matchup advantage, but you can never really, write off how much Atrophy Aura and all these damage reductions do, because there's a Breathe Fire and an Atrophy Aura. So these spells are pretty damn strong. Saberlight.
It's pretty tanky. Can they burst through it? At the 4 of them, I mean, Yopaj is going to try and come in and help out. They'll jump forward with the blast off. I mean, he's still alive. Finally, he falls, though. Saberlight's down. Same to be said here for Scam. Arteezy's trying to fight back, but Nightfall's able to keep his distance. GPK hit by the Sharp Shot, but he's only down to half HP. They can't quite kill the Death Prophet. I mean, Arteezy's continuing to try and fight them, but the damage at the moment is just not there, and Arteezy has to back off. Be a 2-for-1.
Too tanky still at this point. The DP and the Morph, they don't have the burst. They need every single hero to be able to go for that. And yeah, it starts off with them just losing the Underlord.
Yeah, I mean, they're at least able to get the focus in on towards Miro, get something out of this. But overall, we're definitely seeing, in particular with the GPK Death Prophet and the Nightfall Morph, 2 cores at this stage that are very difficult for Shopify Rebellion to take down.
Yeah, they keep getting some really nice Keeping that morph separated nicely. At 1,700 ahead, he's now starting to claim those top positions.
Shopify. The way that last fight went, I mean, what would you imagine sort of the plan's going to be coming up? Do they need to be trying to look for these smoke plays, maybe still without Arteezy, whilst Arteezy tries his best to catch up? Radiant's build, I mean, what's sort of the move here?
I think a lot's going to be up to initiations, who gets the initial jump if they're able to just burst one hero, because they still do have that option with the DK, with the Hoodwink, with the techies.
But they're so tanky. I mean,
they are
EP, what, 2,700 HP with this Eternal Shroud.
They have to kind of catch
Not
it, feels
easy.
like a support maybe or something at the start. Definitely not the easiest.
They're going to try. Smoke up. Arteezy's ready to get involved. Inside Joe Patch. Bet Boom, they're prepared. They're on the high ground. GPK's going to step out, though. They're going to try and burst him, or at least think about it. They're going with the Dragon down the bushwhack. I mean, they barely scratch him. He's perfectly fine now. They're going to turn straight over towards the two of them. They're in onto Yopaj. The pipe's popped here by Saberlight. But again, Arteezy and Yopaj, they're having to back up to the high ground, get themselves away from GPK and its exorcism.
They got to kind of reset a little bit here. They get a stun.
And they're looking back at the DP, but they just don't have the damage to fully go on him. And Arteezy says 40 gets caught in the Who-Stop and bursted.
He just walked right in again.
He's immediately dead. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, I don't know if they can try and take these fights right now.
Oh, this is looking grim.
How on earth do they kill GPK? I mean, they go in on him at the start, but you already feel the hesitation from them. They know at this point, they just don't really have what it takes to kill this Death Prophet.
It feels like as soon as they saw the Exo, I thought they were going to run away. I thought they were going to reset away from the team fight and look for a go afterwards, but they commit into Exo.
I mean, you see at this point, it feels like they're going to back off, but Arteezy caught at the front. As he sort of questions whether or not he can get back in and try and make this fight happen, he certainly couldn't. That's a rough one, Arteezy. The difference between him and Nightfall continuing to grow.
More and more. They just tickle the heroes. Even if they get that initial, they have to find something else. They can't just let them try to go on this DP. The DP is just completely invulnerable at this point versus their kind of all magic damage. They don't really have much physical at this point whatsoever. Lifesteal can't stick on these targets.
Needs more farm, needs more items. Back to the jungle for Arteezy.
Yeah, but
trying to get his S and Y online at least.
It doesn't feel good to be, you're sitting back and, now go back and farm as a lifesteal when you're playing versus a Morphling, right? The Morph is just going to be like, okay, I'm perfectly fine with this type of scaling. Nightfall approaching Akanda, level 16 compared to level 13 on Artur. Got to try to catch him either when they're split up or just away from Exo, it feels like, for Shopify. It's not an easy task, but fighting into Exo is just
even with the Exo down, how do you fight into this Death Prophet?
Yeah.
GPK is going to be close to having the Kaya Sanj.
Gotta find him
He's
split.
so tanky at this point. He's got a shield rune as well in the bottle. Pretty much unkillable in these fights, unless he gets caught completely, separate from the rest of his team. But at the moment, it's just not happening. Toronto, Tokyo, and Save been great with the position and have always been there ready for any sort of fight that kicks off around one of their cores.
Every time. And now he's got a shield rune too to boot, right? A lot of people have been asking about this Death Prophet hero for some time.
It's looking pretty good this game.
Yeah, I mean, the Eternal Shroud build, it always has its merits. He's frontlining perfectly. Exo's back up. They can go for the Roche. They don't even really need to pop the Exo. It's going to go down quick enough here to Nightfall. And now what do you do? Versus an Aegis. The damage is just not quite there for Shopify yet.
Group up from Bedboom could start to get a little bit too strong for Shopify to stop.
They can probably start forcing stuff with the Exo, with this Morphling this big. Start looking for some tier 2s.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
For Shopify, let's see what they can look for the next big items. Because usually I'm looking at, like, okay, if the Lifestealer's struggling, things like this are happening. Sometimes we see these Hoodwinks getting the big farm, but Kitrak got more of a defensive route this game. He's also 1-4-1, so not really getting that scaling just yet.
Miro. Oh, look at this here with the Moonlight Shadow set. Somebody just walk up and set up onto Scam.
Another freebie. Setting up for top as well, too. Now they want to pick every single fight.
GPK's quick.
Saberlight.
They've got to get out of it. Saberlight going out with the TP. GPK, is he going to be able to find him? It's very close. But he does make it out of there.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Save. Set up around mid for Arteezy. Arteezy.
Feels safe farming around this area with this deep observer ward they've got down Shopify. Also Yopaj by his side.
Can they ever catch any of these Betboom heroes split off? So far, it's just not been the case. Betboom always covering each other perfectly.
I mean, Shopify Rebellion's kind of split up here. They're going to try
Betboom.
for the jump on to save.
Can they finish him?
He's able to get the ult off.
Nope.
And yeah, he's not dying. And now Artista's got to try for the TP out. He will manage to make it away with the rage TP.
But Yopaj.
But meanwhile, elsewhere as well, Mira's taken out Saberlight. Yopaj also has the BKB TP out. He'll get out of there. But Skem, he's going to get left behind. Waveform forward. 2 dead on Shopify Rebellion. They're just not able to get anything in return from Betboom.
They can't even kill the support. Muerta just pops his ult. 4 staffs away. They don't have that mixed damage, at least there, with those 2 heroes to go for him. It's looking rough. Looking rougher and rougher by the moment. Yeah, I was thinking, like, ideally that's how they want to try to catch things with like a Fiend's Gate, try to catch these heroes off guard when they're not all set up on Betboom, but Betboom is prepared every time. Yeah, never mind now.
Sort of to the point where Betboom can look to take the tier 2, maybe take away the Tormentor. Yeah, Nightfall's actually going to start on that. Here with Miro. Oh, they didn't finish,
they didn't finish it off.
It was 1 hit.
He got scared.
I mean, that was 1 hit. Come on.
He got scared.
Okay,
I mean,
but they had that.
He had it, but
just 1 more hit. I mean, that is yeah, playing very, very safe there, just immediately getting out, and that will allow Skem to get himself a free shard.
Shopify gets something going their way for the first time, it feels like.
A little bit of mercy from Betboom.
Feels like it.
They're like, oh, you know what? Let's not go too harsh on them. We'll let them have the Tormentor.
Not a really massive shard this game by any means, though.
Toronto Tokyo should have the Greaves ready for the next fight, so
even tankier.
And much tougher for Shopify to try and get those bursts that they haven't really been getting anyway at the moment.
And seeing it, Muerta actually being the one instead of the Hoodwink, Muerta's going to be the one to start getting extra scaling as well, too. He's going to be going down that Maelstrom route soon.
He's having a great game save.
He's having a pretty much flawless one, right? I think he's 2-0 and 10. I feel like all of his
post supports. Toronto Tokyo's only died the once, 1-1 and 10. I mean, as you say, this is something they love to do. Toronto Tokyo loves his Mirana, Save loves his Muerta, and this game so far a very good showcase of why that is.
They're playing very coordinated as a team. That's the thing I'm seeing from Betboom. It's like they're not really fully splitting up. They're playing with the Death Prophet so nicely on GPK. Level 18, so he's got Exorcism, he's got an amp damage, and he's got the Vindicator's Axe. Good luck killing this DP.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's like Shopify trying to get something of their own at least, rather than defending or looking for fights. Maybe they can look for this Tormentor, but uh-oh, here comes GPK.
This is a scary part of the map.
Wants the fight.
Yopaj.
Oh. Well, I mean, he's going to beat KBTP.
He is indeed, yeah. Nothing they can do to stop a BKB TP. And I imagine Kitrak and Artesia are going to continue to get the hell out of there. So, shouldn't be any casualties here for Shopify Rebellion, unless something goes horribly wrong.
Yep. Cancels his own TP or something.
Or presses TP before the BKB. I mean, yeah, who knows? But
don't curse him.
There's no way he's dying.
No.
Yopaj is safe. They're all safe. So they'll get out.
But in the meantime, Nightfall took mid-tower. He's getting Butterfly pretty soon, too. The items are just flowing in. And
yeah, this morph.
The Butterfly versus this lineup, too. You already couldn't really get on him at all. Lifestealer is nowhere near the realms of an MKB.
I mean, how we're seeing on the farm, he's got the SMY just about finished. And yeah, Yopaj.
Just even.
I mean, he's probably going to have to BKB. Oh, maybe the Dragon Tail and walk off him. His save's going to be here to sort of tease around with him. There's the BKB and there's the TP. No further messing around. They'll get out.
Little cute thing, though, from Save, right? He was hiding himself. So he's like, come on, use the TP without the BKB. I got you. But nah, he doesn't. Yopaj smart enough.
Yeah, not going to take that sort of risk.
Ward down bottom does count, at least for a second. Artler. Should be fine. Miro.
Miro gets the jump.
Around. He's got Nightfall in the area.
Nightfall dishes out a lot of damage right now.
They're bringing GPK as well. The boots of travel. Saberlight's out of here.
Top tower is under attack.
Skem should also be fine. I mean, it depends how deep Miro wants to go searching around this corner of the map, but he won't. So Skem is free to continue to do as he wishes down here.
Yeah, once they place some mines maybe down in this area. was weird. Did someone like lose an item or something? What was that?
Wait, what we got?
The gold lead just went from 7k to 5k in like literally a split second. Did I see something wrong? That was weird. Oh well. Like nothing was happening. Nothing happened. I don't know. That was really weird.
We got replay of that?
No, not necessary. I don't know. Maybe I was seeing things, but
maybe going crazy.
Maybe I am. It's possible. It's happened years ago. 16-4, 5k, staying consistent.
No patch. Whoop. He's quick. And Shopify, they're doing a good job of avoiding these moves from Bet Boom. It's given them some time. It's a question of how much that time's going to help them. You know, RTZ's looking for the MKB next after the S and Y.
And if he gets that, definitely will be able to stick on the morph. We'll be able to actually go for him.
If they can get kind of the jump and control for the rest of the team, which they have got a fair bit of, Dragon Tails, Bushwhacks, Blast-Offs, could buy the time required for RTZ to be able to take down some of these heroes.
Yeah, and they are starting to acquire more and more of these items that they do require, right? They've now got a Shiva's, more heal prevention. Good track. Can't get the further catch. Nice play from a save, knowing his hero. Pierce the Veil, Dispel. Gets that Atos right off of him.
They've got the ward on Yopaj down here. They know he's farming pretty aggressively. But again, he's got BKB and TP.
But he could get popped.
And there's a lot of damage for Nightfall, yeah. Very nicely done there. Nightfall's able to close in, turn into the Dragon Knight, and indeed use his own stun against him. Keeps him chain stunned.
Nice move in. Ooh, RTZ.
RTZ, he has got Rage TP. So off he goes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Save the light. Nice try.
He, of course, yeah, getting tankier and tankier. The Shiva's on top of the pipe. A lot of beefiness from both sides here.
Yeah.
Pretty much on all three cores on both sides. None of these heroes should die very quickly.
Oh, Nightfall. Ooh, they were thinking about it. He has Shard, though, so he can shift even while stunned.
Gonna try for the setup, but as you say, the shift is going to begin, and he's got the backup of GPK and save. RTG tries again on top of Nightfall, but the waveform's there away. Nightfall's fine.
GPK shredding him now.
And Save gets the angle with the dead shot. He's able to push Saberlight back underneath the ghost of GPK. He's going to try and go for the Fiend's Gate, but GPK is ready to follow there. In fact, they might send a few of them through the Fiend's Gate. The two of them head through.
But it expires. And watch the stun. Bam. Oh, beautiful. With the Conda.
That's a full butterfly done now in Nightfall. So not a bad effort there for Shopify to try for it, but indeed, as you say, with the fact that he got the shard picked up moments earlier, it's not an easy play to make.
If he didn't have...
Trying his best to carry the boys here, Saberlight.
Smokes out. No DP Exo at the moment. Looking to get some information, though.
Radiant are scanning.
If they get initial stuns on most of these heroes, there is the follow-up to get the burst.
Yeah, for sure. With this Morphling, Nightfall dishes out so much damage so quickly.
Yeah, much more than that of Shopify's burst at the moment. Shopify looking to try to find an angle to get something themselves, but 4 heroes in the base.
How's the MKB looking? Just 200 gold.
Close, very close.
And RTZ will have the MKB.
How's Yopaj's Manta? Also, he's getting pretty close, so timings... They are starting to get closer and closer to a couple more. Another empty. I feel like GPK is just getting every power rune, though. I mean, it happens when you have full control of the map, but he's got his Parasma finished up. He's got his 20 talent, too.
Under attack.
A lot more heals. Another 2-2 to fall.
Tower has fallen.
I got the gem out as well now. Toronto Tokyo ready to take out any sort of vision that Shopify Rebellion have on the map, make it tougher to get into places to farm. But at the same time, as we're seeing, Rage TPs, BKB TPs are sort of the order of the day. Not a lot to be able to do to stop those. So Shopify Rebellion can continue to farm in pretty risky positions. MKB's now done on RTs. He does continue to make this recovery. We saw it very early on, pretty much stuck at the bottom of the course, but he's climbing his way back up.
They can fight now. If they can get a good catch, this is definitely a possibility. Manta's done on the DK as well with that timing. Bet Boom is reading the play, though. They're gathering.
If they're going to jump into the full 5-man of Bet Boom, it could go pretty rough for them.
For sure. Exo's back up as well. Uh-oh. Let's see if Shopify...
Who's going to see who? Moonlight Shadow up as well from BetBoom. They've got the advantage here to set up. They'll look towards Kiprak. Yopaj is considering the jump, but he's going to get caught by the silence. But the man turn, look to retreat. Fiendskate coming in. They're going to potentially try and fight this, but they've already lost Kiprak. They jump back in. They're trying to see if they can burst Nightfall. RTZ's in with the MKB, but Nightfall's able to turn into the Lifestealer. Use the range to create his distance. RTZ's got to back off. He can't stay on top of Nightfall. Nightfall turns towards Yopaj. Tears through the Dragon Knight. RTZ dead as well to the burst of Miro. Not the fight there that they were hoping for. Shopify scam, his TP out gets cancelled. BetBoom find a fourth, and it's outside of the Roshan pit as well, as Nightfall will be able to head straight into there and almost certainly guarantee this Aegis.
They're doing such a fantastic job of reading the movements, right? They like Shopify setting up to try to get the numbers on him. BetBoom brings 5. You could see that Fiend's Gate comes out, and I'm watching it. I'm always watching Saberlight. He's like, do I really want to go through this? This fight's already disastrous.
I mean, and he was absolutely right. It was not a fight to go for, but unfortunately one that Shopify Rebellion and the rest of them had already committed to.
I
mean, they're trying to go for these fights, trying to use their item timings, but yeah, BetBoom, every single read is there. It's now an Aegis on Nightfall. And GPK doing so much work as this Death Prophet, honestly. 6-1 and 11.
Great pick, great play. It's and now not just only the amount of survivability he has, but the damage he's got with the Plasma.
Yeah.
And indeed a frustrating game here.
You just can't stick on targets either. It's just there's too much reset. Yeah. Like they got the jump, they get the stun and everything, then they just reset, and they are too tanky for them to finish off. They also controlled Scam. If I wasn't mistaken, Miro got the jump on the back line also, so there wasn't even a follow-up from the techies. BetBoom is just playing these fights and playing the map really nice this game. Not allowing Shopify.
They're going to try again.
Any chances? They're going to try again.
They've got to see if they can get these opportunities when BetBoom split up.
Exo's down.
Like if they find sort of 3 versus 2, if they have the number advantage, they should be able to burst heroes.
And really just trying to play around Exorcism cooldown, but another Moonlight Shadow.
But again, BetBoom, they're grouped up as 5.
They always are.
I mean, Miro, they look towards him, but as soon as they do, Kiprak's dead. They just can't find any sort of chance to get in and get them a surround. I mean, they're trying to fight this. They get Toronto Tokyo. I mean, it's okay if the 2 of them get out. Nightfall's looking to try and chase in onto them, get the silence in onto Yopaj, forces him to have to BKB in his escape to the high ground. I mean, if anything, it's a one for one, which, considering the way everything else has gone, they'll probably take that.
Yeah. BKB was used from Yopaj, though, also, so they do have 80 seconds to be able to keep applying pressure here on BetBoom. So, I mean, you lose your 5 position. I don't think they really care. Rattle Cage, blessed onto GPK.
Oh, he is the resistance, the armor.
He is so damn tanky.
He's pretty good. Yeah, he's making good ways towards the AC as well.
Yeah. Yopaj is spotted. No BKB.
Oh, he's already used it from that previous fight in the mid.
Oh, he's going down. Whoa, that dead shot sent him a weird way.
But yeah, doesn't always send him the opposite. Why just... Yeah, who knows? Well, either way,
angle, I guess, maybe push that.
I push him into like the side of the wall, and then that forced him to go down.
Yep, and there's that BKB cooldown.
Well, he's dead anyway. Yeah, BKB, he's talking about them. We're actually going to see GPK sell for that himself instead of going for the AC. He's got the money for it, so he just picks up a full BKB. It's coming out to him right now. Ready for that high ground push and ready to try and end this game.
Full Gleipnir on save. He's also scaled massively here at this point. There's Techie's mines to try to defend, but there's an Exorcism to force.
I mean, and they're so beefy, they could just walk straight through the mines. I don't think they care too much. Miro, he's got the jump in on a Kiprak, follow up with the dead shot. Kiprak burst by Nightfall. Saberlight getting bullied back to the fountain. They've got the fortification, but still a fair bit of time here whilst it's just the 3 of them versus the 5. We see top lane. They're trying to go for Toronto Tokyo, the 2 of them, but they can't do it. Toronto Tokyo is able to survive. The base is in shambles. They're losing this bottom set of racks. Fortification comes back in, but BetBoom, there's no need for them to back off. And in fact, Miro's ready to dive. He's in with a Who Stomp jump over towards the Saberlight, and this Underlord disappears in an instant.
This morph, he hurts, cheese popped.
I mean, the buyback's going to come out from Saberlight. He's trying to set things up over towards Miro, but again, they can just try to take him down again. This has been an immediate dieback on Saberlight. He's out for good. Skem's out as well. No buyback available on him. They'll take the bottom set of racks, BetBoom. Triple kill for Nightfall amongst us all.
They can keep going.
And no Underlord means very likely no defense to be had if for Shopify.
It was pretty suicidal by Saberlight, but at this point, right, desperation starts kicking in. They can just keep going.
Yeah, it's felt pretty impossible for quite some time this game for Shopify. BetBoom just in perfect play today on this game. They've had some struggles here in the group stage, but this performance, definitely what you sort of expect from the level of these players. They're going to try and go for Nightfall. They'll get him once. But of course, he's got the Aegis, and getting him a second time, it's unlikely to happen. They're diving in for Arteezy. Arteezy's out, no buyback available on him. We're going to see the GG called.
That was really cool. Honestly, we get to see a Death Prophet, which I said a lot of people have been wanting to see this hero a little bit. We want to stray away from these super tanky heroes. He kind of is a super tanky hero anyway with the Eternal Shroud build as we saw. But besides just the heroes, I think they played so damn well.
They did.
Their movement around the map, it seems like they read when Shopify was trying to make these moves.
They were never caught out.
Yep, and they honestly, they owned Arteezy this game. I mean, that first death was definitely avoidable by him, but then the follow-up ones, they just caught him off guard over and over and over again. Struggle game for Artur and the lads.
It really was. But as you say, for BetBoom here, brilliant stuff all round. The supports, I mean, I don't even know who you sort of give the sort of most focus to on this one. It was great stuff really from all 5 positions. I think if anything though, just to the level of the skill shots, the dead shots that Save was hitting, I mean, this Muerta support, it's a treat to see, something that most teams aren't doing, but it's always a pleasure when BetBoom bring it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Save, he does have some of these specialty heroes that when he's on, he's really on point. Like sometimes his Bugna is insane and stuff like that too, yeah. This was just BetBoom. It must have had some talks after yesterday as well too. Putting things together, maybe figuring out what went wrong, what the shot calling was going wrong, because, as I said, drafting in this one looked great. Shot calling in this one looked even better. Yeah, and if they're going to keep doing this, Shopify going to have a really hard time going into that next game.
It is indeed going to be a potentially tough game too. Looking at sort of the difference between the two of these teams in this first game. Looking at some of the numbers here as well. I mean, Save, to bring him up again, he nearly did as much damage as Nightfall on the Morph, just to go to show it wasn't just sort of hitting these sweet shots. It was doing a lot of damage as well from this position on this hero.
And he baited them, right? Like that, they try to kill him bottom and stuff. He pops ult, jumps away and all that kind of stuff too. So yeah, BetBoom. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they can keep it up going into game 2. Shopify, they need to do everything they can to try and get themselves that second win in this series. This game 1, it was a rough one. Game 1 goes to BetBoom.
That means that things just got a little bit extra spicy in Group B because we now have 3 teams that are 3 and 6. We'll see how, of course, the series ends and how we end up with Group B. But this game, well and truly in the bag for BetBoom. I'm here with Sir Action, Slacks, Spear, and Purge. Purge, what are you thinking? Was the Techies not supposed to win versus Morphling?
He did.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard it's a really good counter, but I don't know. This guy hasn't played Techies in 2 years at this point. I don't know if he knows anymore.
He killed him! He killed him in lane, guys.
Once.
Yes.
Yes.
How many times did he die?
Well, 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, correct then.
And then after he bought the shard, and it was like, oh, he stunned me, and I didn't expect it. And he was like, okay, time to morph. Pressed his F key.
Okay.
F9 key.
F9 key.
You know what? If you're so smart, why did they win the game then?
Because they're better. Just played good.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Death Prophet was very instrumental for this win. They couldn't kill the hero. And that's just kind of how Death Prophet works. It's kind of like a Huskar in a lot of ways, and a Bristleback, where this hero, if it doesn't die, it does a lot of damage. So you have to be able to burst it, and they just were never able to kill this Death Prophet because GBK had a good laning stage. It was the last pick of the game. They weren't able to find ways to get the burst damage they needed to kill this hero. And you saw his itemization as well. Eternal Shrouds, for everyone, of course. Great patch for it. Bought Boots of Travel to play on the map. The Atos, of course, early on. Then he just keeps buffing up. He gets the Witchblade into Plasma, and he's just so rich. And that's like the big thing this game. Like, he just keeps getting money, and you're trying to get this farm as much as you can on the side of Shopify Rebellion, but you just don't have enough farm to do so. And because you're losing your lanes, and of course Miro running around on the Centaur, they got outplayed, but the big thing was the Death Prophet not dying in this game.
And then once the Lifestealer's Rage is gone, Death Prophet's insanely scary because you're going to get Prasma'd or Atost or Silenced, and all of these apply slow basically. So then it's like, okay, you're trapped, not able to cast a spell. You don't have that much single target damage. Just a bad place to be. So yeah, once Death Prophet becomes unkillable, and there's also a Morphling carry that you're trying to beat as a Lifestealer, like the matchups just aren't good at that point.
Yeah, what's your read on the game, Slacks?
They lost.
Okay.
But, you know, I
Just the
still have
results,
faith.
That's not really a read.
Well, that is a read.
Well, great read. Thank you very much.
What the hell is this?
Also
Why did
very-
you guys invite me?
Very curious to hear from Kezu, who is going to have our Acer Predator head-to-head.
Hey guys, I also have a great read, of course, as I want to show the mid players of this matchup because, you know, Mr. GPK, he owned pretty hard. We saw that earlier as well. So just want to highlight a little bit of what was actually going on. So his KDA, 7-1-16 to 0-4-3. So, you know, stats don't lie. Of course, they speak for themselves. As GPK just kind of had a banger of a game. Hero damage as well. So, yeah, if we have a little look, you know, Yopaj, he got this 18-pick DK. Thought it was going to be really good. Damage taken, you know, it's the one... It's a stat W, but in reality, it's kind of an L. If you're doing all this, it means you're kind of dying. But let's have a look at the clips and what was actually important. I think Fear already brought it up pretty nicely with like the itemization. First item, DP Atos allows them to make these moves. Even though they miss this arrow, it doesn't matter. It makes them do this move that kills the Underlord first. So it's like first item of the game, allows them to continuously play forward. 2 minutes later, do they do the same thing mid? They reveal the blink on the Centaur. So now it's already like 2 nice plays on the map. And now the third one. Shopify with most likely a slight misplay here trying to go on GPK, but it's because he has this Eternal Shroud, because he has the Atos with the Boots of Travel, like this nice itemization that just allows him to like go in and be like, okay, what you gonna do? If you jump me, it's bad for you, but if you can't jump me, then you just have to run away from me as well. And then we have a bonus clip, Shiver.
Oh.
It's gonna be very important because we heard in the draft, you know, Techies versus Morphling.
Yeah.
It's unplayable.
Unplayable.
So Alexis, whenever we have the clip ready, we will of course play it because very detrimental to this game. Here we go. He kills him. He actually shifts down and he's dead.
Wow.
But even with this one death, they just couldn't do it.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
But how much of this do you feel like is Death Prophet could make a lot more moves and help out his team a lot more than the Dragon Knight could, just purely based on draft, not necessarily like outplay or anything. It just felt like the clips that we were watching was mostly because BetBoom made the right moves, and I felt like Shopify was not making the right moves.
I agree, like half-half. I would say that Shopify have an easier time making those moves because I feel like Shopify...
BetBoom has an easier time.
Yeah, BetBoom have an easier time doing it because Shopify can't really do the same move on DP because he will just tank through it.
Yeah.
But another thing I really didn't like when I think about this last pick DP, he wasn't addressed. He's the last pick, so there's a reason they pick it. But the itemization from Arteezy, he goes straight Radiance. There's no armlet. I also feel like the last thing DP itemizes for is armor. So why can't you go Desu and all in? Fear said maybe that's stupid, but whatever. But, you know, I feel like there's better ways to deal with last picks. You give them a free time, they'll own you. That's what happened. L.
L for Shopify, or big W for BetBoom, and they needed that one. To be fair, now there's a even higher chance of tiebreakers, and we're gonna find out what's. What are you doing, Ferge? Is this how you use your keyboard?
Oh no, we've been getting a lot of really dumb recommendations to the email, but also some good ones too, and we'd love to go through them. There's some cool boot ideas that you guys suggested.
Boot ideas?
Yeah, they were submitted. We asked you guys to submit them last night. This was one of the recommendations. They didn't follow the instructions, but we got a lot of good boot ideas, and I'd love to take a look at them. First up, the Illuminate boots. Gives you vision range. They look cool, so you get extra gold per kill, and they're only a little faster, plus 50 speed. So it's like 5 extra. What do you guys think? Would you buy these? Slacks would.
Your microphones are on, I think, as well. Slacks,
Slacks, would you fit these in? Look, there's gonna be a lot of boots after this patch comes out, so would you fit these in? You've only got 6 slots.
Gold per kill is broken. Once I get Philosopher's Stone, I keep that until 60
That's the
minutes.
OP thing for you. I think the vision range is actually incredibly OP.
You can't see things.
But it says
you don't
plus,
need
plus,
vision.
plus.
All right, we're moving on. We got a lot of boots to go through. What about these ones?
Razor boots.
Only Razor can buy them.
Well, that's Razor and that's his boots. They look
understand.
look
What do
really
the
cool.
boots do?
Next boots,
Yeah, I don't
please.
want those.
All right, boots of
Can I
Taras.
just say
They look
that
fire.
someone put a lot of effort into how this looks, and this
Yeah.
looks top tier.
Much better than keyboard idea. Phase boots plus Heart of Tarask.
I would
This
buy
is
these
some
boots.
good sketching.
I would buy these boots.
Holy crap.
I mean, they look. I just want to buy them because they look nice.
They look very good.
Yeah.
I'd buy them straight away.
All right.
Also, that Facebook boot sketching looks very phase booty.
Phasing. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's very phasing.
Next boots, please.
Okay.
The GG mid boots.
Yeah!
They give you negative 25 movement speed, but you can go invisible with the Shadow Amulet. Been a while since we saw Shadow Amulets, guys.
This is
What's
the
up with
USD
that?
boots.
Oh wait, that's right. Slacks buys them every single game
American
he plays.
boots.
I forgot. Next boots, please. Lena's used stirrups. This one is a little far from my vision. Kezu, can you read that for me?
You can still feel the warmth and fragrance.
That's right.
Plus 20
Yep.
damage, plus 50 move speed. Active gives 15 attack speed and move speed per charge.
It's got a wand in there. That's a boot. And
That's
and a broadsword and a wand.
That's expensive.
That's a good one. If you buy this, then you get put on the list.
Yeah, exactly.
We know
That's
who
the
you
list
are.
we wanna
Being on the
be
list,
on.
that-
Let's go for next boots.
Yeah, next boots, please.
Slippin'
The slip and slippers.
slippers.
Activate. There was 2 slip and slippers. These were the superior ones, I'm sorry to say. But activate to cause your hero to slide with increased movement speed in the direction you are currently moving.
Dude, I love it.
The turn rate greatly decreased, colliding with terrain, ends the slide, and slows movement speed by 100% for half a second.
Does it have extra slipping on watery surfaces?
The other slip and slippers had something similar to
Okay.
that, but this version,
They should have it too.
Yeah.
it's a straight
Come on,
line.
slaughter
Dude, I
with the
think this
slip and
is
slippers.
top tier.
Yeah,
I
I don't
love
know. This
these
one's kind of like
collections,
Ogre's
actually.
Steel Totem
Next,
rip off.
next slippers,
great.
please.
This is the same picture.
It is not the same picture.
But it's the same shoes.
Skip. This is not what this is like. The guy from what's that?
From the Razor boots.
No, look at Timbersaw though. He's like all head with arms.
Guys,
Like Mike Wazowski. There we go. Anyways, next boots.
that's a joke about Timber, the boot company. You guys are so stupid.
Thank you, Slacks.
Thanks,
Moving
thank
on.
you, Slack. Glad you're here. These are the Meta Walkers. Very unique drawing here. Haven't seen that image before, but very well drawn. Plus 50 HP regen. Oh my
I
god,
haven't
that's so
seen
much.
this before. Where have you seen this
Tree
before?
walking and plus 10 arm. I can't read the last
Plus
one.
10 armor near trees.
Okay, and then walking
Per
creates
tree.
trees. And interesting, they chose a Venomancer there, Slacks. Does that,
Look at that guy.
does that look familiar?
I
These
like
are the
that little
Woodland
guy.
Striders, Sheever.
Yeah, those
you
are
ever
the
make it to a
Woodland
60-minute
Striders.
game in the past?
Got
I don't
copied.
choose those.
Oh, those
They're
made
gone.
trees.
This is
right?
the last one?
Yeah, they made.
I don't know. Are there any more boots?
No, I
Are we
think
done?
this was the last one.
Okay, that's
I
all
will
of our,
say
our
the
great
boots of
suggestions.
Tarask win.
You think so? I like. I mean, the drawing on this one's beautiful.
Boots of Taras. They had the most Riz for sure.
Yeah.
They were
looked
nice.
amazing.
They were really
Slip
nice.
and slippers.
And the slip and slippers.
Slip is
I
so.
will say, shout out to people that sent these in.
Yeah, those were really good. Thank you guys for emailing us. I appreciate it.
Do you have a new call to action, perchance?
Do you want one?
Of course.
Yeah.
All right, show us your terrible patch ideas. The patch is going to come out.
Yeah.
People are going to be like trying to figure out what's good.
Yep.
Show us your fails. How about that? I want to see your shitty item builds that you tried out that you
Oh
thought
my
were good, but they
God.
went terrible.
Yes.
I want to
Because-
share in your misery.
True, because hopefully a patch comes out tonight, and then by the time
Yeah.
we are here tomorrow, we can share your suffering. Sounds like a great.
I want a
great
match
segment.
ID.
No, don't do that.
Match ID.
Yeah.
I like
so we
it.
can take
Let's see
clips.
let's see if we can get some clips
Duh.
in there as well. That would be lovely. For now, though, we're moving on with Dota on the old patch, and it's gonna be Bet Boom versus Shopify Rebellion, Game 2 after break.
At DHL, couriers are our backbone, so we empower them with cutting-edge technology to make sure that they are delivering efficiently with innovation at every turn. Oh, that's crazy. We really are living in the future. Doesn't even have a steering wheel. European self-driving car. Okay, take me to Buckingham Palace, DHL Mobile. What a time to be alive.
Really?
Shot, new kid on the block, currents running strong like a solar wave.
Locked and plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. The future shock. The future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it. 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 Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Everybody stop, got that future shot now.
Bring out the best in me, baby. Bring out the best in me, baby. Baby, now that I've found you, I finally believe dreams gonna come true. It's really happened. Suddenly life has a brand new meaning. So positive, this mood
Shopify Rebellion, everything on the line for these teams because this is a close group elimination possible, lower bracket possible, upper bracket no longer possible, but we'll see what happens. We're in the draft. Let's take a look. I'm here with Kezu, Fear, Answer, Action, Slacks, and we're a couple of picks in already, so I'm going to let my analysts have 1 second to look at what's happening so they can analyze everything real fast. Kezu, you already done?
Okay, so Bedboom first pick. They did go with the Bad Rider. Shopify have... I mean, I feel like both teams should be pretty happy with what's going on. My God, they're cruising.
Oh, they're ready. Oh,
no,
my
why
God.
are they so fast? Like, holy crap.
They know what they want.
They're flashbanging them.
What is happening?
I do like the second... I'm going to skip the first, like, 2 picks or whatever, but the Razor Mars, I like a lot. I feel like last game, Shopify kind of messed up not closing the phase with either the Tide or the Mars. So I like that they up the prio, they go with the Razor, which I guess should be pretty flexible for them. Has Arteezy played it yet here?
Here?
Yeah.
I mean, I have to move this mouse pad.
They're gonna move the mouse pad here.
Yo, Popjack Pandas, you guys know Hungry Like the Wolf? What the hell?
Yeah, no, Arteezy has not played.
He has
Razor
not.
yet.
The dogs out?
He does play Razor, but he has not played Razor
But
for
has
this
he?
tournament.
He used to play a lot of Razor, so I wouldn't be too surprised to like
There it is.
see them look to flex it.
Right.
But,
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I guess Lycan is good against Razor in a lot of ways, and the Bane. Not very good versus Mars, and Hoodwink is kind of hard, I feel like, for the Lycan. So it's an interesting pick. But we all know Miro, whenever he has the opportunity to get into these new heroes in the game, he will jump at it. And we'll see if it's a good game for it. And I wonder if we're going to see this Razor mid matchup, as you mentioned, or is Arteezy going to pick it up in the carry role? Time will tell, but that's going to be the flex. The second pick, Razor. We've seen, what was it, Falcons pick this Razor on second pick time and time again, to the point where they no longer get it, because it has that potential to go all 3 lanes.
Like, I'm not kidding, guys. This is the fastest draft we've seen.
Yeah.
Because I know we were a little bit late to the draft, but not this late. This feels like we're just playing catch up the whole way through.
They got places to be, Sheaves.
I mean, the thing is, they don't. Losing here very likely will get you eliminated.
Yeah, they want to go home.
Oh, no.
Both teams are like, ain't no way we can win. Just go.
I mean, if I'm Bedboom, I feel like I'm looking for a carry, most likely, that in the mid game I buy a BKB because I see Mars, and I need to be able to fight into the Sven, even if he BKB and links me.
Good illusion hero game, actually.
Yeah.
They want to pick up any of those.
Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, God, Fear, you're so competent, dude.
So competent.
The less. Gosh.
No, good call. Good call. Mr. PL. It is a Nightfall special. It was one of the first heroes that he actually breached into the scene with. Pinging 40 million times in the game and playing PL.
Lovely.
I would like to see a Leshrac here, I think, and just throw Razor to the carry position. That could be really good for them here. Puck is also okay. I'm looking at... I mean, Troll's okay too. So it's either going to be like some Troll or likely a mid hero that's going to be Leshrac that's in the pool, right? Puck could also be, not against DK, I suppose. Yeah, I'm definitely looking at Leshrac here because with the Bloodstone build, this Lycan's not really scary anymore. Like, you just heal so much off of all the garbage he throws at you. And then, of course, PL, easy counter there.
I like the mid Lesh. Do you think there's any other carries that they can look at if they would keep the Razor mid?
I mean, the thing is, like, PL doesn't get countered by carries.
Yeah.
He's kind of like the king of the carries in the late game. You can grab some illusion hero or some illusion killing hero like some Sven or something like that. Luna. Uh-oh, Luna. You can pick up some of these heroes, but...
Oh, he's thinking about it. Oh, Jesus, he's thinking. Look at that camera. He's cooking that Luna.
No, don't do it.
Oh,
don't do it. We looked, for people that are confused by our reaction, we looked earlier at a graphic about Shopify Rebellion's Luna performance over the last like months. It felt like it's not good.
I feel like Lesh is a really good
Very
pick that
bad.
he already...
Oh, that hero is good versus illusions as well.
Hey.
I always forget about the last pick, Timber. It's like, why is it still in the pool? You know? Why?
Okay, so it's the mid Timber against the DK, which I feel like it's surprisingly for many people perhaps, DK doesn't really care about this matchup all that much either. It just seems like this hero just does well. But Timber is very good for the game. For Shopify Rebellion, I'm gonna need a moment to think about the hero, so Sir Action Slackers, take it away.
Absolutely. You know, you got that Hoodwink that they picked last time. Didn't work out. You got some Bane. Didn't work out. Razor. And then also they got a...
I think the mid matchup is actually very interesting for me. I think DK actually kind of beats Timber now because what happens is like you get, you know, queued a few times, you go low, you have high region, but when you get level 6, I feel like every DK game's the same. There's like 6 heroes mid, both supports from both team, and I feel like the DK wins this trade because the Timber oftentimes just dies to level 6 DK, he feels pressured, but we'll have to see how it goes this time. If you can make a rotation before level 6s, this is where this matchup gets really wild in my opinion, so I don't know. This lineup's a little more even, but I don't know if I can go for a PL. This hero is too slow in the meta right now.
Slightly favoring Shopify.
Yeah.
I actually think that Bedboom's mid game is like really, really strong with the Lycan and like with the Lycan together with the DK jumping and the PL. So I'm gonna give them the edge for a 2-0 here over the Spotifyers.
All right, we got 1-1. You want to be the tiebreaker?
I believe Spotify, baby. Woo!
Shopify.
Brew PL. Terrible hero.
All right. Well, can PL win this game? Again, it could be potential elimination on the line, depending on how the other streams are doing. But let's find out how it's going to end up together with Odie Pixel and Fog.
Time, ladies and gentlemen, game 2 here between Betboom and Shopify Rebellion. I'm Odie Pixel here with Fogs, and looking forward to this one. I think, Fogs, we should have a closer match on our hands. Surely. Surely. Because the first one, it was pretty rough. Shopify Rebellion, they had a tough time. Arteezy never really got to where he wanted to be on his carry lifestealer. This time around on the Razor, should be able to get a bit more involved early on and have a bit more success, right, with the presence of a Razor in these early fights.
I mean, as long as he doesn't feed in lane again, to be honest with you, because that first death for me was really bizarre. That was like, I don't think I've ever seen like that kind of, you know, him rage and go hit a sentry or something. It was just very strange. So let's see if he can get off to a good start, because the one thing is if the Razor does not get off to a good start, there's a lot of, you know, these illusions, these armies that will start just being sent onto him and stuff like that. But I feel like Razor really doesn't ever have a bad start anymore, so a strong early game draft. I'm with Fear usually as well too, you know, PL, bit of a slow hero, but if anybody can make it work, it's Nightfall.
Yeah, he's pretty much the best,
epileptic kid, he is the best PL in my opinion. You know, him, Hector, and Pakaz, I feel like have clearly shown the separation. Hector been struggling more with it, but yeah, these guys, they're the specialists of it. But more than anyone, it's Nightfall.
Yeah, what would you reckon about sort of the power of the last pick for Shopify Rebellion? They get Yopaj's Timber in the mid. Was you know, sort of ignored in the draft, obviously, until that point, which is not something that we always see.
I mean, it's the matchup in like that mid lane, you know, as they were talking about on panel, DK can end up being just fine. It's good versus the other two cores, though, right? Yeah. Playing versus the Pliel, playing versus the Lycan, all his summons, it's going to be nice. And he's going to be, I mean, he's going to be very tanky this game, because looking at the damage, it's going to take a while for Betboom to have that damage, it feels like, to deal with the Timber. So maybe more of a slow and steady game coming up from Betboom. It's going to take some time for this PL, of course. This hero does. Yeah. This is one of the slowest heroes, it feels like. You need Aghanims and the +1, and then maybe even the one after that, usually, to start feeling comfortable to get involved.
Now, outside of the PL's presence, they're definitely going to have some pretty strong combos to make moves in the mid-game with the Grimstroke and the Bat, and the Grimstroke and the DK. Lots of ways to jump in and play pretty aggressive.
And they always have the potential, right? The Grimstroke does have great potential this game with the DK and Bat. They can never get the soul binds, the double catches. Inkswell's really nice too this game on both the Lycan and the DK. And the other thing Betboom will always have for them going is, I would say, a slight vision advantage, as long as we see the Wolf micro and stuff like that come out.
Yeah, no, I think we will. Miro's pretty hot on it, and again, it's one of those teams that do run this Lycan off lane in a sort of meta where a lot of other teams don't. Yeah. So what do you think it is about sort of Lycan, you know, in sort of any position, and in particular in this offlane position, that Betboom that other teams aren't or haven't really been interested in playing this patch?
I think in particular with what they saw at that point, they saw, I mean, Hoodwink is fine. He can be fine versus the Lycan, but Bane and Razor, these two heroes can't suffer. If you do get just surrounded from the summons and stuff like that, it's very difficult to play.
Yeah.
So I would say that it works well with what they had with the DK already, so they've got some double kind of push going. Right now we're seeing Nightfall. It's not an easy lane by any means for him, playing versus Mars. Excellent hero versus Illusions, but also just versus most melee carries.
Sure. And we saw, you know, last game, obviously Saberlight trying to do as much as he could on his Underlord, but on the Mars this game, a hero that you think just overall is, in a lot of situations, the one that he would prefer to be playing out of the two?
Would imagine so, yeah. He's much more comfortable on it, and he's quite good at his spear combos. You know, his arena spears that we've seen him do, or the spear arenas. Sorry. As GPK is not happy.
GPK not happy?
What did happen?
What's up with him?
Just packet loss. He's just not happy.
Yeah, but that wasn't packet loss from him, was it? That was packet loss from Arteezy, wasn't it? It was Arteezy.
He's not happy about Arteezy getting it either, I guess.
Oh, no. He's got a big smile on his face. He looks happier than I've ever seen him. What do you mean GPK not happy? That's the most I've seen him smile.
That's actually true. I mean, Arteezy, though, he's not happy.
So he's having a giggle there. GPK. Yeah, it's a big smile. Look at that.
That's rare.
Genuinely,
I really do feel it.
What do you mean he's not happy?
Toronto Tokyo's checking in on him. You see him in the corner looking over. He's like, you good, bro? All right. So yeah, that top lane, PL, of course, it's going to be a slower start. Bottom, I feel like Lycan should be pretty okay here, because you can always get the last hits with your wolves and stuff like that. As long as you don't get off to a bad start right away, you should be able to play around the Link decently.
Mm-hmm.
They've got the slow as well, too, you know, Stroke of Fate to be able to push him away if he does get the connection with Link.
In strength is victory.
Wait, how come I see in strength is victory and then I don't see it in my... The hell?
Do you have him muted?
Why the hell would I have him
Maybe
muted?
our observer has him muted.
I don't have him muted. No. Why the hell would we mute GP? No way. Oh, actually, it is GPK. Maybe I do have him muted.
No, that was Razor's voice line, wasn't it?
No, then he did the DK one afterwards.
Oh, that was DK's
so,
voice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I have GPK muted. I think I've only played with him like once.
Wow, so unfortunately, it looks like we're having some technical issues on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Hopefully those pass pretty quickly so we can get on with this one.
Look at all the branches.
Yeah. Are we going to see a change with that next patch? What do we reckon?
Ooh, that's actually... Wait, I wonder, actually.
Yeah?
I mean, they've been the same for forever, so... Besides being
That's
50...
true.
Back in the day, you know, back in the Dota 1 days, the 53 gold branches were a thing, but...
Anyway, you want an update every couple of minutes? Well, yes, I do, Arteezy. Actually, keep us informed.
Nice.
Damn, GPK with the flame.
Get him.
Nice internet, guys. Yeah.
And died.
Nah, he's not wrong.
GPK is definitely... He's feeling confident after that last game, you know. That was...
He's poking a bit of fun here.
Hell of a performance.
Unfortunately, still having packet loss. The people have been contacted. Don't worry, everyone. People have been contacted.
He actually wrote unfortunately, not unfortunately.
Oh, true. But to be fair, that misspelling was so subtle, I didn't even notice it. Unfortunately. Well, let's see if the people, whoever they may be, can solve this here for Shopify.
Save does not look amused.
No.
Say, come on.
Even GPK stopped smiling now.
Yeah.
He's ready to get just down to business here.
I love when these pauses happen this early. It's like if people are just talking a million things.
They're at least having a bit of time to talk. I mean, more talking going on, honestly, on the side of BetBoom than on the side of Shopify Rebellion, it looks to be. Not much discussion happening there on their cams. Maybe still feeling a bit sort of rough after that game one. Not a fun game for Shopify Rebellion to go through. That one was a tough one. So BetBoom definitely a much more comfortable of positions here coming into this game too. And as the panel said, this game still very important for both teams.
Absolutely.
If they want to make sure that they don't end up in some sort of bottom, potentially tiebreaker situation, fighting to stay in the competition.
I'm glad to see that, you know, BetBoom's not afraid to still go for these type of picks, you know, just straying outside the norm, the DP, the PL, the Lycan and stuff like that, you know. Not too many other people are doing it.
Uh-oh. I thought we were going to get an update every couple of minutes here from Arteezy. He's slacking on the updates.
Bulba.
That's true. Maybe he's the people.
Bulba.
Get Bulba on it. Bulba's sorting out the internet.
I imagine other teams here are also lagging.
I mean, well, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe that's true. I think a few of them are probably boot camping from a similar area.
Are the other games paused?
I mean, we can't find that out.
I can't find that out.
No, we don't have that information.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. They're not.
All right, but
we do have
not.
the information.
There we go, Ken. When they're dropping it down, no,
it
is just Shopify Rebellion.
Okay, so
it is their room in particular. Maybe someone's DDoS their room. There we go. Okay, so they're fixing it.
They're under it.
They're trying to sort it out. Looks like we've got them checking out the cables there at the back.
Saberlight's got it under control.
He's
pointing at it.
Oh,
he sees something.
Found the issue. He's like, guys,
it's not plugged in. We're
it's
on
not
wireless.
plugged in. Arteezy's like, I told you to plug it in.
That's why I died last game. We'll be finding out shortly.
Now we're going to see if we can find these packets.
So let me see what actually
have been lost.
Let me see what the wind actually looks like. So
Gonna go for the old disconnect and reconnect, it seems, here from Kitrak. Sometimes does work. Oh, well, we've had that question before, and the answer has been no.
I think he knows it's going to be a no.
I think he's memeing.
I think this is him memeing.
He just wants to, yeah, he's having a joke. He's having a joke here. Look at that. That's not the smile of a man that needs the toilet. He's not in any sort of distress. He's having a yawn. He don't need the toilet at all.
Yeah, they look very relaxed.
To give context, there was another game where there was a pause and a team asked to go to the toilet, and of course they weren't allowed to because in the rulebook, you're not allowed to leave your setup during the game.
Can I go toilet?
Was it actually in the Bet Boom game? What team was that? Was that a Bet Boom game? Maybe it was a team against.
Wasn't it Tianming? I thought Tianming had.
Who were they playing? Yeah, it was Tianming, and they were playing against
Falcons. Right?
Falcons.
And they were trying to, hurt. They were trying to keep them in there.
That was a long game.
It was the owie
but he
strategy.
did survive it.
He did. And I think they won that game.
Yeah.
Maybe? No.
They did not.
No, they
didn't. It was a
You're
slow,
right.
painful loss.
It was
about a 60-minute game.
Yep, you're right. I do recall now.
Still smiles there on Bet Boom. They're having a good time, which is good to see, because obviously yesterday they had a pretty rough day, Bet Boom.
They had one of the rougher days. Yeah. It was pretty surprising to see. Teams just really did seem to have them kind of figure out. And well, on the flip side, Shopify actually didn't have that bad of a day, right? They showed some pretty good matches versus Falcons. So,
getting a win against Falcons. I mean, even if they end up going home from this tournament, they're going to feel good about that. Admin, of course, coming in with the information as we knew. Rulebook's the rulebook. I believe line 4, section 5 on page 215.
That's a big rulebook.
It is. We've got it all covered in that.
What else is in there?
I don't know. I only read the lines about the toilets. Reconnected now. See if they're feeling any better with the state of their internet. We haven't seen the whole team go for the reconnect, so...
Arteezy was the only one saying with packet loss, right? Or they all get... we don't know.
Mirror's having a nap. Off he goes. So hopefully his teammate's going to be able to wake him up when we go for the unpause.
When you cry.
Still not keeping up with these updates that we were promised every couple of minutes here from Arteezy.
Oh, God, I think I'm going to be sick.
Looks like Shopify Rebellion are probably waiting for someone to come to the room and sort things out.
Okay, I don't see Saberlight's voice chat either, so I definitely don't have him muted.
Are you sure you don't?
I definitely don't. There's no way.
Do you want to check it out? No,
I
you don't have him muted.
It's not me. It's not me. Can I call him?
Oh.
Oh, yeah, they're still struggling.
Get the manager on the phone. Now, I don't know what the rulebook says about making phone calls during a game. Arteezy's going for it. He's not waiting for the official go-ahead. I don't know the rules either. I didn't read that page about phone calls. I imagine it may actually be against the rules, but we'll see if Arteezy wants to try and break them anyway. I mean...
Oh, they all have 12%? Okay.
12%.
12% is quite high.
As in, is that 12% is being lost, or like they are retaining 12%? Like, what is it? Yeah, it's probably more towards 20%. Someone's coming.
Okay.
Here we go.
You fought and died. You fought
He's on his
and
way
died
right now here. Hopefully going to fix this here for Shopify Rebellion. So, yeah,
it's like, oh, we get the patch in the middle of the pause, guy.
I mean, at this rate, we might.
That'd be pretty high.
Maybe that's the strategy from Shopify Rebellion. Let's pause the game. Say we got some packet loss. We'll just wait this out until that patch drops. And then maybe on the new patch, bam, they reconnect. Buffs have happened. They get themselves the win. Next level move here from Shopify. Still high spirits here on Bet Boom. Okay, well, I've just been informed by our production that we are going to have a short break whilst we wait for this to be sorted, as seems like Shopify Rebellion are continuing to have issues. So do bear with us. You've all been amazing, and hopefully we'll be back in a very, very short amount of time, in just a few minutes. As soon as the game starts, we will be back on your screen. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to cut to a short break whilst we let Shopify Rebellion sort this out. And then we'll be back with the remainder, well, with the entirety of this game, as it's still very early days, between Shopify Rebellion and Bet Boom.
We'll be right back.
The music's high, the girls are flirting. Come join the party. Come join the party. The sun is high, the bass is pumping. So join the party. Come join the party. Now everybody around the world can find a boy
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, my goodness. There we go. Sablelight's ready to go. And so they've sorted out their issues. Hopefully, we'll give it a few seconds. Hold.
And we're good.
It looks like we're good. The packet loss problems have been solved and Shopify Rebellion's ready to play. As we continue with this game 2 here between Shopify Rebellion and BetBoo. Yep. What's going on? Give us a bit of a recap, Fog, for those of us who sort of zoned out during that pause.
Good matchup, especially up top for Shopify. They have the Mars and the Hoodwink versus a bit of a weaker lane versus the PL, so it'll take some time. Bottom save.
He's got the Fairy Fire. I mean, Arteezy's got to be a bit careful.
He's getting munched on.
He might just be dead. He's got the Plasma Field. Oh, he gets first blood, Arteezy.
Wait, what? Save nuked the wrong hero.
Did he?
He nuked the Bane, not the Razor.
I mean, Arteezy, I think he's trying to deny himself. No. Okay, Miro's going to kill him. I guess he felt he couldn't. I mean, could he not have kept running? He had another Plasma Field. I mean, was he not?
Radiant's
No?
I don't know. I don't think so. He was body blocking and stuff.
Could have run. Okay.
Maybe not. Oh,
all right, well,
reset.
You got first blood. So, and a quick reset.
Yep. He'll be back up to full.
Yep.
Mid lane, we're seeing GPK do just fine, as we kind of expected this matchup. You know, DK doesn't really struggle versus too many, even if it's that Timber. But yeah, both of the safe laners actually a little bit lacking on the last hits again.
So it's top lane, Shopify Rebellion, they've got pretty good kill potential.
Radiant structure.
It's a fantastic lane for.
Whoa! Over the crystals he goes.
I'm not sure who used that glyph. I think it might have been. I actually didn't see. Usually it's the mid laner.
It's normally the mid, right? Were they doing something in the mid?
It didn't really look like it. I didn't see if it was just for like a one last hit or anything, but either way, it's an 18-4 on GPK, so it didn't look like it. Arteezy's gotten only 2 CS now since he died. Doing a great job of just being able to get these extra denies with the Lycan.
Yeah,
that much extra damage.
That is the thing here. Miro should be able to take away quite a bit.
He's going to be off to a hot start. He's already got the helm.
Not very hard to bully him out of the lane, Miro.
So yeah, while the PL is struggling, the Razor is having also that difficulty.
Trying to get him with the spear, but this time not getting the connection.
Not quite able to. Saberlight goes for more base damage, gets himself the Blades of Attack as well, so he can keep getting these last hits and denies versus Nightfall. Trying to get a bit aggro. They have kill threat when they have level 3 on Toronto Tokyo. Not an easy kill threat, but they can if there's a misstep, or a missed spear in particular. More than likely, it should be Shopify being able to get a kill threat on the top lane, though.
Good stuff continuing in the mid here for GPK.
Yep.
24 for 6 against the 19 for 4, having about a wave or so advantage against Showpatch.
Yep, love the build. I mean, we've been seeing this more and more, right? The Bracer, the Null, and then early Gloves of Haste so you can secure the extra hits. Does breathe fire a range creep and not hit it once. Whoopsie. Does give Yopaj a free deny, but he's bringing it to Yopaj. The extra harassment, even though there's 2 points in reactor.
He's keeping him low.
He's keeping it pretty low. Arteezy getting a nice link. It's only level 1. Of course, there is always those wolves to get the extra last hits as well, too, but just get that extra back up, and now he is securing these CS. 25-9 compared to the 18-2. Miero also getting slowed down. So even though the DK, he is farming well. The other 2 lanes slightly advantageous here for the side of Shopify. And 6 is about to be hit for Yopaj.
Yeah, at this point, Yopaj can start to sort of regain control and get the advantage in this lane.
And could see a rotation come early on as we're about to hit 50.
Uh-oh!
Oh.
Don't say packet loss. He's run away. Where's he gone? He's out
Someone
of the
at
chair.
the door.
Okay.
Maybe it was someone trying to fix the issue. Someone trying to help him out. Didn't get the memo.
Let's have a look. Who is it? He's back. See if Saberlight gives us an update of who exactly that was at the door.
Nobody.
Oh, we don't know.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
And Catapult instantly pops ult on GPK. Can't start poking Yopaj, so either one of these, there can be rotations. So watch the supports. As Fear was saying, 6v6, or 3v3 in the mid lane. 6 heroes will be brought quite early on. Yopaj with the shield.
I mean, they could try for GPK if Kitrak's able to hit a bushwhack.
He's got the shield rune. He's tanking.
He's trying. I mean, not going to quite
at the distance there between the trees. I mean, still with the Acorn shot in the Chakram, it's close to bringing GPK down.
So close. If they land any of those other spells, they would have him. He's gonna backpack his stat items, stick up. He's still chilling in the area here on GPK.
I mean, Yopaj could get back in with the combo if GPK is not careful. Scam, he's ready with the setup. If they get a Nightmare into the combo of the Timber, they've got a pretty good shot at killing him.
Yeah, they should have him here this time.
Bam. Burst is there, Yopaj. Gonna take him down there with a great help of Scam.
I like that. You know, they have these winning side lanes already. The Mars isn't under the most threat. Razor neither, so they can bring both supports and stay there to be able to go for that kill. Gotta be able to get their Wisdom Rune as well on Hoodwink while also stacking. While Save also gets his own. A nice aggressive move from Shopify to get them an early advantage.
The top's getting pretty tough for Nightfall, by the looks of it.
This hero just takes time. This hero does not do very well versus many heroes in the lane.
Bottom lane.
Hero.
He should be fine. Save coming in clutch. Buffing up the Wolves, making sure they can give Arteezy a pretty good punch back.
Dire's middle tower is under
And he's got extra tangos. Miro!
Dancing on the edge here.
Pushing the limits of their heroes. GPK, his tower's going down.
I can't really get to it.
Nope.
That's a super early timing. 7.5 minutes in, and yeah, Yopaj on the Timber, taking away the mid-tier 1 tower from GPK on the DK.
Hey, they didn't want to help him, I guess. You know, Toronto, Tokyo didn't make the shift over. They didn't really bring the supports. It was Shopify to make that first move.
At the moment, 2-1, 1k lead overall, and the 3 cores in a great spot. It's a great start here for Shopify Rebellion.
Timber saw a hero that's super powerful in this type of game versus kind of all 3 cores. Getting off to this start is pretty
Trying
fantastic.
to go for Arteezy, but it's not going to happen. Worth it. Because Arteezy's perfectly fine with the backup coming in from Scam.
Scam almost level 6 already, too. Must have killed... I mean, he did get a lot of XP when Arteezy died at the initial, and they've cleaned up a bit of Wolves, too. Like, they're going to have a pretty good advantage coming off of these lanes on the side of Shopify. Miro. Oh, so close to 6. What?
I was going to say, if the 6 was there, maybe there was a chance to go for it.
14 mana. He'd be... 14 XP. He'd be limited on the mana. Now he's got Mangoes, though, so he could look to get it as soon as he gets 6. He even has mana for sleep into a grip.
I mean, then he can definitely do it if he can he sort of take save out of the situation.
That was way off again by Saber. Like, the spear not coming close to Nightfall. Whoopsie.
Yopaj.
He's feeling confident.
I mean, he's getting pretty deep here, going up beyond sort of the tier 2s and playing in this jungle area, and he's not getting punished for it whatsoever. Picks up a kill.
Regen. Nightfall.
They've got the 3 of them, and they've got that grip. Into the arena. They lock this down perfectly. They should have it, and they do. Not a chance here for Nightfall.
Great moves.
Shopify making some really good plays happening here off the back of getting that early 6 on Scam.
Such an early 6, right? Absurd how fast he's able to get it. Arteezy, he should be just fine here.
Yeah, at this point, he's kind of tanky enough that these 2 heroes do not pose enough of a threat to him. They're going to have to bring in a 3rd member if Betbin want to try and tackle this Razor. They will. Toronto Tokyo's here. Tries to knock him back with the Flame Break. And with the 3 of them, Arteezy should be in a pretty dangerous spot. He's got the backup of Yopaj, but indeed Arteezy goes down. Yopaj will be able to get the trade, taking out Toronto Tokyo.
Holy moly. This feels like it could become a Yopaj show pretty quick. He is so farmed. He's going to have Blink in a second.
Dude, that's got to be one of the quicker Blinks you'll see on the mid-timber.
And he's versus these the 3 cores. He's fantastic versus them. Saberlight again. He's got backup.
Kirak's here. Not a lot of levels on the Hoodwink, so was nowhere close to having the sharpshooter.
Look at how low Nightfall is again.
It's not an easy lane for him to show up to and get some farm in.
And they already have deep vision too. The word that Kitrak was able to sneak on the right side over here, they'll see Nightfall. Could look to pressure him again. They're actually smoking for him instantly.
As soon as they see him sort of sweep across, they'll have the jump and the burst to kill him.
This is very proactive here from Shopify this game. A complete difference to the last game.
They're gonna have it. They know exactly what camp he's in. The bushwhack, it's gonna hit. They clear out the illusions. See if they can stay on top of the right target. Oh no! They go for the wrong one with the link. They may still get him.
This should have him. Surely.
Surely.
Oh, no way. He gets the charge off.
He's actually getting out of there. I mean, but Yopaj is in from the side. So Nightfall, he will die. They even get his courier as well, so the Blade of Alacrity is not going to be there for him. So it's going to continue to be a very slow game for Nightfall.
And there's the
try
blink.
and catch up in the jungle.
The blink already done now for Yopaj too. He gets the Fairy's Trinket. He's going to shred most of these heroes with this type of advantage. And he's just literally playing also because Toronto Tokyo's kind of jungle and stuff, and Yopaj's just like, you can't threaten me. I will steal your jungle.
At level 10 Timber, this Timber not really having any sort of problems when it comes to sort of the matchups at this stage. You know, BetBoom, which hero can kind of slow down this Timber when Yopaj comes running at you?
They need 3. They need to get the Grim, the Bat Rider, and the DK, and somehow bring him down with all that magic damage, but definitely not an easy task. Tower getting some pressure, and for BetBoom, defending these is a lot harder than usual because they have this PL who is very poor, who can't show up for ages. And even the Lycan now at this point has struggled after the early laning advantage.
Yeah, they're just going to have so much set here on Shopify Rebellion. You know, the Blink Dagger already on Yopaj, Sableye with his tower going down. He's pretty much going to have the money for his Blink. And then the 2 supports, of course, as well, having fantastic setups. So a lot of ways the Shopify Rebellion can make plays, which they were sort of lacking in that game 1.
100%. The 3 have combined, though. So BetBoom, they have the Blink on GPK. Can they combine it together? It gets scanned instantly, so... should be red here from Shopify. Might be able to actually set up to counter gank it as well. These 3, if they do find someone split away, it's a lot of magic damage, especially onto someone like RTZ.
It's hard to sort of go for the plays beyond the tier 1. I know at this point, Shopify Rebellion will turn up and turn things around if they go too deep.
A clutch scan, so we saw reading the play there from BetBoom.
Are scanning.
It's going to be a real slow one from them. 4-2. And for Shopify, I don't think they're going to slow down. They have those blinks already finished. The Kaya's almost done also for Yopaj.
If they get the catch, they should get the kill. They get the jump onto GPK. Oh!
Jukin.
Tell you what, these spears from Sableye, they've not been his finest this game. Doesn't matter, they still get the kill.
You know, he'll probably say the packet loss is still there for him.
That's true, he's still got a little bit of packet loss. And I'll also say he doesn't need to hit them.
Stem, does he get the catch?
Oh, he does!
At the last second.
Uh-oh. Well, Nightfall, see if he can try and dance his way out of this one.
I don't think so.
I don't think it's going to happen. This time, the spear from Sableye, it doesn't miss.
Instantly smoking again. I mean, this is incredibly fast movements. Kaya's done and...
Save. Oh.
Whoops.
Okay.
Blink was
on
hitting.
the Welling Death.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's going to get the Ink Swirl stun onto him, try and keep his distance, but Sablite's in. Sharpshooter misses. But still safe, surrounded. Another kill for Yopaj.
And a courier. This is the Shopify we saw yesterday. Just having good lanes and then just playing it very fast around it, never hesitating to make the movements. Yeah, 10-2. And the Wisdom Rune, I'm seeing Scam.
He's going to take it.
He's sneaking, and he's got it. So taking that one away as well. Besides just a gold lead, they're going to have a significant XP advantage now too. Stacks being worked on here from BetBoom, Toronto, Tokyo. He wants his Blink to be able to have that extra follow-up. Miro still a ways away, from, what, 800-ish away from that Helm of Overlord, so maybe waiting for those 2 timings to come together. But this time, Yopaj is a absolute monster at this point. And if he's able to finish that Eternal Shroud,
they don't kill him.
They don't
kill him at all.
Yeah.
You know, Nightfall's nowhere close to be turning up for these fights. He's going to need a lot of time. Needs that axe, needs that diffusal until he can at least consider being involved in some of the action. Up until that point, he's not going to show his face at all.
I like it. Look at this. Look at this. Kid Strike and Yopaj are literally just passing, like walking between lanes. Even though they're not really getting the most farm, there's kill threat. Like if anyone shows, they're probably just going to die to these 2.
Good hit with the Sharpshooter, but there's backup. GPK able to hold back Yopaj with the Dragon Tail, but Yopaj is going to try and chase on a bit more. Up to the high ground will be a bit too risky for him to dive in upon. So he'll hold back. Blink Dagger now done here for BetBoom. They've got the Blink on the bat. Toronto, Tokyo could have that setup. They could look to try and smoke and go for a play between him and the Grim.
Save. He's found again.
About the Grim though, yeah, indeed save. And in a bit of a difficult spot.
He's having a rough game. 0-4. Not finding opportunities to play with anybody as Nightfall.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's 1 HP, it feels like.
That was a lot of burst. You're only able to just get the TP out and the wand popped in time.
Holy moly. Only just. Miro, close to the Helm. But they're just getting hunted. Seeing Shopify.
I mean, they really need something with this smoke. They've got the double Blink. Lasso into the Dragon form. Between the 2 of them, GPK and Toronto, Tokyo, back up front save. If they find anyone alone,
if they can
they
find
should
Yopaj.
still be able to get a kill. I mean, Yopaj is a tough one.
Let's see. Oh, a sneaky play.
That was smooth.
I love it. He's under
He's going to pop this smoke.
Ooh, they're gonna go.
They're gonna try.
They should have enough.
They should. With the three of them, surely they do. It's a nice kill, and it's gonna go the way of Mira as well. So good boost up here for the Lycan.
They're gonna know there's an ob sentry down there, but very good play. BetBoom are able to find themselves something, slow down the momentum. It's a big kill. 30 seconds off the map. Gonna open it up for them.
Save again. You might want to just go for the arena play on this one. Take a quick kill. Jake gets the jump on to save.
He is so far up. And a freebie.
You leave nothing of worth behind.
How's Nightfall doing?
Nearly got the
Aghanims. Okay. So as you said,
1,000 away.
Still needs that one, plus the next item, and potentially even the one after that before he looks to maybe be fully involved in stuff, but...
Yeah, Arteezy, meanwhile, he'll be ready to get involved very shortly as the BKB rush is pretty much done.
Oh, yeah.
So he's absolutely going to be there to turn up and follow up to any sort of initiation from Yopaj and Saberlight.
Still a significant amount of physical damage to be able to kind of claw through him, in particular the Lycan with the helm. But if you can get a good link, if you can get the one being the ones to get the start of the fight, also with the spear, with the arena, he should be fine.
Saberlight. He's starting off some action. Kitrak not able to get the bushwhack control on the GPK, but Skem's in with the grip. Sets up for the sharpshooter to hit perfectly. GPK's out.
Skem is crushing it this game. 3-0-5.
Yeah, I think we saw this the other day as well. He had a great Bane game.
Yeah, he had some, I think it was yesterday, right? He had some godly saves as well, too, with his sleeps. Set up for success. He got so much XP bottom as a fight. It's a level 10 5-position Bane. And not slowing down, looking for the next catch, potentially.
Might just find Toronto Tokyo. I mean, he's blinked up to the high ground.
Arteezy's here.
Skem should still find the chance to set up on this. Enfeeble's there. Arteezy's in with the static link. Ooh. Tell you what, though, they didn't quite do enough damage. Maybe the Enfeeble. He's going to live. He gets out. Okay.
He's looking for him.
I mean, he is.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, Yopaj was very close to finding him there with a blink, but Blink was up in time from Toronto. He gets out alive.
And Nightfall just walks right past them as much as it was like ships passing in the night. That was pretty funny.
I mean, Nightfall, he is recovering. Slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely.
And, you know, you've got to keep eyes on him because he has turned around games like this. It doesn't matter if he has a slow start in his PL. If he gets time and you don't end the game soon enough, Nightfall PL can carry.
Especially with the backup of like this Soulbind and everything too. The Aghanims with Soulbind, if it starts getting the bounces and he gets the saves with the Ink Swells.
So it feels like there's definitely a bit of pressure on Shopify Rebellion to keep this up, and they'll try their best to do so. Saberlight in with the jump onto Mira, they catch the Lycan, he's gone.
They
need
are
to keep this going, Shopify.
They are keeping the aggression going for sure.
In the mid, GPK. He's going to try for the jump on Skem, they'll even commit the lasso as well, it's worth it, Skem's a high value kill.
Definitely. Can they get out freely?
Soulbind and silence onto the two of them. GPK is still pretty tanky for these two to try and take down, and Nightfall's in fact looking to move over and help out. Shopify Rebellion, they're not going to get the kills that easy this time round. Maybe GPK is going to be able to get the jump in on towards them. He's looking towards Saberlight. He is indeed going to try and go for it. Gets in with a jump over towards Saberlight. Arteezy will put the BKB, but he's already very, very low here on the Razor. Arteezy's got to run.
They might look to re-go. Toronto Tokyo's in.
I mean, Yopaj is going to try and get in on top of Save, but indeed Toronto Tokyo's closing the gap onto Arteezy. Arteezy tries to stand his ground, but Nightfall, he's picked up the kill. It's a double kill here for Nightfall on the PL. We'll see if he can get out. Yopaj trying to finish him off, but GPK's in the backup. The Dragon Tail's there over towards Yopaj. Yopaj, he's dead as well. BetBoom finding a phenomenal fight here around the mid lane. A Shopify Rebellion, they just tried to force it a little too hard there. Big things for BetBoom, especially considering the fact that Nightfall, he's able to turn up and get involved.
I'd save, right? The Grimstroke, something you can't, it's dangerous to overextend into sometimes. He gets, I didn't see how many spell combos off, but
check it out here.
3 Ink Swells to save his teammates, buff them up, heal them, etc. And a great link, great silence coming in too.
I mean, just always going to be risky trying to push for this. You know, Saberlight tries to get in, but of course he already used the arena down on the bottom lane, so there's no arena to play with. And at this point of the fight, they feel that maybe they can punish the fact that GPK jumps in, but GPK's at full HP. Arteezy, he's already sub 50% HP, tries to fight with the BKB, but at this point, he can't afford to try and stand his ground. As you say, sure, the BKB timing's fast, but they'll kill him through it.
Exactly, the physical damage. I watched that Ancient Thunderhide hitting him the whole fight. It was just tapping on him, and those things, I mean, these kind of creeps, they hurt. It's like 200 damage per hit.
I mean, that definitely feels like the thing, right? With this build on the Razor, I mean, of course, it's a standard one that we see a lot. BKB into Lincolns. You're buying these two defensive items. It's not going to really make you invincible this game.
No. But it's like this, you know, people are doing this build. The BKB Lincoln's or refresh right after, but he's grabbed again. He's going down. Oh, bad movement.
And just like that, honestly, the lead that Shopify Rebellion, the momentum that they had, sure, they've still got the top two with Artesian and Yopaj on the net worth, but they are catching up here, BetBoom. And as I say, BetBoom, they've got the Nightfall PL. If you don't close this game up fast, if you start to slip behind, Nightfall, he doesn't lose these kind of games.
And the exact thing that I was about to point out, thank you, beautiful observer, looking at the supports, the support play right now. Yes, Scam's been having these excellent last few ones, but now in the last two fights, we're seeing Save able to get his spells off. We're seeing Toronto Tokyo with the blink, getting the catches.
They've got to keep it going, though, Shopify Rebellion, despite the fact those last few moments were not great, and they're looking for this move without Arteezy. They've got to try. They look towards Nightfall, but Nightfall's able to jump out of the arena. I mean, they'll have to settle for Save, but it's not what they hoped for. The core gets away. They just get the support.
BetBoom's fine with that. And you can feel the Shopify, they really want to keep trying to put that pressure on, not allow that PL to get the farm, but he's already starting to get that completely here. They actually have the gold lead themselves after those last few mistakes coming up from Shopify. And yeah, it's, you know, the Razor, yes, you can link heroes, but this is not a lineup where, yeah, linking DK or something, but that's pretty unlikely because he has that distance always with his ult. Linking liking in PL, it just doesn't do much because it's about the illusions, it's about the summons. That's why they went for this draft. This Razor can definitely struggle. Get track. Miero is really farmed also. He already has the AC. I need so much physical damage on their draft now. With the AC, with the helm.
I mean, it really, you know, very much feels like this situations in which Arteezy is going to be able to sort of present himself in frontline in the fights. It's going to be difficult. This Razor will die.
I think they can't let him go in first, whatever. Let Yopaj and Saberlight go, then let Arteezy pick and choose his battle. Yopaj, the ideal one that Shopify wants to get targeted.
Yeah, confident BetBoom feel. They're going to go straight for the jump onto Yopaj. Saberlight's in with the spear, but it's going to get dodged. Doesn't make the connection. They continue to chain stun Yopaj. They're taking out the Timber. Now Saberlight pops down the arena, pops the BKB as well, but the Soulbind's going to link the two of them together, Arteezy and Saberlight. They go straight for Arteezy. He disappears in an instant. Saberlight is gone. All three cores full here on Shopify Rebellion. And that sort of lead and momentum they had in the first 15 minutes of this, it seems nothing more than a distant memory fogged.
Yopaj feels taken, but look at the physical damage. It's just way too much onto him. And that's the way, honestly, that's the way Shopify wants the fight to kind of start too. That's the sad part. BetBoom is just able to disintegrate them too fast.
They just tear through them. Yeah, as you said, the AC timing, absolutely brutal. They're able to head towards the Roshan pick, get this Roshan.
Nice. Soulbind with Axe PL is also. Did you see those illusions? There was what? 10 to 15 in a second there.
I don't know what you do now if you're Shopify Rebellion. If anything, sort of being 5k behind at this point when you consider the drafts and consider the fact that you had that lead early on, it just hits even harder. It's a rough spot to be in right now.
How quick it turns versus this high physical draft. This PL who's now online.
Yeah, Nightfall's he's ready to win this one.
It's great plays, the great catches over and over again. GPK as well as Toronto Tokyo. It took them a little bit of time, but now that they've got their items, seeming to catch it every single one. Can never have physical damage. Let's see if Arteezy starts to adapt toward it, because, you know, what do? You play for your 15 talent, but are you going to get enough timing of the static link giving you that armor? It almost feels like he wants an armor item. Does get the neutral, you know, the dragon scale, but
helps a bit, but
it's rare to, you know, usually we talk about how magic damage is so overwhelming at these points in the game. This is one of those rare moments where it's so early from BetBoom that their physical damage is just, it's so damn high. Okay, so he's got the talent, but it takes some time for you to build up that armor on the Razor. And BetBoom, yeah, now these three cores in a very comfortable position. Same thing with the supports. Toronto Tokyo nearly same net worth as Saberlight. And let's see if Save just keeps getting these godly soulbinds off. If you just get soulbind off and PL gets a lance off, does feel very complicated for Shopify.
Yep.
But how do they start the fight themselves? Maybe Saberlight just has to kind of jump in, look for the backline, but at this point now, at this deficit, it's gotten way more difficult. And BetBoom now, they're splitting up. maximizing the farm.
I mean, they're chill. I think they know if they just let Nightfall farm this one out, they're in a pretty good spot. They do have the luxury to also look for aggressive moves with the lead that they have. But definitely at this point, the team that's got many more options of how they want to sort of carry this game out. Shopify Rebellion absolutely under pressure here.
Yep. Miro able to even just take out a tier 2 without showing himself, just kills it with his creeps. So the pressure continues even going on bottom. Someone's going to have to react to this. The Thunderhide.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
The tower is getting it. Someone's got to go back. Okay, someone will.
They're going to send a couple of heroes back here, both Saberlight and Scam.
Maybe they're scared that the Bat Rider and the DK might just jump and grab somebody. They actually have to pop Glyph.
They have to pop Glyph and they have to TP back with 3 heroes.
That's rough.
To deal with that pressure here from the micro of Miro.
And it looks like they might know that someone was still playing up on the top side, but unable to find it. Looks like they were attempting to set up. Yeah, I feel like some armor items are definitely needed. I think Yopaj needs to probably pick up the plate mail at some point pretty soon at least, just to have that
go for it.
Just to have that bit to protect himself, because it just really is one of the highest physical. Whenever there's Lycan, right? It's one of the higher physical kind of heroes you can get early. And he's close to BKB as well. On that Lycan, so it's going to be easier for him to commit his hero as well if he'd like to. A gem bot for Scam, really wanting to control vision. I mean, we mentioned it early on, the wolves. I haven't seen Miro doing too much of the wolf kind of scouting micro, but you can feel the pressure that Shopify is under here. And the lead just continues to grow and grow and grow. Having to hug each other as fives just to claim their wisdom rune.
Is under attack.
It's not in my nature, but...
And here comes the fight.
This could be pretty painful. Shopify, are they prepared for this?
Top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, Miro sending the wolves in, trying to get information in the back. Saberlight with the gem, we'll see them. They also scout the fact that there is a gem picked up also too, so they can look to go for that target if they see him again.
Tower is under attack.
Nightfall can look to pressure the tier 2. Not a whole lot that Shopify Rebellion can do to stop these towers going.
Yeah, they'll settle just taking their Tormentor, but can't do anything about these buildings. TZ shows himself for a quick second, he'll TP away.
I mean, they can dive the base. They're going to look for the jump on a Yopaj. Yopaj is able to timber chain away in time. Saberlight's going to commit him with the BKB and the arena, but he dies so quickly. They've got the control with the lasso. He's gone. Nightfall's ready to dive in and play aggressively with the last few moments off this Aegis, of course. As Nightfall, with the Aegis gone, but they got the kill on a Saberlight. They've only lost save themselves. Jump forward from Yopaj. He's going to try and fight this. He looks towards Miro, but Miro's ready to turn. They get the bushwhack control out of the two of them. Plasma Field comes out, but Miro pots the BKB impacts off the Fiend's Grip. It's been dropped on an illusion. Nightfall's able to easily get away. In fact, he may just go back in. GPK makes the jump over towards Scam. The Ink Swirl stun hits onto the two of them. The Soulbind linking the both of them. As Nightfall trying to see if he can get the angle to get in onto these two. The BKB about to wear off for RTZ. It's 2 down on Shopify Rebellion. 10 seconds or so until Saberlight's back. GPK's ready to go again. Jumps in, gets the jump straight over towards Kitrak. Kitrak's out. GPK, he'll TP out. There's nothing to stop it.
Cool buyback from Save. Just really wanting to emphasize pushing forward. They're going for more. He's very important on the Grimstroke. He does let them just freely jump in and get kills like that. They don't get the tower, but big kills, big net worth. A good use of the Aegis there, I would say.
Absolutely, yeah. Saying, you know what? We're in a good position, but why not try and push that lead even more with the last few seconds of the Aegis? And they absolutely do. They grow that advantage. 12k lead now. All 3 cores in the top spot here for BetBoom.
And holy crap, did you see Saberlight? He has BKB, but my goodness, he chunked down. 2,400 HP, but look at his armor. Very lacking. And I mean, dude, this Soulbind and PL is just...
illusions everywhere.
Illusions everywhere so fast. It just becomes overwhelming in an instant.
Look at the Ags on DK now over GPK. BKB on Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall very close to the Lincolns. Big items continuing to fly out for BetBoom.
Yeah, the fight's just looking more and more complicated. And they also got the gem. They took that one away. That was just picked up from Shopify.
Let's see what they can get here. They need to make something happen, Shopify. If they don't get a good setup and a good sort of play going at this point, this game very much falling out of their hands.
But BetBoom, I mean, the thing that they were so good at, especially in that last game, it's reading the plays, being prepared for the movements. Again, setting up as 4 heroes on the
they're going to see the creeps pushing up on the mid lane. They know that there's nothing being done there, so highly likely Shopify Rebellion's out on the map looking for them. That's the Lincoln's finished on Nightfall.
I'm watching these wolves just moving around, trying to patrol the area. They know exactly where they are. And now smoke. They want to look for the fight themselves. A BKB now on Toronto Tokyo. He has no fear to jump in anymore now on this Batrider. 5-position Batrider, by the way.
And we've been seeing, whoever he lassos just gets completely focused by the team and all the summons and just does not stand a chance whatsoever. GPK.
And he's so rich that he has Blink, 4-step, and the BKB, so the Lincolns, it won't protect. Yopaj.
Try and start onto him, but there's the backup. Stabilize him with the arena. Toronto Toke's able to put the BKB, tries to drag Yopaj out to the side, but Yopaj will be fine for now. Soulbind's out. Nightfall keeps his distance. Now he's ready to go back in. He's buffed up by the Inkswell. In on top of Stabilize. Stabilize gone. Skeptical. Yopaj also out. A triple kill for GPK, and he's not done yet. He looks over towards Arteezy. Arteezy pots the BKB. The static link over to GPK as Arteezy tries to get back up to the high ground. They've used 3 buybacks this Shopify Rebellion. 4 buybacks to try and keep this fight going. Stabilize, he's shoved back in over towards Nightfall, but Nightfall stands his ground. They take out Stabilize for a second time in this team fight. As Shopify Rebellion, they just cannot get the job done.
These Inkswells, as soon as it gets thrown onto Nightfall, super confident to just charge in. They get
4
the catch.
buybacks.
Yeah, they have the high ground advantage perfectly there too, starting the fight on Yopaj. No, and he's got some salves. He's able to heal up a little bit there too. Great jumps again, 22k lead.
Yep. I mean, this is very much sort of I think there's a level of bet boom play that we kind of expected to see from them yesterday, and they really had a rough one because we're seeing them come back in on this. And, this is sort of the top stuff that we've got used to them producing.
Absolutely. Honestly, this time, like the way that they set these heroes just to make the Razor look very useless, it's working, right? Like Arteezy, yeah, he's 4 and 5, but I watch him walk in, try to link somebody. They're just 10 illusions, 2 Manta DKs, creeps, wolves, etc., just running into him. So he just has to run immediately after the link.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now an amp damage bottom. Saberlight does find probably the best item he could have gotten for himself just now. He gets the Craggy code, but the damage is just, it's been done in these last 3 fights. The lead is absolutely insurmountable. And a wolf just sticking on top of Arteezy.
I mean, he's got to be careful how long he stays out here.
I mean, they're scouting right on top of him. This is some nice micro.
He's on his way out.
They might follow him. See if they look to do so. The wolf will follow him.
Keep that wolf on top of him.
I love Lycan. Honestly, it's like a hero we don't get to see as often anymore, but it still has a lot of these old school kind of things that it does where it gives so much information on the map.
You see that, sure they killed a lot of wolves, but I'm honestly wolves, it doesn't give up that much gold, right?
No.
Only 1,200 in total. I mean, that's not something that BetBoom care about giving up at all this game for the amount of information they've got with these sort of movements of the wolves.
It's really just in laning phase, right? That golden XP does sometimes matter quite a bit, but yeah, later stages doesn't mean anything.
Dire are scanning.
BetBoom, yeah, cruising. 20k lead. Gonna wait for Roche. 30 seconds, it should spawn. And Nightfall, almost having a heart. They couldn't kill him before that. With a heart, doesn't feel like they'll have much to be able to touch this PL.
And it really does feel like it doesn't matter whatever, what sort of a tough time you give Nightfall at the beginning of a game.
Saberlight.
He's on his PL.
The wolf was on him.
They might find him.
Oh.
Doesn't even feel needed. He's able to just get out with the TP, and he does.
Oh, yeah, the wolf's just right on top of him. Roche, it is up, and it is. They are all top side, so they do go scout it. They can take it in a heartbeat.
No need to hold back from that.
Nope. Any other big items picked up from Shopify yet? Almost a refresher for Arteezy. That feels like it's going to be the only big timing that they get now, and pretty much for the rest of this one, it feels. If he doesn't have success with refresher, then they got to wait till 25, and I don't know if BetBoom's going to give them that time. And who knows if it's even going to matter.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Let's have a look what's going on. Maybe he needs the toilet. We'll see. We'll find out. Let's have a look.
Sip of water.
You fought and died with honor.
Reason?
You fought and died.
Where's my reason?
Honor.
Drink break.
Maybe just DC. Very thirsty. Needed the pause to have those sips. You know?
Nah, probably just having a bit of lag. Only the standard.
Right, Dota crash or something. Yeah, he's back.
There we go. Yeah.
Anything else that's big?
There we go.
How is Yopaj's Shiva? Yopaj still knows Shiva's. Got Gleipnir at least on Kit Track, so I mean they're getting a little more, you know, control and stuff like that. But Saberlight's game has fallen off a cliff completely.
It has. It has. Did have a bit of a shaky start as well, you know, it wasn't
the spears
necessarily the top level that we've come to expect from his Mars.
Yeah. Oop, and Toronto Tokyo, he's right on top of him. He's level 19.
He can definitely mess around with Saberlight
He can kill him.
Oh.
He can definitely kill him.
Absolutely, with Nightfall there, they don't even need to use a lasso. Not having a good time here, out for a minute. And of course, without the buyback. TZ's got his refresher.
Okay, he needs 2 full duration links, so he needs to get that 20 bonus armor from the links to be able to stand his ground. But this is a timing. Be it small with what they're up against, it is something. Don't know if Betboom cares though, whatsoever.
They're going to be ready to dive the high ground. Heart on Nightfall.
GPK Octarine, so we got the Perma DK form pretty much online. Does he have the Time Warp Aura? He does, so he actually does have it Perma. So they've got the, what is this thing called anyway? The Frostbitten Golem for the 14% CDR as well on top of the Octarine. A very underrated creep, in my opinion.
And what are they going to do? I mean, at the side, they managed to get the catch on a Yopaj. They drag him out the base. Is he able to survive through this damage? He will get back up to the high ground, but he's caught by the Soulbind. They send the illusions in over towards the 2 of them, and Yopaj has to put the BKB. Jump forward for GPK. He actually kills up Kibrak with the help of the illusions from Nightfall. That's Kibrak out, no buyback. They bully Shopify Rebellion all the way back to the fountain. The space is there for them to get onto the barracks. The fortifications pop, but it won't stop this push.
They're dying just to illusions. Arteezy, that's the first BKB. He's got a second.
Saberlight gets in with the jump. They're going to try and burst through the light. And Mira's able to get the cheese of the BKB off, though. Cheese and BKB will try and walk away. Arteezy trying his best to stay on top of the Lycan, and he will kill him.
Gets a big link.
Turns over towards Save as well. They managed to get 2. Can they get any more? There's going to be the buyback from Save. GPK standing his ground. Puts the BKB. Saberlight backs off it. Puts up his shield. Tries to put him back to God's Rebuke, but Nightfall's back in. And this PL's ready for the cleanup. Triple kill for Nightfall. Over towards Yopaj they go. No one on Shopify Rebellion having buyback available, as Yopaj is the last one left standing. He can run, but he cannot hide here for the chase of Betboom. Up for the TP out, but the Dragon Tail stun comes into play. Ultra kill for Nightfall. You just don't beat this man's PL, Fogged.
Not in this type of game. GG is called. What a game. Shopify with a bit of an advantage in that early game, but that advantage, it only got up to what? Maybe 3K gold lead, and then not even maybe, quickly gets turned on its head. As soon as they get the blink on the Batrider, feels like Toronto Tokyo got pick after pick after pick. And those 3 picks, it wasn't like one-man picks. It was like a team-wide pick to be able to set up PL for success. That was a cool game. Really well executed and really cool draft with the Grimstroke. The Soulbind can see the power of it with the PL. And a Lycan that we don't get to see too often.
Yeah.
Miero playing it pretty damn good.
I think so as well. I mean, he didn't have the easiest of lanes, had a bit of a slow start, but after those 2 deaths early on, ends up 4-2 and 19, got a lot done, and as you say, just a lot of great moves with the micro, pressure being put onto towers and lanes consistently, and just following heroes around the map with those walls, made it so that Shopify Rebellion just never able to really set up anything to get back in, despite the, you know, as you say, that the lead, and in particular, Yopaj having a very explosive start on the Timbersaw. It really didn't matter. They were able to deal with him. Shopify Rebellion, rough series. These 2 losses here, I mean, we'll see what the panel has to say about it, but I believe this is almost certainly going to put them in either a tiebreaker situation or maybe even in a going-home situation. It depends on how the other games, of course, are going on right now. We should be able to find out right now ourselves as we'll head back to the panel. This series, all Betboom today. 2-0 for Betboom against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and it's a going-home situation.
Oh.
So Shopify Rebellion, they are 3-7 in the scores with this loss because they didn't get a win out of today's series, and they started 3-5. So 3-7, and we already have Azure Ray finishing their series, and they were able to take a game off of Tundra, which means they surpassed the 3 and 5 because they were all tied at the start of the day. And that means we now have 2 teams guaranteed 4 and 6. Azure Ray is one of them, and BetBoom right here. That means 2 teams are going through or playing tiebreakers. The Na'Vi versus Falcon series is still going on. If Na'Vi wins their last game, because they didn't win the first game, but if they win the second game, there will be a 3-way tie. But otherwise, it's just BetBoom and Azure Ray moving forward. But let's talk about this game because, Beer, I know that you believed in Shopify for this game. It didn't play out the way you thought.
Yeah, I mean, first I want to state with like must be a roller coaster of emotions for Shopify Rebellion because like just yesterday they're the only team to take a game off Falcons, right? They lose and they go against a BetBoom who's on a 3-game losing streak, and they lose and now they're out of the tournament, right? That's got to be a little bit rough. But yeah, this game, I don't know what happened because like you're winning this game for so long, Timber's looking so good, then you just lose one team fight, Batrider picks up a Blink Dagger, and then you crumble. Like, I have never seen Saberlight this poor before in a game, and maybe ever. Like, he was being surpassed by position 5 Batrider at some point in this game, and it's just not good at that point. But props to BetBoom, they did pick the PL. That was the type of hero they needed. The issue I have with that hero is it's typically too slow. You usually get ran over. Normally all the cores get super farmed, and you're just this PL of just farming until, you know, forever, and your base is getting exploded on. And the picks were just too much, and they weren't playing crisp enough on Shopify Rebellion, unfortunately.
I thought the PL looked good at the end of the game because it basically made Razor useless. Like, his ulti is pinging low HP units, and almost always it was hitting an illusion or a creep or a summon. And that means it's not lowering the armor of the other cores that are really tanky that need to die. So it was weird looking when he was behind in net worth by a big point, but when BetBoom got to the point where they were like Blink Dragon stunning a Timbersaw with follow-up stun and mass stuff running at them and killing him, that kind of like started changing the game in a big way.
What do you think, Slacks? It's hard being a Shopify fan, man. You know, they get so close to the sun, they fly right with the Falcons, and then BetBoom, who can't win anything, beats them too well. It breaks the heart. Rest in peace, North America. Heartbreaker.
No, well, luckily we still got a lot of them on the panel here.
Oh shit!
Woo! So
that's
where we go.
Look at your dark future.
Oh no! Oh no! No, it's unfortunate to see them go for sure. And speaking of seeing, I wonder what BetBoom we're seeing during the game as we head over to Kezu for our ward of the game.
Yes, for our Kedia ward of the game, guys, I will have to show you something because a good ward, think about it, it's kind of like cheating. You're seeing things that you're not supposed to see. So I want to highlight this mid ward at the 1910 mark. Look here, even though BetBoom only have 4 heroes alive, they see the Bane, they can nicely start the fight with their Dragon Knight, have some nice follow-up, and at this point, Shopify are actually, they're still ahead in this game. And only because of this ward they get to start taking this fight. Now they kite it back very nicely, but the follow-up fight in the same ward, like just 10 to 20 seconds later, gives them a secondary initiation. So yeah, you know, you can say that Shopify should have very likely de-warded this ward, but having a ward in the mid lane around 9 time is just so damn crucial. BetBoom used it well, so once again, a good ward is just straight up like cheating. You see things you're not supposed to see. BetBoom, they use it nicely. Boom, back in the game.
Boom! Back in the game.
BetBoom.
BetBoom.
Boom, boom.
Yeah. I mean, what?
Continue.
Continue. I was good. Kezu?
Back to you guys. I don't know what's going on with Flax, but anyway.
4 people on my panel just said boom and then stopped. like the conversation had been completed.
No, but we went back to Kezu on the camera, so I thought he had something more to say.
Boom?
No.
Would you like to say boom as well?
Boom! I did already!
And the dark ritual is complete. What's next?
No, we have... I mean,
yes.
They're...
What do you want? Do you want back on the camera again? What?
Take it away, my bad. Miscue, guys.
What did you say?
Nothing. Flag, stop
yes.
talking.
Okay, can we go back to the panel now? Any last words, bud? Okay, great.
Thank you.
Oh, that was a patch? Thank you. Trying to tell us something.
I wanted to say that we don't know yet what BetBoom's faith is here.
Okay.
Because, or fate.
Fate.
Okay.
Fate.
What is their faith?
What's their faith?
Kezu, what's BetBoom's faith?
I don't know, dude. Can you stop? Can you stop, please? I'm preparing for my interview, okay? Do something, Slacks. Be useful. Back
Ask
to
him
Slacks.
what his fate is.
No, we don't know what their fate is
Okay.
because Na'Vi is still playing against Falcons. And they are literally only like in the first like 10 minutes or something. So last I checked, it was too early to tell.
Look, if I'm BetBoom and my fate relies on on Na'Vi losing to a team, I'm really glad it's Falcons, honestly.
That's fair.
But they're probably gonna lose that one.
I mean, not if they pray hard enough.
They did,
whoever their faith.
They did have a long pause.
Oh!
And I do believe that the reason for that was some Falcons players had some packet loss issues.
More time to pray.
That's
So,
good.
yeah.
Divine intervention, some would say, Shiver.
No, it's good for Na'Vi. It's not good.
Shiver, pick up the phone.
Pick up the phone.
Yeah, I'm picking up the phone. Thank God. Nightfall saved me from this panel. Hey, how you doing?
Hello guys. I mean, doing decently good.
Decently
Since
good.
we won.
Yes, congratulations on the win. That was very different from yesterday. And I think you know kind of what kind of questions I would ask because, you know, we're used to seeing you guys on top in group stages specifically. And obviously I know that during Wallachia you didn't have your coach with you. So we kind of thought, okay, that might have made a big difference. What happened here? Because I don't know, is Book with you right now as well? Or is he helping online? Or what's the problem?
I mean, we don't have our coach with us in bootcamp still. I mean, there's some amount of problems. I mean, and it leads us to playing like super trash. So need some time and like work to be done to fix it. So that's about it.
And is that something that, you know, without a coach, I always see it as the coach being somewhat like a referee. Or is it harder to discuss all those issues because Bulk is not there? Or what is causing the I guess slow fixing maybe of problems? I don't know if you consider it that way.
I mean, it's harder without coach. Usually he forces a lot of like talks and discussions. So without him, it's for sure like gonna take more time.
Yeah. That makes sense. Who is taking the lead in those conversations? Is there anybody that you feel like is stepping up extra because Book is not with you guys?
I mean, it's probably like safe, like leading the charge usually and saying like, let's talk, like let's discuss the games and stuff. But there's like less amount of it like without coach.
And do you feel like it's under control? Obviously, yesterday was not a good day. Today, you guys have a 2-0, so obviously something probably changed. Do you feel like something changed, and do you feel like it's getting better?
I mean, I feel like yeah, it's getting better, but I can't say still that we're in good form or like ready like today to beat like some best teams. Since I already said like we're playing like trash. So we can't change it in like one day. But yeah, there's day by day, like we're gonna get stronger.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And then I guess without a coach, maybe the next question that I'm going for is gonna be the patch. You're gonna tackle that without Book there with you. How are you gonna do it? Because we're expecting it at the end of the day.
Yeah, I heard some info like also from Arthur Artizi that there's gonna be patch today. I mean. He's still, I mean, our coach still is like he helps us a bit from online, but I mean, we're just gonna like, I hope there is gonna be a patch because this one is already like kind of triggers everyone, like I guess viewers and players.
Yeah.
So like everyone wanna some change. So I mean, and how we're gonna, I mean, like any other team, we're just gonna sit there and like read the patch notes and discuss what we think is good, what changed, and like what we need to change if there's gonna be some big gameplay changes or like at least some changes.
Yeah, do you think it actually will help you deal with the problems that you currently have? Maybe some of them are related to the patch. Do you think it will help like get you back on track starting, well, if you don't have to play tiebreaker starting on Friday?
I mean, I hope we don't need to play tiebreakers.
Yeah.
I really hope Falcon gonna win. And for patch, I think yeah, it can help us a bit. Like it's gonna give us like fresh air. Like people gonna be like more motivated to like green pubs and like just discuss Dota more. So yeah, it's gonna add a little bit of fresh air and help us for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. I also have Kazu who'd love to ask you a question.
Hey Igor, I would like to know the stuff you've been talking about in the last days. Would you say it was like more focused on draft gameplay? Is it individual gameplay? Is it team fighting? Like what's the main deal?
I mean, I'd say it's draft. First of all, it's draft. We're drafting kind of poorly. Then it's like individual play, like a lot of people playing like poorly individually. And then it's also a gameplay, gameplay. I mean, team, our team play, our team, like how we view game as team, and what we want to do and stuff. Like it also like on kind of low level now, not on best level, not on level of team which gonna win tournament today. So, it's less structured. I mean, just playing not that good.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No, that makes sense. And then I have a clip that I would like to watch with you of the 24-minute mark. What is your communication like in this type of clip? Like, do you say beforehand, guys, if you take out Timber, I have a free team fight? Or just walk us through this clip?
I mean, we just discussed that we just need to jump first, and we see Timber playing first without BKB. Our first thought was it's kind of hard kill without Shroud, but then we discussed 2 seconds that we can kill him, and we just went on him, and then we just killed him instantly. And then after that, this fight was pretty easy. They can't really fight without Timber. They have no damage for me on PL, and they just committing on 2 cores. Dream just using ult on them, and fight kind of over. When we just kill Timber, it's free fight already. He's just staying there, and I feel like they're not kind of ready to when we jump him, they need to be 5 heroes ready, other 4 heroes to ready to counter initiate, or they're fucked.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank you, and good luck moving forward.
I got one more question before we let you go, Nightfall. Patch, what's your top item on the wish list for the patch? What do you want?
Top item to be buffed, or
top change? It could be a hero, could be map, could be item, could be anything.
I mean, top change, it's for sure, I mean, would be nice to nerf some universal heroes, I don't know, Timber Panga. It's kind of annoying, same heroes being OP. Then it will be nice to, for map maybe, I mean, I'm not sure it's gonna be as big patch, so they're gonna change map, but for me it will be nice if they change map, a little bit, because right now it's super big map, and everyone just farms. And the Dota now dictates for teams and players that you need to farm, and you need to just focus on farming a lot on every core, and just have good networks. And it's first of all about farm, and then about making moves. And yeah, but I'm not sure there's gonna be map changes. And first it's obviously high ground. It's unreal in right now in Dota to like break high ground. It's way too big advantage for team which defends high ground, and it's super hard to I mean, you know, it's super hard to go high ground. If it's some serious match and both teams want to win some upper bracket tournament game, the game gonna be 40 50 minutes, because you're gonna play for second, third rush, and just grow your lead, because you can't really go high ground early. So it will be nice if there is gonna be more things for team which winning, there's more you know, more advantage for them, they're gonna give more things for team which winning, I don't know.
Yeah, make going high ground a little bit easier, and maybe make high ground defense a little bit weaker. That sounds like a good plan. All right, thank you. I'm hoping with you. Yeah, go for it.
Maybe buff some creeps, you know, because now in Dota when you push one side or second side, it's right now in Dota it gives you almost nothing, and even yeah, usually 3-4 years ago you take 1-2 side, you take 2 sides, it's mostly game over, but right now 2 sides it doesn't even give you 60% of chance that you're gonna win. It's not about maybe buff creeps, which yeah.
Oh, I'm hoping with you, Nightfall. Don't worry. I mean, something needs to be done. So I'm hoping with you, hopefully tonight, and obviously also maybe see you on Friday. We're still gonna wait and find out what's gonna happen with Falcons versus Na'Vi. But until then, good luck, and see you again soon.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. We're gonna walk over this way, because while I was chatting to Nightfall, Purge came up with the best thing to talk about all the way over there. Yes, I'm running.
That's right, Shiva. It's the exact same thing we talked about at the last social segment. We had 3 more boot submissions that were excellent, and we really wanted to discuss them.
Oh, really? More?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see them.
I promise these ones. Look at this custom art. Before you read anything, look at that. They took the boot image and they custom overlaid some beautiful little packets. Anyways, they combine brown boots and bracers. Actually makes you slower once you buy them, but they progressively make your legs stronger.
Ooh.
And you gain XX movement speed every XX minutes. So after 40 minutes of wearing them, these ankle weights you can take them off or sell them, and you're super duper fast.
Because you
and
trained your legs.
Exactly, and you have a free item slot. What
That is
do you think,
very
Slacks?
They should make one that's like an ankle monitor, so I could find my carry in the jungle.
Sure.
That could make them slower.
This is like some
Alright.
one-eyed samurai
Next
stuff.
one.
Continue.
Beautiful art. Check the ice
Blue-eyed.
spikers. A bit more movement
making
speed than
these?
boots of speed. They're out on
is this?
the active on cooldown. You can blast an area around you with an ice to create an ice patch.
What?
And any other player, including you with ice spikers, they have movement speed on the ice patch.
How big
So-
is the ice patch?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
It does. I
Yeah.
feel like this would be cool if you created a little block of
Cool.
ice that you can walk up and down on, like terrain walking. Here, like this way, I feel uninspired. It sounds cool, but it's not like the
just
you know.
All
like
right,
a
who
rip of
doesn't
the
like it? Next,
slippery
look at that art though.
slip
Beautiful art. Number third one. Tell me. Talk about this
A
art.
banana boot!
Okay.
Look, this is custom engraved on the side, by the way. It's banana slippers, a bit more movement speed than boots of speed, but on cooldown, you drop a banana peel behind you that lasts 3 seconds. An
Someone
enemy
played
player
too
that
much
steps
Mario
on
Kart.
it
Yeah.
slips and is stunned for 1 second. Look, maybe they did, but it's a great idea.
That sounds like
You
a
think-
sick neutral.
Think Dota hasn't stolen item ideas or names before?
Yeah, name some, Purge.
Fairy Fire? Magic Missile?
What's that from?
Dungeons and Dragons. There's a lot of Dungeons and Dragons ripoff
Fucking
names.
nerd.
Like tons. Anyways.
He actually could name them.
Yeah, it was not difficult. Anyways, for submissions for tomorrow's social segment,
Yes.
just to clear up things,
Yes.
there's going to be new stuff, new items.
stuff,
There's probably
new
going to be new
items,
heroes. We
new
want you guys
heroes.
to submit how you played them so that we can make fun of it, because it's probably bad. That's what we want to talk about. So those are the submissions that I want you guys to send us in the email. I'm going to do this, and it's magically going to
It is
appear.
already there.
You can see
Look,
it.
There it is.
Oh, I can't see the tables.
Look, right. What the heck? You're.
There's a TV over there. Whatever. Congrats.
There's a TV
All
over
right,
here
Stever,
as
let
well.
me just read it. Anyways, if you look down here, there's a great drop down. Send those submissions. Let us know how your pub games went. Thank
All right,
you.
let us know how your pub games went. That's great. Send us that information. We are gonna have some tiebreakers. So we don't know yet if Group B has tiebreakers, but we know for sure Group A has them. It has one tie to be broken, either lower bracket or elimination for Liquid or Heroic, and that will be played in a best of 3 after the break.
Hello everyone. We're going to be testing each other's knowledge on Dota stuff and more.
Okay, so yeah, Dota 2. I'm gonna say. Let's have a look. Oh, I'm not far off.
I had that.
I'm not far off.
I had that originally written, so.
So you would accept this as
I would
not bad?
Yeah,
There you
for
go.
Dota 2, yeah.
Yeah? Yeah? I think it is Void. It was either Void or Slav.
Zark was the other one I was gonna guess.
But I think it is Void.
Yeah. He had to play only Void for a year.
Yeah. No, until I got 5K.
Which was a year.
It didn't take a year. It was like 10 months. There you go. Ah, I put Shanghai Major and a Summit event before as well. It's close though, right?
It's close.
It's the same circuit, right? The middle of
It was.
Shanghai.
I was supposed to play at Shanghai, and then I did a casting for Summit, and then I got invited to Middle Major.
Oh, that's close. I was in the right year probably. Was Shanghai 2016?
15 or 16?
2015,
Yeah, I don't think so. I
That's
can't remember
close.
actually.
But wasn't right.
I almost played for DC. I got it.
Oh, actually, I know. I'm gonna write it as well. I can't remember the event, but I know the thing. I put Shanghai. It's not Shanghai. Was it not Shanghai Major?
I think it was the AC. Mineski won.
Mineski won, and who lost?
LGD.
And Mineski won, and for whatever reason, I was like, and LGD, and I said LGD, and then that's when I realized I was like, I'm about to say the wrong team. I've just said the wrong team. And LGD are your losers, and Mineski are the winners of the. You know, I had to twist it round.
Mineski,
They
the
look like they've
Southeast
done it.
Asian legends. They absolutely are. Mushi rips through LGD. The ancient will fall, and LGD are your DAC Major 2018 losers.
No, people loved it. People loved it. They laughed so hard. Yeah, it was so good.
Are you doing like dish or like a specific food? You're doing
Specific food.
a specific
Yeah.
food. Okay. I put Parmesan.
Parmesan. Well,
Didn't
I've
you
always
tell
said
me
that.
once you ate like a whole block of Parmesan?
I like Parmesan cheese, but like, yeah, it's
You
not-
ate a whole block?
I've eaten a whole block.
That constitutes as being fair. If you hold a block of this cheese.
I mean, I won't really.
You
I
love
won't.
cheese.
I won't allow that one. That doesn't count. No. I do love cheese, but I love all. cheese.
I would have put steak though.
Yeah, steak or ceviche would have been my top two.
Hey, you got it. Yeah.
I added the NPU right after because I was
I'm
like,
not a huge
just
fan
in
of
case.
traveling, so teleporting would be pretty amazing.
I think that's one that
And
everyone would
just
choose.
in general, right? Teleport is just so useful.
Me and Owen, after casting together for, 7 years about now, it seems that we do know each other pretty well. We don't know what our friends and everybody builds on their heroes and what heroes they play, but we do know each other.
DreamLeague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Well, officially, the group stage is just about finished. But that means that we got some ties to break. Either Liquid are gonna buck the trend and finally make it through a DreamLeague group stage, or Heroic's journey to Riyadh Masters starts now. Let's find out with the PogChamp Pandas. Welcome back, everyone. There is still some group staging going on elsewhere in Group B, as Na'Vi and Falcons are currently duking it out. But right now, we're worried about Group A, where Liquid and Heroic are fighting for a chance to stay in this tournament as we take a look at the standings. We've already locked in our upper bracket. It's Gaming Gladiators and Extreme Gaming. Aurora secured themselves a lower bracket position, and PSG Quest were unfortunately eliminated. And now these two teams, 4 and 6, between Liquid and Heroic, have to fight for one slot for glory and a chance to survive. For Heroic, it's especially important. Do you know why, Synderin?
Because they want to have a chance at making it directly.
Correct. And do you know how high they have to place in this tournament to get a direct invite to Riyadh?
Either first or second.
Correct.
Hell yeah. You didn't know that.
You didn't know that.
You don't know anything.
I did know that.
Did you know that?
Did my research.
He did his research.
Do my own research.
He didn't answer the question. He just said he did research.
Why is Synderin bullying us?
Synderin
you know
is
that?
a bully.
I love bullying Avery.
He's on an ego trip right now.
Oh, yeah.
I
answered a question right. I'm like, I'm over the moon right now. I knew something for once.
The first question you've gotten in 6 years.
He doesn't have Sunsfan around him to keep him humble, so now he's just unchained.
That's what I was going to say. You need Sunsfan around and just constantly be kicking him in the shins.
I'm pretty sure when Sunsfan is around, I try to ground him from
It's a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah.
Like you're like one of those sharks that are flying around, and he's like a sucker attached to your stomach, making sure that all of the plankton don't.
Yeah, that's a great metaphor. Let's move on from that one.
Fine, if you want to
dare
move
I
on.
say?
Yes.
So Heroic, obviously, a lot at stake for them. For Liquid, this is a chance of making it out of groups at DreamLeague, which should not be underestimated.
Which won't happen.
This
but
would be
good try,
their best
Synderin.
result in 17 years of DreamLeague.
That's right.
Team Liquid could maybe get top 8.
But they won't. But it was an honorable try.
Since 2007, established. One thing that is confirmed, though, Liquid are in good shape, but as a result of all these other teams being eliminated and no longer making it through groups, that means that OG have now secured themselves a slot at the Riyadh Masters, as we can take a look at their journey. It again wow, they got 4th at, I had no idea that they did that well at DreamLeague Season 21, but yeah, they got 4th place, which is why they are even in contention in the first place, despite not attending 2 of the events. Kuala Lumpur being the first event, and they show up back again for a DreamLeague Season 22 earlier this year. And as a result, Tomato and the gang, who is now secured an actual roster spot, because we talked to Seb during Birmingham, and we were like, is this dude still a stand-in or what? And he's like, I don't know, I think he's on the team. And then like 2 weeks later, they officially gave us the tweet, Tomato's on the team. And Tomato will be going to Riyadh with the rest of OG.
I think that's also, it was a nice map to see because it goes to show that, generally the community celebrates, tournament champions and second places or whatever, but just a consistent, solid placement will get you places too. That was 2 4th places in the 6th?
Yeah.
And then 2 events not qualified. That was still enough to make it, right? So you don't have to necessarily get those championships. Obviously you want to, but getting a solid placement a couple of times goes a long way. So
especially because they seized the opportunities. You didn't see any like 14th places. Any event that they went to, they got a solid top 6 finish at.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that means that Spirit are still very much on the border because we're talking about Heroic being able to potentially get themselves a direct invite. That is dependent on kicking Spirit out because 8th place is up for grabs right now. Tundra's locked in, but Shopify, I think, is already eliminated. PSG Quest is eliminated. Na'Vi is potentially contending, but it's a very slim chance. The most likely is Heroic and Aurora.
Yeah, I guess at that point, Na'Vi is really cheering that Heroic does not make it through, right? To clear up that Eastern European qualifier. Because then both BetBoom and Spirit are going to be going through at that point in time. So then Eastern Europe qualifier is open to a new team for the field.
I guess the strongest competition for Na'Vi at that point would be VP, right?
Right.
That's probably... I mean, Eastern Europe is always scary, honestly. Like, sometimes they throw together these stacks of, like, really high-skilled players, and they have a good run. So I feel like it's simplifying it a bit too much to be like, okay, we just need to beat VP. There's always going to be, like, these wild card 2 or 3 teams
like
that
who
need to get through. That's the thing about it, right? I don't have...
Yeah, like those don't exist yet.
I don't have the answer for you because the teams aren't there yet, but they
who was the last one?
What were they called? Let's say Puck Champ.
1 win.
What?
wait.
There's one win
mind
as well,
games.
actually. That's true.
True.
So one win VP.
I'm getting news right now about what happened in Group B. Let's take a look at the Group B standings because Falcons actually have confirmed to have won Game 2.
I am shocked.
Eliminating Na'Vi from contention, and that means that what you see here is locked in for DreamLeague Season 23's playoffs. Falcons and Tundra will be upper bracket, Azure and BetBoom team will be lower bracket, and Shopify and Na'Vi are eliminated.
Wait, this is a typo, right?
Because Shopify was supposed to be first place, right?
Yeah, why is Shopify at the bottom?
Something's going wrong here. Production, can we check that? Can we make sure?
the wrong
Because I saw Shopify beat Falcons in one game, so thus they're the best team in the world.
I heard they were back.
Yeah.
I didn't see Shopify lose a single game.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, I didn't see them watch. I didn't watch any, but I didn't see them lose a single game this entire event.
They were not on mainstream, unfortunately, but we'll just have to assume that perhaps the numbers were accurate.
I mean, I'm guessing they just ran into another one of those hot CIS stacks that came together last minute. Syndron's talking about.
There you go.
Just knocked them out. I mean, what can you do?
Well, you want to see a hot South American stack? Let's get into our game with Liquid versus Heroic right now. It's tiebreaker time, and thus, by extension, it's actually the first best of 3 that you will be witnessing here at DreamLeague Season 23, because we're going the full distance on this tiebreaker. There's no BO1 round-robin nonsense going on, especially not on the B stream either, because everything's locked in aside from this last elimination slot. And who's going to be eliminated? Brian, Effie, Cinderin? You at home? You can all weigh in, but specifically Brian I want to talk to.
Well, the history of these two teams doesn't necessarily point like strongly in one direction either way.
Okay.
So we're looking at Wallachia group stage. Heroic bombed out 0-3. It was the Swiss format. While Liquid, on the other hand, barely squeaked through, going 3-2, winning their final match against BetBoom. And then we have for Birmingham, they both got through to the lower bracket and faced each other in the first round of lower bracket, with Liquid taking it 2-1. And then we look at the previous DreamLeague, Liquid. We know how they go during group stages, but Heroic also didn't make it through that group stage, but by 1 game. So, and they ended the groups 1 and 3 in that DreamLeague, or 2 and 4, excuse me. And then in this DreamLeague, they ended 1 and 3 to be in the spot that they're in right now.
Okay.
So I feel like history is repeating itself a bit. So if history is
were they in
repeating,
a tiebreaker situation in the previous DreamLeague, or this is their first chance having a best of 3 to determine?
no,
their
so
fate?
they were in a tiebreaker in Birmingham, but it was a 4-team tiebreaker for 3 slots.
Oh, right.
So
I
it wasn't
remember that.
exactly like a super high pressure tiebreaker like this one. So I was looking more like the times where they had to perform in like an individual game, and so far neither team's track record is amazing.
And in this event, what was their head-to-head whenever they matched up in groups?
That's like the most basic thing I could have looked up. The Team Liquid 2-0'd them at the very. It was the first series
first game of the
of the
tournament.
group stage. Yeah.
But to be fair, they got a lot better after that series, so maybe they learned a lot from it.
And to be fair, what is stronger, the curse of Liquid at DreamLeague or a good matchup against a team they generally have the number of? This is going to be the ultimate immovable object versus whatever.
Unstoppable force.
There it is. Did you generally say it the other way around? Thank you, Neil. Thanks for the save.
No problem.
Yeah. The Birmingham series wasn't exactly like convincing for Team Liquid. Like that was a pretty close 2-1. So by no means does I think the 2-0 at the start of this group stage. Also, Miri, like you mentioned, they've improved a lot on the side of Heroic. And I also think Liquid's look progressively shakier throughout the course of this group stage. So maybe they've met just enough in the middle that Heroic
10 seconds remaining.
So something, just quickly about Heroic, something that was pointed out in the previous series they played today on the cast was that K1 has played a new hero every single game. So he's played tons of different carries, and a lot of them have not looked particularly good. Like they kind of got absolutely rolled by Extreme today. It was not even remotely close. I wonder if they're getting a little bit too creative sometimes, and it's better to just simplify things a little bit here against Liquid and, you know, get some solid meta stuff, or if their creativity is gonna bite them a bit.
I think that's a valid point. And I think that creativity doesn't even just extend to K1. I feel like a lot of Heroics players, with the exception of maybe the Violama, are playing a lot of different heroes. And honestly, the way that it is right now for Heroic was better than the way it was at day one, where K1 was calling for his heroes. in that series versus Liquid, he asked for a Wraith King versus a Doom, and that didn't look good. And he also asked for some K1 hero. I'm going to check which one it was, but our concern with it, he asked for a Terrorblade. In a game where it wasn't so good. And our concern was maybe having these individual calls come from players isn't actually working, and maybe they should draft for the overall game. And that is actually what Heroic started to do throughout the DreamLeague. So that would explain why a lot of these carries have been different. But maybe they've taken it a tad too far.
In this particular game, we're talking about K1 Hector picking 6 different heroes and kind of getting cute with his picks a little bit maybe last series. This is the first time they picked Doom on Heroic all tournament so far. Liquid is well known for their Doom on 33, and they did get first pick doomed the last time that they played them this tournament, so it's most likely because they don't want to give it to Liquid and they wanted to prioritize the other bans. But I'm a huge skeptic generally of picking a hero that the other team specializes in that you don't specialize in, because they just know it better than you. So like they tried Wraith King against it, but I would imagine that Liquid might have a more comprehensive way with the entire game plan of dealing with the hero rather than just like an individual matchup.
And not only that, you're giving away the most contested hero of the tournament, right? Like Disruptor is that a 98% pick ban rate? So there's been one game it's been ignored, and every other game it's been on either side. And I think Heroic as a team is the team that's given away Disruptor the most in the tournament. I feel like I've seen 3 drafts where they're giving away Disruptor, and I don't believe the track record is great. So they definitely gave it away against Extreme earlier, and they picked Pango as a pseudo solution. Didn't really work particularly well. It kind of got rolled early, no pun intended. So we'll see. See if they have the solution here.
My concern for Heroic is just giving away the Disruptor, which Liquid look incredible on. And honestly, any team with a great 5-player looks incredible on, because Disruptor is just that good right now. But in terms of picking Doom, I feel like everybody's played Doom at this point. This hero has been viable for multiple tournaments in a row, and I wouldn't really worry that they're taking another team's hero. I mean, Doom belongs in every offlaner's arsenal now, right? My bigger concern for Doom is not that they don't play it, but that Heroic have looked the best when their first pick hero can be flexed between Analog and Divine Llama. Like the Primal Beast, like the Timbersaw. When that doesn't happen, I feel like Heroic's drafting does fall apart strategically.
Look how far Dota has come. Now we're picking Brewmaster as a counter to Doom. Don't you love it? This used to be the bad matchup for Brew a year or 2 ago, but after he got his new, what's it called, the stance that gives status assist? Which one? It's the Void stance. If you have that activated as you get doomed, then your status resistance is really high, and also Brewmaster's become a lot better in laning, and you see the targeted ban of the Weaver, which I would consider Brewmaster's absolute worst carry matchup in lane that's popular right now is something like Weaver Grimstroke. They don't have to worry about it. They know Heroic love to play their Grim, but if the Weaver's out, that lane is going to be playable. So they're just protecting him here.
One thing that Brewmaster struggles with as an offlaner is the lack of reliable catch. But the second you get a Disruptor in your draft, that just doesn't matter anymore. And the best thing you can do against Split generally is to just run away from them. So heroes like Death Prophet, Brewmaster, these like long cooldown ultimates that the best tactic is to run away. They always synergize well with Disruptor. And also Brewmaster of old used to be like this Blink, Vlad's like teamfight utility. And now we're just seeing Radiance, Manta, AC to kill buildings. Like it's like a very farm heavy hero that eventually never shows on lanes or anything and doesn't really have to like have this sick initiation. He just presses R and runs in. So it's almost ideal against a hero like Doom because you're a hero that can enter the fight with meaningful impact without actually presenting a meaningful Doom target.
But also just the issue you're talking about Brew lacking catch on lane, that's why we've seen a lot of Mercies paired with Brews, right? Because all of a sudden, if you pair it with a hero that can like rebound in, dispose back, or anything along those lines, any kind of reliable stun like a Hoodwink, all of a sudden Brew becomes a very, very threatening lane because the second he gets that urn, that's kill threat on the enemy carry.
Like a Rubik, perhaps. That's against the Doom, and they go Enchantress. Okay, so they're actually just pairing the Disruptor with it, so they're keeping it for to do exactly what you just said.
The Shadow Demon is a little bit of an odd one for me here. I feel like his matchups aren't good enough really to justify this. He's okay against Disruptor, but I find like the Brewmaster matchup's actually not great for SD at all. If the split goes off, he just runs in, he cyclones you, and the save is out of the fight. He can constantly just hound you in the fights. It's kind of the same problem that Shadow Demon has playing against, let's say, a hero like Lycan, right? Where you just get overwhelmed by units running at you and you're just helpless, right? So that one is a little bit surprising for me. I also don't see any natural synergy with his own team, so don't really know what they were going for with that one. Monkey King into the Doom, and then Lifestealer into MK. You know, Dota's changed, Neil. It's a new day.
Every dynamic that you thought was established is upside down now.
You had to pick a carry with a Dispel on Heroic. Like, there's just no... Like, you have to because you're against Thunderstrike from Disruptor and the Cinder Brew from Brew. So if you just don't have one, the only other options are usually Illusion Heroes or Jug, and we saw what happened when they picked Jug earlier. So I was going to say I think you have to pick Lifestealer here. I don't think there's any other choice because if you don't remove Thunderstrike, Cinder Brew, any carry in the early game just can't sustain.
I agree completely, and I feel like with the new Axe build, that's even though it got nerfed, it's still always available. You're not even too concerned about the heroes like Monkey King, who in the past would just outfight you. But also, on the topic of Shadow Demon, if you don't pick Shadow Demon, if you don't ban it and you don't pick it for yourself on the phase that Heroic did, then they would have just gotten Shadow Demon by Liquid, which is like the biggest counter versus Doom in the early game, because you can just take somebody out of the Doom for 4 seconds with a disruption. So it is something that they either had to ban or take for themselves, and because it's such a high value support in this patch, I can see why they chose to take it.
It just feels like at that point then Heroic are picking heroes they're scared of. Right?
Yeah,
they pick the Doom that they're
yeah.
scared of against Liquid. They're picking Shadow Demon so the enemy team doesn't get it. I just feel like that approach to drafting I dislike, because I feel like at that point you're already putting yourself in a position where it's fine that you're the underdog, which, I mean, we could debate whether they even are in the series. It's kind of close, I think, like Brian said, but I feel like that way of drafting a lot of the time leads you down a path where you're taking heroes away from the enemy, but then does your lineup actually make sense with itself? Like, I personally am looking at this Heroic lineup and I feel like it's a little bit lacking. I don't think there's very obvious synergy in how the heroes work, just that, you know, the lanes are functional, it's okay, but where's that full cohesion that I'm seeing from Liquid? I think they're in a better spot overall.
I can see the issue with lack of synergy, because it's not like Lifesteal Illusions, unless he gets the Radiance, really do much for the disruption. And Shadow Demon is a hero that's notorious for making these giga stacks in the early game, right? It's very easy to do that with Shadow Poison, but there's no hero on Heroic that takes advantage of that. If Doom gets bullied out of the lane by Monkey King, which he will, he doesn't really have a mechanic to farm these stacks. Neither does the Lifestealer really, so you need some kind of mid-hero to take advantage of that, or you just lose that hero's ability to give you that net worth lead early on.
And look what heroes Liquid banned. It's 2 mid-heroes that can farm stacks, right? It's the Lesh as well as the Zeus. And also, it would be a nice complement to Heroic's lineup to have more magic damage. And also, these 2 heroes, Zeus in particular, I think is a good ban, because I think he plays into Monkey King very well. You outrange the ring, you can find him in the trees with your ult. Give some different avenues to take fights.
I think the biggest issue amongst everything you guys are saying about Heroic's draft is that when I'm a carrier, just in general against Hoodwink, I'm scared of like that AA combo we saw from Falcons a few days ago, where like the Hoodwink is setting up for something that's just going to murder me from long range. And right now you have Doom, Lifestealer, and now DK, all heavy commitment heroes. So I feel like if you just Brew Split in with like a Thunderstrike on somebody, I think Liquid has all the tools to pick and choose when they fight or not. And if you are on Heroic and you are fighting, you better kill somebody right at the start, because you're not getting away from this and your heroes are going to be in. So right now, like if Team Liquid just picks another hero that's difficult to go on, I feel like Heroic's in a tough spot.
Is MK mid a thing here?
Oh, maybe.
You can, but I think DK should just still be okay with his supports being able to come mid. I do think this DK corrected a lot of the concerns we had in Heroic's draft. I mean, this DK gives them a lot. First of all, it gives them the illusions for Shadow Demon to tear with. It gives them the synergy of having that DK illusion when he has his dragon form up. Also, it gives them that reliable stun that they were lacking before, like that blink dragon tail into the Hoodwink follow-up damage. So all of a sudden, Hoodwink is looking like a good hero. And because there are no save supports on the side of Team Liquid, once you go in with that blink dragon tail into the follow-up damage, there's nothing to really offset that on Liquid. You lose that target and you take the fight back, but you can't really protect the burst from happening so far.
The save is Insania running in on Enchantress through inside of the sharpshooter to block it.
I see.
That's the save. I guarantee we see it at least once this game, but I agree with you. They are lacking
If there's
save
one
and
thing
everything
Ench loves to do, it's run in and get broken. That is awesome.
I don't feel like she likes that, Cinder.
No, but the DK, I think, really did round out this draft very nicely. Another thing that it does is it covers for the potential sniper, right? Because DK is one of the only heroes that withstand sniper in the mid lane, and they left it in the pool.
Can he withstand a Viper? Because Nisha's been...
They tried that one.
I was looking at it. I don't think it's the best Viper game, though, right? You're playing against a break of Hoodwink. Shadow Demon, I think, is also
that's spicy. This guy is the 1v1 mid-champion.
Yep. This is one of Dragon Knight's absolute worst matchups, the Shadow Fiend, but we don't see it played very much because then you have Shadow Fiend.
He's practicing for next patch.
That's right.
So as long as he wins this game, he is one game ahead of everyone else, because Shadow Fiend is due to be good.
It's So how good of a Shadow Fiend game is it outside of the mid matchup? Like, the other matchups are a little bit dodgy.
Depends on what kind of build he's going. Is he going like the Blink Yules, or is he going the like Hurricane Pike Manta?
I think in general, Shadow Fiend is a high risk, high reward type of hero if you
Yeah.
pick it to win lane, which it should. The issue is this hero can get ganked very easily, and Liquid do not have a save support, like we mentioned before. If the SD and Hoodwink just go mid, that's a free SF kill. Almost every time. Like, sure, you can get your response from your team, but it's not necessarily going to offset a lot of the pressure. So if Liquid can somehow offset Nisha from getting ganked and he stomps the lane, this is an incredible pick.
Yeah, I would rather him go like the right-click build, stand his ground, because I think all Liquid needed was somebody to be in front, and even if Nisha gets doomed and stunned and brought down, there should be a Monkey King ult on top of that, there should be a Brewmaster split going in, there should be a Disruptor counter initiation, so... Yeah, I mean, if there was a game I'd root for, or that I like as SF pick in the current patch, this would probably be it, and I just overall agreed with everything we said about like this Shadow Demon Doom kind of being denied picks and the little bit of lack of cohesion on Heroic's draft. The DK rounded off nicely, but still leaning Liquid here.
I think what Mira pointed out is the moment of the game. I think Dragon Knight level 6 is when stuff needs to happen. I think he's going to lose his lane no matter what, and then the supports are going to try to help him when he hits 6 to maybe get a kill on Nisha and open up the tower. The problem is you're playing into Enchantress, who is likely going to try to mirror that aggression that we talked about. We're looking at it from DK's perspective of getting help against SF, but what if Insania is free to actually go help mid? How bad can this get for DK?
He should be, because Monkey King should be fine.
Right,
along.
it's a good Monkey King matchup against the Doom, so this could get really, really scary very fast, and I hope for Heroic that the lanes don't start off on the wrong foot, or this could be a complete stomp as far as I'm concerned.
With that being said, though, I don't think we should underestimate Heroic's ability to fight into Liquid if SF just loses his momentum. Because if SF loses his momentum, I think Heroic's draft is much better than Liquid's if the momentum is lost, if this mid lane isn't crushed. Because their heroes just run at Liquid's heroes a lot better.
Of all the heroes that you could choose to style on a DK, it has to be like he's having more fun on SF than like
honestly
a Viper.
I think at the end of the patch, like we talked about, or Gaiman in Tofu's interview said, like, you know, we're just taking a carefree approach.
Yeah.
We're trying things that we think might work, and we haven't even scrimmed some of this yet, and it worked for them. I feel like it may be kind of a cope, but some of these players are bored at this point, and like you'd rather be enjoying yourself than having the perfect hero for the meta. You know what I mean?
And if the theory that everyone's having about innate abilities being added to heroes,
that's gonna be high.
SF surely has the innate of souls, right? Necromancy just build it into him.
That sounds too broken.
I think his
How about
innate-
presence then?
I think his innate is die twice and break items.
Oh, but that's been in the game.
The Shadow Amulet. No, on third death, you get a Shadow Amulet for free.
That's true. That's his innate. Your inventory is converted to a Shadow Amulet.
The Chappy passive.
They named it Chappy. That'd be sick.
I think it would be cool if you got like perma stats like Pudger Silencer did.
Oh.
Like a
Permanent souls. Permanent
like
souls.
like scaling.
Okay.
Like he gets like infinite scaling with each kill, but I'm not sure where I would assign that. But I think that would be really cool for Shadow Fiend. I think putting Necromaster on his passive would be way too broken because you're just getting raised his M damage at level 1. That's too much.
And then presence as a passive would be very difficult to balance because if anyone's curious, we're having some lobby issues right now, so we're not just theorizing to.
We don't think
make
we're
you
more
miss first
important than the
blood.
game, is what we're.
Caster, start the game.
It's
Thank
not
you,
true,
Slacks.
'cause I heard Cinderin tell them not to do it.
Yeah, Cinderin really wanted to talk about the potential of this
Yeah.
SF pick
Oh,
for
I
at
heard the
least 10
music.
minutes.
I'm hearing the music of heroes
Give
loading
me,
in.
give me a DK passive.
A DK passive, Dragon Blood.
Oh,
You get
interesting.
armor and regen.
Fascinating. It seems
Wow.
like so many of these are already in the game. Well, if you want to get in the game, I won't take any more of your time. Let's get into game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
A lot at stake here for this match. Not only just getting into the playoffs, but Heroic a chance to be able to get themselves to one of the invited teams to Riyadh, whereas Liquid, it's a chance to break a curse. Sure, not the second place curse. Honestly, they've kind of broken that themselves by getting less than second place this year. But now they've been stuck in a last place at DreamLeague curse. Last 4 seasons, 3 seasons rather, going on a 4th season potentially if they lose this one, Avery.
As Cinderin said, it has been 17 years since Liquid has not gotten last at this tournament. does not bode well for them in their odds to escape
30
their fate
seconds
here.
to battle.
And they put it in the hands of the Fiend. The man himself, Nisha, taking a hero that has no place in this patch. Trying to find his own, and he's going to do it with no cosmetics either.
Not even the taunt? Come on, Nisha. You have at least got to have the taunt. It's one of the most obnoxious ones to spam in the game.
Honestly, I feel like I'd rather see my SF player with no cosmetics than all of them. Because I feel like, okay, that guy's playing the hero because he's actually good at it. Instead of all these goddamn nerds who pick it because there's an Arcana. I look cool, don't I? Yeah, you look real cool. 0-5 at 10 minutes, man. Really cool. Minus 25. Just let me eat my own MMR and get out of the game, right? But here, no cosmetics. I have some faith.
Avery, are you okay? Got some deep-seated hatred here for.
If you don't have hatred for Shadow Fiend from your pub experience, like
I haven't seen him in a pub in like 5 years.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why. Because all the guys who played Shadow Fiend played it in a pub and then got murdered distinctly afterwards. The population has been in steep decline.
It's true. I haven't seen Azrael in several years, so it's been missing. I do know one thing. No matter who is watching this game right now, no matter what fan you are, of what team, who you're backing, I do know one thing, one outcome that everybody's cheering for, Avery. It's a fast 2-0.
I thought you were going to say demon lore. There's a lot of demons in this game.
Yeah, you going to hit us with some demon lore during this pause?
Nope.
Oh.
I mean, you think they're going to drop patch right after this series?
I mean, isn't that the 3 primed evils right there? Shadow Fiend, Doom, and Shadow Demon? Aren't those the 3 big bosses of... No,
SF's the biggest.
What?
Yeah. There's 3 demons. There's also King of the Underworld, which is Underlord.
Yeah.
And he leads the rebellion.
Yeah, but he's not one of the demons.
No, but you don't have to be a demon to live under the crust.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
There's a lot of critters just crawling around down there. Maybe including Liquid's hopes at this event.
Yeah, somewhere deep, deep underground. All right, why haven't we seen SF? If we see all of these melee mids, there's an opportunity to pick SF and dumpster your lane. So what's wrong with this hero outside laning phase? Because laning phase possibilities have always been there.
Got me with that one, I'm not gonna lie. Why don't we see Shadow Fiend? Because teams want to win Austin. Like, it's not very complicated. This hero sucks.
Why does
I mean, since we're at the end of a patch, like, I'll just say, this hero sucks ass. He's like he's a bottom 5 hero in the game, I think. Incredibly fragile, needs an incredibly long time to ramp up. He's supposed to be a high-risk, high-reward hero, but the reward's kind of bad. Like, he just turns into a normal right-clicker. That's your reward for getting him through 40 minutes to 4 or 5 slots. He needs 4 to 5 slots. It's not a hero that functions on 2. You can't get Hurricane Pike mana and be like, oh, I'm going to stroll in a team fight now. You get stunned once, you're dead. You lose your souls. You have to recuperate them. He has long cast animations for his spells. He has a wind-up channel ultimate. There are a lot of small mechanical things that just make this hero really awkward to play and kind of bad in the modern age of Dota. He's too damn slow. You just can't go in the fight and get everything you want off without a BKB. You don't want to buy an early BKB because you need damage items. You don't want to buy damage items because you need survivability. And all these things just compound. And you also need the shard on this hero pretty bad for the extra crit and some of the damage going there. His farming rate used to be good compared to a lot of mid heroes, but now it's kind of underwhelming, to be honest, for the mana cost on Raze compared to something like a Caudal Blast or Storm Spirit Remnant or, even something like a Viper that's just going to kick you out of the wave and then free farm it forever.
Yeah, these Razors, Vipers, and Snipers who are...
They don't farm slower.
They're farming the wave, and then they're also stacking the hard camp close by.
Exactly. The age where SF... I feel like the last great patch for this hero was that patch where you had all those small camps around mid. And you were like abusing the guy on the lane. You go to a camp, you stack it, you come back, you have a triple small camp stack, triple raise that, another 10 CS. You're cruising, man. You were cruising back then. But times have changed. The hero's fallen out of favor, and I feel like he's one of those heroes that's just been forgotten by the wayside.
Yeah.
He's outdated. He needs an update. Needs a new passive. That's what he needs. He needs a third passive.
A third passive.
He doesn't have enough. What if we give him 3 more passives?
What if we
Where's
just
the
make him an
passive
all
gone?
passive hero?
Now that's interesting actually. What if raises were a passive that procced in order on every 3rd, 6th, and 9th attack?
What?
What? What?
The hell did you just
sound
say?
like my old manager Jack Chen over there? What?
You know, there was an old hero before Dota All Stars came together. There was an old Dota 1 hero, and we used the model of the Space Marine, and it was a hero that was all auras. That hero had every single one of the Warcraft 3 auras. That's all he was. Oh, and he had Ghost Walk. That was the one active ability he had.
That's nice. That's a nice little story from your past there, Austin. Thank you. Thank you for telling us that. I enjoyed it very much. You have any more enthralling tales?
Listen, there are a ton of Dota boomers out there who back me up. There, yes, Dota is an old man's game at this point.
I feel young. I think age is a mindset. Just like the meta is a mindset, right? Like, what is the meta when you think about it? It's just a figment of your imagination.
Yeah, it's just some asshole sitting at a desk saying, this hero's absolutely garbage. You can't possibly play it. And Liquid are saying, you know what? Screw you. Meta is just concept. The brain. They're going to pick up SF and try and win with it anyway. Mickey is going to make it a little bit harder by giving up first blood, though. So goes to Davai Lama. So the big bad Doom is already Giga farmed.
Right. No, this hero is really bad, though. I just want to reiterate that. I mean, you know what I'm doing, right?
You're setting it up for success?
That's right. Valve are listening right now. They're like, oh yeah, we forgot to buff this hero.
You're
Thanks
right.
for
At
reminding
the
us.
final hour.
That's right.
This is gonna go. This series goes to a game 3, giving Valve just enough time to put in some SF.
You don't think
patch
they
notes.
procrastinate as much as the average tech-oriented human?
No money. I mean, it would be a pretty good representation of Dota players, yeah.
Yeah, they whipped that shit up in the last 2 hours, man. I'm not buying this like, oh, we worked on it for 6 months? Yeah, right. Oh, that's a big deny. Oh!
Man, he is destroying him on those denies right now.
Those are huge. You get these early denies versus Shadow Fiend, it adds up a lot.
Especially in the melee range matchup, right? Because the later he gets to level 3, like the level 2 raises and level 3 raises are really dangerous for these melee heroes.
Yeah, you're
The
trying to get the
stacking
3 to
slow.
5 here. Honestly, I think DK can do better than a lot of melee heroes in this matchup just because he's Dragon Knight. Like with water runes and everything, I don't know. My faith in SF to really abuse these melee heroes in the 1v1 mids is just not as high as it used to be. Like, you can pump in the raises, but then you just run out of mana, and I don't think you have enough to finish him off without doing your own bottle runs. That's some nice damage, though. Double mango for Nisha early. I mean, he is the 1v1 global champion, back-to-back world title holder.
The global champion.
I don't know what the title is, but he won it. Missed that CS, though.
Yeah, he's missed a lot of CS.
Yeah, you know why? Because his
Alex
hero
sitting there like,
has
this?
no damage.
This is your champion? Get that flag bearer, though.
Dude, he doesn't even have a courier cosmetic. What's wrong with this guy? Dude, Nisha's a psychopath, man. I'm telling you. This guy's got some problem, man. Like, who plays in a professional game with no hero cosmetics and a regular donkey? And he's made like $8 million off the...
I mean, I respect it. It's the fact that, you know, he's like, Dota is going to give to me. I'm not giving back to it, you know?
Yeah, I kind of respect that, too. What happened on these other lanes? I mean, kind of a slow early game for an Enchantress Disruptor support duo that I think Liquid are going to want to get really aggressive with here. Particularly maybe like the level 3 to 4 on some of these cores. That level 2 damage spell, just start going and trying to trade. But kind of defensive lanes from Heroic, right? You have Lifestealer, Doom, Dragon Knight, pretty tanky strength heroes. They stay high HP, they have supports that can bail them out in an all-in attempt. Maybe Liquid are happy just slowly winning the CS battle here. They do have the Shadow Fiend, so they should be confident that the mid matchup's going to be a free farm lane and get worse and worse for this DK over time. I mean, the real question is who's going to rotate into mid this game. I agree with Panel. That is the lane to watch here in terms of which supports make that move first, and I definitely give Liquid like 80-20 advantage in that regard. There's no way you're battling Enchantress Disruptor if the early game's even with Shadow Demon Hoodwink on the mid runes when they have Shadow Fiend. I just don't see it.
Analog got plenty of HP still.
He's gonna contest that water rune.
He is. Glimpse back at the top lane. KJ, King Jungles, is gonna die in the jungle. The first kill for Team Liquid. Meanwhile, Nisha is still trying to get one of these water runes to refill his bottle.
Can he chase like this? He has to commit now.
Yeah, as soon as he backs off, he's going to get hit by double raises, but he does have a ton. He's got these raindrops plus all the magic wand charges, so I think he lives for now. K1 Hector's going to get run down.
Damn.
Okay, 2 different kills for Liquid in the top lane.
Yeah, it's starting to heat up now. I mean, Liquid won a fast early game here for sure. Like, this is a lane-dominating lineup. They can potentially win all 3 very handedly here, and they are. Shutting down this triple melee core from Heroic that it's going to have to find some comeback in that mid game. Not something they're unfamiliar with. This is a team that's okay playing sacrificial on some of their waves to come back later.
This hero is pathetic, man. It just got chased off the lane by a Dragon Knight.
I mean,
pre-6.
He's straight up just losing the lane, by the way. Like,
yeah. Well,
no.
What?
I mean,
What do you mean?
Go to net worth.
Is under attack.
Yeah, but he's winning on experience. He's got 11 denies, surely.
I don't think he is by that much, man. He's like a quarter of a level up. That's the problem with the hero. You have to buy all this early regen to use his spells to win the lane and get souls. It ends up just not really paying off. Like, it pays off over the super long run, but
top tower is under attack.
I don't know, man. This hero's just so bad.
Well, he got a power
He's
rune.
fun to watch, though. I like the hero. And you do swagger. Can't underrate the swagger.
33, he's got his double bracers, and he's a brewmaster, so Boxy's going to be a little bit more free to move around the map at times. Once you give this brewmaster a decent start, I almost feel like it doesn't matter what the matchup is. It usually fares pretty okay. Mickey pops out of the jungle. Gets his stacks up for a little bit of heal that he kind of needed there. He was running low on HP.
I mean, honestly, Liquid haven't found the aggression they wanted on this safe lane, I think. Enchantress Monkey is incredibly strong. He put 3 points in the Jingu here as well. This is a lane where I think Mickey would have wanted 1 or 2 kills by the 7 or 8 minute mark. You could really push your advantage. Maybe that first blood just hurt them too much. Battle for the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, KJ's going to pop out and disrupt him.
He guarantee gets it here.
Yeah. Big pickup, stealing away the Wisdom Rune, and it kills the stack that was going on there as well. So, very nicely played by KJ.
Radiant are scared.
Boxy is still hoping to get a kill out of this, make sure he can't TP away. Glimpse him back now in time for the Brewmaster to come in, but they don't have any more stuns, so KJ says goodbye.
Interesting. He just forced the TP, but maybe happy enough with that. Still, big Wisdom Rune to lose. And Heroic finding some little openings here. They do lose the hero bottom to the Monkey, but again, I feel like at least 1 or 2 kills was inevitable on this lane. Missed the courier there. Got fogged a bit. Unfortunate. That would have been a nice one to pick up. That is Hector's. And Heroic bringing a lot of heroes towards mid here.
Disruption into Dragon Tail. Making sure that he can't get off his ultimate now. Divide Lava taking an extra ensnare, but Mickey's going to try and match this rotation. It's not good enough, though. The damage from KJ is enough to blow up the Shadow Fiend and get everybody else out on Heroic. No losses.
Yeah, it's like looking like a classic SF game. I also should have mentioned, this hero, the biggest weakness of this hero is I think he is the most susceptible mid to being ganked in the entire game, almost.
Okay.
Like, it's not just about how easy it is to kill him early. It's when you kill him, it's insanely bad for the hero. Worse than almost any other mid.
KJ, look at him. He's trying to get 6. He got it, but he gets stunned up. He gets off the Infest. Oh, close call, but Hector does manage to get away to the Infest for a little while. And he pops out. He'll have a decent amount of HP. He's going to be okay.
I mean,
huge plays by Hector. You use that level 1 Brule, you don't get the kill. That feels real bad. Again, Heroic they're being cheeky in this early game, man. Surviving these little aggression points, and it's not translating as much into an advantage as Liquid would want with this type of lineup.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I think the Wisdom Rune really hurt their supports here. Like, Boxy still being stuck on 4 is just debilitating for this hero that needs extra points in his spells. And now you're just losing a tower to the analog rotation. Man, Heroic getting a lot here. For kind of a clunky lineup, they're making it work. Even got that SF gank. That's the cherry on top right now.
Middle tower is under attack.
Though Nisha does get that space mid, and he's going to make the most of it. I mean, this is what the hero can do. He can start hitting buildings. Quite good at that.
Yep, with the help of the Enchanter's Creep to tank it up. Makes it a whole lot easier. And so, I mean, not too often that a hero takes the Dragonite Tower first. 10-minute rune. It's going to be top. Shield rune for Schofield is going to be taken. No glimpse backs anywhere for Nisha to take advantage of either. That's another combo that they do have, a glimpse back into a Requiem for any of these supports that are, you know, outnumbered and just running away.
This is the 10-minute Siege Wagon as well. Like, this is a timing Liquid would want to use mid if they can, or top. Brule coming back up in 20. These would be really valuable if they can make the most of them. Exert some objective pressure, force Heroic around the map with their kind of clunky early game lineup. But they're not finding the connection.
Yeah, Mickey isn't able to make the gate rotation that we've seen so often from his safe lane Monkey King, right? Normally he goes through the gate and ganks the enemy carry at one point in time, but the Lifestealer is just a hard hero to do that to.
Maybe the failure of that play earlier just dissuades them, but again, Heroic are going to take advantage of a static map. Like, they're stacking up with the SD, they have the Doom, getting some extra gold here, and they're going to be happy to scale in this game, I think. Very strong late game lineup with two supports that are going to become big forces as this game goes later and later.
Yeah.
Especially if you ever get aggressive disruption on the SF, like, those illusions are pretty strong. I mean, they're not like Luna or something, but they're annoying for him to deal with. Purge also pretty annoying for him. Should farm for the Radiance, so it's gonna be an even pace here.
I feel like I've seen that story before. Liquid playing passive, waiting for 33's Brewmaster's Radiance. Gonna try and go for Divine Llama here. They have a glimpse back to pull him back into the Wukong's command. It is just not nearly good enough. They force a bunch of rotations though, so honestly, it's maybe not the worst thing in the world. They got 3 TPs out of it.
And they're getting mid-tower. So a move that didn't look like it achieved a lot actually did a decent amount of work for them across the map. They pushed in top. Creeps are going under the tower. They waste a Doom. I don't know what that was.
Yeah.
Not even close to anything productive.
Why did he even throw that one? They get a glimpse back now that the Doom is top lane. TP'd up for that play. Leaves Schofield by his lonesome in this bottom lane.
Not a bad sequence for Liquid at all. Off a play that kind of didn't work. Gets him a decent amount here. 33 continuing to farm, getting a bunch of solo XP. And you have that Brew ult threat now for a minute, so kind of hard for heroes from Heroic to stand up on that lane, even versus the Brewmaster solo. Like, we're just gonna play around their Monkey King.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, Mickey's happy to skirmish in this game. First triple melee core. There's not much you can do to commit on him without him getting an ult or Jingu stacks off, without dooming him or, I guess, just bursting him first off Bushwhack stun.
Yeah, I mean, at some point in time, there's going to be a Blink, Dragon Tail into Bushwhack combo, plus the Infest gank.
Yeah,
but
that's
for now, it's definitely pretty easy for Mickey to play these fights. There's the Blink Dragon Tail, but he's got 2 supports behind him. Schofield's going to be here too late. So instead, they're going to have to go for the Enchantress. Demonic Purge is going to be used. TP out means Insania is perfectly fine. Shrugs off another move from Heroic.
Heads up plays here from the Liquid supports. Force a bunch of reaction, get more space out of it. This tower still slowly getting pressured. I mean, Hector can stand up here, but he's not going to defend his tower forever. It's going to be a second tier 1 down by 15-minute mark. Versus the DK, who is the one who kind of wants to be exerting this pressure.
Feel like Heroic has taken their eye off the ball here. I mean, if they keep on making these rotations out of bottom lane, there's no tower there. Plus, they're leaving the 2 heroes you do not want to leave alone in these free lanes right now. You don't want to be giving Brewmaster a free road to his Radiance, and then there's a Shadow Fiend in the game. Which,
well, you can leave him alone.
Maybe you can, but if the hero is going to be a threat, it's definitely through a game where he's just left alone for the first 25 minutes.
I mean, their trade-off is all these stacks on the triangle.
Yeah, true.
Like, they have stacked way more than Liquid in this game, which is keeping the economy close. But yeah, they are giving up a lot in order to make that happen.
JJ, can we bring up the stack numbers just to make sure that Avery's telling the truth? Woo. 13 compared to 6 of Liquid. There's the Radiance and an Echo Saber.
So where do Liquid go to fight with this timing? Because they're going to fight somewhere. I mean, if you're feeling that Heroic are never going to go to this brew, then you're pretty much only going triangle here or bottom tier 1, which is kind of where they're heading, but it's not a 14-minute mark timing to go for Wisdom Rune or something. It's too early for the Tormentor move. So you kind of just go into dire side of the map, but the move is not super obvious to me.
Ooh, missed the glimpse. Divine Llama just stays barely outside of vision.
Dire's bottom tower is under
There's that
attack.
Radiance. Again, it's just kind of awkward. Like, how do you use it here?
Radiant's middle tower.
And it's going to be Heroic making the move on them instead.
Smoke gang coming, Nisha. He might be in a bad spot here, but they do not go deeper into the jungle. Might find Mickey, they will. So they will get something pretty decent out of it. Just picked up his Echo Saber. Mickey's worth a decent amount of gold, 662.
Or failed smoke from Liquid turns into them losing their carry. Off a successful move from Heroic, again just buying more time in this game for their cores to come online.
I mean, you've got SF, Brewmaster Radiance, Monkey King, and Enchant. Don't you have like a pretty decent anti like melee core lineup on Liquid? Are you that up? Would you be that upset going late game too? I mean, you said SF needs like 4 or 5 items. This hero is super slow.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
My issue with the late game for Liquid is they don't really have ways to like buff the Monkey SF. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if they had that. Maybe the Brew is going to buy more auras, but generally it hasn't been 33's motto. And like you're going up against Doom Lifestealer, which are pretty good anti-carry heroes. But not, like the Doom isn't great here versus the Monkey or the SF really, so I don't know. Maybe this late game I don't think is that bad.
Do they have the damage for this? I feel like it's going to be a close call. 1, 2, 3 raises does it.
God damn.
So the Shadow Blade immediately pays off. They force TP rotations. Looks like Insania is probably going to get caught from this, so at least Heroic gets something out of it, but even then it's going to take a little bit to get this kill.
I mean, they brought everybody to watch their carry die and get an Enchantress. As the Shadow Fiend swaggers on them. That's how you do it. On top, Requiem into triple raise. I mean, that is what the hero can do. Doesn't get much cleaner than that.
Well played.
And the Radiant's doing nothing for you there, because he didn't right-click you once.
What kind of build are we going on the SF, by the way? We didn't really talk about that. He has Shadow Blade, but are we going to continue to go for right-click build, I assume?
I mean, you always need BKB Shard on this hero at some point in the game. It's just a question of pretty much... I mean, you can get away without BKB if like, you're just way out far ahead, but I don't think he's out far enough ahead to justify it. There's some interesting thing about the new Silver Edge with this hero that could be kind of cool. If he wants to pick it up later. just because your uptime on the invis is pretty nice for this hero.
Sure. You got a break mechanic against Dragonite.
The downside is he has mana problems. Because this hero just doesn't really build a mana regen item.
Radiant's middle tower.
So you actually
is
run
under
out of mana spamming this Shadow Blade across the map, which feels kind of bad.
Blinks away.
I mean, look what I'm thinking about Roche here. If Heroic are going to continue to dodge them, at some point you just man up and take that objective. It'll go down pretty fast. Orb of Destruction, nice for the SF here as well, some extra minus armor. And we did see the Shivas for the Doom, so if Heroic went to fight, their team fight is not that bad right now.
Going for Insania, Schofield will make it a whole lot easier for them with that burst magic damage. Now the glimpse back on Divine Llama. Couldn't get him inside the kinetic field, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They've got this very nice ward on the side of Heroic that's seeing a lot of these Liquid heroes right now.
Man, I mean, you'd really like to get 33 involved in some sort of brawl.
I gotta get him,
round 2?
Kill on K1. He's got him light. Oh, wait.
He knows.
Did he actually know?
How does
He's
he
just
know?
still gonna try and set up on him. He's gonna hit a later Requiem. It's not gonna be enough damage this time around.
What was that, man?
Which part?
All of it. What do you mean, which part? How do you know? Did he doesn't have,
He just soul read the Shadow Fiend.
Oh, he has presence. Okay, never mind. He saw the passive.
Oh, okay.
Like, sometimes you actually skip this a little early if you want to get 1 or 2 more cheeky kills. But it's like hard to justify that, but that is the downside of this hero, you know?
Maybe you should have a way to turn it off.
Maybe next patch. You know, they'll give every hero a passive.
There's still time.
They're going to give every hero in the game a passive, and they're going to give SF more actives.
Radiant are scanning.
His passives are now actives. Well,
It's a
now
play.
it's a Radiant side Roshan, so Liquid's opportunity to take Roche for themselves has dwindled.
I mean, they really want a Vlad's in their lineup, honestly. That's the type of item. They want a Greaves, they want a Vlad somewhere in here when you play this, like, SF monkey type style. Like, I think 33 being greedy here can work out, but it doesn't. I don't know if it brings their lineup together as much. I'm not saying this brew goes Vlad's Greaves, but
I mean, it definitely can go Vlad's. That's a pretty natural item for Brewmaster.
it feels bad not having it here, I think. It's at some point later in this game. Like, these two cores just
Radiant's
benefit
bottom
so
tower
much.
is
Your
under
team fight's
attack.
going to be so much nicer. The damage amp, the lifesteal, it's huge.
What do you think about that, though? Deso Monkey King, so now we're stacking minus armor. With the potential for a break mechanic as well on the Dragonite. So these tanky strength heroes later on in the game may not actually be that tanky anymore.
It's nice. It's nice for sure. You get an AC somewhere later here. It's going to be a nasty amount of burst.
Is under attack.
That is the area that Liquid can scale into here. Just ramp the physical burst through the roof. And there's not much Heroic can do because they already have the Shivas, they have the Lifestealer Evasion. I mean, you can get an AC on somebody here yourself if you're Heroic, but what you're mitigating is what it's kind of gonna be for the rest of this game. They're gonna get a Shard for the Doom and see if they get aggressive here. Nope, they're just gonna farm. Working towards the BKBs. More defensive items for Heroic. Just in this game, very slow, very patient.
Yeah, 5-5, 23 minutes in. But it seems very clear that both teams think they are fine to just chill out and farm. There does not seem to be like a whole lot of urgency on either side.
Well, Hector loves to hit creeps. I mean,
yes. And maybe some of this is also just the fact that we are looking at an elimination series. So
it's true. Pressure's a little high.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic were mass TPing to any rotation that Liquid made, right?
But this is
It's one of
Radiant's
those-
Manta lifesteal. He's going to start clearing through a lot of this map. And he's gotten away with it. There's just not much pressure on him outside of that solo kill from Nisha. So finally, this Roshan will be done. I mean, there's just not much else to do in this game. If you can't make the aggressive move, you don't have to read for it, then you have to start clearing through some objectives. Nisha's going to feel pretty good about this because it will guarantee him a BKB for that next fight to break out off this Aegis run. And you can kind of translate it into at least a tier 2 push, in my mind.
Radiant's top tower
Okay.
is under attack.
See what they do with it. They're going to go through the gate. Head up to top lane where they've got a high ground ward currently scouting out the Doom. They smoke for it. Divide Llama's going to go to the corner camp.
This is a long move, though.
Liquid are likely to get here in time.
Radiant are scanning.
As long as they don't spoil this gank for themselves, they'll have them dead to rights.
All right, ends up working out. Big pickup. Heroic are going to respond with the whole squad here, but what are you doing?
Yeah, there's no way you're fighting into an Aegis with no Doom.
They've been responding heavily.
Yeah, they have.
And honestly, it doesn't feel like it fits the rest of their game plan, which is just we're getting a bunch of illusions up, we're split pushing the waves, DK illusions, lifesteal illusions, shadow, demon illusions. We're going to rat this out, play for a later timing with Black Dragon where maybe you just don't have the damage. Like, why respond if that's your game plan? Whatever, give it the pickup up, just push the other waves in.
Yeah. And you're talking about this last one. It's 2 support rotations, and both those supports are pretty good at farming jungles.
Yep.
So.
Because Liquid are going to start the group around this Aegis, for sure. Their lineup excels at it. They would welcome the 5-on-5. So you have to be efficient in this downtime. Get as much as you can. Which Heroic definitely can on this map. They have the heroes for it. This will be the BKB done for Nisha. Ready to fight. But are you going to get that fight? And if you don't get that fight, are you just going to go high ground here? I think you do, because...
Yeah, force them back.
What other play do you have? Your catch is not good enough. If the fight is not coming to you, then you better bring the fight to them, and just pushing is the way to do it. Early Glyph here.
Glyph and a bunch of Enchantress units means they can deal with this multi-shot pretty well. And the Brewmaster ultimate, they actually get the glimpse back onto Schofield. So this is a 4 versus 5 with a Brewmaster ultimate out and an Aegis. The Infest goes inside the Doom to help him give the extra HP. It's not quite enough. The Impetus is not enough damage. Now Liquid have blown a lot of ultimates to not quite get a kill. They did get a tier 3.
Requiem.
Gonna try and get out here. Nisha playing behind his sentry, looking for an opportunity to hit a big Requiem. 33 is gonna come back on a form here, pretty close by. Heroic may be able to catch him. Rod of Atos, no. Dodge with the Manta, jump forward from Analog. He pushes himself very far forward here. Now the SF is gonna die, but on second life he has BKB Requiem. So Divide Llama needs to be able to get off this Doom, and he gets it off of the TP away. It's gonna be successful. He will not die to that Doom, I don't think. And now they're just gonna try and run down some supports. Looks like it's gonna be Boxy's Disruptor, who's the one left behind. Our SF is indeed fine.
I don't know, these fights just don't... I don't know how you get the damage out if you're Liquid.
HP? Yeah, it wasn't that close to Vilama, sorry. He had a solid 2-8.
These are all aces.
Aces
Predator.
Has fallen.
What?
Oh, I feel
Yeah, we're sponsored by Predator.
Oh,
God.
Lincoln's going to be next for him, so like you said, SF needs a bunch of defensive items. He needs BKB and Lincoln's. Ugh.
Yeah, it's just classic SF. It's like, if you can't stand your ground, the hero just doesn't do anything. And like we saw there, he dies so fast. I don't know how Liquid are going to deal with all these illusions in the fight. You're going to have Black Dragon illusions going in, more illusions off the Shadow Demon, and then random Manta Radiance Burn running through that's causing you to miss.
They got the Storm Panda, AoE Dispel.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, that thing is... does not work as well as it's supposed to.
Mickey with his shard will get up close and personal with Schofield.
Gotta keep being aggressive in this game. That's how it feels.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gotta start getting some Deso charges as well.
Are fortified.
Another glyph used, so if they want to go for another high ground attempt, it is open.
He is done for K1. That's such a big item here. Absolutely huge for the way this game is going. You're negating that armor presence that Liquid are trying to assert in these fights.
Yeah, he could probably just walk into that Wukong's command, no problem now. Hopping back to Violama, does have BKB infest. They get the Doom off on the Brewmaster. Where was 33 going? They're going to step with Requiem, though. Wukong's command, a combo might just get an analog here. Not quite enough burst damage. He may be able to finish him off. Static Storm gets thrown out. Disruption not going to be there quite yet. KJ gets it. He saves the Dragonite just at the tail end of it. He's going to be okay. Liquid now on full retreat, trying to get their cores out of here. Boxy will hide with a Shadow Amulet. See if they know he's here. Doesn't look like it. He TP'd out.
This game is starting to get rough for Liquid. These fights have just not gone the way they need them to, and I still feel like they're getting outscaled. This Dragonite's going to be a big problem. They don't have the damage to bring him down. So much of the lineup's damage is predicated on these big ultimates. Getting the Brew split off, getting a Wukong on top of these heroes, landing a point-blank Requiem. Like we saw there, this DK, he can tank 3 ults, survive.
Yeah.
No problem.
They weren't the best placed ultimates.
But that's the problem with the Requiem, is this spell is really hard to use.
Yeah.
Like, you're not always just going to be able to get a
Okay, but what if they have a
Requiem.
break mechanic next time? Because now he's going Silver Edge.
It definitely helps. I mean, you got to keep in mind, though, this Lifestealer is more of an anti-carry now than he used to be back in the day. If Hector can get to late-game anti-carry items, the 2 big ones for me would be the Ags. You can hop in this SF, disarm him for a whole fight. That is hella annoying for Nisha to deal with. The other one would be Abyssal, which he's eyeing up. Both these items are incredibly obnoxious for the Shadow Fiend to deal with. The Monkey King as well. Like, Ags is great versus the Monkey, because you hop at him during the Wukong and you're dodging all the soldiers.
So it sounds like to me it's like this next Roshan or bust for Liquid.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to enjoy like the 40 to 60 minute period in this game if they're not forcing the issue with their strong 5-man based on an Aegis on this SF. If Hector gets to 6 slots here, I think he's a monster in the fight, honestly. I don't think there's a lot that really threatens him outside of you catching him with some crazy initiation. Now, some of your scale might be like a Disruptor Ags later on in this game. That's a pretty big X factor. If you can somehow get to that on Boxy, then all of a sudden your Monkey King leadoff stun into Static Storm is a way bigger threat. But there is a disruption save in this game. It's not just a get out of jail free card.
Yeah.
And Boxy's nowhere close to that. So we're talking about way down the line here. BKB done for the Violama. Nisha did opt for that Silver Edge, so yeah, you have the break coming through. Is it too little too late though? Black Dragon already up. And Octarine close here for Analog. And his heroes are just so damn tanky. Need more damage. You're Liquid. You need more damage. Need MKBs, you need the Lincoln Spheres, I guess. Butterfly, Daedalus, got Shadow Fiend Shard. You need so much.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant
Ideally an AC or like Greaves, Vlad, some of these armor boosting items of your own somewhere in the lineup too would be ideal.
I think early on when you're talking about how many items SF needs, and then you threw in the shard there, I was like, oh, that always feels bad when you're supposed to be a super farmed hero that needs lots of items and you need your shard. You don't want to buy your shard, but you're not going to get the shard out of the first tournament turn, maybe not even the second.
Bloody bounty.
Now this situation he might, because it seems like everybody else has actually bought their shards. Everybody but Enchantress, who has been caught and shot and killed. So everybody has their shard.
Man, Insane. I mean, you see the expression from Insane. It's just like so much of this game for him has probably just felt like, well, I got ganked again, guys. Well, I got ganked again. I mean, these games feel rough as a 5 when there's not much happening and you feel like you're not scaling into some impact.
Yeah, what are we doing, guys?
And it's just this Roche, it's just gone. This is the Roche you needed in this game.
Might be slow, but Heroic can't really be contested for it.
Yeah, I will say something about K1.
Say.
I think K1 might be one of the most valuable carry players in those like middle tournament elimination games. This is this guy's element right here. Some group stage elimination game, some lower bracket top 8 berth elimination game, right?
Yeah.
This guy must have like one of the highest win rates in those clutch positions of any carry. He just thrives. He's incredibly consistent, and the way he plays is like he's a very passive kind of farm heavy carry that likes to get his items and then take the game over in the late game, and he rarely dies, he rarely feeds. In those types of games where people play a bit more clumped, play a bit more safe, a bit more conservative, he just takes those games over because he just beats you to the late game. He out farms you there, and he's usually bigger there, and he makes the correct decisions once he gets there. You know, I go back to so many of like their TI runs, these lower bracket elimination games where he's playing some Wraith King, he's playing some Lifestealer, some Chaos Knight, and he's highest net worth. It puts so much pressure on you in those situations where you're like, damn, if we lose this, we're eliminated. This guy is so rich. What the hell? How's he so rich? Because you're not playing as crisp as maybe you were at the start of the tournament, where Liquid might have run this game over by just dominating the lanes.
Found Boxy. He was in here pretty deep. He's got 2 allies nearby. See if they try and help him out.
He ran out of the form.
Psychic headband, push him back. He's shot down all the same.
Yeah, there's not much happening for Liquid on this map right now, and
looks like they're just gonna wait for the high ground push from Heroic. But what items? I mean, Nisha's looking at going back to a Hurricane Pike. That's certainly not a game-changing item.
No.
Basher on Mickey, that would help things for sure. Octarine on Brewmaster, that doesn't really change the team fights.
I mean, he does have the full pike, but it's not an increase in damage. You can't Requiem in there. I mean, even if you ult him, like you're gonna trade Requiem for an Aegis, we're starting to see these DK illusions become annoying.
Yeah, they're just gonna be spammed up the high ground. Yeah, that was SS.
Oh, that is so costly here.
Well, here's that shard. So they got to the items.
He needed that.
BKB and shard. SF maybe finally online at 37 minutes.
That is a really costly misclick from Nisha. This is not a hero you can just throw out these BKB charges and not get insane value out of them. I mean, Hector will throw out his to stop the glimpse back. Probably not what he wanted to do, but I don't know if he minds as much as Nisha minds not having his.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, he did get a lot. He got tier 3 plus range barracks.
Yeah.
They can chill out. They still have a bit more time on the Aegis, so they can wait for the BKB to come back up and go high ground again.
I mean, they are not in any rush this game. I can tell you that much. They have been playing this game incredibly conservatively, very methodically. You know, I mean, we can sit here and debate who wins a late game if everybody has 5 slots, but I can tell you, Heroic do not think they're losing late game. They are in no rush.
The Melee Barracks is going to be given up as Analog spamming out illusions combined with Rage spamming on the Lifestealer. Liquid do not have an opening here, so they have to force one. They have to smoke up, coming up the side. As Heroic push forward for the Melee Barracks, they're going to try and catch him on the side here. It doesn't work. They run to the Dragon Knight. He blinks backwards. Maybe still on the side here. They get okay. They one-shot the Squirrel. Bye-bye, Hoodwink. Mickey keeping his distance from Divine Llama, though. Doesn't want to get doomed. Well, K1 Hector is in. Boxy, having already used his Glimmer Cape, has nothing to save himself in this little situation.
They're kiting the split out really hard right now.
Yeah, Lifestealer's going to be coming up from behind pretty soon. Divine Llama trying to get the jump on Mickey. Mickey jumps forward with a boundless strike. Divine Llama, they get the toss up in the air on the Lifestealer for now, and still trying to finish up this dude. But he never gets off the BKB, and the Wukong's command goes out. Mickey disrupted. K1 Hector's like, guy, I got him. I can get this guy. Boundless Strike goes off and actually allows Mickey to be able to escape, but it's certainly not a winning situation for Liquid. 2 ultimates down, still waiting on some impact from the SF. Chasing after Hector here, getting a burn on 2. They go ahead and infest the Black Dragon, and Analog will carry K1 Hector to safety.
Man, what a strange fight. That did not feel like Liquid were going to come out ahead after everything was said and done, but they find the Hoodwink, they find the Doom here, and Mickey able to escape somehow.
Yeah, fairly certain Mickey was dead there without the disruption from KJ.
I mean, he TP's out. I think he gets out without the disruption, but that shard did some work for him. Still, that fight that was pretty demoralizing for Mickey, watching K1 just sit in the Wukong and it do literally nothing to him.
Yeah.
Like,
and it's not going to do much to the Dragonite either.
No, I don't even know if this Wukong matters, to be honest. Like, he had nothing there, but when you throw out Wukong and the enemy all run into it, you're feeling bad about that one. So he just needs more scaling. I mean, he went Basher. It's going to be nice here. But again, I point to like the big damage. It feels like you need the Datalists or like butterflies.
How
MKBs.
do you cut through the 4,600 HP heroes?
I don't know, man. It's a lot. An infested squirrel. Don't see that every day. That's a tanky Hoodwink.
Squirrel with rabies. They'll find Mickey for it.
That is not the camp you wanted to farm.
He's going to try for the Boundless Strike and then hope he's able to jump to a tree, but of course the damage was on him and Schofield finished him off. So, high ground coming in, and they do not have a buyback on Mickey. So at this point, Liquid are just all in on this split push top. There is no other option for them. They're not going to be able to hold.
They're going to get some damage here, but I don't know if Heroic care. They're going to get a lot more out of this trade. Tier 2s are still up for Heroic. They're going to TP the Doom back. Does not get the Doom, though.
Yeah, and the Brewlings do manage to bring down one of the buildings here.
Oh, Hector did not... He did not rage or BKB that TP.
Yeah, that's awkward. Now, he still has BKB, so he can just keep running away. Meanwhile, 33 is trying to feed away some Brewlings here. As the Void Panda is the one that gets out. So good job on 33, like trying to limit the damage, but it's still 2 lanes of barracks. He only got a range, so.
I mean, heads up play from Liquid. They get a ranged Rax. There's not much you can do to defend there without the Monkey King.
But you're pretty much grasping at straws.
Yeah, you're not gaining any advantage here. Damn, is that Dragon Knight big. What do you do to this monstrosity? Ha! Kinetic field. Never mind.
Mance is out of it. Okay. 33. Absolutely fearless. He's trying to bait out his illusions, but they know where the real one is. And they got him inside the Doom. Wukong's Command plus Requiem does nothing to Heroic.
Yeah.
They just keep pressing on. K1 Hector's just like, oh, are there statues here? I don't see him. Just man fighting the SF right now. Niche is trying to keep his distance. The Rage and BKB are going to wear out soon. Throws out some Hurricane Pike damage while Mickey gets caught. The Bushwhack grabs him midway through his Boundless Strike. 33. He has his ultimate coming up soon. He can pop it if he wants.
Caught Niche on the side. They're going to bring the SF down.
Niche is just dead to the Dragonite. Nothing he can do about it. Doesn't look like this SF hero is very good, Avery.
No, he is struggling. He is struggling immensely here as Heroic are cleaning this fight up and are going to clean up this game 1. I mean, there's just nothing left to do in these fights.
Yeah, this is all over right here.
Hector way too strong. The man just walks in a Wukong, walks into the Requiem.
Yep.
It's like it's raining on him. Doesn't even feel it. And he had the full Abyssal for that fight, so Nisha just has to kite him out forever.
GG.
Man, that hero is terrible. Like, it's so bad. It's laughably bad, almost.
Yeah, not almost. It was.
The hero he has way too many things he needs to function on any normal level, let alone on his highest level. And I go back to, like, you know, even if you land this Wukong Requiem, I feel like Heroic are outscaling your spell damage here. So if you're not keeping up in the physical trades, if you're not the ones pulling ahead in terms of getting the Aegises, getting the Daedalus, getting the Butterflies, forcing the Lifestealer to have to think about MKB, or forcing him to think about an earlier BKB. Instead, it's Hector just getting everything he wants in this game, and he's making you have to buy Lincoln Spheres to react to Abyssals and DK stuns, right? He's making you have to think about an MKB to get through, you know, this Radiance Evasion. There's a Shadow Blade on the Hoodwink who's going to pick you off on the jungle camps. There's always this disruption save from KJ just waiting. If you do manage to initiate on top of Heroic in this game, I think they were way too comfortable just farming for everything they wanted. They had the armor items, they had the tank items on the Dragon Knight. Like, what are you punching through this with? And I feel like sometimes in these types of games, the Brewmaster also just feels muted because he can't help you in that department. Like, if he's not going early auras in like a Greaves, Pipe, Vlad's, and you're doing Roshan's and going high ground at 25, his Radiance is not as good as Hector's here.
Yep. Definitely felt like Liquid gave themselves through their draft a very narrow window to succeed in this game, and Heroic just left a very easy laid-back game for K1 Hector just to farm his way to victory like he's done so many times before, and that means Heroic is one game up in an elimination series.
Sounds like both teams stuck to what they've been known for throughout this entire tournament, where Liquid get a little too big for their britches. Either it's flexing some heroes like Slardar or last picking themselves a Shadow Fiend. They're getting a little too cute. Meanwhile, K1 Hector continues the trend. 11 different games, 11 different heroes, and Lifestealer can now have a W attached to that list because he was able to find nothing but success in this game number 1.
Yeah, we were saying before the game began, Shadow Fiend is your classic high-risk, high-reward hero, and this game is the perfect example of what can happen to this hero if things don't go well early on. He did fine in the first waves against Dragon Knight, as he should, but ultimately the first successful move from Heroic mid, when Shadow Fiend falls behind, this hero, I think it's fair to say, it just sucks, right? It's hard to use your spells, it's hard to have major impact. When heroes get BKB, you lose a ton of your potential. So... Oh, Davai Lama really happy about that victory. That was great to see. I love when people pop off. I feel like that doesn't happen enough in Dota, but yeah, I don't know. I guess one additional thing that we didn't talk about so much during the draft is I feel like Shadow Fiend plays very well around stuns, so you can actually land your spells. They barely had any, so it was very difficult. And Monkey King stun and the Glimpse, not the best combos. So.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Also, I feel like there was this timing that Liquid hit where they did feel quite strong, but that's where Heroic's saves actually came into play. Because there was this moment top lane where they were pushing into the racks and they kind of threw all of their spells on the Doom. What happens? Lifestealer infests Doom. He walks it off when he could have potentially died, and they've dropped everything there, didn't get a key kill. They had to retreat. So they don't get the objective there. And there was another moment for them where it could have been really good for Liquid, right? They got that really cool Requiem off on the DK. But just in time, KJ comes in from behind, disrupts Analog on the DK in the last minute where he could have died, and they walk it off. After situations like that where you throw everything, you don't get the couple of key kills that you need, you're going to get outscaled eventually, right? Your Monkey King has a Desolator, not a farming item, while the rest of the enemy team has Manta Styles and Radiances and Illusions, and they're farming up the Storm, and they got outscaled on Liquid.
It's another problem that both Brewmaster and Shadow Fiend have, I feel, is their longevity in fights. Like when there's like this timing window where both heroes are really strong, and then if you outlive that, then what do you really have? Shadow Fiend has used his Requiem, his BKB has expired, and Brewmaster's ult is out. Like, you're playing with 2 half heroes almost after that, whereas on the other side, Dragon Knight can keep going forever, Lifestealer can keep going forever. So if they just, like you said, survive with the supports keeping them alive, and with all their illusions passively dealing damage throughout the fight, it only goes one way eventually. And yeah, I like the Shadow Fiend pick from the perspective of, you know, Liquid, they're going in with confidence, they're going to crush this mid lane and snowball it, but what if you don't? Yep. That is still this is a very what if game, I feel like, in a lot of ways. So, you know, they can come back, but I think taking this much of a risk is perhaps not the recipe right now with how they're playing.
In an elimination series especially, and then yes, with how they've been playing, I don't really think they have the luxury of trying to just try to have fun with it. Unless if they, you know, maybe their master plan is to see if Heroic can make it all the way to Riyadh, but I think that they're fighting for tooth and nail. Let's see what Brian was able to get for our Acer Predator head-to-head for this game.
Thank you, Neil. As a lot of the panels talk, that was about the mid lane, the Nisha SF and the Analog DK. So I chose to take these 2 players for my head-to-head this game. And we're looking at first the hero damage. So DK, Analog the winner, not exactly like an impressive hero when it comes to hero damage, but that's also an SF last pick who's meant to do damage. So what I thought about these two stats was that they don't really show much about the game. Like, it looks like DK and SF didn't really do much, but when you think of SF, his entire job is to be a frontline tank and do damage, while DK is doing a lot more. He's slowing people, he's stunning people, he's taking your towers. So we're gonna see the Aegis fight first, where Liquid was kind of controlling the game at this point. You see SF's impact. He gets bursted, then BKB TPs. So remember, this is the 10th pick SF, supposed to be like the pivotal pick of the game. We're going to see the SF Requiem, the combo. This is everything going exactly how Liquid wants. Analog's throwing himself in to the middle of 4 heroes, baits out 3 different ultimates, and all it's going to take is a simple Shadow Demon disruption to literally nullify every single thing that Team Liquid's done. And as the panel was mentioning, after all that's come out, you see SF in that play with a BKB TB out. So I got pretty hyped for the SF. I think it's a hero, like, at the end of the patch, we're like, oh, yeah, Spice and all that. But at the end of the day, like, doesn't matter what the numbers say. This hero, there's a reason nobody's picking him up.
I'm kind of on board with what the panel was saying, that he's a very front-loaded hero. All these other carries that are able to stick around for, like, longer than 30 seconds of a fight are the ones that are proving to be more successful, especially during the tail end of this patch.
Yeah, I just think with the popular supports like Shadow Demon, pivotal one we see almost every single game, and then also like late game Wind Wakers and all this, like this meta right now is all about drawing the fight out past that first 15-20 seconds. Even when an item like Radiance is so prevalent, that item gets value by virtue of the fight going on super long. So it kind of just makes sense when, now that we talk it all out, why SF's not exactly getting picked. So I never mind when teams go for something where on paper it makes sense, but that's also why you play the game, and that's also why Dota is so complicated, because you can only envision exactly so much about how much is going to happen.
And if they were able to successfully do their first high ground siege, then we would be on the other side praising it. What a genius Shadow Fiend pick.
My head-to-head would be building damage.
Yeah, exactly. Just burst down the DK. It's that easy. But I think these heroes are popular for a reason. So let's see which heroes we'll see in our game number 2 after the break.
Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, ready, you ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid, I just need a time machine to fly away. Give me a top power party, big fly, the future's back to DeLorean style. This is my time. Ray-Bans on my acid wash jeans, put metal to the pedal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Still want my MTV.
Too good to stop, and it's all your fault. Tell me what you did to me. Temperature's hot, and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. You got that touch I've been dreaming of, so don't be holding back on me. No, hooked on your love, got me so messed up. 'Cause you're the everything I need. Oh, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit.
One game away from elimination is what Team Liquid is facing, which is honestly a better result than they usually have at DreamLeagues. At this point, they're long eliminated. They're in there with the PSG Quests and the Navis and the Shopify Rebellions of this DreamLeague. So the fact that they're even in contention, good work, Liquid. I'm so proud of you.
You gotta start somewhere.
Yes, that's right.
That's the most like
At DreamLeague.
disappointed father motivational speech at the same time.
I'm gonna give you a participation trophy. You showed up.
I'm just thinking if you haven't watched Dota in general and this is like one of the first events you watch, you're probably just like, oh, Liquid always kind of don't do so well. Oh, okay, I didn't know. I mean, you know, I usually watch CS2. Yeah, they're not that great there either. I guess the org just doesn't know what they're doing. But, you know, Liquid are really good at everything else than this tournament. So
this is this whole dynamic that they've had this year. And I guess half of last year, or no, most of last year, is the inverse of what the DPC used to be. Because they used to do amazing in the Western European DPC, and then they would go to LAN and get completely obliterated. Like Stockholm Major, they got eliminated in groups after getting like top 3 at Western European DPC. So this difference between being onliners versus being laners.
Lanyards?
Laners. I think they would prefer this system, but it is hilarious how much the switch got flipped.
Yeah.
They're offliners.
They're offliners. That's the term that I needed, yes.
They enjoy being offline. That's not true, literally, but in the context that. Okay, let's just move on.
It's really hard to take that another length. Go ahead.
Being
Neil.
offliners it's a healthy way to live. Being perpetually online, no one likes those people.
Yeah.
Terminally online.
Gamers.
That's a derogatory term. You don't say terminally online. You know too many memes.
I'm sure Twitch chat knows what you're talking about.
They better.
Point a finger at yourselves.
It's called
right
brain
now.
rot, exactly.
And if you're a Twitch chat viewer and you generally type in chat, if you find yourself typing in chat at least once per game, the chance that you have that you have already achieved
terminal
the
brain
status
rot.
of brain rot is quite. See a doctor if you find yourself typing once per game. Brain rot may have got to you, and there is still a cure before it's too late.
Well, it depends on what you're typing. If you're typing once per game, like, wow, that was a really cool play.
Still brain rot. No.
That's something else. But if you're typing, you know, like
Kek W, CS lol.
Kek W, betters, lol.
Oh yeah, like, you know, the classic, like, I'm better than this pro player that's messing up in this game message.
Imagine not pressing wand, lol.
Like, it's like the Mickey lol when he dies, and then he like gets a rampage 1 second later, and you're like, and you know that guy doesn't say anything during the rampage.
No, the actual proof of brain rot is when you take a syllable from one of the pro players' nicknames and you replace it with Kek W, and you do that for everybody who dies in the game. So Mick Kek W,
Devi Kek, or Dekek Llama.
Dekek Llama,
Yeah.
shit, you know, like all this stuff. You know,
Yeah.
yep, that's the ultimate brain rot.
Omega lol. Somehow you can incorporate.
Oh,
To
so
replace
to replace
the
a
O.
vowel or an O.
Yeah, replace a vowel.
Classic.
Oh boy, look at that.
We got a
pick Shadow Demon.
That's right, first pick Shadow Demon, heroic. Meanwhile, they ban out the Templar Assassin, the Io, and the Brewmaster. Liquid, they take out the Slardar, the Doom, the Pango, and the Bane. So Doom actually gets banned out.
Yep.
They themselves are banning out Doom.
Wow.
Wow.
Look at that Shadow Demon win rate, 60%. With 20 picks. That's a very good stat.
And we're gonna see how it has to carry over into tomorrow.
And they still let Disruptor through. They opted to ban out the Brewmaster this time around, so they already took out 3-3's most well-played heroes in this patch, which are the Brew and the Doom. Could Liquid really not want the Disruptor? I mean, it's right there.
Wow. Okay.
Of the 1-to-1 counters that even last series or last game, Cinderin, you were mentioning, like the only reason I see Shadow Demon being useful is as a disruptor counter for banishing, countering glimpse and stuff like that.
I mean, it's definitely useful.
But disruptor's still goated.
Yeah, he's very good this patch, but I think a lot of the time it's also a matter of like, how to say, feel. I think Liquid in the last game, I personally did not really enjoy their support duo. I think playing Eng Disruptor together for their players in particular is not the way to go. Neither hero really scales, really farms, so if the game reaches a stalemate like it kind of did, they both were falling off heavily compared to the opposing supports.
Yeah.
So I think it's much better, if you're gonna run one or the other, grab the one you want now, and I think Eng is a better hero against Shadow Demon than Disruptor is overall. It's not just the spells, how they interact, it's also the tempo. Like, Shadow Demon has always fallen victim to getting dove under towers and early aggression, so if Liquid can enforce that style on their opponents here and pick a different 4, I would be on board with that.
And I agree. I think that's what happened here, is that the point of contention was, do we want the Enchantress or the Disruptor? Which do we value more? Because last game they were in a position where they could take both, but that actually took away a lot of playmaking potential from Boxy. As a position 4, and they found that they were lacking that initiator type 4 that maybe they're going to look towards in this game too.
Yeah, and that's what Heroic banned out already, the Marcy. And not a playmaking position 4, except for maybe in the new patch, position 4 Sniper. make a comeback.
Hell yeah.
They rework him a little bit, nerf the core part of him, buff the Ags.
Take aim as an innate ability?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I just don't want to see the return of Force Lardar today. That's what I'm going to say.
Well, it's banned here.
That's why I wonder if Liquid themselves are banning it out because they're like, we don't even want to have to like think about, we first pick it and they were like, but what about third time's the charm? We flexed it this time.
Do you guys like the idea, if there are innate passives, that the innate passive is like a scaling passive? Like
so you
that,
can level it.
No. It's just that, like, for instance, say it's sniper and it's like headshot. It's like every time you kill a creep, it does 1 more damage throughout the course of the game. You know, just something. It's obviously not
Either
that.
that or like every 5 levels that you hit, it gets stronger like automatically.
Okay, yeah, something like this.
I think scaling is more interesting than just you have this same thing for the entire game.
5 seconds.
I was just curious because if you're gonna move like Dragon's Blood to that passive, or like if you're gonna take heroes' passives, how would that work? You know?
I think Wraith King's passive should be Reincarnation. What do you think about that as an innate ability?
Just level a 1, he has Reincarnate.
But then he has no other abilities.
Well, they should bring back the Wraith King of 1 button. I miss those days.
Those are good old times.
Now I can even press my Reincarnate
That's
before
true.
it goes off. Like, that's confusing.
So I already like this better for Liquid with the Hoodwink, right? I think this duo of supports makes more sense. One of them scales, has teamfight impact, and can really...
Clear waves as well.
Clear waves, exactly. That was also a problem last game. When you run Disruptor plus Ench, the wave clear comes a lot down to cores. And maybe that's an aspect we didn't talk about enough, is when neither support clears waves, you need to put your cores more at risk in the game in general, right? So you are either exposing yourself to getting ganked, or you're limiting yourself from making moves because the cores need to show all the time to push out the waves and therefore cannot smoke. And last game there were so few kills. Like, Heroic were just farming for the better part of 25 minutes, and a part of it, in my opinion, was just Liquid had to always solve the lanes against these Manta illusions and garbage that they were throwing at them because the supports couldn't do it. The cores had to go every time.
How do you guys feel about this Razor, like, no cores on the enemy team picked just yet?
I think they just do it for flexibility here, right? Because they can close out this phase with the 18 pick and probably have a really solid counter while still leaving their last pick flexible.
That leaves it, like, wide open for the Razor to be offlane, because tiny forward position always works well with these, like, damage-dealing ranged heroes.
But can still be played mid or safe lane, depending on what Liquid do here, because they're just going to pick up 2 heroes in this phase. And most likely they will show their offlane over another lane.
Also, a lot of the heroes that are annoying for Razor, I know they already banned Sniper, but it's like the Drows, the Snipers, these heroes that, like, his Eye of the Storm, his Link isn't far enough to catch, so Tiny's always really good against those archetypes, and he's also going to catch this Hoodwink in the back. Makes sense to go Faceless Void because against the 2 supports, yeah, Shadow Demon's a bit annoying because you disrupt during the Chrono, but any hero with innate mobility against the Demonic Purge, also, like, the counter to the tossback play in the lane, and then you can break the Static Link. So all that makes sense. Give some damage for the Chrono with the Timber Saw. I mean, at this point, you probably move the Razor out of bottom, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, how flexible are Heroic with the Razor in reality? Like, how much have we seen them play it on different players? Because I'm mainly, when I see this hero, think of mid.
This tournament has only been either in Hector or Divide Llama's hands.
Okay, so they actually have not played it mid this tournament. Interesting. And they won't this game either. This Leshrac, I think every time they run this hero, it is in the mid lane, so... Okay, interesting. You said K1 has played Razor this tournament?
Correct.
All right, well then it's offlane here, because he has to play new hero, right?
That's true.
So
Game number 12.
It's locked in for Divide.
We need a new
already.
one. So Hector, if he is playing a new carry, he's already played Terrorblade, Razor, Alchemist, Bristleback, Faceless Void, Troll, Jug, Lifestealer, Wraith King, Weaver, Sven.
I did not hear Naga.
You did not hear Naga.
And it's against Faceless Void, so he will pick Naga despite being against Timber.
I'm convinced.
What about Phantom Lancer? We saw Phantom Lancer earlier.
Honestly playable this game.
Whoa.
So, but it's really tough if you don't see your lane matchup. As,
yes.
Like, it could
He
be
will
Timber
not
off
last
lane, but, like, if you have... Like, usually PL is countered by offlaners.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Don't let me down, K1. I want to see that versatility Pentagon go off the charts.
I really like the Lesh here, by the way, for a couple of reasons. First of all, the matchup against Timbersaw is good, but I also think Liquid don't have the best ways of controlling Lesh in a fight from running rampant if he's having a good game. He has the protection of Shadow Demon, which is a hybrid, both defensive and offensive setup, and the Tiny is a great pairing too, so there's a lot of... I feel like when we see games from Heroic where they're doing really well, is when Analog is having a good lane matchup and a good start. And so far, if the Timbersaw is not off lane, then I guess what I'm trying to say here is either K1 can assume that the Timber is off lane and therefore counterpick or get a good lane matchup there, or Liquid will be forced to put the Timber mid against Lesh, which is a free lane for Analog, right?
I mean, I don't think they should do that. Just put the Timber off lane and pick a mid hero for Nisha. Because even though Leshrac does make sense on paper, because he's going to have damage for Timbersaw, damage for Enchantress, when I see Lesh lose the most, it's when the enemy team has a lot of range damage that they can just dump on the Leshrac. If you can kill Leshrac from a distance, which actually both supports on Liquid really excel at doing, is poke damage, not hard committing their bodies on top of Leshrac, which is where it really goes wrong for you. All Liquid really need is just another way to lock down the Lesh in place, and supports can go to town on him. And I feel like that's very difficult for Leshrac, because yes, he is playing with a Shadow Demon, but it's not the same as having something like an Oracle versus a poke lineup.
So maybe something. Wait, so you want the lockdown to come from mid or from offlane? From Liquid?
I mean, there is a decent amount of lockdown coming from the Hoodwink and the Void, but maybe a hero that can build something like an Atos could even work. You know, any kind of extra lockdown here would be a good way to deal with the Leshrac.
Or if it comes from a spell, we could give Nisha a Puck mid.
Other than Tiny, they don't really have a way to deal with Puck. My issue with Puck or anything like Puck is that there's a lot of map pressure coming out from Heroic's cores. Like, we've talked about the story of a lot of these drafts, and not just from Heroic, but just in general, this tournament is just like cores that walk at you, and you have to just keep pushing them away. Like last game, we saw Heroic. You have Lifestealer, you have DK. Like, these are just really beefy boys throwing themselves at you. Doom. It's kind of the same here. Lesh, Razor, both of them just kind of walk at you really fast, and like they're just damaging as long as they're not dead. So right now, when I think of Void, when I think of like Timbersaw, they have to be melee range. Like, Void's not going to clear waves very fast either. So it's like, when I look at, okay, so now I see Viper, that's going to make Void's lane really annoying.
No, because it's K1 playing it.
No, it's not.
I wish it was. That would be pretty high.
Ends here. He's finally going to duplicate a hero.
No. It's mid Viper and it's carry Lesh.
Oh.
Damn. No, it's
anything to get K1 another hero.
It's K1 Shadow Demon.
Damn. I'm hyped.
Roaming Viper
so
4.
this is almost certainly Viper off lane. You're now looking at Razor carry. I think Timbersaw is okay to lane that, so maybe you go for... Okay, they do the Puck.
I like what you were saying, Brian, about the tanky run at you cores, right? Do Liquid actually have the damage early on for this?
Every time I think of damage issues, I've made this mistake when I used to play, was like Puck just never solves this. Like, she's a scaling core. Like It is a scaling core.
Sorry, Slex here.
No, fourth or fifth item, and Puck becomes a damage dealer. But for the early to mid game, usually the issue is they get coiled, and then what? And right now, I don't know what the then what is.
I actually like Liquid's draft, honestly, because for me, what I'm looking at isn't necessarily the damage, because that's just going to come out later. And I do feel like Liquid supports do damage if they get to a good start and they get their Wisdom Runes and they get their levels on time. When you look at Leshrac, Viper, and Razor, these are all heroes that you typically want to fight by just throwing damage at them without committing your bodies. So all three of the cores on the side of Heroic get countered the same way, with a lot of poke and a lot of mobility and a lot of disengage. And I feel like Void is one of the better heroes at doing that, right? Because as the game progresses, you just weave in and out with your shard, and you're going to have this big chrono. Your supports, as the game scales, will do damage. The only time that you're worried playing into Heroic's draft is that first 25 to 30 minutes. Are you going to make it through? Because if they do, I'm pretty confident that their draft can beat Heroic.
I guess the weaving thing you said also applies to both Timber and Puck, right? Like, all mobile, all have ranged harassment. But I agree. I do see the path for Liquid with the damage. The reason I guess I'm a little bit worried is the game that we just saw. That if Liquid don't get off to this like nice start with their range damage, as you pointed out, I'm worried that Heroic just gets to a mid game where they're just too beefy, and if Liquid's heroes aren't up to the task in terms of farm, that the poke won't be enough. That's my worry.
Yeah, I think if it's almost reverse of the first game, you talked to Mira about like SF losing its momentum in the first game. I think if Heroic is unable to kind of just walk around the map at the objectives they want to take, then everything you said, like Liquid's going to pick and choose their fights, they're going to get to kite them on the map. But if Heroic is allowed to ball up, I like them, but otherwise, if the game goes crazy, I would take Liquid.
So you're saying that this may very well be the last game on this patch. We
Perhaps.
may be witnessing the death of this patch right before our very eyes. Maybe I just won't start the game. Maybe I'll just keep you here. Then what are you gonna do, huh? Then what are you gonna do? You can't take the camera away from me. I'm in control here. I decide when the game starts, when the game ends. Hey! Hey! No!
Studio. Welcome everybody to Game 2 of Heroic versus Team Liquid. We're going to start off with a bang! And that bang is going to be Mickey dying and giving up first blood to Schofield. He'll be the one to take it. So, not a great start for Liquid.
Isn't that exactly where they fed first blood last time?
I did have a bit of deja vu. Yeah.
Yeah, Mickey gave first blood bottom. And it went to Schofield this time, which I guess is a little different, but yeah.
Liquid praying that 736 will get some map changes so they don't end up feeding first blood at the same spot again.
I mean, I feel like the rule is if you're not all going to one place, then you don't go anywhere. Like, you just play ultra safe.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if the enemy is going somewhere as 5, they just automatically get first blood. So there's no advantage, really. But
and the results of that is maybe a late kill on K1 Hector. Yeah, they got him. All right, so Liquid do manage to get something out of it, but they obviously didn't get first blood, and they also gave up 3 bounty runes. So Heroic got a lot more out of that one. They killed the range creep.
This is nice. It's going to push the lane out really fast. They want a third blood of their own. Look at that.
Pretty cool play. Kill the creep wave and then also bring it back to a point where it's underneath towers so you can freely dive the poor support hero. And that support hero also TP'd out to lane because they were up top killing the Razor, right? So now the Enchantress has to walk out to lane. You've got full control of the jungle to be able to block camps or unblock camps however you wish. There are a lot of repercussions to that.
This is some super nice early lane play from Heroic. One of the ways you can kind of bypass these early fights with the Tiny and just get him to the point where you want him to be, which is, you know, later on in this early game where he can make rotations, get his offlaner super independent. Schofield doesn't want to have to just sit down here the whole game. The sooner he can make that happen for himself, the happier he's going to be. We already see him getting beat up, but
this
should be fine.
Time walk after, I mean, you missed 1 CS. I guess he'll get back for the second one in time.
I mean, you know my rule about this man. You don't chase Schofield. Does not end well for you. You're going to fight this man in his element. He's played 1,000 pubs doing stupid shenanigans in the trees. You will not win. He has too much experience on you.
Maybe he should have the name KJ. King Jungles. King of the trees. How do you feel draft-wise, by the way? It seemed like Brian at the end was favoring Heroic, right?
I mean, I have more faith in the Faceless Void for Mickey than the Monkey King last game, and Nisha's on an actual Dota hero, so I think they're in a far better spot.
Why? Because Mickey's Monkey King, I think, is better than his Faceless Void. So.
Yeah, but I don't think Monkey really had a purpose in that game. Like, maybe they could have played that lineup in a way where they push high ground earlier and Monkey is a fighting carry, but it's not like the Monkey made any moves. It's not like he could gank anybody. He never really got to man-fight those carries from an advantageous position, and he didn't have help to do it. I feel like if you're just going to be in that spot, you'd rather just have a hero like Faceless Void that can just scale better, more reliably. Make the late game a nightmare for Heroic here.
Hits him with the Whirling Death, but still keeps the full Bushwhack. Interesting situation there. K1 Hector keeps his full link going on. They do manage to get the Lotus, which will, I assume, get passed over to 33 if he needs the extra HP, though he's got double bracer. They're going to go for it. Another chain, Whirling Death lands. Boxy has a lot of stacks on him. He's going to die like that. And KJ, he's going to live.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it gets worse and worse for Liquid as this game 2 goes on. KJ's not sure where he's... Am I going to die to the tower?
Yeah, you suicide for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he had so much damage still on the Razor. Like, that was a full duration link. Hector just played that really well. Kiting out the multiple exchanges, making sure he gets all the hits in full duration link. That was a double bracer Timbersaw that could have just sat there and regen back up, and I think they would have been in a fine position. Instead, they went for the glory.
I can't believe they went for a kill while that link damage was
it's just
still up,
unnecessary. Over-aggressive play bites them in the ass.
Fighting for water runes. Nisha gonna try and contest this one for Analog, but Analog gets it. So that is a pretty decent win, though the other water rune is probably Nisha's to claim. But might miss out on a melee creep CS because of it.
Heroic doing well in this laning phase. Across the board. They had the first blood, they had the shenanigans bottom, double kill top, Analog going even mid, winning it slightly. All 3 lanes doing well for him right now. And it was them who had momentum out of that game 1. It is Heroic who are up a game here, and the pressure is not necessarily on them as much to win this game 2.
This is not a fun lane.
No.
Faceless Void against a Viper with the extra stuns of Schofield's Tiny.
And I think Ench is pretty strong on this lane. It's a very good support to have against the Viper in general. You can often play aggressive on the early waves, get a creep, just all in with the creep. Viper has a hard time fighting that back, but Void just doesn't help you in any of these areas. Kind of a dead carry on the lane, so they're just having to play to survive down there, which means you really want to see this lane go well for Liquid. If you're going to pick one, it's got to be this Timbersaw gaining some momentum.
Trying to get a link up to the high ground, gets it, but it was after a disruption, so they got full link almost again. 47 damage.
I do like 33 on this Timber more than the Brew too. I think it's a hero again that's going to scale a bit harder, gives them more flexibility in terms of the tempo. You can run a game over with this hero, you can farm with this hero, you can be a lot more of an obnoxious frontliner. Maybe not the most 33 hero we've ever seen, but
yeah, he had a Timbersaw performance earlier this tournament that was not the most inspiring. Playing for Power Runes, though. See if Boxy can deny this away from Analog. He does. Is he going to get caught in the process? I don't think so. Analog just doesn't have the mana, so he'll go back for the Bounty Rune instead to refill his bottle.
We'll leave
Divine Lava is going to be left alone, though. If you're going to be making that Power Rune play, they're going to bring both supports down to this bottom lane to see if they can get this kill, but it may not be good enough to toss up in the air, and he's dead. The Divine Llama might be able to get more as Boxy's being slowed down to a crawl. He doesn't have Scurry. He misses the Bushwhack.
Just a disaster for Liquid here. These calls, these moves are just not working out at all. Like, you're going to gank this lane, but there is no gameplay here. The Void is a dead hero on this lane.
Oh my god.
They're about
Deja
to
vu
lose
again.
from the same place. Is this the same game? Are we watching a replay?
Oh, the Hoodwink can't TP. The TP comes in from the Enchantress. At best, they can hope for Insania taking it out, clicking him, and he does manage to get it. So they'll get the Wisdom Rune this time around, and they'll get the kill. The one little win Liquid has gotten this game.
I mean, they needed that. They needed it bad. You have to be able to play through your Puck and Timber here.
Well, if you're playing through him, it does mean that Mickey is being left high and dry. Don't even bother looking at that bottom lane.
Oh yeah, I mean it's already done. Yeah, it's done. Like, you're not going to this Void anymore. It's not going to end well for you. He doesn't give you anything to help fight this Viper. He's just food for the fodder. Let him jungle. Get a Mom, get a Midas, whatever the hell is he wants to go. Maelstrom, sure. This hero's an okay jungler. No, he can come back in the later fights with some big Chronos, but you don't want to just make the problem worse by trying to fight an unwinnable lane.
Sure.
And putting more resources into a leaking ship.
Last track is caught. Oh, Shield Rune. Just what he needs to make sure he survives this little gank attempt.
Man, Nisha's just not had his way in this series. The Rune Luck's not gone his way. The ganks haven't really helped him. Big nut.
Don't run off.
So, bunch of tower damage on mid. Nisha returns back to lane.
Flood. Bit worse for wear. Below the net worth of any of the 3 cores of Heroic, with Divine Llama taking first place right now.
In the stacks, Heroic are straight back into him. Though this time Insania a bit more ready for it. Probably understands what happened last game. And they got some big old juicy ones of their own there, Austin. Look at that, 6 for Boxy to help accelerate 33. There's nothing 33 likes more than some big old juicy stacks.
Is under attack.
They'll use the smoke to farm them. That way the creeps aren't, one, hitting 33, who's not that tanky yet, and also just stay there since they don't know they're being hit. They're too stupid. They don't even wake up. Imagine just dying in your sleep like that to a saw blade.
Must be nice. A man can dream at least. But for now, he'll have to enter the real world.
Insania, you almost got caught there. I thought for sure that was going to be an avalanche toss back to Divine Llama, a little alley-oop.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, I guess this early game ended up barely even, considering how bad some of those small things went for Liquid.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, this Void's behind, but I mean, I think he was going to be behind no matter what. At least your 2 other cores are in an okay position here. Go and fight around them.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Missed another power rune, though. Quite sad for Nisha. Puck not getting power runes. And I imagine Heroic is probably going to try and make a move somewhere to take one of these towers. This Viper is so strong.
Yeah, it's bottom for sure. You have a 10-minute siege wagon.
Oh, this is smart. Insania tries to pull the wave to protect the tower since they don't want to combat it directly. It doesn't work, though. Heroic one step ahead of Insania there.
Might have been able to kill the catapult, but should be a dead tower here. I don't see Liquid contesting this. The other side of going for something like the Faceless Void is if you feel like in that game 1 that Heroic just didn't make moves, they were just happy farming and stacking and playing really slow. Void's a hero that pretty much no matter what happens is going to be able to come back and give you that late game presence. So strategically, it makes a bit more sense to me.
Yeah.
All right, if you want to sit there and farm with your Hector hero for 40 minutes, we'll sit here and farm with a Faceless Void. Good luck out carrying that hero.
And Insania's going to try and take more of those stacks with the Stater Steel. He's going to get run down here in the river. Sent to the Shadow Realm. Up by 1k now, 7-3 for Heroic. Still have a bit more of his amp damage rune, so we'll see if Analon can get any more damage on this tower. We'll try. Boxy's around, though. And TP coming in from the Timbersaw. So they really want this kill. They didn't need 33, though, necessarily. And Divine Llama will take half his HP gone. So they tried to pull the Viper into this mid lane to take another tower, but off on the timing there. Did not coordinate their cores quite well enough in their aggression.
Yeah, like, are you stacking and playing greedy? Are you pushing with the Viper who went first item Atos here? For Divine Llama, he wants to fight. He wants to give him the extra stun. It's a nice setup spell for the Leshrac and the Razor, but not if you're going to lose those skirmishes. 2-3-man smoke with a Tiny coming in bottom. This is kind of awkward, though.
Centaur Stomp gets him away from the ultimate. And that's all because he saw that sentry, or saw that ward, so he was being super cautious around that area, knowing that Heroic had this Viper that's somewhere on the loose and he was under vision, so Insania, his caution pays out. And I'll let his Centaur slowly take the ward.
Look at him go to work.
151 gold. Thank you very much, Centaur Conqueror. And Nisha might be able to get the mid tower before Leshrac takes his.
That'd be a huge win. Even the fact he's gotten to his Witchblade here with 0 deaths is, like, honestly, he's in a pretty strong position. Buck is going to be annoying for this Heroic lineup to deal with. You really only have the Tiny to lock him down in the middle of those team fights. So the scale's a lot more formidable here for Liquid, and again, if Heroic are just going to play this slow game, it's not as straightforward for them to just automatically win that late game. I think they are going to have to ramp it up somewhere in this 20-30 minute window. start putting some pressure on Liquid's side of the map with this Lesh Viper core duo.
We haven't really talked too much about K1 Hector, but he's got his Manta, which is farming away on Razor.
Can definitely join some of these fights on the backside, but I don't think he wants to be there at the start. And they're going to try and bring down the Timber. I mean, this is a tanky goddamn hero, and Liquid are going to respond. He trapped himself.
One more Timber Chain, not going to get it. Disruption goes out. Another attempt at the Timber Chain, but the damage is there.
Oh my, I mean, that's just not what Liquid want to see. And again, the synchronization just not there. I think that's a play you can defend. Maybe read a little ahead of time if 33 doesn't get trapped in those two trees. You bring Heroic a bit farther out. Maybe you can turn something around there. Instead, it's just going to be your offlaner, your highest net worth hero going down for free into a tier 1 tower, into some extra gold for K1.
Heroic very happy with that, though the mid tower soon to fall. Let's see if Nisha makes the push for it here. He jumps to his orb. Boxy thought maybe Nisha wanted to go for a kill on Schofield, but no. Well, now we've got an Eternal Shroud on the Timber Saw, so we can deal a bit better with the magic damage. There is going to be a problem if he is dealing with double breaks. So if he doesn't have the reactive armor charges at the start of the fight, he's probably not going to get them. Chronosphere gets used, and it's actually worth it too, because it caught the Shadow Demon TPing in and gives them the +1 kill. So not only is there no disruption save, but they get an extra kill for Nisha, who at this point is catching back up to K1 Hector's Razor when it comes to net worth. So a little bit of silver lining here for Liquid.
Bad as the Void's lane was, there's no real way for Heroic to pressure him during this catch-up period, so you are going to see Mickey slowly climb this net worth chart.
Insania gonna get tossed back. Nisha tries to stop with the silence, a bit too late for that one. Insania TPs, but it doesn't work either. And they don't get the kill on Schofield. Box is getting a good run down by Analog, who has a haste rune. Well timed.
A very nice one here. Let's secure this tower as well. Another move for K1 that pays off big time. 2 kills into a tier 1. They can get it, but they can't because Nisha's too good. Get wrecked.
Got him good, I guess. But that is all 3 tier 1 towers gone for Liquid. And Heroic is still holding on to both their side lanes.
Can we talk about Slane Austin?
The birds and the bees?
No, that's a conversation for your father there.
Okay.
Why does this Tiny have a buckler?
Gives you armor.
Right, on the hero that naturally gets all the armor he needs off a passive ultimate.
I mean, he's gonna go mech.
What is he building with this buckler?
Their lane. Did he get it early? Did he get pre-6?
Why does this exist? Why am I looking at this right now, even contemplating it? Trying to find anything rational.
Only grabbing one. This is a full Heroic stack. You do not want to be fighting right now.
I do not see any logical reason this Tiny should have a buckler.
Okay, pre-6, if he has the buckler, it makes him and the Viper lane a lot stronger against the harassment of Enchantress, who's just hitting him with physical damage of the creep.
I refuse to believe.
And later on, he's going to go a mech. Or a Vlad's. Okay, he's not going to go mech.
I mean, no,
he's going to go a Vlad's.
He literally just built it for the lane, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it's kind of efficient now that I think about it, but damn, does it look ugly.
Man, you really did not like that, huh? I don't know. I feel like any kind of effective HP you help Viper with in the first 10 minutes of the game, I think it goes a long ways, right?
Yeah, I guess it did do some work on the lane. I will concede that point. I don't know if it's the most efficient way to do it, but yeah, power to him. I just think it looks funny. Either way, Heroic are starting to take over Liquid's side of the map. Buckler just giving them all the confidence they need to play aggressive here, and they're starting to get some big fighting items. Mage Slayers, Bloodstones, they're tanking up.
Brought all those heroes from Liquid here. Do you really want to fight Heroic, though? Feel like they just want to be out in the side lanes. That's what Nisha's doing right now. They're going to TP back, try and stop his split pushing. And almost kill him, too. Unfortunately, lockdown is a bit of a problem. That's where, you know, the Rod of Atos does go a long ways for Divine Llama and some of the other heroes, like the Faceless Void, but this puck is probably too elusive for them to catch until the tiny blink.
I feel like you're happy to rat this game as Liquid and force Heroic to push a tier 2 or dive deep into your territory under a ward and then take that fight.
Yeah.
We guarantee you can get a good chrono because you see everybody. Maybe get a good time dilation on the supports. Would really go a long way in disrupting the Shadow Demon and Tiny combination. They're going to make the aggressive play though because Nisha was forced back to base. They're looking for a good clump up for a nice little coil. Maybe break the Viper here.
I mean, you gotta jump the Shadow Demon, make sure there's no disruption. There goes the Silence. Silence is wearing out, but they get the kill on the Shadow Demon, meaning no disruption save for Divine Llama, meaning he's gonna die. Toss up the air, mid-timber chain though. 33 is left in the river, right next to the magic damage dealing Leshrac. Nisha, is he gonna jump to his orb? Down to the back line. Boxy's gonna get run down by K1 Hector. Electrify that squirrel.
Heroic managing to salvage that situation despite pretty good start from Liquid. They get the Viper, they get the Shadow Demon with the puck on the back line. Pretty much for free, but sick Timber Chain cancel. That's them the big Timber Saw yet again. 33 just not tanky enough to survive. I mean, you would kill for a Lotus Orb in this game. Remove some of the Viper damage. Be able to reflect the Razor Link.
Still, though, you got to be pretty happy with that fight if you're Liquid, right? Even if it cost 33 his life, you took a fight against this early game Heroic lineup and didn't... You traded, right? You traded pretty evenly.
I mean, I guess you're happy because you have Faceless Void farming.
Yeah.
Puck survives as well. Like, I think
use Chrono.
Any situation where Puck and Void survive, you're probably okay with. As long as it's not an absolute disaster into Roshan or something. But this will open up the Rosh for Heroic because they're just going to walk into it and... Yeah, I guess they feel like Liquid are just dodging him a little too much. Let's just take the objective here. Hector makes the call. It's going to get scanned, but can't do anything about it.
Do they know that Schofield's back here at all? Because they had that one ward. They have a very similar ward situation going on here. So I imagine they saw him push deep into that territory somewhere.
Yeah, but what are you going to do about it? Look at the man. He's got 13 armor with the Buckler.
Buckler goes a long ways.
Untouchable.
Go through the gate. Go to the other side of the map where they know Liquid is currently cohabitating. Analog with the Bloodstone. I imagine he'll survive through this. Not a problem. The lifesteal is way too much for them. Liquid just trying to get out, but Mickey's going to get caught. Hit by the Avalanche of Schofield, and any disable is death sentence.
Schofield has just been owning these fights. Feels like every time he gets the combo on a hero, they're just gone.
Not able to catch Nisha.
And it's really important for Heroic that Schofield connects on these big Avalanche toss combos because they don't really have lockdown elsewhere.
Yeah.
But if every time he connects, it's a core kill, I mean, that's enough to just win this game. Liquid need to start finding some answers for this tiny combo going in. Starting the fights better on their terms. And more importantly, if Mickey's going to join those fights, you better get a chrono off and make it count. Otherwise, it's just doubly disastrous as Age is still up for 330. Tormentor gets stolen. That is a nice shard to pick up for Heroic as well.
Yeah, Demonic Cleanse.
I mean, that's a dilation removal here for the Leshrac.
Yep. Some additional heal to some heroes that are already pretty tanky. If you give them any extra HP, it's going to go a long ways. Like, all Heroic cores need to do is just survive long enough in the team fight, and eventually the damage builds up.
Yep. That's why we see them just building tanky. A lot of magic resist coming out. across the board here. And Liquid are pretty reliant on the magic damage. Outside of the ultra late. Well, that's an interesting situation.
Fun little game. Toss up the air, hits the splitter. It's going to be close. He's going to jump to the orb, blink away. Is there anybody on the other side? Maybe they can see him here with lightning. Oh, the tree! That damn tree was in the way. Analog doesn't see him in time.
Stun came out a little early there. Cost him that kill. But that's a hard one to nab. Nonetheless, Heroic, they're going to get to push all the waves in here and corral Liquid back to their side of the map. As the pressure starting to heat up. I mean, this is an elimination game for Liquid. Cannot afford too many more mistakes.
Nisha really wants this kill on the Tiny, but he will die for it.
Oh, another frustrating death to this combo that just keeps claiming the core lives.
Hey, I feel like he didn't need to do that either.
No.
Just because the Hoodwink was going to come in and finish him off. He did not need to get in melee range of the Tiny and get tossed up.
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear Liquid are frustrated
is under attack.
in this series, frustrated with the tournament overall. They are not playing up to the standard we expect from this team.
Well, they're playing up to Liquid DreamLeague standards.
Well, that is a low bar. It's just going to be high ground. I mean, there's Chrono up. In theory, it's kind of hard to force this, but you still got Aegis. You tanked up. Everybody can frontline here, and you have that disruption behind them. Why not give a little poke?
It's always a little spooky trying to take high ground when Enchantress is able to freely hit you. Can't usually stick around for too long.
I mean,
there.
you can when you have a 25-minute Scotty.
Man, that's fast.
Hector just, he out-farms people, man. No doubt about it.
17,000 net worth?
Yeah, he's got over
Where do you even
300.
get that as a Razor?
Yes, I don't know, honestly. This guy's got hacks or something, man.
Check in PC, man. 7,000 net worth lead for Heroic. A lot of that being the difference between K1 Hector and Mickey's Faceless Void, which obviously the Razor should be ahead of net worth, but it's a lot more than a little bit.
He doesn't do as much damage with this Scotty build-up initially as something else, but it's going to be obnoxious for these cores over the course of a fight. Reduce some of the healing, just keep the link on them, run them down. Like, you might be able to catch this Void after a time walk. And of course, he's way tankier, so if you want to try and Chrono and bring this Razor down, it's pretty annoying.
Avery, are you telling me that it's effective in this meta to tank up? You're telling me that the lineup that has the 3 tanky cores
Oh, just wait till the next patch when
win?
all these heroes have extra passes. You're really going to enjoy it. You think it's hard to kill somebody now? Wait till this Razor gains electric coat and it gives them a plus 20 armor and a static link charge.
Do you think that my assumption was that they were actually going to take all the passives that many of these heroes have and make them their normal passive, and then they get a new active ability? I think that'd be interesting. Actives are always more interesting, right?
See this Scotty go to work. He can't do anything, Austin.
He's so slow.
Fortunately, Timber Chain gives them a healthy amount of mobility, but unfortunately,
walk
can't
them
get away
down.
from Schofield.
I mean, it's not the highest DPS.
Oh, there it is, electric coat.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, where is he running?
Where are you running to, boy?
Oh, look at
It's
that.
Chrono.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good. But
Don't want to have to use Chrono defensively like that, but...
yeah. Unfortunately, is it good enough to be winning this game right now? And the answer is no. We will get him to his BKB, however. Pretty important pickup here. Liquid continuing to rat this game out. Shadow Blade. Tiny. Really scary item for Nisha as he's going to try and rat these waves.
Oh. Big Nisha I think he's aware that Schofield's hunting him these last minute or two.
Yeah, he has a shield room, so it's a tough chase, but they're just keeping him off the waves. Still very annoying here. Oh my, he knows, dude, he's the tree master.
Now, that does mean that Nisha is incentivized to go and cut another wave.
I mean, this is going to open up the high ground. Like, what happens if they just run back to the team here? He has no TP. Oh, he got his courier. Ha. Suck on that, Schofield.
Toss up, split earth. Doesn't land. Phase shift goes off. Now he'll be able to blink away. Doesn't blink that far. It's going to go down the river.
What is this chase? I don't even know who it's worse for, but...
It's got to be worse for Heroic just because Nisha's still going to cut more waves. So unless Heroic does something about this situation...
Yeah, I mean, Hector's just shoved the rest of them into their base, so... I don't know, I don't think Liquid can be too happy about it either. We'll finish up the pucks, Octarine, big item for him, but Hector has finished an entire Satanic. He is 4-slotted at the pre-30-minute mark on a Razor.
This guy's not dying. Nisha. The game continues between Schofields and
within
Nisha.
the game.
K1 Hector's got a different game in mind.
They got what they wanted. Gonna play it safe, gonna play it disciplined.
Yeah, I mean, Roshan could be up right now. They'll actually be up in 2 minutes' time, but Heroic, knowing that it's right around the corner, probably should play it a little safe here.
Sick toss here.
C33, get the toss, straight up in the air. Bushwhack grabs the Tiny, though. Schofield could be cut down by the Whirling Death, while the backline, KJ, is almost assassinated there by Nisha. He's still going to go for it. He's going to be caught. Oh, the Chronosphere on 3! Perfectly set up there as Mickey's going to start going to work with the Chakram over the top. They blow up the Viper. It's all up to Hector now. He's got a Scotty. He's got a Satanic. Can he live through all of these heroes? I don't think that TP was ever going to work against a Faceless Void. But I appreciate the optimism, Hector.
And Hector not happy about that fight at all. That is not the way to position, not the way to keep the formation that Heroic wanted to. Their backline gets assassinated. The Tiny initiation goes terribly as there wasn't a toss back or anything. And Mickey just gets a complete opening into this fight. Chrono on 3 with the Shadow Demon dead. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, I feel like on the list of things, if Heroic would have a talk about, like, how could we lose a fight, guys? It would be go on Timbersaw, get your backline, your Shadow Demon killed by the puck, and clump up for Chronosphere.
I mean, that was a pretty sick find by Nisha, though.
It was. They should have let him TP home.
Yeah, they should have. I mean, he's just been hella annoying this game. And their lineup just can't really deal with it. It feels like they need a Hex or something. And who's going to build it?
Do you think that this has swung the game to Liquid's favor? Because now they're the ones sitting in control of the Roshan pit. Well, I guess it depends on if Liquid gets a pick off before the Roshan fight even occurs. They get the kill on the Shadow Demon. Now they're going to go for Divine Llama. Even without a Chronosphere, they're going to go for it. Avalanche toss onto 3 is pretty decent, but they still get the damage onto the Viper. And now the jump away from the Faceless Void. All they have to do is reset away from K1 Hector right here. As K1 Hector tries to drain some of the damage of 33. Analog trying to keep up with these heroes. Schofield does manage to hit Boxy. Can't quite finish him up. Throws out the tree. That's not good enough either. Now he's been hit by the Shiva. Slowed down, and Nisha will start going to work on him. Heroic get kited out on their 2 good cores that do damage. Not able to get anybody in their clutches. And just have all that damage wasted away. Get picked apart one by Liquid.
I mean, honestly, we watched this game back, like, I think Heroic could have taken some of those fights better, but this Razor build has looked dog.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, man. He's so damn farmed and he does nothing. He's just all tank, and Liquid are like, happy to ignore him. The second the link gets broken, he's just sitting there with 4,000 HP, hitting for 150. Okay, congrats. Like, we'll let you sit there.
Okay.
Hit air.
Counterpoint, what what would be a better build? Because part of this is just like the hero matchups, right? He wants to there are 2 heroes that he wants to steal damage from, and those heroes are incredibly elusive in the Faceless Void and the Puck.
Go with the standard Razor builds, right? BKB, Refresher, Mjolnir, Butterfly, MKB Data, like whatever it is. I don't know, just build damage. Be that massive threat. You have the Viper for frontline. You have SD to bail you out if you get chronoed. I don't know if Satanic and Scotty were necessary here for Hector. And I think it's hurting them a lot in the fights. Like, you look at his net worth relative to what he's able to do in a situation like that, and it's not even close to represent it. So Liquid are really abusing it, and it will get them an Aegis on their Void here. They're in a solid position now. Can start to scale into that ultra late with probably the 2 heaviest scaling heroes in this game on that Puck in the Void. They get to the full 6 slots. Nisha is well on his way. And again, what is the threat for him on the map? Yeah, you can Shadow Blade in with his Tiny and do the combo, but now he's got 3,000 HP. He's not really dying to it anymore. You need that Hex, and there it'll come out on the Lesh, so Heroic eventually get there.
Yeah, eventually,
analog
but
now.
Is it too late? Because you have the level 20 talent on Faceless Void, so he's a legitimate damage threat. You also have the Puck Ags, so that is a huge damage increase there as well.
And the supports have a decent amount of gold.
Now it feels like, I feel like Liquid are looking at these next fight going, we could just take a straight 5-on-5, like smashing into them. We don't necessarily have to outmaneuver them like they had to do in those previous fights. Boxy runs straight into Schofield. Another pickoff going to Liquid.
Nah, they're just running the map now. They got a lot of gold on their supports out of these earlier fights. Like Boxy's turning into that 4th core. Both the supports have Hurricane Pikes. Just insane value.
Oh, Insania just instantly popping. That Shard does manage to dodge the Viper Strike there. Divine Llama. Mickey, he gets hit by the side device, but he didn't have the follow-up disables immediately. That's going to be a tie back on the Tiny. He came back into the fight for what, though? And now this Bloodstone, it's not nearly strong enough for Analog anymore against the damage that's raining in from Team Liquid.
What is this
K1
Razor
Hector is showing up. Here's his BKB, Scotty, Satanic. What can it do against 4 heroes? Not damage, that's for sure. It's not doing damage. Nisha, meanwhile, he's doing the damage. He is killing KJ over and over again. You know, you guys had an interesting discussion in the green room. You guys were asking, what is the hardest role to play in Dota? And it sounded like it kind of came down to each of the 3 core positions are difficult for different reasons. And the carry position is difficult because of decision making, right? Item builds, those sort of things are so crucial. And we can see it in this game. K1 Hector may have done all the right farming rotations, but maybe it's the item build that just killed their game.
I think from his perspective, that fight bottom is supposed to go different with his itemization. Like, I think he was frustrated because he built it to be this front line. He built to be unchronoable, unkillable in that moment. And their backline got assassinated. And some of that was Liquid finding really good angles. Some of that was rash decision-making on how they took that fight and how they positioned it. And it ends up making this build look incredibly weak as a result. But I'm still not convinced that the upside on this type of itemization would have paid off for him anyway. Like, I don't know if he needed to tank up that much when they have the save, when they have 2 other heroes that can go in and be pretty tanky on their own.
Yeah, if he's on the front line creating space, who's he creating space for? Because I feel like that's kind of the Viper's job.
And the problem is, all 3 of these cores are very similar in that they're kind of range damage dealers that want to be, you know, within that 600 or 700 units hitting you.
Yeah.
If he's frontlining and they're going on him, the other 2 cores have to run in to take that fight, and then you kind of just get chronoed on multiple people.
Yeah, Leshrac is basically a melee hero for team fight purposes.
Yes,
right?
So that setup is not that straightforward, I think. It really hurt him here, and I mean, now at this point, this game is just locked in for Liquid because you have a Refresher Void, you have your Puck pushing up to that 6 slots. There is no world in which you have the damage to combat this anymore.
Well, now it's heroic side of things where they have to be the ones to outmaneuver a team fight against Liquid because the straight 5-on-5 isn't going to work for them. And we'll see whether or not they can ever get like a Scythe of Ice pick off, because they've tried a couple times now. They just haven't been able to blow up that hero that gets Scythe.
You gotta find the puck.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe this faces Void. You can do like a toss back into the Hex combination.
Sure.
That's probably your best bet. Pretty much guaranteed if you can find it, but you need the vision to get there. So the high ground's still a little tricky here in this straight up situation. You don't have the Aegis anymore.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That was so unnecessary. But I guess it baited in Schofield to get picked off, as he's still stuck underneath the coil, but thankfully he's invis, so he's going to be okay for now for the shots. Meanwhile, the Enchantress going to be caught pulling in. K1 Hector is draining a lot of damage away from 33. Can he turn around and use that damage against anyone? Mickey finally puts the Chronosphere onto 3. All 3 cores caught inside of it. A second Chronosphere for the other 2 cores, and you've only got 1 disruption. So he bails out Analog, but when Analog comes back, he's surrounded by 4 heroes, and GG is called. We're going to a game 3.
Well, it's all going to come down to this for both these tournaments' lives, and Heroic seemed very frustrated after those missteps bottom. As Liquid, they're on the brink, but they're not out yet. They make this draft work. They go for a bit more greed, a bit more scale. That game's very slow, maybe taking advantage of Heroic as a team and their nature and how they play.
Yep.
Like putting the clock on them instead of like it was in game 1 where they were the ones having to make the moves. It was Heroic who had to push the tempo here, and as we saw, they just botched it up. Nisha found that SD on that one fight, sets up the chrono. It was a very clear pathway to make those fights successful, and much easier, straightforward game for Liquid, even if it wasn't the crispness we're used to seeing from them. Mickey just felt a lot more comfortable in that type of game, despite that lane being completely awful for him.
So if you're Heroic, like judging Heroic's play styles and strengths and weaknesses, going into game 3, which one are you going to do? If Liquid tries to go late game again, do you try and go, we're also going to go late game. We're going to make sure our lineup scales.
Hector is going to ban or take this Faceless Void.
Okay.
And if it gets banned, then they're just going to think about what Hector wants to play that's going to win the late game. That's it. I guarantee you. I've played against this guy like 1,000 times. I know how this team is going to think right now, and they're just going to think, all right, we need to be able to win late game. Because we're just a heavy farm team, and we believe in Hector. That's where they're going to go. So it's going to come down to this carry matchup in a lot of sense. And we'll see what Hector opts for in that regard, because he does have some cheese picks. Like, this guy will bust out some cheesy carry matchups that are really annoying as last picks, like the Phantom Lancer, the Chaos Knight, right? The Wraith King, and some of these games where they're the ultra mega carry. I think that is what you have to look for and what Liquid have to prepare for.
All right, we are heading to a game 3 in this best of 3 elimination tiebreaker before we get to playoffs. So who's going to win game 3 between Liquid and Heroic? Let's leave that to our panel.
Well, personally, I'm blaming the fact that KO1 Hector finally duplicated a hero. If he had just played Carry Leshraik Cinderin, this could have been an entirely different game in the sense that it would have probably been GG 20 minutes sooner, but he would have had a new hero. Instead, Liquid fend off elimination for one more game, and our very first BO3 in DreamLeague Season 23 is going the distance.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where to start with this game, because honestly, I was very disappointed in Liquid's first 20 minutes. I feel like they were very timid. They weren't really trying to take... I understand it was difficult for their lineups to take initiative, but slowly but steadily, they were kind of just bleeding out. It was Heroic making the successful moves. It was them getting stuff done around the map, and then ultimately, Liquid, they do find the first highlight that we just saw there was like an 8k gold swing fight where they were 10k down. Schofield initiates on Tiny, doesn't get a toss back, just tosses in place and gets killed. Nisha jumps in and kills Shadow Demon, and the fight is blown wide open. But effectively, they needed a perfect fight to happen in order to stabilize the game, and I feel like that's a position you don't want to find yourselves in general. So they do win the game, which is the good news, but I still feel like Liquid, if I had to guess, are not really happy with this game. It's like they're relieved they won, but there were many steps along the way that this could have been significantly better, is the feeling I'm left with.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. I think their win was impressive though, because like for that fight to have happened, they had to have done a lot of things right up until that point, which is like minimize the deaths that they're doing around the map, split pushing it a lot on the puck, which essentially like always put 2 heroes chasing the puck on lane before they could find the great fight that they did here. This is what happens as the game progresses for Heroic's draft. They were entirely dependent on this Tiny blinking in and getting a really good Avatos back or a burst on one hero. And if that didn't happen, and Liquid were able to just disengage from that and then choose to go back in with a Chrono, then there's no means for Heroic to fight. And we saw that happen time and time again. Schofield was just going in, the jump was not successful, the Tiny would get burst, and there's no control on the side of Heroic. And that is the issue that I had with their draft, was they have 3 ranged cores. Ranged cores all get countered the same way if they don't have stuns, so you just poke them. And as the game progressed, Liquid's scaling was so good. But I want to give my hats off to Nisha on the puck, because if he hadn't split pushed as well as he did, and if he hadn't distracted Heroic as well as he did, I could have seen Heroic ending this around minute 25.
Yeah, it was definitely, there was a really almost comedic sequence bottom right on the map where Schofield was chasing him around for like an eternity, and Nisha did manage to get away in the end. So yeah, he definitely made a lot of space and bought a lot of time. I will say, I think it's also important, maybe, you know, we're looking at this series in a vacuum right now, but I think looking ahead in the tournament, obviously we're all assuming things are going to get shaken up a lot tonight, but let's entertain the idea that it isn't. I think Liquid going up against the big teams right now, this first 20 minutes is just flat out, it's just not good enough, I think. So I would like to see them improve that for the 3rd game, win or lose, like just have a little bit more cohesion and some stronger presence on the map. I felt Insania was very quiet on Ench this game. I felt like Boxy fell significantly behind. These guys, when they play these heroes historically, are the ones controlling the narrative of the game. And this time around, just all of the lanes kind of just fell flat for me. And fortunately, they could recover, but it was dangerous. Let's put it that way.
That's true. They got outplayed on side lanes. The double kill that happened top, that was Liquid's choosing. Like Boxy and 3-3 chose to go in there where they died to the Heroic safe lane, and the bot lane when they rotated in Hoodwink and they were playing a 3v2 lane, they also died there. So Liquid has to look at things like that and think that their laning needs to improve somewhat, because to me that's where the issue was in this game, not in draft execution, but laning.
And especially if Nisha wasn't able to buy the time necessary, then those mistakes would have resulted in an 0-2 loss and elimination. Yeah. But here they are still stuck around in this tournament for better or for worse, because we all know when Game 3 finally ends, the series finally ends, the patch inevitably drops, right? But don't worry about that, because right now I got the Kadia award of the game with BSJ.
For this game, I chose a ward that sets up the fight after the comeback fight for Team Liquid, which is the fight that gets them back out on the map. And a lot of the times at this stage of the game, the creep waves are kind of the objective. And this is a ward that was almost expiring. You're going to see it in the top right-hand corner of your screen, that Radiant ward right in the middle of the lane. It's going to set up this initiation from 33's Timbersaw, and the Viper's then going to get caught out. And these chaotic fights, as the panel was mentioning, with all the Liquid heroes jumping around, this is exactly what Heroic's draft did not want. They did not want to get initiated onto. They wanted the Tiny Toss to be the start of every fight. You see how badly they get kited here as Liquid just continues to walk, like basically poke them, walk away, poke them, walk away. Schofield overcommits, and the ward even ends up expiring like right at the end of the fight. You literally see the death animation of that ward as it times out. So this is a ward that was placed in order to help Nisha split push around the map, but it just shows you that how often, about past the 25-minute mark, that people are going to be showing themselves on creep waves, or they think you won't see them until they walk up for the creep wave, like in this case. And that ward spots them a little bit faster. Maybe that Viper would have Hurricane piked away instead, but instead the ward catches them out, and that's what we see happen.
And then hypothetically, I guess a best case scenario is that you don't even have to deal with the lanes in this situation, because again, I'll go back to it, Nisha was feverishly pushing out these waves to make sure that Heroic had to react. And if you were just able to take high ground a little bit sooner, then you aren't even having fights at this part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea. I don't remember what pro player talked to me about this, but it was last year. They were preaching about how like you treat creep waves like moving towers almost. Because if you saw Nisha when they were behind, the only times he was going to die was when he was trying to clear the waves, and everything he was doing was to get to the waves, and Schofield was trying to hunt him down. And in this case, once the dime got flipped on the side of Heroic, where they're on the back foot, and they're now being forced to be by themselves, they're no longer grouped up like they were before, that ward is now paying off for Liquid offensively rather than just defensively.
Heroic is also now being forced to be one game away from elimination. That's right. It's basically a BO1 as far as I'm concerned, so let's get into it after the break.
you should know this.
I think okay.
No, help me out there. You need to boost the content here. I have no idea.
No, we don't need this guy. Okay, so OG Topson, yes.
But what about Saxa?
Saxa? Ah, true. Works.
Because he played in Tundra and OG.
Did he play in Tundra?
Did he play in Tundra, brother? Okay,
So
you go.
For what? Topson, yes. I don't know what's Digital Chaos. So
Digital Chaos is the team that William coached, DC. They got second at TI. It was Weehaw, Mystery, Moonmeander.
I have zero recollection of this.
Wasn't it
Fnatic.
Saxa also?
Ah, Fnatic is like.
Yeah, no tail.
yes.
Yeah, you type.
Team Secret. OG.
Okay, but this is like
Alliance
free.
Tundra. What? Ah, true.
Alliance Fnatic. Okay, but technically we played for Fnatic on one tournament.
S4, no?
But I don't think it has to be somebody else.
OG
That's
Secret.
good. OG, you should know this.
I think okay.
Mid one.
Ah, true.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, but this is DC
Alliance
team. Like
Fnatic?
Weehaw, did Weehaw play?
We have played
Mystery.
Secret, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you type it. Dude, I don't even remember when Fnatic like existed.
Fnatic is either C team, which is like
DJ, yeah, I know these
DJ,
guys.
or old Fnatic.
But they didn't play. The C teams never played on Alliance or DC, I think. No, help me out there. You need to boost the content here. I have no idea.
No, we don't need this guy.
No. You don't get to understand the question. You look at the spreadsheet and then you fucking use your brain. Quickly. Just say whatever comes to the mind. Fnatic Alliance. Okay, I mean, we're stuck on the easy one. I don't know.
I have no idea what's Alliance Fnatic.
I mean, okay, let's just fucking... What do you think? You think it's Era? You think it's... I mean, I'll try Era. Yeah. That was genius.
What?
Okay, but
No
what
way.
about DC? You were like basically on this roster.
Okay, I don't know what is Fnatic, I don't know what is Digital Chaos. Can we just go next?
But you know Fnatic and Digital... Okay, you know Digital
Okay, but
Chaos.
they're like
William
12 years ago.
William coached Digital Chaos. Okay, I'm gonna type Moon Meander. Nope, I don't even know. He said Abed or Dubu. I mean, I know they played on Fnatic, but not that they played on DC. Okay, but I literally only know the DC team, which is the TI DC. I don't know like any other players on DC.
I don't even know the TI one.
But this was like too hard. We're moving on to the easy one.
This is
Nigma
Matu, yes?
and Team Liquid. I mean, this is like for sure Matumala. Nigma, Team Liquid.
Sumail stand-in.
But he said that stand-ins didn't count. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking like GH.
Kuro.
All of them except for Matu. We took all of them.
Literally.
Okay, but who's on Tundra now? Mind Control, but he's not there.
But
he
who
was. Okay. Okay, Mouse.
33 as well here, yeah?
Kuroki. He played on Mouse. Okay, I mean, I'm just being like fed. This guy is just like feeding me old beef. He's like cheating. He's like
But
my
this is
Wikipedia.
This is 33 as well, yes?
Yeah. Okay, let's just put 33 on all of them. Finnish player. 33.
Topson, yes?
Yeah. I feel like the advanced one was easier than the easy one. Are you like agreeing on this?
Kinda, but I don't know what's Mouse.
I feel like it's like harder for me when this guy's like feeding me misinformation. Okay, help. Mouse. Who played on Mouse? Did Mystery play on Optic?
It's Pycat for sure, no?
Let's just do Pycat, because it was like so easy that I knew it.
Mouse. Finnish.
Mouse.
Jerax? Or no? No way.
To be honest, like I don't even know what mouse like. But the old mouse, like I have no clue. Okay, so it's Honey or Trixie.
Was Topson in there?
No, Topson is not. He's like my generation. Honey or Trixie?
Yeah, that's for
I'm guessing Honey. Shit. It was Trixie. Yeah, but I can't just like take whatever this guy says and run it. He joined Mouse in 2011 and then he left in 2012, like 5 months later. And I'm supposed to like keep track of this or what? This was like the extra hard one.
Welcome back, everyone, to one last game of this patch. Hypothetically, who knows? But there were other games that were being played in the meanwhile. Cinderin, how are you doing on that Dota Grid content piece?
I think they did a really good job.
Were you playing along, though?
Yeah, I was kind of trying to think along. I think they did better than I would have, but I definitely think saying Hani for Finnish caught me off guard because he's German. So they missed that one quite hard.
Is Trixie finish?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it was definitely Trixie on the last one. But they did a really good job, I think. Especially considering, like they talked about, it's before their generation, right? So I was impressed.
Yeah.
That they knew, because that was a quiz that was designed for boomers, and they still did a good job. So.
Moxley was still haunting it up, and
Yeah.
Nisha was in the womb, probably.
Yeah, Nisha probably wasn't born when Hani was peaking.
And many a Hani moment was at DreamLeague also.
True. Specifically getting a monster poured over his hair by Eternal Envy.
Correct.
That is an iconic moment
That
that
is
we will
what I
all
was
remember.
referencing.
Can we pull it up at some point?
And
Because I
Hani
never
would
saw
have
that.
reacted differently if he was finished, because then he would have just been like, he would have just been
You're just
stoic
cranking
about
it,
it.
be like,
Oh, I guess free shower, nice, But a German will actually react and get pissed off. So that was a great rivalry. They had a blast, those two. It was not good-hearted. Anyway, draft number 3 is actually upon us.
Were they on the same team though?
No.
Oh,
No.
he poured Monster on him?
Honey was a panelist for that one.
And he poured Monster on him during an event.
Okay, I can give you the full lore if you
Give
care.
him the lore.
Yes.
Give him the lore.
So Envy, I don't remember why this was, but Envy had changed the server for Hani. So when he queued on SEA or something, so he had really bad ping.
Okay.
Or vice versa. It was something like that. And no, Hani
No, I think
Hani
it was
trolled
done to
him.
Envy. It was done to Envy.
Hani trolled Envy by queuing him on bad ping or something. And then Envy took revenge by just pouring Monster over his
So
hair. That's
completely
how I remember.
proportionate response.
Yeah,
is what you're
I think that's why Hani was pissed off. He was like, the punishment does not fit the crime here. I think Envy thought it was reasonable.
That
It's like,
sounds like
you
a-
ruined a pub game of mine? That's pretty serious
I mean,
business,
Envy's the kind of guy to buy low, sell high.
Yeah.
That's what he did there.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
Oh
good
man,
lore.
I feel like I'm missing out on some of the details, but I do remember it that way. Anyway, it's
That's a good enough story, honestly, because that's pretty social. You know what? I'll keep my mouth shut for that.
That's pretty
Socially aware.
social media corner.
Yes.
Beta youth, that's actually not.
DreamLeague at EFG.gg. Tell us if you remember Eternal Envy pouring Monster Energy on Honey.
Yeah, can we have someone send the clip actually?
Make an MS Paint rendition of Eternal Envy pouring Monster Energy on Honey, and we'll feature you. DreamLeague at EFG.gg
Make sure you have an SEA pub going on in the background.
for maximum immersion. All right, friends, game number 3 draft is upon us. Heroic, they ban out the Templar Assassin, the IO, the Brewmaster, Liquid, yet again ban out the Slardar, and yet again ban out the Doom, take out the Pango and Bane as well.
Identical bans, right, to game 2?
Yeah,
It's the
same
exact
thing.
same start.
Running it back, which means that, are we getting Enchantress as a response to this first pick, Heroic Shadow Demon?
Or Disruptor, right?
Or
There are
Disruptor.
2 heroes that. Oh, or Marcy.
Whoa.
Which got banned out last game.
But
In
that was
phase 2.
after.
No,
right?
I'm
Phase
saying like they couldn't get it in the second round,
Yeah.
so they decided they wanted to elevate it to a first pick.
So they've neglected Enchantress and Disruptor. In theory, you could just be giving that away to Heroic, too.
The two of those?
I think the upside of doing it this way for Liquid is that if Heroic don't want to play against either of those, you're forcing their hand with 2 bans, or now you get the Marcy who plays well with both, right? Either Disruptor or Eng are good pairings for this hero, so I personally am a big fan of taking this this trajectory for Liquid, because if Heroic were to ban them out, it's not like, it's going to open up for other heroes that they would be concerned about. You see them already respect banning the Puck that was causing issues last game for them at their SD. So, I like it.
10 seconds.
Any other respect going to be thrown? You think Liquid are going to take out the Tiny? Was that even a nuisance for them?
It was definitely a nuisance, but I think taking out the Tiny now and you've left Enchantress and Disruptor in the pool would just be a waste of a ban.
Are you more afraid of the Enchantress or the Disruptor? Because they're only going to get 1 ban.
I would say Disruptor, honestly. It's just the most contested hero of this patch for good reason.
And you're not too enticed to pick it yourself because of the Shadow Demon, so...
You don't want to give it away too, because there's already Marcy, so you've filled out that support, that melee initiator type support, and picking a Disruptor with it would give so much draft integrity to Liquid at the start. Like, this Disruptor needs to be addressed right now by Heroic, by either banning it or taking it.
Right now, they're keeping their eye on core. It's a very core-heavy ban lineup out of Heroic, but they take out
ban
the Enchantress.
Earlier today, Hector K1 did play against a Marcy, and he played Juggernaut.
I saw that game. He slashed a Brew to 90% health.
That game did happen today. And that is all I'll say about that game. It was not particularly memorable.
And it's not one that Heroic want to remember.
But you literally remembered it.
Yeah, because it was today. In a week, I will have forgotten about it.
Okay, I see. What about tomorrow, though? Because it's like a new
5
patch.
hours.
Tomorrow's a new patch. We'll get a hardware reset. So.
Honestly, how much of this is just people saying, like, at the end of this patch, like, let's try something we wanted to try the whole patch and we weren't sure if it'd work?
Now that we're at the end of the patch, maybe Jugger's good. Nope. Still shit. Who would have
Maybe
thought?
he's been slept on this whole time.
Yeah.
Blade Dance innate ability.
Oh.
Yapster had the idea on stream to give him, like, a parry.
I saw that one.
That'd be kind of cool.
That'd be cool.
Where there's like an active component to it.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty slick.
Well, if they make them innate passives, it's just an active ability.
That's true. I didn't really consider if it was an innate passive or an innate active.
Yeah.
I do think Jug is definitely one of the heroes that needs some love and also deserves it. I feel like that hero is iconic to the game. So it's always sad when one of the really, historic carries just disappears for like a year and a half. Like, since the Blade Dance bug fix, the hero has been more or less unpicked, as far as I'm concerned.
What was the bug?
It was the 20 talent, the life
Oh,
steal from
that-
Blade
that
Dance,
specific
pierced
bug.
armor.
Yeah, it was basically satanic, yeah.
The issue with Jug is the magic immunity changes really screwed him. Because you're just dying through Blade Fury now, which kind of counters what gave the hero a lot of its early game strength. So I feel like they need to make his Blade Fury work differently than standard magic immunity or debuff immunity.
Or at the very least, do more damage in lane, right?
I think you should be able to shift Q Omni Slash out of out of Blade Fury.
Do you think it would even be overpowered if you could just end Blade Fury when you want? Do you think that would be bad?
No.
I think that would be bad because it would be more likely to be used accidentally than because you're like spamming. It would have to be a different hotkey.
No, it just puts like a 1 second cooldown on it.
Oh, it's like a 1 second
Yeah.
cooldown. Okay, that's fine. I'm saying like the
play
double
better.
fat finger.
Just play better.
But what I was trying to say about like as a Jug player, the magic immunity on his spin being really bad is like in the past now people can just cast any disable on you during the end of Blade Fury and you won't be able to Omni Slash out of it. So
Right.
you don't even feel confident like spinning your way into the fight. You have to like lead with Omni. So the only viable builds I've seen are like Ags, Swift Blink, Mjolnir, and you're just invulnerable the whole fight. You don't even.
Another way you could set up the Blade Fury thing would just be give cancel Blade Fury a secondary hotkey, like Ethereal Jaunt on Puck, right? People used to misclick Orb and do like a mini Orb because originally the
was the
Jaunt
same
was the
spell.
same hotkey as the Orb, and then they just gave it a second hotkey and it was never a problem anymore. So, you could do it that way as well. There's many ways of fixing Jug, but
he's Void this game, though.
Somebody predicted this. I believe it was Avery at the end of the last cast. He was like, Void is going to be the carry of this game. Heroic want to make sure they can win late game, and they will pick Hector, the hardest carry they can find. Doesn't get much harder than this one. So, yep.
Is Disruptor really going to be picked up in the second phase? I'm incredibly surprised if
It's
Liquid...
really good against Void.
I'm going to be really surprised if Liquid just get it here.
Would you be more surprised if they get it or they ignore it?
Both would be surprising. I would not have seen that coming, especially since it's the most contested hero of this.
And
DreamLeague.
elimination game. I hate playing Faceless Void into Disruptor, so I can't imagine they would skip it. Because right now, the reason you pick Void is because it has like the time walk ability of like you throw the Marcy disposes you, you get like Timber bursted for like 800 damage. Most carries that would like remove you from the fight if you don't die, but obviously Time Walk owns that, so Disruptor's always just been really good against these jump heroes.
Maybe they're debating a save support, like Oracle or something.
Oh, could go like Oracle Monkey King or something, but the Shadow Demon Purge removes your W, right? The Oracle W?
It would, yes.
ATD,
Oracle, your heals also get purged off.
10.
Ooh, so they punish it with like a tempo group up kind of strat.
This hero has been picked 2 times this tournament and banned 55.
But not more contested than Disruptor, though.
No, it's not. It's the 4th most contested hero, so 90% of drafts have him featured in one or the other position. So, yeah, it's just been banned so much that we kind of forgot about him. Kind of like Dre.
Don't forget about Dre.
I will say it kind of puts a lot of respect on how much Liquid thinks Shadow Demon owns Disruptor. Like, it's not even worth picking Disruptor over these other heroes that they've prioritized. I mean, Chen and Marcy are staples for them, so it's not like they're really like digging deep in the in the hero basket, but really it's like one team picked a hero to block pick Disruptor, and the other team decided they didn't want to pick Disruptor into that block pick. So even if the hero's not seen, it was like in this draft, if you know what I mean.
If there was any way for Heroic to flex, this would actually be a sick AA game, I think, but they just can't. They can't do that, right?
If they had tops, then I'd say Shadow Demon or Hoodwink could go mid, but...
Genuinely, I think Tundra would do that. They would put Hoodwink mid and get AA, or just put AA mid.
That too. That too.
He just has a lot of merit here. He's even good against Gyro.
But the issue is you don't really have anything for the Chen army. I think you need something like Bristle, perhaps.
Bristle?
Even that is not enough, I feel like.
Okay.
Because typically, like, if you're gonna let Chen through, or maybe it was even forgotten about here in the series, but you need something to be able to defend waves and to be able to counter push. And I suppose Coddle does fit the bill, especially because none of Liquid's heroes really threaten a mid Coddle at the early stages of the game. The only hero that can potentially catch it is the Marcy, but it's not even that reliable because as Marcy's rebounding, she can just be pushed away by Blinding Light, and it interrupts her rebound.
I like this a lot because he is the poor man's AA in the logic I was looking for, right? He's going to buy the Vessel, and the Liquid lineup is exceptionally healing reliant. You've got Hand of God, you've got Timber with the regen, you've got Gyro who wants to buy I mean, when he gets Satanic, it's kind of irrelevant, I suppose, but...
Sidekick.
Yeah, sidekick. It's also just the early tempo where I feel like Chen strats struggle if the first 2 or 3 moves are not successful. And Coddle is the fastest mid at being online and able to answer the pressure. So I really like what Heroic did with this 4th pick. I think it might have been the single best option they had. So
I agree. I think the Storm Band's really smart as well.
Do you guys think that it's going to do enough though? Because I feel like even if, okay, so Coddle will be able to rotate to the side lanes, but there's, you know, mobility coming out from Timber Chain. There's going to be the backup of the Chen early on up until Coddle gets the Vessel for Gyro. And there's going to be that Nisha hero who's going to be able to TP in. Ideally, it's a high mobility jump type of hero to get on top of the Coddle. If they can get a hero to address this Coddle in the last phase, then I think Liquid's draft really is solid, because the only hero that deals with Chen is Keeper of the Light through pushing waves. But if Team Liquid get to a point where they're just grouped up as 5, Coddle doesn't play into that well either. And neither do Heroic supports. They don't deal with an army of creeps.
Well, we saw Beboom try Coddle mid a few times, and what Tundra did to it was run at it nonstop. So that I think Coddle would much rather be TPing in where his team is forcing you to run away. He solar binds you, he spirit vessels you, and you're not escaping. They have a lot of chase potential on Heroic. So I think what you're saying, Mira, is that exact thing could happen, where just the tempo of the Chen, this Timber shot Timber chaining in your face. Like, I really do think this game is going to be decided around the 10-minute mark. Like, if Coddle's just free roaming with the Vessel, then GG for Heroic. If not, then I think Liquid just is going to hit us insane ball timing.
And I also think theoretically, this is probably the position that Coddle maybe is in the meta now. I think overall first pick, which we've seen teams do, and then just force put it mid, despite being multiple countered, is not the way to go. But this, I'm expecting a lot more out of this Coddle than we've seen in some of Bedboom's bad Coddle games, because his matchups are just so much better.
Yeah.
You know, like when you pick Coddle in this position and he gets to go mid, this is where he can really shine. And this last pick, Kunkka, I'm not mad at it. It's some more damage in the chrono. It's a ton of control. X-Mark is amazing for Coddle to play with. It makes the gank lane super easy for him to gank. It makes mid-game rotations easy. And it's more teamfight prowess that you need to bring to the Chen. So I'm very happy with Heroic's way of ending this draft. I thought it looked scary, but I think they've solved it quite well.
Also, the Torn Storm versus the Chen army is going to be incredibly high value.
Oh, there's your chase hero. Nobody plays this.
I think there have been a couple of Embers at the start.
It is
or
not a common
either
hero.
that or at Wallachia. I've seen an Ember or two at Wallachia.
Do they win?
I can't remember. But it has come in. I just do remember watching this hero recently in a competitive game. I like what it does, honestly. It's going to give you a hero that ganks, a hero that gets on top of Coddle. It's going to give you backline control versus the Shadow Demon and the Hoodwink, who are going to be integral in this game for doing damage in chrono. Yeah, it's just a hero we don't see that often, but it does what Liquid needed in this draft.
It's a rare good Ember game, right? It's kind of not truly bad against anything.
For me, looking at these drafts, I just look at the Kunkka, because the Torn Storm timing is going to be very important for Heroic to play into Liquid. And how well is his lane going to go? Because he does have a Hoodwink helping him secure the lane, but it's going to be a Gyro Chen lane with an Ember TPing in. Like, how does that go for the Kunkka? Because if it doesn't go great and his Torrent Storm is delayed, then Heroic are going to be on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, my gut, something in this draft tells me I like Heroics just slightly more, but I also think whoever wins this game, it's going to be very stompy. Like, I just think both teams, if they get to do what they want, it's like nonstop kills with Kunkka X and Coddle, and Faceless Void gets to choose when he chronos, or it's just a Ember Spear walking at you, maybe even with like a Mage Slayer and just saying, Coddle, you do nothing, and then we take Chen, Roche, everything like that. So I really think this is going to be very one-sided, but I can't confidently say which team it'll be one-sided towards.
Yeah, I can see it skewing either way, but I'm just gonna remember why Chen was permabanned in every single game through this game. I think we'll probably get a reminder why no one wanted to play against this hero for so long.
I'm down.
I'm a little bit miffed why you think it's a good Ember Spirit game, because on my mind I would have thought that Shadow Demon with the Demonic Purge makes life pretty hard for an Ember Spirit. X makes life pretty hard for an Ember Spirit.
You can counterplay both of them. I think that's the thing. What Ember hates the most is hard instant lockdown. Against X you can jump, against Shadow Demon you can flank, you have plays at the very least, so.
Well, Nisho bought a lot of time for Liquid in game number 2. Can they buy time for him in game number 3? Let's find out with the PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome everyone to the final game of Team Liquid versus Team Heroic. But more importantly, the final game of 735D, which means very likely that Valve is watching this cast, just waiting for the game to end so they could finally release the patch. Avery, is there something you want to say to Valve?
30 seconds to battle.
Please read my emails. I send so many.
You just want Gabe to say hi back? You just want Gabe Newell to say he's proud of your rampage?
Yes. They probably don't know it's me sending all those emails though, because I send them under different account names. But the over 600 emails from AM Picker 69. That was not me.
The battle begins.
Oh, okay. Which one was you?
AM Picker 68, of course.
Of course. All right, Liquid have not fed First Blood this time around, so Game 3 is already going better than the first two. They also got even on bounty runes.
Man, nobody kills Mickey right outside his tier 1 tower for First Blood 3 times in a row.
Yeah. Once again, he did not join his team, went straight to the tower, but he did not take any detours. Went straight to the tower and sat there.
Well, if you remember what I said after Game 2, it was Hector is going to either ban or take Faceless Void. He took Faceless Void.
Yes, yes.
So he will win this game.
You're a good analyst.
It's interesting that they picked Ember, though.
Who said you could stroll in my woods?
Yes, first time it's picked up for DreamLeague, but it was picked up a few times at Wallachia. Team Falcons won a game with Ember Spirit against Nouns. The other 3 games of Wallachia were all Team Liquid. Team Liquid is the only team that is actually picking this hero. And apparently they've decided they're going to go out in the final game of this patch with Nisha's Ember.
We'll see if it works as well for them here as it did there. I have no faith in this hero, but they do, and that's what counts.
They won 2 games against G2IG, and then they lost a game against Extreme. That was actually the... So their last game of Ember Spirit did not go well for them, but the other 2 did.
I'm gonna favor Heroic here just based off them getting the Faceless Void and the games being pretty slow. And Liquid not executing their early games as well as we've seen in the past for them to take advantage of that.
Okay.
I think time dilation looks pretty good here. The one X factor is like Chen, how much Insania can get done to push the pace and maybe just not give the Void time to come online.
Yeah, with the Gyro, Chen, Mercy, doesn't that mean you're going to be taking a lot of early team fights, a lot of early towers?
Yes. I think that trio is very strong. Like, you could hit an insane power point, just like 30 minutes in this game, you're going high ground with first or second Aegis, and the game just implodes. And Ember can be pretty strong in that sort of timing too, because he can just get 1 or 2 small, medium-sized items, like a Mage Slayer, Phase Boots plus something, and you just have so much HP through all of the sustain in this Liquid lineup that you don't have the damage on the side of Heroic. I think that's a real potential threat for them. You have Timber regen, Chen regen, Marcy sidekick healing, Ember who can take a fight, go to Fountain, come back in the fight, have multiple effective lives. That's a lot to cut through with a Faceless Void who needs time to come online.
A Kunkka who may not be doing the most damage. They will have a really nice like 1-2 punch of Kunkka's combo into a Coddle Blast, right? I feel like that'll probably kill most heroes, no matter how much sustain Liquid has.
Yeah, if you can get to the Vessel here at a decent time for Analog.
Yep.
So far, it's Nisha dominating this mid lane, though.
21-7.
Yeah, he's just complete free farming, spamming the Flame Shield, can't break it off, gets everything on the wave, couple denies here or there, and yeah, he's owning.
He did a nice little thing of like pulling some of the creep wave over to the side, so it's not as straightforward for the Coddle just to blast the wave down like normal.
Damn, I think he's one creep off perfect CS here.
Not too bad.
Man's on fire.
Analog will stack for himself. Nice play, though, by... seems like they blocked out the other camp. And it actually had to be dewarded as a result. K1 Hector forced to use his time walk to back away. 33, though, should be mostly free farming in this lane as well. So 2 lanes that are free farming for Team Liquid. And then it's just down to that Gyrocopter lane, which last time we looked at it, it was not going so well with the Gyrocopter. Got pretty low. Nisha forcing an early blast out there, which means more deny is going to be coming in. Or at least attempted.
I mean, it's another game where I would expect Liquid to come out ahead in the first 10 minutes. I especially think this Timber lane, I don't see Void Shattered even doing well at the later levels.
Maybe finish him off, not quite, but... Okay, no, he's still a little bit more. Had a Lotus still in his backpack up on top of the Fairy Fire.
There's another lane where Chen's just going to give Gyro a little bit of the extra sustain he needs to sit here. This one probably gets a bit spooky when the boat comes out, but if you're forcing the XP to get split, which they are, then you're not really going to get out-leveled here.
Dire's middle tower is under
So
attack.
far, Liquid doing pretty solid here. Especially Nisha, who could easily make rotations to these side
Goldfield
lanes.
striking in from behind to try and finish off Mickey, and he gets the first blood rather easily. Divine Llama, he might end up dying here, but... Oh, wait! Insania didn't continue the chase there, went back for the Hoodwink instead. KJ, meanwhile, will die in the top lane. Did manage to get a little another bushwhack. He's so low. Finally, Divine Llama dies. Schofield, he is the big winner of this bottom lane clash.
He got a lot of experience off that. Hell of a lot.
Yeah, got 2 kills and some Chen creeps.
Is under attack.
You have been denied.
Radiant are scanning.
What does Nisha want to do with a free farm Ember in this game? Does he want to rotate to one of these side lanes? Try and make something happen? Is it just, I'm going to sit mid and get Omega fat, and we're going to group up later? It's kind of a hero that's in a weird spot at the tail end of this patch. Who knows what you're really even supposed to do with the Ember? They're going to continue to battle
Last
on the
is
Gyro.
not going to land, and the Coddle's in an awkward position. If the Marcy could TP in time, or maybe just the Ember Spirit catches up, hits the chains, and they'll finish off Analog here. Tries to give himself a heal with the blast. It's not good enough, though. So first rotation from a Coddle goes wrong. That is not what you want to see. Good healing self-cancel there from Divine Llama, but it's Analog who suffers.
I don't think he can be the first mover in a way, or like he definitely cannot overextend like that. If you move with the Coddle this game, you have to 100% expect the Ember to match you and turn that gank around, because it's a guarantee Remnant in, chain the Coddle. You're probably just dying off that play alone with any sort of follow-up. I feel like that was just playing straight into this Ember's hands, and Nisha happy to make the counterplay and pick that kill up. I mean, this is looking like a really strong tempo early game for Liquid. They're going to have a lot of damage between the Ember and the Timber, both of who can kind of set stuff up for themselves, play well with the supports, and just start putting pressure on these towers, kicking heroes off lanes.
They've already done that in top lane. He got the Siege Wagon to do a healthy amount of damage. Now the creep wave's coming in. Mickey being gone on though in the bottom lane. Survives for now.
Gyro's not the easiest carry to go battle into. Like, you're not going to be able to kill this double brace or Timber, and you're not going to kill Ember in this game, which at this point you are not going to kill him for a very, very long time. Then Heroic's moves are pretty limited towards going into this Gyrocopter Chen, which pretty tough. We're going to see Liquid make the first move instead. They're going to bring the Gyro to the Faceless Void.
After he's used the Time Walk, hit him with the slow. With the Gyrocopter making this kind of move. Now, K1 Hector's going to be okay for now as he backs up underneath the tower. See if they can hit some sort of bushwhack into the blast. The blast lands onto Mickey. Mickey getting low. Now the bushwhack lands. Perfectly timed from Schofield hitting 3. Damn. But the Ember Spirit is so strong. Can Nisha come in and clean up the rest of this fight? He's got K1 Hector. Now they're going to go for Schofield as well. Not many trees to hide behind here. And a slight with the Timber Saw cutting down trees. Oh, he can get the kill on the Chen, though. That's a good exit strategy for Schofield. Even if he can't stay alive through it, he gets a double kill.
I mean, Schofield salvaging this early game for Heroic because nothing else is going their way. And he's just going to rush an Atos with his gold? Okay, I mean, a little extra lockdown early, ahead of the Arcane Boots or anything else. Mickey does pay the price for this rotation off a thick bushwhack, but we're still seeing the power of Ember just based off of the early lane and how high level he is off the solo XP. Just
back it alive. He's trying to finish off Analog here. In fact, if 33 had hit that, it looks like they got him anyway. The Spirit run over.
I mean, Nisha has really played this matchup to perfection, showing why they opted for the Ember here. Own the Coddle on the lane, has abused him consistently in all of these fights. Every time Analog shows up, Nisha is there to match him, just jumps straight on top of him, starts cleaving through him. The chains are obnoxious. The fact that the Coddle doesn't have any armor to deal with slights, which is getting buffed up by Sidekick on top of it.
Yeah.
It's only going to get stronger as we go later and later into this mid-game.
Missed it. Slight dodge on the bushwhack as he was farming up these neutrals. Schofield really didn't want to give him all of these last hits, but
he's getting
didn't really have much to say in the matter.
And this Mage Slayer is going to make him basically invincible, right? Like, what are you doing to Mage Slayer max shield Ember in this game with a lineup that is entirely magic damage in the early game and not a lot of reliant lockdown?
And they don't have an easy leading disable to catch this Ember Spirit out in the first place. So it feels like he's always going to get off a slide. He's always going to hit you with Mage Slayer.
Just going to continue to match the Coddle's movement. Be there ready for him.
So just keep on going for the Gyrocopter. It worked for you before, and they'll run him down here. Nisha, in an attempt to punish, but this time around there's too many heroic heroes and not enough Liquid. Nisha's going to make a run for it on the right side here. Has a Spirit to jump to on the left. He has to jump to it, but oh no! The Bushwhack doesn't land. They've got a lot of Shadow Poison stacks, and that'll finish him off. KJ executes him, and Insania slowed down by the time dilation, has nowhere to run to either. He had level 6, but didn't have the mana for a heal to give over to Nisha. So, Heroic go to the Gyrocopter lane, and it pays off heavy dividends. 3 kills for nothing.
Big misstep here from Liquid, just getting sucked into this exchange that was not favorable for them with the Gyro going down first. That was your Chen mech. That was your Ember who, you know, might have been close to finishing up the Mage Slayer by now. Instead goes down off a chase down sequence. I don't think Nisha had any business really dying in this game, and that's a big kill to give away. Still had 33 free farming on this Timber Saw, and he is massive. So when he chooses to join these exchanges, he's going to be big, and he's going to be one of those heroes that can chunk that Kunkka down despite the boat run buff. But every time one of these fights goes a little wrong, it's like that game too. The Faceless Void, he's farming. And he's the scariest hero in this game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hit him with the Purge. Take away that Flame Guard, make his life a little bit more annoying. But these power runes, man. When is Liquid gonna get a power rune for Nisha in this series? What was that disruption?
What?
Hello, KJ? Who paid this guy?
Yeah, what the hell was that, man?
Oh, dear. See this sick dodge What a disruption. Dodges the blast and the Schofield ultimate. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better save.
That was amazing. Make sure to get his PayPal for later.
Liquid. Mickey got caught on there. The blade mail was a little bit of pain there, but Divine Llama, they want to punish him. They're going to go in deep for the strength hero. TP is coming in to cancel it. They just give up on this guy.
I mean, the second 33 is going to match that Kunkka with his own whirling death ability. It's a lot tougher of a fight for Heroic, unless they're willing to commit the Faceless Void as well. And this is that group up push you expect from a Chen lineup with some early sustain. You can Coddle Blast it all you want, but you're not going to stop this tower going down right now. 33, he finished his Yules, he's ready to go. So how much can Hector get out of these time periods?
Nice bushwhack setup here from Schofield. There was unfortunately not enough follow-up there. The Chronosphere, oh no!
Not what he wanted.
He only gets the Timber Saw. Now they have the Spirit Vessel. Oh, he's got a Yules. Gets rid of the Spirit Vessel. Can he get away? Got a Timber Chain, out of there. And the X, was it not on 33? Uh-oh. He missed out on the Timber Saw kill. 33 can come back into play, and so does Nisha. Blowing up Divine Llama. Well, not blowing him up. He's a tanky strength hero, but they'll get him eventually. And they'll take the Ancient Stack. Liquid just bringing numbers to a fight that Heroic does not execute quite well enough to get the pick off.
Man, what a weird exchange. Like, that was the fight that Hector chose to join, but it's just such a weird setup. The execution not there from Heroic.
Another power rune goes to Heroic.
Mage Slayer's up though, so the damage output from the Coddle is going to get diminished. From the Hoodwink as well. If Nisha can land some big slights in these fights, it will be quite nice as we go into the night.
Nice rhyme scheme. Well played.
Thank you. I learned from our Groundfall brethren.
One interesting note here, Liquid drafted this Ember Spirit.
They did. That's quite a good note, Austin. They did indeed draft this Ember Spirit, and it is in this game. It's played by Nisha, if you did not notice. Another note for your notebook.
Shut up! Let me finish.
Is that what she told you last night? I had to get that one in there. Am I even allowed to say that?
He was drafted twice against Kunkka in the G2IG series. And then the third time they drafted it against Extreme, they picked it up against a Mid Zeus. So they obviously have this idea of like this Mage Slayer Ember Spirit being a good idea against these heavy magic damage dealers in Kunkka and Coddle and Zeus.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, there's not really another item build you can go on this hero still.
Yeah.
I guess you can go the Maelstrom, but haven't seen it in a while. I mean, this build feels nice because you're just invincible, basically. As long as you can scale the damage up afterwards, there's not too much downside to it. All the other components are still strong for you.
Yeah, Timbersaw never really laxed in damage, and the Gyrocopter should get there. You add the Mage Slayer on top of the sustain that Chen brings you, and that is... it's just a lot of effective HP on every single hero of Team Liquid. Your AoE damage isn't doing enough to kill the Chen creeps. They're getting mech'd up.
But again, you are dealing with this Faceless Void who's farming, so this is not a game where you can afford to like push some tier 2 and lose that fight and be okay.
For sure.
You have to execute well from here if you're Liquid. Keep the pace up, keep scaling, find the farm on the supports. That's a huge one. If the Marcy and the Chen continue to get big, then okay, you can afford to drop a couple of cores here or there in some of these fights or be a little sloppy. You have a lot more to fall back on, but that's not the case. Then
a second Chronosphere on the Timbersaw solo. Now, the Coddle, pull him back in with the Bushwhack. They have the X on him as well. They'll get the break. Finally, that's enough, but they blew a lot of abilities. The Nisha's coming in with the Haste Rune. They're chasing down Insania right now. Looks like Nisha isn't going to find much of an opening past maybe killing KJ. Can't even stick around for that.
Anything. And there's that misstep that I talked about. Like, these are the kills you can't afford to give away for that easy.
Yeah.
Like, if you're pushing this tier 2, you need everybody there. Heroic are going to be happy to clean up Chen and his creeps. If they get anything else on top of that, it's just a bonus. And to take the Timber, the most farmed hero in this game, bring him down off a Chrono that didn't really do any damage on its own.
Tower is under attack.
Feels really nice for Hector.
Yeah. Liquid, they came into this series, that first game, Heroic just drafted themselves late game and played it well, and we're looking at maybe the same outcome here in game 3 unless Liquid can keep their play clean enough. It didn't work for them in game 1, not with the SF. Maybe that window was too hard to hit, but I feel like this game 3 lineup, the draft can certainly do it for you. It's the play, it's the execution of Liquid that is called into question, whether or not they can pull this off. Eternal Shroud is just around the corner for 33. A BKB is almost there for Boxy. These will be huge item timings. But Divine Llama might be able to find an opening somewhere here. He's got a Coddle behind him, but the Coddle got spotted. The Coddle is the one to be gone on first, and that is not what you want to see if you're Heroic. Gets run down, and now it's just free ballpark. Anybody who's caught, that's probably a kill, and it's going to be Divine Llama slowed down. Schofield is also being caught by the 2 supports. They're going to rebound on top of him. Divine Llama tries to juke his way to the left through a torrent. See if he can get out, but he's just stuck. There's nowhere to run to. Schofield, maybe he has a better chance, but he's out of scurry charges, so he doesn't fare much better. They both die. Coddle dies first. The fight is over.
Amp damage rune for Nisha 100% secures that exchange. They get everybody there. Zania's even gonna give K1 a little high five here in the jungle.
Yeah, just chase him out. Try and limit his farm a little bit.
They really need the Torrent Storm online here. Their team fight's just nowhere near good enough in terms of the damage output to take the Liquid head on.
Which is 650 gold away, which is that Torrent Storm gonna be in time though? Because you're gonna have Kaya Sanj Nisha, you're gonna have BKB Boxy, and you're gonna have Eternal Shroud on Timbersaw. That's a lot of tankiness that you're adding in against that team fight spell. Now an Ags for the Gyrocopter. So even more stats.
I think it's enough if you can bring the Void in and take a fight with a really good Chrono. Lands on 2 or 3. Throw down the Torrent Storm boat and a blast on top of that. It's enough. But that has to be synced up here. And Liquid are just going to do Roche while you do this Tormentor. Their lineup's going to do it very quickly here. This is a sad Tormentor.
Yeah, it's not the best, but you know, at least Hector's farming at the same time. They're gonna get the Demonic Cleanse. I'm not sure which one they really wanted out of that, because the Boomerang would have been really nice to amp up the Kunkka's and Coddle's damage, right?
The thing is, this Hoodwink didn't go cheap items, so he doesn't really have the mana pool to use. Like, he's gonna just rush the Gleipnir here off a Brown Boot stick, so I think you'll take the SD shard. I think Cleanse can do some work here for the Void. Even the Coddle, it's pretty big if you can land the Chains Dispel for the Coddle.
Yep.
Might just be teamfight salvaging.
I mean, he is pretty fast. That Chains is supposed to set up the Mercy coming in with the Dispos, right? But if that Chains doesn't last, because it's being constantly cleansed off and Coddle's just able to outrun the Marcy, and maybe Liquid struggles to get their hands on this crucial hero. Because we saw the way the fight goes if Coddle's spotted first, and we've seen the way it goes when Heroic gets a Chronosphere with Coddle getting everything off. Very different outcomes.
You don't want to fight with this Chrono when there's Aegis, though.
Yeah.
Which, if I'm Liquid, I want to push this to the maximum. Sanj and Kaya completed for the Ember. You all have your tanky items. You have 2 lives on the Gyro. These tier 2s are yours for the taking.
Divine Llama kills the creep wave, so Liquid will find their mid push ruined. And the Shadow Demon, Boxy. Doing a little squirrel hunting out here. Analog's gonna be found in the trees, gonna try and dip through back to the base, and nobody else is there to catch him.
Nisha debating
close by, but
debating if he wants to go to the tier 4s here, but he'll save that for a little bit later. And just
grab.
Effectively one-shots it. God damn.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I think they knew this push was coming from Team Liquid. And so Divine Llama dealt with the mid wave. Schofield was trying to deal with the top wave. But that catch means that Liquid are able to get a new creep wave to push in, and they'll probably start taking this tier 2 top. Or not. I thought they would have wanted to use the Aegis in the Chen army there, but maybe that fight is just a little bit too annoying with Coddle just sitting in the back, blasting away.
How is Hector 1,000 up on Mickey?
Built different.
This guy, it really is, man.
This man is made to be a farmer.
I mean, there were a bunch of stacks on the triangle, definitely helped him out, but to be over 1,000 up after the start he had versus an Ags Gyro who farms pretty fast and had some stacks of his own, kind of just absurd, honestly. He's approaching level 18 for that level 3 chrono. Almost has BKB here.
Dire's top tower.
His damage output is still not great. He still needs level 20 for the talent. He still needs that Mjolnir finished for the extra attack speed. He's getting caught bottom. Liquid cannot convert.
Is under attack.
So Hector getting away with Hector things right now on the hero that he wanted for this game 3.
Yeah, like Heroic may be on the back foot, but it's kind of the position they expected to be in, right? It's like, we got the Faceless Void, we've got the late game. Liquid have this Gyrocopter Chen all-in draft. They're the ones who have to take our tier 2s, and so far, they're holding those tier 2s all right. H is going to expire in a minute and a half here, so... And they've got the BKB on Hector.
He can farm a lot more aggressive now if he wants to.
Yeah, nobody could stop him from BKB TPing. Some call it the Nightfall.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Heroic not going to defend at all. They're fine with just getting farm in exchange for giving up this tier 2.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Liquid have to be here in some kind of numbers just to make sure Mickey doesn't get...
This is where you wish you could just go high ground. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you don't, obviously, but... Damn, would it feel nice to be able to do it. Because your catch is pretty limited. See if Nisha can set up. Ideally, you'd still want to fight with this Aegis. Pretty strong versus Chrono.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Hector's just going to claim another tower. He's continuing to build his net worth lead here. Uncontested. Nisha scouting everything.
Sentry drop. They see him. They hit him with the bushwhack. Can they control? Oh no! Wait, they got him still inside the Chronosphere. He didn't get off a spirit after he slided. It didn't last long enough. Taking out Nisha is big.
He's gonna buy.
But he's gonna buy back with the spirit that he had out there and immediately start running down some heroes here. But he got the Coddle. Can he get more off this? No, the rebound doesn't land on the squirrel that they wanted to get. Sure, they get KJ.
I mean, you run down top here.
Run down top and go high ground?
Yes.
You're pushing into a Kunkka. That is a dangerous game,
no
my
chrono.
friend.
I mean, you bought your Ember and there's no Chrono. Yeah, you have the Chen. You have the sidekick Gyro. Just, you have to go for it. You also know they have no Glyph because you got it out earlier bottom. This is a pretty scary push if you play it right. Not a lot of damage in the tank for Heroic.
They're doing everything they can to chip away at this Gyrocopter and make it so Liquid doesn't feel comfortable keeping this push any longer. And it's kind of working. Hector, though, can't stick around for too much longer, and Mickey feels that he can. So that's the tier 3 down, looking at Elena Barracks. Slight Chains goes out. Glyph. Can anybody get low enough here? Schofield? No, the blast actually stopping the rebound in from the Marcy. And now Boxy is low, and he doesn't have a way of this Torrent Storm until he pops the BKB. 33 gets the low ground as well. They chase away Liquid. They keep their barracks alive. This seems all right. Blast coming in. Hector pushing forward, time walks backwards.
Oh, I got
Boxy
caught.
quick to be able to get the jump in, grabs him with the dispose, rebounds on top of him. There's the disruption save though. A torrent wave pulling in some of these Herons. His 33 is very low. Bushwhack goes out, doesn't quite land on 33. A shot also barely missing, but he hits him with a time dilation, and now 33 without a Yule Scepter has no way out of this one. They have a little bit of heal maybe. They able to fight around him at all. It looks like they're just giving this one up. Oh, got the Timber Chain after the X pullback. He has another Timber Chain in a second, but no. It's just non-stop chase potential for Heroic. Team Liquid, they used the buyback. He said they had to get something out of it. They got a tier 3.
Dire's middle tower.
It can't be worth it, right?
No, that end sequence I don't think is what they wanted. I think that could have been a Rax if you play that a little bit smoother. But the disruption was really nice on the Void. Dodged the missile chain stun. Lets him get another leap off. Otherwise, Hector probably goes down there. And Heroic with a nice defense. Keep the Rax alive. Keep this lead down to a minimum. And the Void is continuing to scale. That's the big deal here. Every fight that happens and Hector lives, it's just getting bigger and bigger. Now he's level 20. Now he has a Mjolnir. The damage is there. This Chrono is a lot more deadly than it was in the early game.
Yeah, you're not even at the satanic level for the Gyrocopter. So these Chronospheres could be a death sentence for him now that you've got damage on the Faceless Void through that 20 talent, some of the items. He has his own damage with the Daedalus, but this is a must-win Roshan fight now for Team Liquid. Otherwise, scales are going to fully tilt Heroic's way.
The power of the pick here in this game 3. You knew it was going to be a slow game, one where neither team was necessarily executing the early game to perfection. Faceless Void just thrives in these types of situations. Game goes late, he finds the farm, he finds that little Chrono kill and pushes him up the chart.
Scanning.
Hector continues to farm up a Storm.
Yeah, even Schofield's getting a lot of damage to put into that Chronosphere. He could buy out a Chrysalis here pretty soon.
Time is money.
This game might come down to next Roshan, who can build up the big items to help them take that fight and contest it.
I think it comes down to next Roshan for Liquid. But I feel like if Heroic loses that Roshan, maybe they lose like Elena Barracks, but it's definitely still a very winnable game for them, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, they can give up a lot of abilities here and still have that team fight potential. Boxy's still finding a lot though.
Radiant are scanning.
Acorn hops over to Boxy. He realizes that he is seen.
I mean, the big factor for Liquid is where that Chrono goes down, who it kind of zones off the fight. If Boxy can get in there and start hitting the Faceless Void and force something awkward from Hector, that's pretty nice. So they're going to poke the Timber Saw a
This
bit.
Timber Saw is very low. With Hector
Man,
here,
he's
this
just
is already
running
looking
in.
like a pretty good situation for Heroic. Mickey trying to stop these heroes. The boat's going to come in. He pops the BKB. K1 Hector trades some damage. He has his time walk coming up. No problem. He uses the Chronosphere. He thinks he's
Not
got
a
this
lot of
kill.
damage.
He's going to all in on this Gyrocopter, see if they have the damage, but it's not quite. The tidal wave pushes the Gyrocopter away. Boxy, he pops his ultimate, starts laying some damage into some of these heroes. With the BKB, he'll finish off Defy Llama. This was not good enough for Heroic to win this fight. They thought they had the damage, but they were wrong, and now they get chased down as they blew too many of their abilities to fail to get a Gyrocopter kill. Maybe even, oh, K1 Hector is still going to be chased
hit
down.
by a missile.
Oh, the missile chased him down, and Boxy kept up with him. They will get 3 out of it for Liquid, and a position to Roshan if they want, or maybe even better, go high ground and take Elena Barracks before you rush.
There's just nothing that got thrown into that Chrono, and the Void's damage is nowhere near enough. That's all Chen. I mean, that is the strength of Chen and why this hero is so highly contested. That Divine Favor armor gets thrown in there. That Gyro took way less damage than he is supposed to there. Throw a heal on top, a mech on top, some extra auras. I mean, you're looking at the buffs on this Chen right now. It's
Are
like
they
8
just
or
going
9
to take
buffs.
Megas? Oh man, what a
Tier
move
2
from Liquid. They're tier 2 mid. Okay, so they're going to take 2 left.
I mean, this is still huge.
It is. It's a very aggressive move right by the tier 4s against the tidal wave, so it's a little bit sticky for Mickey. They got Chainsaw onto the hoodwink, so he's already dead. Is Mickey going to stay alive, though? Mickey, another tidal wave. Back into it. The carry dies. 33 is going to be pulled back into the tier 4s as well. Oh, this was a dangerous game for you to play, Liquid. Deep into the enemy base against a Kunkka like this, and they will get punished for the second time. It is not 2 lanes of barracks. It is 1 lane and a dead carry, with Heroic now being up as 5, with Roshan potentially up to be taken.
This Chakra Magic Kunkka is just going ham, dude. Just wave after wave after torrent after torrent. And that is a bad fight to throw because Roche just respawned. So that was 100% Liquid. If they just took the racks back to bottom, get Roche, go back to the base, you can maybe just push with an Aegis right now while there's no Chrono up. Instead, do Heroic have the time to take this objective? You know Hector wants it. He's going to go for it. This is a huge loss for Liquid. They are not able to contest this, and it does not look like they are.
Yeah, before we were saying that if Liquid lost this Roshan fight, then their game might just be up. They did get a lane of barracks in some ways.
I mean, who cares about a lane of racks compared to an Aegis here?
Yeah.
They're nowhere near.
Scramble to get here in time. It's just going to be too late. Get the banner, get the Aegis, and
can't even chase. Circle it. Chilling.
Random.
Did get to the Basher on Boxy, but it died on his courier in that base push as well. So a lot of missing golden value for him. But he is finding a lot of farm. He's scaling, and it's still a big factor if he can find the connection on these cores in the fight. He has Blink, he has the leap, be able to close the gap. So if he gets on top of the Coddle, he gets on top of even the Kunkka at the start of the fight, you just get that bash guaranteed. It's an easy way to start the engagement. And the second you're on top of Heroic's heroes, it makes the Chrono a lot more awkward here. So I do not think Boxy is afraid to just go in base first.
Another Tormentor to be taken here for Heroic.
Boomerang?
Now they got the Boomerang.
Bloodstone Kunkka. I mean, his Kunkka's not Omega farmed, but the fact he has the extra cooldown reduction from this Coddle is kind of disgusting with this Bloodstone build. So many torrents.
Yeah, you the tidal waves you back, then he X you after that. After you get X pulled, thanks to Chakra Magic, he's got another tidal wave to pull you back even further.
And this Coddle has Shard and Ags too, so you have the double Chakra off the recall.
Yep.
And you have the Will-O-Wisp to just keep people there even longer. Kind of a nightmare of a control zone for the cores from Liquid to fight into without BKBs, which they only have the Gyrocopter BKB. There's no BKB on this Ember or this Timbersaw. They've just opted for the tanky frontline items, the Shrouds, the Shiva's Guards. I mean, those are great, but they don't really help you get out of that whirlwind of pain if you get caught in it.
You weren't a fan of the last Scotty that K1 Hector picked up. Do you like this one more, though?
I mean, yeah, because he has more damage to go with it. I think it's a better Faceless Void item than it is a Razor item for sure.
Yeah.
And it makes sense here with all of the healing Liquid are proposing. But I think after the Scotty, you still want, you just need as much damage as you can get. I would not be a fan if he, for example, goes this Scotty into another HP item.
Oh, Boxy spotted. If you want this kill, you're going to have to use a Chronosphere for it, Hector. Meanwhile, Nisha trying to use all his mobility. Okay, he does use the Chronosphere for it. And Boxy will die. 100-0 inside of it. 1,000 gold for that Boxy kill. So just from a gold perspective, plus he has Aegis, it's not like Liquid's likely to punish you during this Chronosphere.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he didn't have Aegis, I mean, that line's a bit murkier, but since you have it here and that Marcy is such high level, like he's dead for a decent amount of time here. By the time Boxy's back up, you're looking at a minute or less cooldown on this Chrono.
Yeah.
It's worth it. There's the recall for some extra mana.
Man, Octarine on this hero with Shard Axe is kind of disgusting.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah,
is under attack.
we're really getting into. Remember when Tinker was the only hero that could spam ability after ability nonstop? Now we got this Coddle, Chakra Magic. We've got Dazzle who does it for you now. A tier 2 for free. A minute left on an Aegis.
He's going Satanic. And I don't know. Again, this is like what I didn't want to see. I'm just not feeling this like double survivability itemization here in both these games. I don't think he needs it. And I think your worry here with this Liquid Ball is running out of damage. You're going to have 2 Shiva's guards to get through Eternal Shrouds, Satanic Gyro, and all these heroes are backed up by Chen. You have to respect how much HP Chen gives these frontliners.
Trying to grab BK. BKB Satanic available. Will this save him from this situation? He's broken. He's not getting the extra shots in, but the hero, the Satanic heal is coming through, and the Faceless Void is dead. He's going to lose that first life. Divine Llama has used his Bloodstone Torrent Storm to keep himself up and also control the Gyrocopter a little bit more. K1 Hector going back at it again. See if he can kill Mickey this time around.
He has no chrono.
He just
such an awkward fight.
Have the damage or the control. Oh, they hit the Bushwhack though on the Ember Spirit. Nisha hopping around, X on him, controlled back by the Ignis, and he jumps to his Spirit. Not available. Scythe of Ice put onto K1 Hector. He's able to time walk off that situation. Meanwhile, Boxy's found the Shadow Demon. Quickly takes him down. K1 Hector actually goes for the Chronosphere onto Boxy's Marcy. This is how important this hero is in. It is not quite enough damage by itself. He finished them out towards the end of it. Meanwhile, this Ignis is constantly catching Mickey in 33. Pulled in by the False Fire. Constantly Bushwhack, Tidal Wave. They cannot get away from these heroic heroes, nor can they hit them accurately. They don't have the disables. They don't have the getaway, and they will be taunted and waved goodbye by Heroic throughout the entirety of this team fight with 33, the last one to be shaken down.
What does this guy have? It's like the 4th Will-O-Wisp in this fight. Just absurd cooldown reductions on this Keeper of the Light. I mean, Analog is destroying them from the backline. Nisha is trying to chase him, but Nisha does not have enough damage on his own to kill this Coddle right now. And getting 3 or 4 of those off, plus, I mean, an endless amount of other spells. Just ridiculous value. He got 10 Solar Binds. What? He got 10 Solar Binds, 11 Illuminates, 9 Blinding Lights, 9 Chakra Magics.
And we don't know how many. It felt like it was 3 or 4
I
of those
feel like it was.
Will-O-Wisps.
I mean, if you're counting the very start of that fight, I think it was 3 for sure. It might have been a 4th. Yeah, just ridiculous.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, thanks to the Coddle as well, they were able to recall in the Faceless Void for some instant tower damage.
He's going to have Chrono back up in 30.
They're going to get a lane of barracks. Even though the team fight was on their side of the map, they're able to instantly go for the punish. 1 lane of barracks, maybe more. Does Heroic want to stick around despite Liquid coming up with all 5 heroes?
They have a lot of momentum right now in this game. Sure, gonna force the issue. He needs to find the Hoodwink, needs to find the Coddle.
Got him on the Bushwhack. Boxy, he's gonna try and finish off Schofield, but Nisha is dealing with bashes right now. But K1 Hector doesn't want to stick around. He knows he was gonna run out of bashes at some point in time. And he jumps away instead of trying to go for the kill. They just cut their losses at a Hoodwink.
There's a gem down.
Oh, okay. Hoodwink and a gem. It'll be really awkward if Roshan spawns right away and Liquid forces it. Because they would not have the Hoodwink for that event.
Does have backtrack. This Void he's kind of peeking.
He's crazy tanky with the Scotty Satanic and the backtrack talent.
Good luck bringing this guy down early on in the fight. I mean, you do have that Hex on 33 we saw, but I think he expended 2 Hexes on that Faceless Void. Neither of them were able to finish Hector off.
I mean, if I'm looking at this, from Liquid's perspective, I almost can't go on the Void. I think you have to catch this Coddle.
I mean, for sure you want to catch Analog here, but that's easier said than done.
Well, Blink Scythe might help 33 get that job done. Liquid pushing out this wave, hoping that Roshan would spawn for them while the Hoodwink is dead. It's not going to happen. And that'll leave Heroic plenty of time to farm out some of the map, get their Hoodwink back into play.
I mean, they have to smoke. Have to smoke towards this Roche. Cannot afford to just give it up for free here.
Maybe they can catch Heroic on an angle, but it's Heroic who might catch Liquid at an angle here. They're going to lead on 33. Is this the hero they want to go on? They spotted K1 Hector at the same time. Mickey's pushing forward on that one. Missile's going to chase after Hector, blocked by the Lincolns. Now they deal with the Will-O-Wisp. But there's plenty more Will-O-Wisp to come. If last team fight was any indication, Nisha jumps after Divine Llama, not going to find that one either. Boxy also used his ultimate here. A lot of things blown by Liquid, but not able to get a good firm grasp on these heroic heroes. K1 Hector threatening to jump back in. BKB had to be used by Mickey in that situation.
They got it out.
And now they can go for the kill. He's got a Satanic, he's got some heals from the Chen. It's really the only thing. This Will-O-Wisp is destroying them on the high ground. Now the Chronosphere plus the Torrent Storm all in on the Gyrocopter, and there's nothing you can do about it if you're Liquid. X landing onto Boxy right before he got the jump away. Has to use his BKB.
They're just getting out. Kited to perfection here. Liquid take the bait, going deep. And the second you use that BKB, you are in trouble.
And just one more Will-O-Wisp. A third one to be used.
This Coddle build has really paid off. It's not often we see the Ags Octarine pay this many dividends, but damn, has that been good. And Boxy, he just can't find these openings because he has to jump into so much crap. There's Torrent Storm, there's Will-O-Wisp, there's Chrono he has to think about when he goes in. It's not as straightforward as he can just blink BKB, take a big hero down.
Tormentor's consolation prize for Liquid, but as the winners of the fight, Heroic will get Roshan. That'll give them Aegis and a Refresher Shard on top of the banner. Can't forget the banner.
I would say this automatically goes to Hector for double Chrono, and it probably will. But to be honest, he's so damn rich, he doesn't have the slots for it. He doesn't want anything, he's too wealthy. The guy out-farmed himself.
Scotty Satanic is good enough survivability for me. He says, I don't need an Aegis, I've got a Lincoln's, I've got a Manta. Everything is survivability except for this Mjolnir.
I mean, now you have double Bloodstone, Torrent Storm, Boat, Wave, X, with Chakra on top of all of that, and you can't burst the Kunkka first because he has the second life as well. So now you just don't have an easy target if you're Liquid. You can't find the Coddle. The Kunkka you can't go on. The Void is unburstable. Hoodwink, I guess. Yeah, they'll take that.
Yeah, you're going to have to do some tricky plays if you're Liquid, pretty much. These are your options.
And we see how fast they vacate the premises.
Yeah.
They know their targets in this game. It's going to be the supports from now on. Find the Hoodwink, find the Shadow Demon, gain an advantage there. Just rely on Mickey to survive the brunt of the force. Almost level 25 himself.
So, Flat Cannon will come up a little bit faster than normal, but it's not nearly as impactful as Faceless Voids. That one, though, is pretty good. Double 2 Sleight of Fist charges for the Ember Spirit, plus he completed Octarine, so Ember Spirit is going to be hopping around like a madman. It's just, is he ever going to have the damage to kill that Coddle?
Nope, but he'll have the setup, so you got to get Boxy with him. We see the two of them smoked behind right now.
Yeah, Boxy certainly brings some damage with him, that's for sure.
And if you can chain somebody up and get the Marcy in there, it's an easy clear through.
A little bit of lag on both sides here. They unpause. I believe both teams tried to pause at the same time is what I'm going to assume happened there. (23-22), Game 3, elimination. The winner of this goes on and gets to play in the playoffs of DreamLeague. The loser gets knocked out. And if it's Liquid's case, it's going to be another DreamLeague that they bomb out in the group stage for. If it's Heroic losing, it's them and their chances of getting a Riyadh direct invite gone. They're going to have to play through qualifiers. So what you can win out of this is nice, but what's at stake, that's going to be weighing on both of these teams' minds quite heavily, I would imagine, during this awkward pause situation. So Heroic, it feels like kind of almost any regular team fight they can win in a myriad of ways. How does Liquid win this fight?
Find the backline, find the supports, clear them out, and then commit the cores onto the Hex from 33. Start taking down these big cores, but I think it has to start between the SD, the Hoodwink, and the Keeper of the Light. You have to find 2 of those 3. Between this Ember and the Marcy. You're gonna see the Hoodwink on this ward. This is exactly what they want to see. And
got the first hit
probably
back.
Gone.
Chain stunned. Can they get out?
They did not instant TP.
No, they did not. They've got a ward on them right now. Boxy outside of that ward now tries to go for it. The Chronosphere landed on 2. Can they get both here? The boat is going to chain this stun pretty nicely onto the Ember Sphere. The support is already dead. It's a question of whether or not Nisha can get out, and he got pulled back in after the jump over. It works out very well for Heroic.
The not instant TPing out really burnt them there. And Heroic get rewarded for instantly retaliating. The nice 2-man chrono from Hector working towards an Axe, as that's the only thing he can build and still hold on to here.
Yeah. I mean, next he could go for consuming a Moon Shard, but I mean, this will be pretty crazy. Ags, Faceless Void with a Coddle constantly
rich.
giving him chakra magic.
He's so rich. Yeah, the cooldown reductions here are so good for their lineup.
There's the problem there. If you try and go on any of these other heroes without going on the supports, the disruption save from KJ is going to ruin all your plans. Trying to take this team fight without the Ember Spirit, it looks bad. Mickey pulled out of position. Satanic going to be activated here. Now the Torrent Storm's coming in, but he may not have a chance to get off this BKB unless the stuns stop, and they don't.
Gone.
It chains just perfectly for the blast to come through and finish him off. A buyback now used by Mickey. But Heroic, not deterred at all. They don't need a Chronosphere to win fights anymore.
They don't even need the Void. It's just the Kunkka and the magic damage. Threatening Mickey 100-0. You have to just commit to the fight here if you're Liquid. Ember coming up in 5. Do you let Heroic get out of here for free?
Hit him with the scythe. Oh, they're going for it. KJ on the high ground gets the disruption.
They
Can they possibly get a stun? He tried to get a bash out instantly. It didn't work. Meanwhile, Nisha jumped in straight to the back line. Hit him with the slide. Schofield's getting a little bit low here, and they do manage to finish him off, chasing after more heroes with the flamethrower, trying to slow down these heroes, try and get as many as they can. They got the Coddle, and that's a big one. Heroic say, that's fine. You can take 2. We're still in control of this game.
They got a Rax. They got the buyback out of the Gyro. It only cost them 2 here. Even held on to that Aegis. Will expire now, but Heroic probably happy with that exchange overall. It puts Mickey in a very precarious position because he is the hero that has to play on that front line. You can't just say, let's keep the Gyro in the back and let someone else spend the buybacks first. He's their damage.
Yeah.
He has to play up. And now there's a refresher on this Kunkka, so what was misery before now becomes a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, that one team fight when they had the refresher shard looked impossible. Now every team fight is going to look impossible in that regard. Got the Yules on him, stopping the X pullback, but the Demonic Cleanse allows Divine Llama just to walk it off.
Almost feels like you need a second Hex here or something.
Yeah. It's another part of the problem, right, is that Timbersaw can't frontline for you because he's also your Hex initiation. He needs to be able to stay out of sight so he can get the Blink Hex on one of these supports or the Coddle.
And at least you got level 25 on Marcy. It's a lot of extra damage. Free Sacred Relic on 2 heroes.
Yeah, that adds a lot to Nisha's damage or the Gyrocopter flat cannon shots, whichever one you choose. Either one has a nice spread damage.
Yeah, I don't think the issue is necessarily the damage, it's the lockdown.
Yeah.
Keeping one of these heroes in the same place during the BKB duration on the gyro so he can hit him, like syncing all of that up is the problem right now. All these heroes getting to the ultra late game here.
Dude, I never noticed that other time. Chakra Magic, strong dispels. And he's got 2 of them thanks to the shard. That sounds pretty damn good.
Yeah, it probably is pretty good. It's not much for this game, but
sure.
You still have all these auras on the Chen. You still have a decent amount of sustain. You have an Ember level 25 with an Ags Eaton, Stormcrafter of his own. In theory, Nisha should be doing a crap ton of damage on the backside of these fights by now. Something to note is he doesn't have a Dispel for time dilation.
Yeah.
He gets hit by it.
He's just avoiding the Faceless Void at all costs, right?
Yeah, but avoiding Void means he's just going straight into your team.
Is there an item suggestion you have in mind? Because he does have 5,000 gold. He's holding on to buyback, but...
No, you just have to take good angles in the fight. Find the heroes you want to find here. Wind Waker for Mickey. He's going to try and dodge out some of these spells.
Wind Waker.
Hector doesn't care if you fly away. He's just going to take your buildings.
A late BKB for the Timbersaw.
Yeah, that man has a Daedalus by now, by the way. This Hoodwink starting to hurt. A lot of extra damage to put into that Chrono or Torrent Storm. You get caught in it. Not an easy target to find. Nisha's work is cut out for him here as Liquid are just going to 5-man smoke down bottom. They refuse to give up another Roshan.
There's a high ground road. Perfectly positioned for Heroic. This could be so bad for Liquid if they walk into this one. Time Walk ends up hitting. They blow up the 2 supports, though. Actually, just a Hoodwink, but
Divine
the Kunkka is also going to be dying here. He didn't get off anything. They throw out the Chronosphere, but it misses. K1 Hector had his chance to be able to finally lock down Nisha, but he missed. He missed his shot. Now Nisha, he's got a second chance. Jump forward. Boxy going for the Shattered, even trying to catch these supports whenever possible, but he spotted Analog. Couldn't get the bashes. Now he's locked in by bashes from K1 Hector instead. Boxy hits 1, managed to get the jump away. Mick is trying to get these locked down. He's trying to get in to get some damage onto some of these heroes. He finished off another support. Nisha's hitting the back line again and again and again and again. He just will not stop. Another slide of fence. Jumping around, but Tori lands on him now. He's in trouble perhaps as the bashes start cutting him down. Spirit Festival. Wait, another Spirit. He jumps out, but he's finished off by the blast. He has a buyback. Round 2 for Nisha as he goes straight for Analog. He sees his target. It's the Coddle. They want him dead, and they'll have him. But that's a second life for Analog too. While K1 Hector just will not die on his first life. Constantly Time Walk. Once he's surrounded by 4 heroes, that's when he finally dies for over 2,000 gold to 33.
A dream, a prayer for Liquid. They just Hail Mary it down that bottom lane, and Nisha working Hector in that fight. Gets on the back line, dodges the Chrono, and the second that Chrono is gone, that fight is wide open. They found the back line, and they found it multiple times there. A dieback for the Hoodwink, a buyback forced out of the Coddle. Can they get Roshan, though? That is the question.
Liquid's sitting here the second time in the game going, please, Roshan, spawn. They need a little luck right now, and it's going to spawn in just a second here. We'll take a look back at that fight. I thought it was going to be bad because I thought Hector was going to be able to hit a Chronosphere, but instead he gets distracted by 33, and Mickey just rolls up on these heroes and demolishes them.
Yeah, he got some good-ass crits in that early portion of the fight, and we were talking about getting the disables to set the gyro up. I mean, he just walked into him there. Yeah. Takes a Kunkka down 100-0, and now you're in a situation where you have to recall all these heroes back into the fight off buybacks. It's just hella awkward because you don't have Chrono to set the fight up for them. Nisha knows his mark, Hand of God doing work here to save Boxy, and now you're stuck having to deal with this Ember with everybody, and it takes so long to bring him down. So many lives that the damage is done. This is going to result in Roshan going Liquid's way. An Aegis on the Ember to repay Nisha for his buyback.
I mean, this is part of the build, right? This Faceless Void is a target that they don't have to hit first. They can save him for last.
Especially if that Chrono gets whiffed.
Yeah. Now, we go back into the game. We did have Roshan taken for Team Liquid. If you're wondering where the spoils went, we have an Aghanim Scepter that was given to Boxy. So Boxy now has this Unleash that does an AoE silence.
And he has Refresher to go with it.
Yeah.
So he's incredibly farmed now. Basically just a core. Straight up.
We have Aegis for Nisha because he uses buyback. K1 Hector. Oh! Oh!
What was that? He just didn't chains him.
Did he not have the chains up? What else would he have chained?
Hector is lucky to be alive right now. This man's got 9 lives and he's spent 8 of them. 4 buybacks for Heroic in that fight is what we're looking at right now. So you definitely push here if you're Liquid. Anybody you claim is dead forever. And in fact, Hector bought out for a Refresher. The 8th slot for this man. He feels like he needs 2 Chronos.
They also have Scythe of Ice on Analog. So Nisha may be super slippery, but you can't really dodge a Scythe of Ice.
Yeah, but he's so damn tanky now. We saw how long it took them to bring him down.
Yeah. Also, going high ground, it's always so hard against Kunkka Coddle.
Okay, but the question is, if you don't go high ground here when none of these dire heroes have buyback, what are you waiting for?
Yeah.
Are you waiting 60-minute neutral items? Is that a good enough advantage to wait for? Might be.
Okay, they do have really good Divine Rapier heroes. They don't have it queued up yet, but...
I mean, Mickey has like 1 more slot.
Are scanning.
Shield Rune pretty tempting as well. Does get purged though.
Hey, give it to Boxy. I'm the carry now.
I mean, yeah, he is the carry. He is a straight carry. The net worth has shifted considerably here off that last Roche. But of course, you have an almost level 30 Faceless Void with 8 slots and a lot of disable behind him.
Okay, so Heroic push out because they want to be out on the map when 60 minutes happens. They want to get these tier 5 neutral items and then get back to their base for the defense.
And does Liquid know this is happening? They're smoking up here like they do. They don't want to get these up.
He's going to run into some heroes here. Breaks. Does he find anything from this? No.
Narrow escape for Heroic here.
Did he realize that his smoke broke? Maybe he thought it just timed out the ninja gear?
Either way, it will deny some of those neutral items from Heroic. They're going to have to get him on the other side of the map.
Unfortunately, Analog is able to bring Hector to where he's needed.
Very fast force boot selection for the Timber.
What items would be game-changing for you?
Your shield. Hector just loves his survivability, man. I don't know. What can you say? Screw damage. You're just never going to be able to kill me. I mean, what is even mirror shielding? I guess the Hex is what he's worried about.
Okay, that was so bold, Boxy. Holy crap. He just used an Unleash BKB to take a range barracks when there is Chronosphere to stop BKB.
Yeah, I don't know if that was worth the risk reward, but okay, he gets away with it.
Little insane. And they also know he TP'd out, so Heroic feels strong enough to like aggressively push in to take more jungle areas for more tier 5s.
So double force boots for Liquid on the Ember and the Timber. We're going to see what Mickey opts for here.
Oh, Book of Shadows, very good choice for Insania, I think.
Oh yeah, that is definitely nice here. Can save some people in the Chrono, in the Torrent Storm combinations. Giant's Ring for the Gyro. That's a big-ass ship.
Yeah, more HP, more movement speed. It's same as Force Boots in that it gives you boots from your neutral item slot, right?
And a Giant's Ring for the Kunkka. Where you have a big ship, you need a big captain, Austin.
Oh boy. Seer Stone for KJ. That
feels good.
Pretty big range on Disruption.
And a Book of Shadows for the Hoodwink. So both teams playing with the save here. Only missing one tier 5. Trying to hunt it now. And these buybacks are coming back for Heroic. That's the big factor here. Still missing some gold, but that timer is basically gone. And Hector eyeing Divine Rapier here.
Hector!
He needs help.
He is far away from his base. This one-time walk is going to be good enough. He has to use a Chronosphere to make sure he gets out. Another time walk is coming up in a second. He's got Chakra Magic to maybe help bail him out here as well. So that's okay for now. Wait, Boxy goes in. He's found his Analog. He found his mark. That's exactly who he wants. Real quick, refresh, jump away. Analog. He's out of here. So is Nisha, though. Everybody's resetting.
They got double BKB and the refresher out of Hector. He did not want to have to use it there. It's a big win for Boxy. But can you do anything with it?
Yeah, are you willing to go high ground with it?
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Insania could buy out a Wind Waker right now if he wants. If he feels like his buyback is not as potent as having just another save, and I would agree, that's the right choice.
The more of these Wind Wakers that come out, the harder Hector's life's going to be. These Chronos are just not as reliable. You have to deal with Book of Shadows, multiple Wind Wakers.
The Wind Waker will come back into an X still. Trying to start for it. Chronosphere. He got the save. There is no save for this Gyrocopter as a result. Meanwhile, though, Nisha jumps straight to the back line with 33 and Boxy. They demolish those supports, man. They're gone. Can K1 Hector stop their retreat now? Boxy's knocked out of the air, tied away, pulled back, popped his BKB. Now he challenges Hector to a boxing match. Throws out some punches, but now it's Unleashed is out of cooldown and dropped back into the X by the hook. Now 33, tries to look for Analog, but once again, Heroic is kiting out Liquid. With the invisibilities, the Glimmer Capes, the neutral items, they're struggling to be able to get their hands on these heroes without the disables that were provided by Boxy. 33's making a run for it. He's got a Wind Waker, he's got Timber Chains.
Can't get out though.
Is he gonna stay ahead of the X? It's looking good.
Force Boots guarantees it, yeah. He's gone. A dangerous push from Liquid goes pretty wrong there, as like you said, the save got caught in the Chrono along with the Gyro, so no Book of Shadows, no Wind Waker to bail the Gyro out. They just have to commit their own assault on that back line. No buybacks were there for either of the supports. They're coming up now. But again, that was a fight where Liquid can end the game if they take it well and eliminate the buyback capacity.
Nisha trying to save the buybacks for his team is going to cut the wave. One range creep remaining, though. Should be able to deal with it with a slight, no problem.
60 seconds for Hector's Chrono here.
It does mean backdoor protection went down for a second there. Hector daring the high ground by himself, has to use the BKB. An Aghanim Scepter for the Timber Saw means that he can kind of stand toe-to-toe against anybody. 20 more seconds. Another creep wave coming in.
This would be Megas. Heroic can claim it.
Nisha's gonna come back and try and kill that wave. Is Heroic gonna be able to do anything to stop it? Side goes. Analog coming in, throws out the Chakra.
I mean, Hector just wants buildings here.
Just see if they can get the Megas. 5 more seconds till the Gyrocopter's back up. He's almost here. And Heroic say that's not enough time to be able to get the melee barracks.
They back. I mean, this is going to the next Roshan now. It is respawned up top. It's another Ag Scepter. Don't even know who you'd give it to here.
Yeah, who doesn't have Ag Scepters at this point?
The Hoodwink, I guess, is pretty garbage.
Dude, it's gonna be Insania. We're gonna see Martyrdom. Do you even know what that does, Avery?
Yeah, it's global heal.
Grants Persuaded Creep's Martyrdom ability. Sacrifice the life of this unit to heal an ally or damage an enemy with the current level Hand of God. He can kill his creeps to give somebody a heal.
I guarantee you he has never used it once in his entire life. And he will probably not pick it up simply because he has never used it his entire life.
They have nobody else to give it to, though. Do you kill it? Does he not want the extra net worth?
I mean, no, he'd definitely take it, but they're just gonna leave it? I mean, somebody has to claim this. Meanwhile, Heroic, they're coming to fight.
Will-O-Wisp goes out. They spotted the Kunkka. Kunkka's a really good kill. All they say we control, but no. A time walk in bash allows Divine Llama to be able to get away from this gyrocopter. Now he's walking over the cliffs. A bushwhack lands onto the Ember Spear. Managed to get the force boots over the side. Hit him with the Chronosphere anyway. Got the Marcy. Got the Ember. Just what K1 Hector needed to be able to finish this fight. Potentially, Nisha gets to jump over the way. Still has the X on him. Hit him with the second Chronosphere. Take Mickey down as well. Potentially underneath this Chrono. It doesn't quite last long enough, but the boats are coming in. Hit after hit after hit after hit with the side.
Book of Shadows.
On top of it. Nisha with a buyback coming in. The Book of Shadows bails out the gyrocopter for 1 life, but he's got a second 1 life coming in now. Analog spotted by Nisha. He goes straight for it. While K1 Hector tries to help out his backline, chasing after Nisha, but he doesn't have the Chronospheres anymore. 33 jumping forward. He's immediately going to be put into Biggie's state while K1 Hector fights for his life, trying to stay half HP. Gets a time walk over to the side. Divine Llama getting in some of those ways. Heroic trying to kite back once again. Keeping it back way. Disruption. Good save for K1 Hector to be able to get a time walk off. He's fighting out. Wait, no, it's not enough. He gets disabled, but he does have the buyback. 2 more cheeses left for the side of Liquid. Schofield on the run, invisible. He's gonna get away.
And meanwhile, look at the pace.
Wait,
one
the
more
melee
lane.
barracks?
Somebody
TP.
Defend it. It would have all been for naught. I mean, what is the end result of this? It's 2 buybacks committed from Liquid on both their backline assassins in the Ember and the Marcy, and a single buyback on that Faceless Void from Hector, which one might argue didn't even yield anything since he comes back, but he has no Chronos. Will pick up a Moon Shard for himself on top of a Nullifier in the backpack. The man has got all the gold in the world, but it feels like once those Chronos are down, he does not offer anything.
Yeah.
Still expensive buybacks for Liquid. They're still sitting on 2 cheeses.
$30,000 net worth lead for Team Liquid. 2 cheeses.
Oh, we have it. We have the martyrdom.
He finally took that X.
He will claim it here. Can he use it is the question.
Okay, so if you click on the creep, it now has the Hand of God Martyrdom ability on it.
I mean, honestly, it's not bad. It's not a bad spell at all. If you can get a couple creeps up, it's a lot of extra heal into a target. Might be stuck in the Chronosphere, right?
Yeah, the range is pretty big too, so he can keep these creeps pretty far back, not inside the Chronosphere, and still be able to heal Mickey. If he has multiple of these and actually uses it, it's 350 heal. Do you think the heal per second stacks?
I have no idea. I don't know if Valve knows how this spell works. And this spell might not exist for much longer, so this might be your last chance ever to use it.
Tormentor, but nobody take the shard.
I mean, what is Heroic's solution to this kind of buyback-driven teamfight from Liquid? Like, you're committing Chronos, you're taking down a couple heroes, Liquid commit the buybacks, and then if you can't win that fight, how do you ever win this game? Are you making progress here if you're Heroic? Continuing to lose net worth lead. Continuing to lose the back end of these fights. Now this gyro is caught back up to where Hector was. It's all evened out. He's got his Swift Blink. He's got his damage.
So the Timbersaw and the Chen haven't had to buy back at all.
I mean, it feels like Liquid are starting to have more in the tank here in this ultra late. The Kunkka and the Coddle are just falling off. They're all spell damage oriented. Yeah, they can throw all this stuff out, but when people have refreshers, when they have double BKB, when they have the Swift Blinks, when they have Refresher, Ags, Ember Spirit, it's so much backline jump. It's so much physical burst that can get on top of you instantly. The positioning from Heroic needs to be on point here.
I mean, that just means
want to have a chance.
You need some Dagon 5s. That's all I'm hearing.
I mean, Dagon 5s, Hexes.
I mean, somehow...
Something.
He's going back for a Shiva's. How did they not have a Shiva's?
Oh, I mean, he was prioritizing the teamfight spell damage and dealing with the magical burst early.
Well, now you just amped up your magic damage by 15%.
It's a big item to pick up here. And Octarine's the only thing you're missing.
Reminder for everybody who is, if you're just now tuning into this game, if you're wondering why the hell the patch isn't dropped yet and you're like, what's going on? Oh, there's this match between Heroic versus Liquid that's going on. This is the elimination tiebreaker match. Game 3. Game 1, Heroic took the late game and rolled with it. Liquid didn't have anything to deal with it when it came to draft. Game 2, Liquid controlled the game pretty well. They had better late game in the Faceless Void, so they take game 2. Heroic say, okay, we're going to try and take the ultimate late game hero in Faceless Void, but now we're here at 73 minutes, and it seems the Void is not enough. Spotted, a Hoodwink, a free pickoff maybe, but Nisha is scared. He doesn't know where the Faceless Void is, and he cannot afford to get caught inside these Chronospheres.
Hector hunting.
Blinked into a torrent. A little awkward for 33, but he's so tanky. They're going to try and tidal wave him back, pull him out of position. Really, it's the only way they want to go on it. And they got a BKB out of him, so that's good enough.
Hector does not want to commit on this Timber. He wants the Gyro, he wants the Marcy, he wants the Ember. He wants the damage dealers. Protect his team. Still double cheese on the side of Liquid, but they don't have the item slots to be able to use it.
Half HP, pretty damn fast. A disruption save comes out. The ult of the Book of Shadows. He pops his BKB and makes a run for it. Chronosphere. Placed onto him. Nisha goes past it. Straight to the Coddle. While the Gyrocopter dies inside of it, there was no save from the Chen. He could not get there in time, and now they have to use their buyback. While Nisha is trying to catch these heroes once again, they're slippery, but surely something's going to die here. Divine Llama uses a refresher for a second
chrono.
BKB. A second Chronos here put to use. They finish off Boxy. That's a dieback there, but they finally got the Kunkka. He does have buyback, though. It's going to be Liquid playing with the numbers disadvantage while Nisha's still trying to chase after this damn squirrel, but Schofield's all over the place. 33, they got a nullifier on him. That means the Aghanim Scepter isn't that useful anymore. Can Insania do anything to save this Timbersaw, who hasn't had to use his buyback yet? Tidal Wave pushed around. Finally Mickey's back into the play, but K1 Hector is feeling good about this fight. They've taken several Liquid members down. Now if he can just finish off Mickey, that'd be another dieback. Plays it safe. Time walks back, slowing it down. Heroic start backing off and dealing with some of these heroes that are assaulting their backlines. If they can catch Nisha or deal with 33, this Aghanim Scepter, the squirrel is somehow still alive, taunting Nisha this entire time. Another Will-O-Wisp going up. BKB nullifier onto 33. He's trying to get back. A little bit of vision. BKB on Nisha, trying to finish up the squirrel. Another Book of Shadows being used. Another scurrying way into the trees. Maybe they go for Divine Llama. That would be a dieback, but a tidal wave coming in. Nullifier onto Mickey. Mickey getting low. K1 Hector trying to finish him off, and he does. He finally gets the second dieback on the side of Liquid. Well, now it's Nisha fighting for it, but he can't kill anything. He doesn't have the damage anymore. He doesn't have the spirits. He doesn't have the mana. He doesn't have the HP. 33, the last core standing, hoping that Nisha will come back and save him. Where is my Superman, he says, but he's not here. Heroic is your kryptonite. They've taken 3 down, no buybacks, 2 left, and all of Heroic are coming for that throne. They're coming for this game 3, and they're coming to eliminate Team Liquid.
They just can't kill the damn squirrel, man. He got off, I think, 4 Book of Shadows in that fight. Nisha spent half his life chasing Schofield, and it might have been the last one he'll give in this tournament. As Liquid on the brink of elimination here. What can he do now? The Chrono's just coming off cooldown. The fight lasted so damn long. He's gonna have another one in 10 seconds here. Chen bites the dust, the last buyback for Liquid. Boxy will respawn.
How do you do this, Boxy? They go for the Kunkka. Immediately
for your
sacrifice. No chance.
My
Taken
God.
out in an instant.
Nisha versus the world.
The hitting job that he's tried to do for the last 2 minutes. Go for the supports. He can't get him. Like sand, they just slip through his fingers over and over and over again. A Chronosphere on more Heroic heroes than there are Liquid left. And Heroic will finish this game 3 in style. They will stave off elimination. They will stay alive in DreamLeague. And they're going to the playoffs.
I mean, what an end to the day. What an end to a patch, potentially. And what an end to Liquid in another DreamLeague where they get eliminated in last. This team just can't find a way to stave off their fate in this online league, as they just seem stunned. Like, I mean, Hector's chilling. This is his zone, right? He got the Void in the game 3. He got the ultimate late game carry. And ultimately, does he carry this game? I mean, yes, he does. But it definitely came down to the supporting cast here from Heroic. Analog, Davai Lama just carrying those mid-game fights. The Chakra Magic, the recalls. How many bushwhacks does Schofield land? How many disruptions are there to bail out K1 when he needs it? The purges, the cleanses, the damn Squirrel Man with the Book of Shadows and a Shadow Blade. This goddamn Squirrel with a triple-double. You just couldn't find the goddamn Squirrel to save your life here with 30 remnants. It doesn't matter, because Schofield is there to ruin your day one last time.
What a game to be able to finish off this patch. That is Liquid versus Heroic Game 3. Heroic go to the playoffs of DreamLeague Season 23.
And that means that the Riyadh dream is still alive for them, because if they are able to secure a top 2 finish here at DreamLeague Season 23, then that means that they will get a direct invite, and Team Spirit will actually be out of contention and have to fight through the regional qualifiers. At the end of the day, though, what a way to encapsulate a 7.35D. I don't think I could have asked for a better indication. A team attempting to go high ground fails. 7 Wind Wakers, give or take. Chen was in the game.
True.
He was there.
But he did not win. So maybe that is a heralding of new times to come.
I mean, this is one of those games that has way too much stuff to break down in the amount of time that we have, but I do want to say, when you do get to these ultra late game situations, there's generally 2 things that really determine the outcome of a game ultra late. It is who has the... It's either about having the initial burst and killing a really key hero and getting off on the right foot, or it's about being able to kite forever.
Okay.
And you looked at the side of Heroic, their supports were living so long. The Hoodwink kept kiting, Shadow Demon with his disruption as well, and they itemized specifically to target the Wind Wake. Oh my goodness, what is going on here?
It was a very emotional slamming out of
Usually
Davai
people
Lava.
smash their monitor when they lose Davai, but you do you. Yeah, so I think ultimately they invested a ton of gold into these Wind Wakers, right, on the side of Liquid, but just got countered out by Demonic Purge and the Nullifier on the Faceless Void. So they couldn't go for the same kite you guys forever like the side of Heroic could. And they also didn't have the burst to get the initial kills. Nisha fell off ultimately in his ability to kill supports, which I think was the primary thing keeping Liquid in a good spot for a very long time.
I think another aspect of late game Dota that has to be talked about, or like when you look at which teams win and why, it also just comes down to refreshers. Like, how many refresher big spells does one team have compared to another? Because refresher is one of the late game items in this patch. And you look at Heroic's draft, they had the refresher Chronos, they had the refresher Torrent Storm plus boats, they had the Will-O-Wisps, right? Whereas on the side of Liquid, they didn't have these really huge spells that they were able to cast once or twice. There were these low cooldown type of heroes, which, while they're great in the early game, in the late game, those heroes do tend to fall off because they just get out team fought, which is what happened towards the end. But I do think we have to talk about the absurdity of the high ground Kunkka defense. I mean, Kunkka just tidal waving people back, refreshing tidal waving, getting chakra and torrenting and Xing, and it's just... I've had enough, honestly. I think that game represented everything that I hate about this patch. I'm tired. I'm tired after watching that.
We can decompress because I actually got a BSJ to illuminate even more about high ground in this patch.
And that's just how much I have loved going high ground in this patch, as I'm sure all of you at home have. So we're going to take you all the way back to a part of the game you probably don't even remember, as we're going to pull up that initial high ground attempt from Liquid, I believe over 50 minutes ago, as this is when Coddle is dead, Chrono's on cooldown, and Kunkka's boat is on cooldown. But now Coddle's respawning and having the ability to stall with the Kunkka alone, using multiple tidal waves, multiple torrent X's, bushwhacks galore. This is the advantage that, what other recipe can you imagine that actually leads to going high ground? And this is the first failed attempt that led to a 50-minute game, or sorry, 50-minute longer game. As you see how long and drawn out these fights are, there just seems to be so much of an advantage going towards the team that's defending. And when you see a hero like Coddle, Chakra Magicking Kunkka, Chakra Magicking the Void, there's just so many spells nonstop, and it feels like vision is so important now that just seeing the enemy team and then them being able to just kill you is like so obnoxious. So I'd like to say on behalf of myself and the rest of the Dota community, sayonara to that image that we just got to see there.
Well, are you sure? We don't know what the patch has in store yet.
It could get worse.
Have faith.
Maybe they make high ground harder.
There's no way.
What do you think?
Bring back high ground shrines.
We need shrines in the base.
We need to talk to a winner of this previous series. We're going to get a chance to talk to KJ of Heroic. My man, I don't even have that much of a question for you. Just tell me how you're feeling after a game like that.
Hi. I'm feeling super good, because we need to beat Liquid 3 times, because we are crazy and we go through second game. That was easy. So we went for a harder challenge, and beat one time is not that easy. And beat 3 times is hard, but we wanted to do it for the fans, do it for the entertainment.
That's right. A full 3-game nail-biter series where people are on the edge of their seat, and you yourself must have been on the edge of your seat. That has to be one of the most stressful games to play Shadow Demon in, because if you miss one disruption, I'm sure K1 Hector you're gonna get raged at.
Yeah, thanks God I managed to play all 3 games, so I'm super warmed up on the hero, no puck, I was against Amber and Mars in the 3rd game, and I was like, it's fine, there's no puck, guys. This is good to get Shadow Demo game. No puck, I don't care.
So that's why you were saying game 2 was especially difficult. Was Nisha bullying you in that game too?
Yeah, I feel like he had one purpose, that was bullying me, yeah. I couldn't do anything that game, but yeah, we could have won as a team, but they punish our mistakes.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's about the journey, because your journey is still continuing. You have now made it through this group stage, and I guess for one thing, you're going to be able to go through the process of qualifying for Riyadh, but also you're going to get a lot more officials on what I'm expecting is a new patch. And so are you happy that you're able to stay in the tournament, not only so you can qualify, but also because you're going to have more intense games on hopefully the patch?
No, I'm not happy. I'm not happy for the patch. I'm just happy for the tournament. I'm on patch terms, me and my team, I think we are right wing. We want no changes. We want to go back to the old way, We are when it comes to Dota, we're bring back the old things. I don't want this new hero, Ringmaster, blah, blah, blah. But here, the man.
Yeah,
And,
calves, I'm
yeah,
sure.
I'm personally not that excited. I'm liking this patch, and I just wanted to play more Dota because I think we are good, you know? I believe we are good, and I see that we are good. And when random things come, it usually benefits the... When you're good, you don't want random things, right? So I think we could beat lots of teams on this patch. We can go very far. And when patch come, it's gonna be more random, but I believe in my team to do good work.
That's the spirit. I like to hear it. And obviously, yeah, now that you've gotten a handle on the patch, maybe it was a little bit disappointing, but I've got faith in your boys. I've also got BSJ for a quick question for you as well.
Well, we were all talking over here about how that game really encapsulated the way that 7.35D was. So it sounds like you're going to miss that. Is that true?
Sorry.
The high ground and all the crazy stuff that was happening, the 75-minute game. Is that something you liked about this patch?
When I'm playing Shadow Doom, I like, you know, when I play like Gyro 5, it's very boring. But usually I like to play fast. I like the games that go fast and it's more entertainment, you know. With these games that everyone farms, it's good for the viewers, but for us that play, I don't really like it. I don't like this. But, I mean, I think we are good in this patch, but if we go to the other patches that we played faster, it's better.
Okay, so you were saying you guys are more about like bring back the old ways of Dota. So with the new patch, how do you feel about 15-minute brown boots for supports making a comeback?
Wait, no, I feel like... Sorry, you're making two complex questions. I'm super dumb. I'm dumb. I use all my brain cells. I'm like, I want to eat, and this is too complex.
I will say congratulations for your win.
I'm happy. But
Hey, we're happy you're happy, buddy.
I used all my brain cells to play Dota. Sorry.
You're fine, man.
And you.
I'll just say congratulations on your win, man. I used all my brain cells watching that game, so have a good one, man. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
I'll give you a real easy question then, KJ. How are you going to spend the next hour and a half? Are you going to be refreshing the blog page, or are you going to go eat?
I'm going to go eat, and I'm going to take a shower, because here in this room it's burning hell. So I don't want to be around this smelly man. I don't want a smelly man near me. I want my room and food.
All right, I will make that happen then, KJ. Congratulations on making it through this DreamLeague group stage. Best of luck for the rest of it, and best of luck to your team adapting to the new patch. We'll catch you all later.
Thanks.
I can't make it look nearly as good as KJ makes it look, but he's making the Dota look damn good because he will be progressing forward in this tournament, which is a huge asset to them because it's the beginning of something great. They still have to make it all the way to top 2 to fully qualify for Riyadh Masters, but the fact that they've managed to make it through to the second stage is a feather in their cap that they should be proud of, because their next opponent is going to be Azure Ray as we take a look at the entire playoff bracket. Our upper bracket matchups are going to be Game & Gladiators versus Tundra Esports, and then Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming. And lower bracket, where you don't get any chance for double elimination, is going to be Aurora versus BetBoom Team, and then Azure Ray taking on Heroic.
Yeah, it's really hard to make a prediction or an assessment, because if the patch drops tonight, then we have no idea what's going to happen, because everything that we've watched the last few days isn't going to be indicative of what's going to happen in the future. I will say, though, that for new patches, I would favor teams like Tundra, who have players like Thompson that innovate really quickly anyway and are pretty snappy on deciding what stands out to them in a patch. Another team I would have favored actually would have been Liquid with 3-3, because he is a player that does have a lot of ideas in a new patch. So, like I said, it's just going to be very, very hard to have a read on what's going to happen in the next few days.
I'll say, if this is a big patch, which I think a lot of people are expecting, what generally happens...
I know someone who's expecting a big patch.
Hello?
Ding dong! Open the door! It's T-Governor! We can't hear you. This man is just idly shaking his head. You've muted yourself, T-Gov. Nope. You're still muted.
I can see what. Don't miss the sand, man. You gotta keep getting the sand.
Focus.
Focus up.
Nope. I can't read lips.
Anybody got a teleprompter?
He apparently muted himself. This is not us. This is not our fault. Anyway, let's just have this man on in the background while Cinder, you finish your thought.
This is good entertainment. I'm just going to watch him and say what I was going to say. So as we can see here from T-Governor, I think Gaming Gladiators are actually going to be really good in the new patch, because what generally happens, if it's a big one, a lot of the time in the very early adaptation, before teams really figure it out, games have a tendency to be pretty short.
True.
Like a lot of the time, the zoo meta, even if it's not a zoo patch, teams just don't know what's going on, so you just pick heroes that play fast and aggressive, and that style often wins. Add on top of that game and are feeling themselves, you know? That's a recipe for success, I think.
Well, I think that Falcons will continue being good because AUI 2000 has a cosmically sized brain. And he's going to see a new patch, immediately dissect all of it, and then spread little seeds of inspiration amongst his players.
I couldn't agree more about the sand that T-Gov's been scooping into that hourglass for the last 2 minutes that I've been watching as I've been listening to you talk about Falcons.
For what it's worth, having him muted, I think, is pretty... It really fits. It really fits what's going on.
Try it one more time, Robson. Can we hear you?
Hello, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go.
We actually can't hear him. We're just pretending.
Guys?
We can hear you.
Yeah. Why am I here, Tsunami?
Because we're here to admire your work. I was about to say mock you, but I feel like that would be in poor taste.
That's fine. Yeah, so I've been here for 7 hours and 20 minutes with an infinite sand loop, not allowing it to stop. Of course, it's the Desert of Druid patch, Act 2, hence the sand. I'm delusional. I'm sweating. I went to the toilet once, but it was quick because, again, the sand is very important.
Did you wash your hands?
Of course.
Of course.
And had to dry them. I can't let the sand get sticky because then it won't go through the tube.
How many more?
My first waiting room.
How many more hours do you think you got in you?
Oof. 10.
What's the longest for one of these patch waiting rooms? What's the longest one sitting you've done in all of them? Because you've done it. How many times have you done this now? Like 7?
Too many. The bit's pretty dead, but I'm going to keep doing it. People like it. Longest was probably like 19 hours, maybe 20.
19 hours straight.
Yeah.
And which one was that?
Bed for 7.
What did you do in that one?
It might have been Stardew, I think. Maybe it was like 17 hours, but I remember having 7-hour nap, and that was like 36 hours long. So
the one digging up mangoes was the longest one.
Yeah. I wish the digging hole one was longer, but anyway, I'm just missing a lot of sand talking to you guys, so I'm very sorry. My form is very poor.
What happens if you run out of sand? Like, do you have a punishment built in place for yourself?
Yeah, Valve just doesn't release the patch. That's where I have to keep going.
Wow, we have a lot riding on this. Okay, I'm your biggest fan. I'm the biggest fan of your sand scooping you've ever seen.
All right,
Thank you so
Teacup, how
much.
do you come up with these ideas?
I don't know. Just sometimes you wake up and you have an idea. And like, so my girlfriend, she was like, maybe you could turn a sand timer over. And I was like, that sounds a bit too healthy. How about we cut the sand timer in half and just make it really sadistic? So whatever just sounds the worst, I go for. Also, I hot glued this morning, by the way. This is a this morning contraption. But yeah.
Do you think like the viewer's entertainment is inversely proportional or directly proportional to your suffering?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Like if
Very
I'm
good.
suffering, I'm sweating, they're lapping it up. The more I suffer, the more they enjoy. They're Dota players. They're sadistic.
That's what Dota's all about,
They want to fountain dive. They want to block camps and never allow you to stack again. They want you to hold high ground like Heroic did and make Liquid feel like, putting it bluntly, like shit to then get eliminated, right? They're all sadistic fuckers. All right, I've sworn twice. I don't care anymore.
Wait, you were watching the game while you were sanding?
I turned it on at the very end. My chat told me it was a good game, so I thought I'd appreciate the good Dota and load it up. And also, it could be the final time we see high ground be so scary. So I thought, again, like a sadistic player that I am, I thought I'd savor it one last time.
Okay, then. Before we let you go, give me one bold patch prediction then, T.
Ringmaster will not be released, and...
Say Shrine's back in the base.
Ooh, big patch prediction. I would say, why
You're on the
not?
spot.
If everyone's getting innates, why not everyone get 12 innates, and then you can craft your own little RPG character before you even play. What the fuck happened?
Gad.
Oh, the patch is out! Woo! Oh shit, it's not out.
It got clogged. It was a clog. That was not scripted. It was a clog.
You have to cover for the
It's
missing
small
seconds
things in
now.
life.
That delayed the patch
You
by
delay,
however long
so
that
now
was.
those
I delayed
5
the-
seconds the sand wasn't running after the patch is out, you need to do 5 extra seconds.
I'm so sorry, Valve. Please, you saw nothing. Okay, I blame ESL. They
It's
made me
overflowing.
clog it. No, it's not. Cinderin, stop, please.
You're worrying him.
Hannah, money yourself. They've got me doing this on the big show.
We will stop.
Now my girlfriend's coming in because I'm screaming like a madman, all right? Things are going horrendously.
I'm sorry, we will stop distracting you, but we will be sending people to you momentarily, T. Thank you so much for joining us. We are looking forward to more sand adventures. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Fucking hate that guy.
I think the call was still live.
Yeah. I don't care.
So
goodness.
bold, Cinderin, here in the waning days of 7.35D. You're just setting fire to everything. I don't care about high ground.
Burn it all down.
Just start from scratch.
I hope this patch removes Dota.
Whoa.
That's my bold prediction. They're going to shut down the servers and they're going to release Deadlock.
Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow when we return to DreamLeague Season 23. It's only 2 BO3s tomorrow. First one is going to be both of our upper bracket matchups. It's going to be Game & Gladiators versus Tundra Esports. Effie, prediction?
My prediction is I have no predictions, but I will say that's the one.
Don't cop out, Effie. Give me a prediction.
Fine. Somebody picks some hero that we haven't seen before. Yay.
Wow!
Game & Gladiators are going to win 2 games in a row with Ringmaster mid.
Straight to captain's mode. I love to see it.
There you go.
Second series is going to be Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming. BSJ, give me a prediction.
We're going to get Name Anti-Mage because that hero's going to have an innate passive.
Mana Burn as a passive?
Yeah.
Counterspell as a passive?
Yes.
Blink
and then he's
as
got
a passive?
And then he's I don't know. That hero has like 2 passives anyway.
Crystal Maiden -5 move speed.
It's not a bold
And
prediction.
-1 armor.
Who's the hero that can't be silenced?
Silencer.
Slark.
Oh yeah, it said Silencer can't be something. Not
Silencer
Blink
can't be
silenced.
Maybe he can't
That's
be.
already in the
What
in the
about
game.
can't be slowed? How about that? They make him
They
like
did-
260 move speed or something, but then he can't be slowed.
They have been adding slow resistance as a mechanic.
That would be kind of cool. Think about the late game scaling.
What about map changes, guys? You think we'll get map changes?
There's only one way to find out, and that's for Valve to press this button, because the rest is
Push
in
it.
their hands. I have done all that I can. The rest is up to you. All I can do is just bring you more Dream League tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the show, friends, and hope you enjoy the patch. We'll see you later.
you had. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you.